Silent Ridge, Trials of the President, by Raymond Moya. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the unwavering strength of the human spirit, to those who have faced unimaginable loss and hardship, and yet found the courage to persevere. It is a testament to the resilience of communities in the face of adversity, both natural and man-made. It is for those who have carried the weight of guilt and sought redemption, for those who have dared to believe in the impossible, even when hope seemed lost. It is for the survivors of Silent Ridge, both real and imagined, whose stories resonate long after the dust settles and the fog lifts. For they embody the enduring power of hope, the tenacity of the human heart, and the profound capacity for both darkness and light that exists within us all. This narrative is woven from the threads of their strength, their struggles, and their unwavering belief in the possibility of a better future. The shadows of Silent Ridge may linger, but the flame of their resilience burns brightly, a beacon of hope illuminating the path towards healing and reconciliation. Their fight, their suffering, their triumph, these are the silent whispers that gave birth to these pages, and they will continue to echo in the hearts of all who read them, long after the final chapter has been turned. For in the depths of despair, in the face of unimaginable horror, the enduring strength of the human spirit ultimately prevails. And it is to this indomitable spirit, this unwavering hope, that this story is humbly dedicated. May it serve as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the capacity for redemption and the triumph of the human heart can never truly be extinguished. Arrival in Silent Ridge. The presidential helicopter shuddered, its powerful rotors kicking up a whirlwind of dust and debris as it settled onto the makeshift landing zone in Silent Ridge. The air, thick with the cloying smell of decay and damp earth, hung heavy in President Jonathan Hayes's lungs. He coughed, a harsh rasping sound that echoed the devastation surrounding them. Below, the town was a tapestry of shattered buildings, twisted metal and pulverized stone, a grim testament to the earthquake's destructive power. The once vibrant streets were now choked with rubble, a landscape of despair under a sky the color of bruised plums. Beside him, Agent Sarah Mitchell, her face grim and etched with exhaustion, unbuckled her seatbelt. Her usually sharp eyes, usually so quick to assess and analyze, were clouded with a weariness that went beyond simple fatigue. The weight of the unspoken hung between them, a palpable tension that mirrored the oppressive atmosphere of Silent Ridge. Even before the helicopter doors had fully opened, a chill permeated the air, a chilling premonition that something was profoundly wrong. Hayes, normally composed and controlled, was visibly shaken. The carefully constructed facade of presidential authority crumbled under the weight of the destruction before him. The tremor of his hand as he reached for the door handle betrayed the anxiety simmering beneath his composed exterior. He'd seen devastation before, had addressed countless crises from the sterile comfort of the Oval Office, but this was different. Silent Ridge felt wrong. A primal fear, cold and insidious, wormed its way into his heart. As they stepped onto the uneven ground, the first gust of wind carried with it a thick, unnatural fog, swirling around them like a shroud. It wasn't the ordinary mist that often accompanied mountain towns. This fog had a chilling, almost sentient quality, clinging to their clothes and obscuring their vision. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a low hum, a discordant symphony that sent shivers down Mitchell's spine. It was the kind of fog that whispered secrets, that hinted at something lurking just beyond the veil of visibility. The silence was almost as unsettling as the fog. The usual cacophony of a disaster zone, the cries of the injured, the rumble of rescue vehicles, was absent. An eerie quiet draped over Silent Ridge, broken only by the occasional groan of a settling building or the whisper of the wind through the fractured remains of homes. This unnerving stillness was even more unnerving than the devastation itself, suggesting a deeper, more sinister silence. Hayes's gaze swept over the ravaged landscape, a knot tightening in his stomach. He remembered Silent Ridge from before the quake, a small, struggling town, overlooked and underfunded, a place he'd promised to help but hadn't. The weight of that broken promise, long buried under the demands of his office, now felt crushing, a physical burden that added to the oppressive atmosphere. He saw the ghosts of his past failures reflected in the broken windows and crumbled walls, each shattered brick a testament to his negligence. Mitchell, meanwhile, was already at work, her eyes scanning the debris for clues. Her training as an agent of the FBI, usually focused on criminal investigations, now had to incorporate a strange new dimension. She spotted something glinting in the rubble, a small, intricately carved stone, half buried in the dirt. The symbols etched into it were unlike anything she'd ever seen, a complex arrangement of swirling lines and angular shapes that seemed both ancient and unsettling. They felt alien, yet resonated with a disturbing familiarity, like a half-remembered dream. The fog seemed to amplify the mystery, shrouding the stone in an otherworldly aura. As they moved deeper into the ruined town, the fog grew thicker, swallowing them in its icy embrace. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping several degrees, defying the relatively mild weather conditions expected for the region. The oppressive feeling intensified, a suffocating blanket of dread settling upon them both. It was as if the very air was charged with a malevolent energy, a palpable sense of foreboding that prickled the skin. They felt watched, followed by unseen eyes that pierced the fog. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling mist. A woman, her clothes torn and stained with grime, her face pale and drawn. She clutched a tattered doll, murmuring incoherently about a curse, about a sacrifice that needed to be made. Her eyes, wide and vacant, held a mixture of terror and resignation, her words a chilling prelude to the horrors that awaited them. She spoke of a darkness that had always lurked beneath the surface of Silent Ridge, a darkness that had been awakened by the earthquake. Hayes tried to approach her, to offer comfort, but she recoiled as if from a physical blow. Her fearful whispers spoke of a forgotten god, of rituals performed under the cover of darkness, of a town consumed by a malevolent force. Her words were disjointed, fragmented glimpses into a terrifying reality, a reality that was now becoming frighteningly apparent. As darkness closed in, the sounds of Silent Ridge took on a disturbing new dimension. The groan of settling buildings morphed into eerie whispers, carried on the chilling wind. The silence of the daytime was replaced by an unsettling symphony of creaks, scrapes, and rustling sounds, all emanating from the shrouded buildings. The wind seemed to moan, echoing the woman's terrified pleas for help. It was a soundtrack to a nightmare, expertly orchestrated to unnerve and terrify. The ground beneath their feet seemed to vibrate, not with the aftershocks of the earthquake, but with a deeper, more resonant tremor. It was a low, pulsing rhythm that resonated deep within their bones, a subtle yet unnerving sensation that spoke of something ancient, something vast, something slumbering beneath the earth. Hayes instinctively reached for Mitchell, a silent acknowledgement of their shared fear. The unseen force, the darkness the woman had spoken of, was no longer a theory, it was a palpable presence, enveloping them in its chilling embrace. Hayes felt a renewed wave of guilt wash over him. He recalled the budget cuts, the ignored warnings, the political maneuvering that had left Silent Ridge vulnerable. The town had been a forgotten corner of his vast political empire, a sacrifice he'd made on the altar of expediency. Now he was confronted with the gruesome consequences of his choices, a reckoning that extended far beyond politics. Mitchell, too, felt the weight of what was happening in Silent Ridge. She wasn't just an agent tasked with assessing the situation. She had become entangled in the curse. Her visions began in a way almost too subtle to notice, a slight blurring of the edges of her vision, a fleeting glimpse of strange imagery that was then immediately dismissed as exhaustion. But now, the visions were becoming more vivid, more disturbing, each flash of insight more real and terrifying than the last. The fog seemed to amplify her experiences, creating a symbiotic relationship between the atmospheric dread and the growing supernatural reality. She saw fragments of a ritual, a horrifying glimpse of figures shrouded in darkness performing an ancient ceremony under a blood-red moon. A sacrifice was being offered, a tormented figure laid upon a stone altar. The scene was fleeting, yet burned into her mind's eye, a terrifying premonition of what lay ahead. This was more than a simple earthquake. Silent Ridge was consumed by something ancient and powerful, something that demanded sacrifice. The town wasn't just destroyed, it was cursed, and the curse was tightening its grip on everything within its range. The night in Silent Ridge had just begun, and the terrors it held would soon be fully revealed. First encounters with the unseen. The woman's whispered words, barely audible above the wind's mournful howl, clung to Mitchell like the clinging fog. And the old ones, awakened, sacrifice. She muttered, her eyes wide with a terror that transcended the immediate devastation. She clutched a ragged doll, its face a grotesque caricature of a child, its limbs stiff and oddly unnatural. The doll felt strangely cold to the touch, a chill that seeped into Mitchell's hand, despite the layers of gloves she wore. Hayes, his gaze fixed on the woman, saw not just a survivor of a natural disaster, but a vessel of something far more sinister. His own turmoil, the weight of his past failures pressing down on him, momentarily overshadowed the woman's plight. He was wrestling with his own demons, the ghosts of his broken promises to Silent Ridge, the neglected town that now lay in ruins before him. His guilt was a palpable thing, a physical weight that almost bent him over. He focused on the tangible disaster, the sheer scale of the destruction, trying to cling to the rational explanation, the earthquake's destructive power. The supernatural, the impossible, felt too immense, too overwhelming to comprehend. But Mitchell, her mind sharp and analytical even under the crushing weight of the situation, noticed something else. While the woman spoke, her eyes darted toward a pile of rubble, a specific location among the chaos. As the woman's mutterings faded into incoherence, Mitchell approached the debris cautiously. She found a section of broken stone, the fragments revealing the edge of a much larger piece, a slab of dark, almost black stone. Carved into its surface were symbols complex and intricate, unlike anything she'd ever encountered. They resembled ancient runes, yet somehow felt alien, otherworldly. Swirling lines intersected with sharp angles, forming a pattern that seemed both ancient and unnervingly modern, a stark contrast that only heightened the sense of mystery. These weren't simply random markings, they were deliberately crafted, precise and deliberate in their execution. Mitchell felt a strange pull towards them, an almost irresistible urge to touch them, to decipher their meaning. But a primal instinct, a deep-seated caution born from years in law enforcement, held her back. There was something profoundly unsettling about these symbols, a sinister power that thrummed beneath their surface. They resonated with a low hum, a vibration that she felt more than heard, a subtle pulse that mirrored the tremor in the earth. Hayes, still wrestling with his own internal conflict, paid little attention to Mitchell's discovery. He tried to engage the woman again, offering words of comfort and promises of aid, words that felt hollow even to his own ears. The weight of his guilt was suffocating. He had failed this town, and the very ground beneath his feet seemed to bear witness to that failure. His attempts at communication, however, were met with fearful withdrawal. The woman seemed unable to process his words, her focus remaining locked on the approaching darkness and the ominous sounds that were now more than just sounds. They were voices, or rather whispers carried on the wind, a chorus of the unseen. The whispers grew louder, morphing into distorted murmurs that seemed to come from all directions at once. They were laced with an undercurrent of malevolence, a palpable sense of malevolence that sent shivers down Mitchell's spine. The air grew heavy, thick with an almost tangible dread. The fog, now so dense that visibility was reduced to mere feet, seemed to amplify the whispers, weaving them into the very fabric of the atmosphere. It was a symphony of dread, a chorus of unseen entities chanting a dirge for the dying town. Mitchell, despite her growing unease, felt compelled to document the symbols. She carefully photographed them, her camera flash momentarily cutting through the swirling mist, revealing the chilling details of the carvings in stark relief. The flash, however, seemed to disturb the darkness, eliciting a response from the unseen. The whispers intensified, becoming almost screams, and the ground trembled violently, not with the aftershocks of the quake, but with a deeper, more rhythmic pulse, a heartbeat of something ancient and immense. As darkness deepened, the fog thickened, the oppressive atmosphere becoming almost suffocating. The woman, her eyes now glazed over, continued to murmur, her words now more fragmented than ever. She spoke of a sacrifice, of appeasing the old ones, of a debt that must be paid. The fear in her eyes was replaced by a chilling acceptance, a resignation to a fate that seemed inescapable. The tremor increased, shaking their very bones. It was no longer the subtle vibration felt earlier, it was a full-blown quake, more potent than the initial tremor that had ravaged the town. But this wasn't an earthquake. It felt unnatural. Unnatural in its rhythmic pulse, its deliberate intensity. It was a tremor that emanated from the earth itself, a sign of something stirring beneath the surface, something vast and ancient, something awakening. It was a tremor of the unseen, a physical manifestation of the malevolent presence that clung to Silent Ridge. Mitchell, finally realizing that this was no ordinary disaster response, moved closer to Hayes. She felt the weight of his guilt, the burden of his past choices pressing down on him. She saw it in his eyes, a tortured reflection of her own growing fear. This was more than a political crisis. This was a battle for survival, a fight against an ancient and terrible force. The unseen was no longer a subtle presence. It had become a tangible threat. The woman, seemingly oblivious to their presence, began to move towards the center of the ruined town square, stumbling through the debris with a terrifying purpose. Her movements were slow, trance-like, as if she were a sleepwalker drawn by an irresistible force. And the whispers increased, a chilling choir guiding her toward an unknown destination. It was clear that their encounter with the unseen was only just beginning. The tremors, the whispers, the ancient symbols, and the woman's fearful pronouncements painted a terrifying picture, a chilling glimpse into a world beyond human understanding. The night was young in Silent Ridge, and the darkness was still unfolding. The night held terrors beyond imagining, and the escape from Silent Ridge seemed less a possibility and more a distant, desperate dream. Shadows in the mist. The woman's slow, deliberate movements towards the town square became a macabre dance under the encroaching darkness. Each step she took was accompanied by a sickening crunch of broken glass and splintered wood, a soundtrack to her descent into the heart of the devastation. The whispers, previously a distant murmur, now surrounded them, swirling like the fog itself, a chilling chorus that seemed to penetrate their very bones. They were no longer just sounds, they were voices, ancient and malevolent, weaving a tapestry of dread that suffocated the already heavy atmosphere. Hayes, his face etched with a mixture of fear and guilt, watched the woman's progress with a growing sense of dread. The weight of his past failures pressed down on him with renewed intensity. He had known about the neglect in Silent Ridge. His administration had, in a sense, condemned this town. The earthquake wasn't just a natural disaster. It was a reckoning, a manifestation of his own moral failings. The whispers seemed to echo this internal condemnation, each murmur a cruel reminder of his broken promises. He felt the pressure of the unseen, a weight pressing against him, the embodiment of his guilt made manifest. Mitchell, her eyes scanning the ruined buildings, noticed the whispers weren't emanating solely from the fog. They seemed to rise from the ground itself, a subterranean chorus echoing the turmoil above. The earth beneath their feet pulsed with a rhythmic tremor, far more intense than the aftershocks of the earthquake. It was a deep, resonant thrum, a heartbeat that resonated with the chilling whispers, creating a symphony of dread that filled the night. It was as if the town itself was breathing, exhaling whispers of death and inhaling the chilling fog. A strange energy crackled in the air, an almost palpable tension that made the hairs on the back of Mitchell's neck stand on end. The fog wasn't simply a meteorological phenomenon, it was a living entity, a veil shrouding something ancient and terrible. She reached out a hand, feeling a strange coldness in the air, a chilling current that seemed to suck the warmth from her body. The air itself felt charged, thick with an energy that was both terrifying and intoxicating. The ruined buildings seemed to writhe in the darkness, their broken walls and shattered windows like gaping maws, ready to swallow them whole. The shadows within the structures stretched and shifted, taking on monstrous forms in the periphery of their vision. The slightest movement in the fog was enough to ignite their imaginations, conjuring images of unseen horrors lurking within the shadows. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced the rational armor Mitchell had cultivated over years of service. As they moved cautiously toward the town square, the tremors intensified, becoming more frequent and more violent. The ground buckled beneath their feet, throwing them off balance. They clung to each other for support, the physical contact offering a small measure of comfort against the growing terror. The air throbbed with the unseen energy, a palpable force that seemed to press against them from all sides, trapping them in its suffocating embrace. The woman, now almost at the center of the square, stopped before a particularly large pile of rubble. The whispers reached a crescendo, and the ground shook violently. Mitchell caught a glimpse of something beneath the debris, a glint of dark metal reflecting the faint light of their flashlights. It was a large, ornate object, almost buried under the rubble. As the tremors intensified, Hayes and Mitchell found themselves drawn towards the woman, the ominous pull becoming irresistible. It was as if an unseen force, a powerful gravitational pull, was guiding their steps towards the heart of the disaster, towards the epicenter of the ancient evil that had awakened in Silent Ridge. The air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, a miasma that filled their lungs with a suffocating dread. The whispers intensified, morphing into guttural growls that seemed to echo from the very depths of the earth. They felt surrounded, trapped within a vortex of malevolent energy, a prison of their own making. They were caught in the crosshairs of a supernatural tempest, their fate hanging precariously in the balance. A low hum emanated from the ground, vibrating through their bones, resonating with the pulsing tremors. The ground seemed to breathe, its rhythm echoing the sinister whispers, creating a terrifying symphony of unseen horrors. The hum intensified, growing louder and more insistent, culminating in a bone-jarring crescendo that left them reeling. The darkness seemed to deepen, the fog becoming even denser, reducing visibility to near zero. They could barely see each other, their voices reduced to muffled whispers lost in the oppressive atmosphere. Fear, raw and primal, threatened to overwhelm them. Yet they pressed on, driven by a desperate hope to survive. Suddenly, the ground cracked open before them, revealing a chasm of immeasurable depth. From the depths of the chasm emanated a chilling cold, a breath of the unseen that froze them to the spot. A guttural moan echoed from the darkness, a sound that spoke of ancient evils and unspeakable horrors. The tremors became more violent, the ground shaking so violently that they were thrown to the ground. They had stumbled upon something ancient, something powerful, something far beyond human comprehension. The woman, her eyes vacant and staring into the abyss, extended a hand toward the chasm. It was as if she was beckoning them toward a fate they couldn't comprehend. Hayes, his guilt weighing heavily on him, felt a strange compulsion to join her. It was as if a voice inside him, the voice of his past failures, was urging him toward the abyss. But Mitchell, her resolve unshaken, grabbed his arm, preventing him from succumbing to the pull. Her grip was surprisingly strong, her determination fierce, the steel of her resolve a counterpoint to the crumbling world around them. The tremors increased in intensity, reaching a level that threatened to shatter the very ground beneath their feet. The chasm seemed to grow, its darkness spreading like a malignant stain across the earth. The whispers intensified, growing louder, morphing into a chorus of unearthly screams that tore through the night. Mitchell fought to maintain her composure, but the fear was almost overwhelming. She knew that they were facing something far more dangerous than they could have ever imagined. This wasn't just a natural disaster, it was a supernatural war, and they were caught in the midst of it. Looking at Hayes, she saw the toll the ordeal had taken on him. His eyes were filled with a mixture of terror and resignation, a terrifying reflection of their predicament. Yet, even in the face of unimaginable horror, a spark of defiance still flickered in his eyes. Mitchell, remembering the symbols she had photographed, realized that they might hold the key to breaking the curse. She dug through her bag, retrieving her camera and the images. The symbols, now stark against the background of the destruction, seemed to pulse with a faint light and a chilling resonance with the growing hum of the earth. As the night deepened and the tremors increased, they braced themselves for whatever horrors awaited them. Their escape from Silent Ridge now seemed less a possibility and more a desperate gamble against an ancient and malevolent force that had awakened beneath the surface. The shadows in the mist were more than just shadows. They were a tangible manifestation of fear, of guilt, and of the consequences of broken promises. The tremors of Silent Ridge were just the beginning. The night had only just begun to unfold its terrors. the weight of the past. The biting wind whipped around them, carrying the stench of pulverized stone and something else, something ancient and unsettling, like unearthed bones and forgotten rituals. Hayes stumbled, his knees buckling under the weight of his guilt, a weight far heavier than the collapsing buildings around them. Mitchell steadied him, her hand firm on his arm, a silent reassurance in the face of encroaching chaos. The tremors intensified, the earth groaning beneath their feet like a wounded beast. He closed his eyes, the images flashing before him with the stark clarity of a nightmare. Rows of dilapidated houses, their foundations cracked and crumbling, a testament to years of neglect. The faces of the Silent Ridge residents, etched with desperation and despair, their pleas for help ignored, lost in the bureaucratic labyrinth of his administration. The memos, the budget cuts, the carefully worded justifications that had paved the way for this disaster, they were all there, each one a nail hammered into the coffin of his conscience. He'd known the risks, the consequences, yet he had chosen expediency over compassion, political maneuvering over human lives. The memories were a physical burden, pressing down on him, each one a stone added to the immense weight of his guilt. He had justified his actions, telling himself it was a matter of prioritization, of balancing competing needs. But now, facing the tangible consequences of his choices, the hollow words felt like ash in his mouth. The whispers, the tremors, the very air of Silent Ridge felt saturated with the accusation of his inaction. The woman, still kneeling before the chasm, began to chant. The sound was low and guttural, a language older than time, resonating with the pulsing tremors of the earth. It was a dirge, a lament for the forgotten, a condemnation of the living. The words, though unintelligible, carried a weight of despair that pierced Hayes to the core. He remembered a specific meeting, a heated discussion over budget allocations. He'd stared at the plea from Silent Ridge, the desperate request for funds to reinforce aging infrastructure, and had dismissed it with a curt nod, his mind already focused on the upcoming election and the need to appease powerful lobbyists. The memory stung, a searing brand on his soul. He had sacrificed the well-being of an entire town for his own political ambition, and the consequences were now unfolding before his eyes in a horrific ballet of destruction. The chanting intensified, weaving itself into the symphony of the tremors. The ground beneath them seemed to liquefy, the solid earth transforming into a treacherous quicksand of fear and regret. Hayes felt a desperate urge to flee, to escape the crushing weight of his responsibility, but Mitchell's grip held him fast. "And we need to find a way out," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the cacophony of the night. Her eyes, though filled with apprehension, held a spark of steely determination. "We have to break this curse." He could only nod, his throat constricted with a mix of fear and self-loathing. He'd traded lives for political gains. Silent Ridge had become a forgotten footnote in his career's narrative, a casualty of his ambition. The earthquake hadn't been a random act of nature. It was a manifestation of the imbalance he had created, a cosmic reckoning for his neglect. He saw the faces of his advisors, their expressions betraying their complicity in his decisions. He'd listened to their arguments, their carefully crafted justifications for ignoring Silent Ridge's pleas. He'd been warned, yet he'd chosen to turn a blind eye, preferring the safety of the status quo to the risk of challenging powerful interests. A surge of anger, hot and furious, momentarily eclipsed his guilt. Why hadn't they spoken up? Why hadn't they challenged him more forcefully? Their silence was as damning as his own actions. The weight of their shared culpability pressed down on him, adding to the burden of his own failure. He felt a surge of bitter resentment towards those who had enabled his negligence. The ground shuddered, a violent tremor that sent them sprawling. The woman's chanting reached a frenzied crescendo, and a cold wave of air swept over them, carrying the scent of decay and the faint whisper of something ancient and malevolent. The chasm before them seemed to expand, its darkness deepening, swallowing the light of their flashlights. He looked at Mitchell, her face pale but resolute. He saw the same flicker of fear in her eyes that mirrored his own, but beneath it, a fierce determination burned. She was a beacon of hope in the overwhelming darkness, a counterpoint to the despair threatening to engulf him. As the tremors subsided for a brief moment, the unsettling silence that followed was even more terrifying. The anticipation of the next earthquake was a palpable entity, weighing as heavily as the guilt that had been plaguing Hayes since his arrival. He knew with chilling certainty that their ordeal was far from over. Silent Ridge had not merely suffered a natural disaster, it had opened a door to something far older, far darker. The weight of his past, the consequences of his decisions, were no longer merely internal struggles. They were manifestations of the supernatural evil that had been unleashed. The true horrors of Silent Ridge, he realized with a sickening certainty, were yet to come. Their struggle for survival would be not just a physical one, but a battle against the very fabric of reality itself, a fight against the consequences of his broken promises and the awakened malice of the past. The whispers in the darkness had just begun to tell their story. Mitchell's visions. The silence that followed the tremor was not the peaceful quiet of respite, it was a tense, pregnant pause, a moment of anticipation before the next, inevitable, convulsive shudder of the earth. Hayes leaned heavily against a fractured wall, the rough stone digging into his back, a physical manifestation of the unrelenting pressure of his guilt. He felt a prickling sensation at the base of his skull, a premonition of something terrible about to happen, something beyond the physical destruction already wrought. Mitchell, her face illuminated by the flickering beam of her flashlight, was studying a crumbling stone carving embedded in the side of a half-collapsed building. It depicted figures engaged in a ritual, their postures contorted and disturbing, their faces obscured by the ravages of time and decay. The scene was fragmented, yet strangely vivid in its unsettling power. The central figure seemed to be making an offering, a human sacrifice, Mitchell realized with a sickening lurch in her stomach. A wave of nausea washed over her, the image seared into her mind with a clarity that defied logic. It wasn't simply a visual, it was an experience, a visceral plunge into a scene that felt both ancient and terrifyingly real. The air grew heavy, thick with an oppressive dread that tightened its grip around her chest. The chilling certainty that this wasn't just a historical depiction, but a glimpse into a horrific reality, settled upon her like a shroud. The carving was weathered beyond recognition, yet Mitchell felt an inexplicable connection to it, a pull towards a dark and forgotten history. The figures, she could somehow sense, weren't just representations, they were echoes, their anguish echoing across centuries, their desperation palpable even now. She felt a chill crawl down her spine, a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold night air. It was a feeling of primal fear, a deep-seated awareness that something profoundly wrong had occurred here, something that continued to cast a long, malevolent shadow over Silent Ridge. The vision returned, sharper this time, more detailed. She saw the sacrifice, a young woman, her eyes wide with terror, being offered to a dark, shadowy entity that seemed to emanate from the chasm. The figures chanted, their voices raspy and guttural, a language that resonated deep within Mitchell's soul, stirring something ancient and unsettling. She could smell the incense, feel the damp chill of the earth, taste the metallic tang of blood. She gasped, clutching her head as the vision faded, leaving her shaken and disoriented. The memory felt more real than the crumbling ruins around her. It had been imprinted on her consciousness, a terrifying window into a hidden history. It was a horrifying glimpse into a ritual designed to appease some unseen malevolent entity, a curse laid upon Silent Ridge centuries ago. This wasn't just an earthquake, it was a manifestation of that curse, a catastrophic awakening from a slumber far too long. Hayes, noticing her distress, approached cautiously. "What is it?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. The weight of his own guilt seemed to lighten momentarily as he focused on Mitchell's plight, his self-recriminations replaced with a genuine concern for her well-being. Mitchell, still reeling from the intensity of the vision, struggled to articulate what she'd seen. "And a ritual," she whispered, her voice trembling, "and a sacrifice to something ancient." She pointed to the carving, its fragmented imagery now imbued with a horrifying new significance. It wasn't just an earthquake, Hayes. This town, it's cursed. The implications of her words struck Hayes with the force of a physical blow. He had come to Silent Ridge believing he was dealing with a natural disaster, a tragic consequence of his own negligence. But Mitchell's vision suggested something far more sinister, something far beyond the scope of human comprehension. The weight of his guilt, already immense, now felt magnified by this terrifying new element, the possibility that he was complicit in the unleashing of an ancient malevolent force. The tremors returned, less violent than before but more frequent, a relentless percussion that hammered at their nerves and amplified the growing sense of dread. Each tremor seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of reality, pushing the boundaries of perception, blurring the line between the tangible and the supernatural. The air felt thick with an unseen energy, charged with a malignant presence that chilled them to the bone. Mitchell pulled out her notepad, her hand shaking slightly as she began to sketch the details of her vision. The details were blurry, fragmented, yet essential. She tried to capture the essence of the ritual, the contorted figures, the shadowy entity, the desperate plea of the sacrifice. The sketch was crude, yet it resonated with a terrifying power. As she drew, the visions continued, fragmentary but increasingly clear. She saw glimpses of the town's history, a settlement built on sacred ground, a people driven by desperate superstition, a pact made in darkness. She saw the town's gradual decay, its neglect by the outside world, paralleling the gradual weakening of the protective measures meant to contain the ancient malevolence. With each tremor, the visions intensified, each providing more clues, a terrifying mosaic piecing together the dark history of Silent Ridge. The ritual, she now understood, wasn't a singular event, but a cyclical practice, intended to appease the entity and prevent the catastrophic release of its power. The earthquake, she suspected, wasn't just a natural disaster. It was the curse's violent retaliation for the neglect of the ritual, the decades of broken promises, of forgotten sacrifices. Hayes, watching her work, felt a chilling sense of confirmation. His own failures, his compromises, his negligence, had they inadvertently unlocked this ancient evil? Had he, by his inaction, condemned this town to this horrific fate? The weight of his guilt pressed down on him, heavier than any tremor, more crushing than any collapsing building. The darkness, punctuated by the rhythmic tremors, pressed in on them. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a malevolent energy, a palpable sense of dread that permeated every corner of the ravaged town. Mitchell's vision had lifted the veil, revealing a horrifying truth. Silent Ridge was not simply a disaster zone, it was a crucible of ancient evil, awakened by centuries of neglect and punctuated by the seismic tremors of a long-suppressed curse. Their escape, if it was even possible, would not be a simple matter of survival. It would be a battle against forces beyond their comprehension, a fight against the consequences of broken promises, against the terrifying legacy of a forgotten past. And the tremors continued, a constant reminder of the ancient entity's restless power, a chilling testament to their perilous predicament. The whispers in the darkness, once faint, were now a deafening chorus. Their message clear. Silent Ridge had claimed its due, uncovering the town's history. The tremors subsided, leaving behind an unnerving silence broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind weaving through the skeletal remains of buildings. Mitchell, her face pale but resolute, pointed towards a partially collapsed structure, its brick facade revealing a dark, gaping maw. "There," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "I think that's it." Cautiously, Hayes and Mitchell approached the opening, their flashlights cutting through the oppressive darkness. The entrance led to a narrow, descending passage, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else. Something, ancient and unsettling, a faint metallic tang that reminded Mitchell of the visions, of blood. The passage was choked with rubble, but a narrow path, seemingly cleared by previous explorers, or perhaps by the earthquake itself, allowed passage. They navigated the debris carefully, each step echoing eerily in the confined space. The passage opened into a large, subterranean chamber. The air here was even more oppressive, heavy with the weight of centuries. In the center of the chamber, miraculously preserved amidst the decay, stood a towering bookshelf, its shelves laden with ancient, leather-bound volumes. It was a hidden library, a forgotten archive of Silent Ridge's darkest secrets. Dust motes danced in the beams of their flashlights, illuminating rows upon rows of books, their titles indecipherable, their spines cracked and worn with age. Mitchell cautiously selected a book, its cover adorned with a faded, intricate design that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. She carefully opened it, revealing pages brittle with age, filled with a script that was both familiar and alien. It was Latin, but infused with archaic symbols and glyphs that hinted at a language far older, a language whispered on the wind, a language of the forgotten gods. As Mitchell deciphered the ancient text, a chilling narrative began to unfold. The book detailed the history of Silent Ridge, a history far more disturbing than anything either of them could have imagined. It spoke of a time long before the town's modern existence, a time when the land was sacred, inhabited by a people who worshipped a forgotten god, a malevolent entity known only as the Devourer. The Devourer, the text described, was a being of immense power, an ancient entity whose insatiable hunger demanded constant appeasement. The people of Silent Ridge, driven by fear and superstition, had established a pact with this entity, a dark covenant that required periodic sacrifices to sustain a fragile balance, to keep the Devourer from unleashing its full wrath upon the land. The sacrifices, according to the text, weren't merely symbolic, they were literal offerings of human life, offered to appease the entity's unending hunger. The book described the rituals in detail, painting a gruesome picture of ancient ceremonies, performed in the very chasm that now lay before them. The same chasm that had appeared in Mitchell's visions. The descriptions were vivid, horrifyingly real. The text detailed the chants, the incantations, the preparations, the desperate pleas of the victims, all rendered with a chilling accuracy that left Mitchell breathless. As Mitchell read, Hayes felt a growing sense of unease, a creeping dread that snaked through his veins. The weight of his own guilt intensified, amplified by the knowledge that his negligence, his broken promises to the town, had somehow contributed to the unleashing of this ancient evil. The earthquake, it dawned on him, wasn't a random act of nature, it was a consequence, a catastrophic manifestation of the Devourer's fury. The book also detailed the protective measures put in place to contain the Devourer's power. Intricate rituals, arcane symbols, and sacred objects meant to bind the entity and prevent its escape. But the text went on to describe how, over centuries, these protective measures had gradually weakened, neglected by generations who forgot the true nature of their town's origins, who dismissed the ancient legends as mere folklore. The final chapters documented the decay of the rituals, the waning of faith, the abandonment of the ancient practices. The neglect, the book argued, had weakened the bonds that held the Devourer captive. The gradual cessation of the sacrifices had allowed the entity to regain its strength, its hunger growing ever more intense, until, finally, the fragile balance was broken, resulting in the catastrophic earthquake, a primal scream of rage and frustration from the Devourer's awakening. The weight of the revelations hung heavy in the air, a suffocating blanket of dread. Hayes, his face ashen, looked at Mitchell, his eyes reflecting the flickering light of their flashlights. "So," he whispered, his voice barely audible, "and the earthquake wasn't a natural disaster. It was a punishment." Mitchell nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on the ancient text. "Yes," she said, her voice low and somber, "and a punishment for broken promises, for forgotten sacrifices, for a legacy of neglect." They spent hours in the subterranean library, poring over the ancient texts, piecing together the fragmented history of Silent Ridge. They discovered more than just the details of the curse. They unearthed prophecies, cryptic warnings, and fragmented accounts of previous attempts to appease or contain the Devourer. Each discovery only deepened their sense of dread, highlighting the precariousness of their situation, the scale of the threat they faced. The town, they realized, wasn't just cursed, it was a prison, a cage holding a monstrous entity whose escape was only a matter of time. The earthquake, they understood, was not the end, it was merely the beginning. The texts mentioned several attempts to placate the Devourer, some successful, many more ending in catastrophic failure. Detailed descriptions of previous offerings, often the most vulnerable members of the community, were chillingly specific. There were diagrams of ancient artifacts, some of which were still present within the ruins above, and instructions for rituals complex. Procedures requiring specific ingredients and precise timing, all aimed at containing the entity or placating its hunger. The ancient texts also spoke of a sacred object, a relic of immense power known as the heart of the devourer, an artifact said to hold the entity's essence. The relic, according to the texts, was the key to controlling the devourer, to either binding it once more or perhaps even destroying it, although the texts hinted that such an action could result in an even more disastrous outcome. The location of the heart of the devourer, however, was shrouded in mystery, hidden within a riddle that was both cryptic and terrifyingly ambiguous. The riddle implied its location was somewhere in the very fabric of Silent Ridge, a place both near and far, visible and hidden, known and yet utterly unknown. As dawn approached, casting a pale ethereal light through the ruins above, Hayes and Mitchell emerged from the subterranean library, their minds reeling from the weight of their discovery. The whispers of the curse, once faint and distant, now echoed loudly in their ears, a terrifying testament to the ancient evil that had awakened within Silent Ridge. Their mission, they realized, had changed. It was no longer a simple matter of providing humanitarian aid. It was now a desperate race against time, a fight for survival against a force beyond human comprehension, a battle against a malevolent god, and the chilling consequences of centuries of forgotten promises. The tremors, though less frequent now, still rattled the ground beneath their feet, a constant reminder of the monstrous entity's power, its restless hunger for a sacrifice, and the impending doom that hung over Silent Ridge. Their escape, it seemed, depended on finding the heart of the devourer and solving the riddle before the devourer's wrath consumed them both. The ritualistic symbols. The symbols, initially dismissed as mere ornamentation, now held Mitchell captive in their intricate web. She traced their faded lines with a trembling finger, the cold stones strangely warm beneath her touch. They weren't random. They were deliberate, precise, each curve and angle imbued with a purpose that transcended mere aesthetics. They were the language of the curse, a visual echo of the ancient incantations she'd read in the crumbling book. Hours bled into each other as Mitchell painstakingly copied the symbols onto a piece of salvaged paper, her concentration unwavering despite the oppressive atmosphere and the lingering scent of decay. The flickering light of her flashlight cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist around her, mimicking the grotesque forms that haunted her visions. The symbols themselves seemed to shift and change under her gaze, their shapes morphing subtly, almost as if they were alive, responding to her scrutiny. She noticed a pattern, a cyclical repetition of certain glyphs, interspersed with others that appeared unique and singular. The recurring symbols, she hypothesized, represented the phases of the moon, linking the rituals to the celestial cycles. This suggested a connection to nature's rhythms, a desperate attempt to harness the power of the cosmos to appease the malevolent entity. The unique symbols, on the other hand, likely denoted specific ingredients or actions required for the ritual. One symbol, in particular, caught her attention. It resembled a stylized serpent devouring its own tail, an ancient symbol of cyclical destruction and renewal, of endless consumption and rebirth. This, she realized, must represent the devourer itself, its insatiable hunger for sacrifice embodied in the image of the Ouroboros. The serpent's coils seemed to writhe on the page, an illusion of movement that sent shivers down her spine. As she delved deeper, she realized the symbols were not just static representations but instructions, a complex code outlining the steps of a ritualistic dance designed to placate the devourer. The arrangement of the symbols, the spatial relationships between them, were as crucial as the symbols themselves. She recognized elements of sacred geometry, the precise arrangement of lines and shapes reflecting a deep understanding of the universe's hidden order. The more she deciphered, the more horrifying the ritual became. The symbols suggested a precise sequence of actions, each step carefully choreographed to manipulate the flow of energy, to create a conduit between the mortal realm and the entity's shadowy domain. The ritual wasn't merely a performance, it was a conduit, a gateway to unleashing and potentially controlling the malevolent power. The ritualistic elements were disturbingly clear: sacrifices, chants, offerings of blood and other materials, all intended to appease and control the ancient entity. Mitchell found evidence of specific locations within the town, mentioned in conjunction with certain symbols. These locations, she suspected, were sacred sites where previous rituals had been performed, places imbued with the entity's dark energy. The symbols seemed to point towards a sequence of these sites, hinting at a pilgrimage or procession, a symbolic journey that needed to be retraced to fully understand and potentially break the curse. The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. The earthquake wasn't just a random disaster, it was the result of a ritual gone wrong, a disrupted flow of dark energy. The symbols revealed that the ancient rituals weren't merely performed sporadically, they were a continuous process, a delicate balancing act between appeasement and containment. The failure to maintain these practices, the abandonment of the rituals over centuries, had allowed the devourer to regain its strength, unleashing its fury upon Silent Ridge. The weight of her discovery pressed down on Mitchell. The symbols weren't simply a historical artifact. They were an active threat, a roadmap to the curse's heart. Understanding them was crucial not just for comprehending the past, but for ensuring their survival in the present. The task before her was daunting, the knowledge both terrifying and empowering. Deciphering the symbols was only the first step. Now, she had to decipher the meaning and utilize this knowledge to break the cycle of violence and sacrifice. She turned her attention to the unique symbols, those that didn't adhere to the cyclical pattern of the lunar phases. These, she suspected, held the key to the specifics of the ritual, the ingredients, the chants, the precise actions needed to appease, or perhaps even to control, the devourer. Some symbols resembled stylized plants, suggesting the use of rare herbs and potent toxins. Others were reminiscent of astronomical constellations, pointing towards specific celestial events, crucial timing for the ritual's effectiveness. Among these unique symbols, she discovered a recurring motif, a stylized hand clutching a heart. This, she reasoned, represented the sacrifice, the offering of a human heart to satiate the devourer's hunger. The implication was chilling. The sacrifices weren't merely symbolic, they were literal, necessary to maintain the balance, the fragile truce between the mortal and the supernatural realms. As dawn painted the sky with streaks of pale light, Mitchell completed her transcription, a chilling testament to Silent Ridge's dark history. She knew that understanding the symbols was just the beginning. The information she now possessed was a double-edged sword, a potential key to breaking the curse, but also a roadmap to the heart of the ancient evil, inviting the potential of unprecedented devastation. The whispers of the curse were no longer faint, they were a deafening roar, echoing the impending doom that hung heavy over Silent Ridge. Her task now was far more treacherous than simply escaping the town. She had to decipher the true nature of the curse, its strengths, its weaknesses, and find a way to break it, without becoming another sacrifice in the horrifying ritual. The fate of Silent Ridge, and perhaps even her own, depended on it. The weight of this responsibility bore down on her, heavy as the ancient stones beneath her feet, each tremor a stark reminder. Terrifying power she was facing. The race against time had begun. The first trial. The fog, a thick, suffocating blanket, pressed against haze, clinging to him like a second skin. It wasn't merely a meteorological phenomenon. It was a sentient entity, weaving its way into his mind, amplifying his anxieties, twisting his memories into grotesque parodies. He stumbled through the ruined streets of Silent Ridge, each crumbling building a monument to his own personal failings. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and the whispers of a forgotten past. He felt the weight of years pressing down on him, the burden of broken promises heavier than any physical load. His first trial wasn't a physical one. Not yet. It was a descent into the labyrinth of his own conscience, a psychological torture chamber constructed from the debris of his past. The fog thickened, the whispers intensifying, morphing into voices, each one a cruel reminder of a life unlived, a chance missed, a promise betrayed. He saw them, the faces of those he had failed. A young girl, her eyes wide with fear, her pleas for help echoing in the deafening silence. A weary farmer, his land ravaged by drought, his pleas for aid ignored. A politician, his words of change ringing hollow, his promises dissolving into the dust of forgotten campaigns. Their accusations were not spoken but felt, a crushing weight that threatened to suffocate him. Each ghostly visage was a chilling reminder of his inadequacies, the compromises he'd made, the opportunities he'd squandered in his ascent to power. The fog pulsed, its opaque mass swirling and shifting, mimicking the turmoil within his heart. It manifested into shapes, grotesque caricatures of his ambition, his pride, his self-deception. A towering figure of himself, clad in the robes of a tyrant, his face a mask of cold indifference, loomed before him, a monstrous representation of his potential for cruelty. Then it morphed into a cowering, emaciated version of himself, reduced to a broken husk, overwhelmed by his failures. These phantasmagorical shifts were relentless, designed to break him, to expose the man he truly was beneath the veneer of presidential authority. He clutched at his head, the throbbing pain a physical manifestation of his mental anguish. The voices intensified, their whispers turning into a cacophony of accusations, each one a blow to his fragile ego. He struggled to maintain his composure. His carefully constructed persona threatened to crumble under the relentless assault. His carefully cultivated self-image, the one he projected to the world, was dissolving, replaced by a raw, visceral understanding of his own imperfections. The streets seemed to twist and turn, disorienting him, mirroring the chaos in his mind. Buildings seemed to shift and morph, their broken walls resembling twisted faces, their shattered windows like vacant eyes, bearing witness to his transgressions. The whispers intensified, twisting his memories, distorting the truth, blurring the lines between reality and hallucination. He saw a younger version of himself, an idealistic man with unwavering principles, filled with hope and determination. That man had made promises of change, of fairness, of justice. But somewhere along the way, those promises had been lost, eroded by the pressures of power, the allure of ambition. This vision was not a ghost from his past. It was a testament to the man he used to be, a poignant reminder of the path not taken. The fog pressed closer, its icy breath stealing the warmth from his body, chilling him to the bone. He felt a deep sense of regret, a gnawing emptiness in the pit of his stomach. The weight of his past, his failures, his broken promises felt unbearable. He stumbled, his knees buckling under the weight of his guilt. The ground seemed to tremble beneath him, a physical manifestation of his internal collapse. He reached out, desperate for something to hold on to, some anchor in the swirling chaos. His hand brushed against a cold, smooth stone. It felt strangely familiar, strangely comforting in the midst of this unrelenting mental assault. He picked it up, his fingers tracing the intricate carvings. It was a small, smooth stone, unlike the other rubble strewn across the streets. It held a faint warmth, a calming sensation in the middle of the suffocating cold. As he held the stone, the intensity of the hallucinations lessened, the voices fading slightly. The fog didn't dissipate entirely, but its grip loosened, allowing him to breathe a little easier. The stone seemed to provide a measure of solace, a momentary respite from the relentless assault on his mind. He could still feel the crushing weight of his failures, but the sharp edges of his guilt were softened, dulling the intensity of the self-reproach. The hallucinations continued, but they shifted in nature. They were no longer purely accusatory. They began to show him the consequences of his actions, the ripple effect of his broken promises, painting a chilling picture of his impact on others. He saw the desperation in the eyes of those he'd failed, the bitterness in their hearts, the lives that had been shattered by his indifference. These visions were painful, but they held a measure of clarity, of remorse. He realized the trials weren't merely designed to punish him. They were designed to force him to confront the truth, to acknowledge his flaws, and perhaps to offer a path towards redemption. The fog, the voices, the hallucinations, they were all tools of the curse, instruments designed to break him down before rebuilding him anew. The stone in his hand seemed to resonate with this understanding, a silent affirmation of the possibility of change. The first trial was far from over, but he had found a small measure of resilience, a stubborn spark of hope. The weight of his past still pressed heavily upon him, but he was beginning to accept its burden, recognizing the imperative to confront the darkness within himself before confronting the ancient evil that had descended upon Silent Ridge. The fog still swirled, the whispers still echoed, but he had found a small island of stability within the tempest of his own guilt, a foothold from which to begin his journey of atonement. The path was treacherous, but he had begun to climb. The next trial loomed, an unknown terror waiting in the shadows of the ravaged town, but he stood, for now, unbroken. His grip on the smooth stone tightened, his gaze fixed forward, toward the heart of the storm. His fate, and the fate of Silent Ridge, hung precariously in the balance. The struggle had only begun. Growing isolation, the gnawing hunger was a new torment, a physical manifestation of their dwindling hope. Hayes, accustomed to the comforts of the presidential suite, felt the pangs of starvation with a visceral intensity he hadn't experienced since his youth. The once luxurious supplies they'd brought, meticulously packed emergency rations, bottled water, and sophisticated communication equipment, were rapidly diminishing, mirroring the erosion of their confidence. Each empty can, each depleted water bottle, felt like a grim countdown to their demise. Sarah Mitchell, though hardened by years of fieldwork, found herself battling not only the physical discomfort of hunger and thirst, but also a growing sense of dread. The silence of the town, broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind weaving through the skeletal remains of buildings, was a constant, oppressive presence. The supernatural fog, which had initially seemed a menacing but relatively passive force, now felt more insidious, actively working to isolate them, to cut them off from the world, to reinforce their feeling of utter helplessness. The initial shock of the earthquake, the immediate chaos of the rescue operation, had been replaced by a chilling stillness, a slow, creeping dread that sunk its claws into their minds. The constant whispers, once easily dismissed as the product of exhaustion and stress, were growing bolder, more insistent, seeping into their waking thoughts and haunting their dreams. They were no longer merely sounds. They were insidious suggestions, insidious doubts, poisonous seeds of despair planted in the fertile ground of their fear. They had ventured deeper into the heart of Silent Ridge, seeking answers, seeking a way out, but the town itself seemed to resist their efforts. The streets, already ravaged by the earthquake, twisted and turned in disorienting patterns, leading them in circles back to places they'd already explored. The buildings once landmarks now appeared to shift and change, their shapes fluctuating, their shadows dancing with a grotesque, almost mocking energy. Hayes, clinging to the vestiges of his presidential authority, tried to maintain order, to instill a sense of calm and purpose. But his attempts felt feeble, inadequate against the insidious assault of the town's malevolence. The weight of his past failures, amplified by the whispers and the ever-present fog, pressed down on him with renewed force. The visions, initially triggered by the fog, now appeared even in moments of relative clarity, the faces of those he'd failed, twisting and contorting into nightmarish expressions of anger and resentment. Mitchell, her practical, scientific mind struggling to make sense of the inexplicable, found herself battling a growing wave of fear. The visions she'd experienced, initially dismissed as stress-induced hallucinations, were becoming more vivid, more disturbing. She saw fragments of ancient rituals, glimpses of human sacrifice, a chilling tapestry of dark history woven into the very fabric of Silent Ridge. The town wasn't just cursed, it was actively feeding on their fear, their despair, their dwindling hope. Their limited rations were stretched to the breaking point. They were forced to ration their water, each sip a reminder of their desperation. The silence, once unnerving, now felt suffocating, a void that was relentlessly filled with the growing awareness of their vulnerability. Their carefully curated composure was beginning to crack under the relentless assault of hunger, thirst, and the encroaching darkness. Even the once comforting stone that Hayes had clutched in the previous trials offered little solace now. Its faint warmth, once a beacon of hope, now felt distant, almost non-existent. The chilling fog wrapped around them, a physical representation of their growing isolation, a shroud of despair that seemed to consume all light and warmth. The whispers followed them relentlessly, no longer merely accusations but threats, promises of suffering, a relentless chorus of doom. The hope that had sustained them in the initial stages of their ordeal began to flicker, threatened by the relentless onslaught of fear and despair. Each passing hour deepened their isolation, not only from the outside world but from each other. The silence between them became a chasm, reflecting the growing sense of hopelessness. The shared burden of their predicament, once a bond, now felt like a crushing weight, pulling them apart, forcing them to confront the limits of their resilience. Hayes, ever the politician, sought to maintain a facade of control, but his attempts were becoming increasingly strained. The exhaustion etched onto his face, the trembling in his hands, betrayed the inner turmoil that threatened to overwhelm him. He struggled to maintain his grip on reality, battling the insidious whispers and the visions of his past failures that seemed to multiply with each passing moment. The burden of his guilt, of the weight of his promises unfulfilled, proved heavy in this oppressive atmosphere. Mitchell, despite her training, found herself on the verge of succumbing to despair. The visions she experienced continued, providing frightening glimpses into Silent Ridge's dark history but offering no solutions, no escape. The growing realization of the depth and the pervasiveness of the curse drained her of her resolve. The scientific method, her usual anchor, offered little comfort against the insidious nature of the supernatural evil that had overtaken the town. The physical isolation mirrored their emotional detachment. Their once solid partnership, based on mutual respect and shared purpose, was beginning to fray at the edges. The fear and exhaustion created a distance, a silent wall of apprehension between them. The weight of their shared predicament became a silent battle, a contest between their individual survival instincts and the shared need for mutual support. As darkness descended on Silent Ridge, casting long, distorted shadows across the ruined streets, their situation grew even more perilous, the whispers intensifying, the fog growing thicker, their isolation reaching a fever pitch. The thin line between reality and hallucination blurred, and the line between sanity and madness threatened to break. They were trapped, not just in the town, but in a vortex of fear, hunger, despair, and the growing weight of the ancient curse. Their dwindling supplies, their fading hope, the relentless whispers, all were converging to drive them to the brink. Their escape, once a seemingly achievable goal, now seemed an impossible dream, a distant, unattainable fantasy. The darkness, both literal and metaphorical, pressed in on them, tightening its grip, threatening to extinguish the last vestiges of their hope, leaving them utterly alone in the heart of the cursed town. The silence, once a chilling reminder of their isolation, now offered the only respite from the insidious whispers of the ancient curse. In this growing darkness, the true nature of the curse and their place within its design began to dawn upon them, pushing them closer to the precipice of their ultimate trial. The whispers intensified, promising a terrible reckoning, and the fog tightened around them, a prelude to the final confrontation, a glimmer of hope. The relentless assault of hunger and thirst gnawed at their resolve, a physical manifestation of their dwindling hope. Hayes, his presidential bearing crumbling under the weight of their predicament, stumbled, his hand instinctively reaching for the smooth, cold stone that had offered fleeting comfort earlier. It lay inert in his grasp, devoid of its previous warmth, a cold, hard reminder of their fading strength. Mitchell, ever the pragmatist, fought the rising tide of despair, her gaze scanning the decaying buildings surrounding them, searching for any sign, any clue that might offer a path to escape. The whispers continued, their insidious taunts weaving themselves into the fabric of their reality. They had walked in circles for what felt like an eternity, the streets of Silent Ridge playing cruel tricks on their weary minds, their perceptions distorted by fear and exhaustion. Suddenly, a flicker of movement, a subtle shift in the shadow of a crumbling wall, caught Mitchell's eye. It was barely perceptible, a fleeting anomaly in the distorted landscape of the ravaged town. Yet it sparked a renewed surge of adrenaline, a flicker of hope in the encroaching darkness. She gestured to Hayes, her voice barely a whisper, urging him towards the seemingly insignificant irregularity in the wall. Approaching cautiously, their senses heightened by a renewed sense of urgency, they examined the wall. The stones, weathered and worn by time and the recent earthquake, seemed to shift and rearrange themselves, their pattern subtly different from the surrounding structure. A faint scent, earthy and musty, hung in the air, unlike the cloying sweetness of the unnatural fog that had enveloped them. As Mitchell ran her hand along the surface of the wall, a section of stone gave way, revealing a narrow, dark passage concealed behind a clever facade of age and decay. Hesitation warred with the urgent need for escape. The darkness of the passage was absolute, promising unknown dangers, yet it offered a possibility, a chance at redemption. The whispers seemed to intensify, their voices rising in a chorus of opposition, warning them against entering. Yet, the allure of escape, the promise of release from the town's malevolent grip, was too strong to resist. Hayes, summoning the remnants of his authority, took a deep breath, his voice shaking slightly as he spoke. "This is it, Sarah. Our only chance. Let's go." The passage was barely wide enough for one person to pass through, its walls slick with dampness and the residue of centuries of decay. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and something else, a faint metallic tang that stirred unease in their hearts. The darkness, absolute and oppressive, pressed in on them, yet they continued, their shared determination their only guiding light in the oppressive blackness. Each step was an act of faith, a gamble against the unknown terrors lurking in the shadows. The passage seemed to wind endlessly, twisting and turning in unpredictable directions. They stumbled and fell, scraping against rough stone, their hands and clothes tearing as they navigated the labyrinthine confines. The whispers followed them, slithering through the darkness, their voices growing louder, their threats more menacing. Yet, the thought of escape, the possibility of breaking free from the curse, fueled their determination, keeping them moving forward, despite the pain, the fear, and the unrelenting pressure of the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, the passage began to widen, leading them into a larger space. As their eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering from a crack high above, they realized they were in the ruins of a church. The structure, once grand and imposing, was now a shell of its former self, its walls crumbling, its roof partially collapsed. Yet the imposing structure of the nave remained, a stark reminder of the town's former prosperity. The air within the church felt different, less oppressive, almost peaceful. The whispers still echoed, but their menacing intensity had diminished, their voices now a dull murmur in the vast expanse of the ruined sanctuary. The stillness that filled the church was unexpected, a stark contrast to the relentless assault of the outside world. It was a silence born not of isolation, but of a profound peace, as if the malevolent force that held Silent Ridge in its grip had been weakened. A faint light illuminated the central aisle, illuminating a single figure standing motionless in front of the altar. As they approached, they discerned the figure to be an old woman, her features obscured by shadow, her body draped in faded, tattered robes. She looked up as they entered, her eyes revealing an ancient wisdom, a depth of understanding that went beyond the boundaries of the mortal realm. The expression on her face was neither hostile nor welcoming, but one of profound serenity, a patient acceptance of their arrival. The old woman raised a hand in a gesture that seemed to invite them closer. As they approached, Hayes felt a wave of calm wash over him, an unexpected sense of tranquility that soothed the anguish that had tormented him for so long. The guilt and remorse, the burden of his past failures, began to recede, replaced by a sense of quiet acceptance. Mitchell, too, felt a sense of peace, her apprehension gradually fading into a sense of cautious optimism. She understood that this encounter was different, that this old woman held a key to their escape, a way to break the curse that had imprisoned them. The visions she had experienced, the glimpses into Silent Ridge's dark history, seemed to coalesce, revealing a forgotten truth, a secret that could potentially liberate them from the town's malevolent grip. The old woman spoke, her voice a low, resonant hum, a sound that seemed to vibrate deep within their souls. Her words spoke of ancient rituals, forgotten gods, and a curse tied to broken promises, a curse that could only be lifted through a sacrifice, but not the sacrifice the whispers demanded. Her eyes, glowing with an ethereal light, conveyed a deeper meaning, a hidden path to redemption. She revealed the existence of a sacred artifact hidden within the church's depths, an object that possessed the power to neutralize the curse. but the path to retrieving it was fraught with peril. It required a journey through the church's darkest corners, a confrontation with the manifestations of the curse itself. The true test wasn't merely escaping the town, but facing the consequences of their past actions and the promises they had broken. The true price of redemption would be far greater than any physical sacrifice. The old woman's words ignited a spark of renewed hope in their hearts. The overwhelming despair of the previous hours began to lift, replaced by a resolute determination. The path ahead was still perilous, the dangers still real, but for the first time since their arrival, they felt empowered, equipped with a new understanding, a newfound hope that guided them towards the hidden artifact, and, potentially, their escape from the clutches of Silent Ridge and its ancient curse. The glimmer of hope had ignited a flame, a determination to conquer the darkness, one step at a time. Their journey was far from over, but they had found their purpose, their path to redemption in the most unexpected of places. Exploration of the church. The air within the church, though initially peaceful, held a chilling undercurrent. The silence was not the comforting quiet of an empty space, but a tense stillness, pregnant with unspoken horrors. Dust motes danced in the weak light filtering through the fractured roof, illuminating the decaying grandeur of the nave. Rows of broken pews lay scattered like fallen soldiers, their once polished wood now gnawed by time and rot. The faint scent of decay mingled with something else, something ancient and unsettling, a metallic tang that clung to the back of the throat and left a lingering taste of fear. As they moved further into the church, the whispers intensified, their murmurings coalescing into chilling whispers that seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. They followed the faint light towards the altar, their footsteps echoing eerily in the cavernous space. The altar itself was a grotesque spectacle, a macabre testament to the dark rituals performed within these hallowed walls. The stone surface was stained a deep crimson hue, the dried blood a stark reminder of the sacrifices offered to the unseen entities that haunted Silent Ridge. Hayes recoiled instinctively, his stomach churning at the sight. The sheer brutality of it all struck him with a visceral force, a stark contrast to the eerie calm that had momentarily settled over him. He felt the weight of his own failures, the broken promises that had led to this dreadful place, pressing down on him once more. The guilt, long suppressed, clawed its way back to the surface, its icy grip tightening around his heart. Mitchell, however, remained focused, her gaze sweeping across the altar's surface. She noticed intricate carvings etched into the stone, cryptic symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint inner light. They were not the familiar symbols of any known religion, but rather a language of shadows, a silent testament to a forgotten faith, a faith steeped in darkness and despair. She recognized the significance of the markings. They were a key, a clue to unraveling the mystery of Silent Ridge's curse. Around the altar, scattered amongst the debris of a collapsed roof, lay remnants of ancient texts, their pages brittle and yellowed with age. Mitchell carefully collected the fragments, her fingers tracing the faded script. The words were written in a language she didn't recognize, yet the sheer age of the parchments spoke volumes. They were ancient, older than the town itself, possibly predating even the earliest settlers. The texts seemed to chronicle the history of Silent Ridge, revealing a dark tapestry woven with ancient rituals, forgotten gods, and broken oaths that had condemned this place to its horrific fate. One particular parchment fragment caught Mitchell's attention. It depicted a ritualistic sacrifice, eerily similar to the stains on the altar. The illustration showed a figure, cloaked and hooded, offering a human heart to a monstrous entity, its form obscured by shadow, yet its malevolence palpable. The inscription beside the drawing spoke of a pact, a desperate bargain made centuries ago, a promise broken that had unleashed a terrible curse upon the town. The penalty for that broken promise, according to the text, was a cycle of suffering and despair, a perpetuity of torment that would continue until the curse was lifted. The weight of this discovery pressed heavily upon them. The town's suffering wasn't simply the consequence of a natural disaster, it was the manifestation of a malevolent force, summoned and sustained by a broken promise made long ago. The earthquake then was not a random act of nature, but a symptom of the curse, a violent tremor in the fabric of reality itself. They continued their exploration, uncovering more unsettling relics. A collection of bone artifacts, meticulously crafted into unsettling talismans, suggested a sinister preoccupation with death and sacrifice. Tattered robes, stained with blood and bearing the same cryptic symbols as the altar, hinted at the attire of those who performed the rituals. The deeper they delved, the more disturbing the discoveries became, each new artifact fueling determination to break the curse, yet simultaneously intensifying their fear. The whispers grew louder, their menacing tones permeating the silence, weaving themselves into their thoughts, attempting to break their resolve. They heard fragments of conversations, snatches of ancient chants, and the chilling screams of victims past, all intermingled with taunts and threats directed at them. The whispers seemed to know their deepest fears, their darkest secrets, using them as weapons against their determination. In one particularly dark corner of the church, they found a hidden chamber, concealed behind a crumbling section of wall. Inside, they discovered a collection of human skulls, each one arranged meticulously, their empty sockets seeming to stare accusingly at them. The air in the chamber was heavy with a scent of decay and death, the palpable sense of suffering echoing through the ages. Hayes felt a cold dread grip his heart, a feeling that went beyond mere fear, a chilling awareness of the vast scale of the horrors that had occurred within these walls. Mitchell, however, pressed on. Her unwavering determination stemmed from a newfound clarity. Her visions had become more frequent and vivid, painting a clearer picture of Silent Ridge's dark history, of the ancient rituals, and of the broken promises that had unleashed the curse. She felt a growing sense of purpose, an understanding that they weren't merely trying to escape the town. They were fighting to break a cycle of suffering, to bring an end to generations of torment. As they emerged from the hidden chamber, a renewed sense of urgency gripped them. The whispers were relentless now, their voices growing stronger, their threats more specific. They seemed to be closing in, their malevolent presence growing increasingly tangible. Yet, amidst the fear and uncertainty, they found a strange sense of strength, a resilience born of their shared desperation and their shared commitment to ending the curse. They had seen the worst that Silent Ridge had to offer, yet they persevered. They understood now, this was more than an escape, this was a battle for redemption. The path to salvation, however treacherous it may be, was finally clear. The old woman's words echoed in their minds, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. They were ready to face the true test of confrontation with the manifestations of the curse, and, ultimately, the consequences of their own past actions. Their journey had only just begun. The artifacts, the ancient texts, and the horrors they had witnessed were pieces of a much larger puzzle, a puzzle that would ultimately lead them to the artifact, the key to breaking the curse and escaping the hell that was Silent Ridge forever. A confrontation with the past. The flickering candlelight cast long, dancing shadows across the church's crumbling walls, transforming familiar shapes into grotesque parodies. Hayes stumbled, his breath hitching in his throat, the air thick with a scent of damp earth and something else, something acrid and metallic, the phantom taste of blood lingering on his tongue. He hadn't been paying attention, lost in a labyrinth of his own making, a twisting maze of guilt and self-recrimination. The whispers, once a faint murmur in the background, had grown louder, coalescing into a cacophony of accusatory voices. Then it happened. The world dissolved, not with a bang or a scream, but with a slow, sickening unraveling. The cold stone beneath his feet transformed into the familiar plush carpet of his Oval Office. The decaying scent of the church gave way to the polished wood and leather of his presidential suite. But it wasn't his office, not quite. It was a warped reflection, a twisted mockery of his reality. The portraits on the wall weren't of past presidents. They were grotesquely distorted images of himself, each one representing a different failure, a broken promise, a life unlived. His reflection in the darkened glass of a nearby cabinet wasn't his own. His eyes, usually steely and controlled, were hollow, filled with a bottomless despair. His face was etched with the weight of years, not just the years he'd lived, but the years of what could have been, the lives he could have saved, the promises he'd broken. He saw the faces of victims, Not just the victims of the earthquake, but the victims of his own political machinations, their silent accusations branding him with a guilt that burned hotter than any physical fire. Each face whispered its condemnation, each image a fresh wound tearing at his soul. He was standing before a desk, the presidential seal a twisted mockery of its former glory. The papers scattered across it weren't state documents. They were his personal failings, laid bare for all to see. Letters he'd never sent, opportunities he'd let slip, and the cold, hard truth of his self-deception. He read each document as if it were a death sentence, each word a nail hammered into his emotional coffin. This was his personal hell. It wasn't Silent Ridge's malevolent energy, but a manifestation of his own deepest regrets and fears. It was the embodiment of a lifetime of self-deception, a soul-crushing weight of unfulfilled potential and broken oaths. The echoes of past conversations, the bitter regrets, the unsaid apologies, reverberated around him, assaulting his senses, suffocating his spirit. Suddenly, a harsh, discordant chime pierced the hallucinatory cacophony. The images flickered, the faces contorted into grotesque masks of pain, the documents dissolving into a swirling vortex of smoke and shadows. The room itself began to crumble, the opulent furnishings disintegrating into dust. He felt a crushing sense of dread. Was this his death? A slow, agonizing dissolution into the very essence of his own guilt. Then, just as quickly as it had begun, the hallucination ended. He found himself back in the church, gasping for breath, his heart pounding like a drum against his ribs. Sarah Mitchell was kneeling beside him, her eyes filled with a mixture of concern and understanding. The candlelight danced across her face, illuminating the worry etched into her features. "Hayes," she whispered, her voice laced with apprehension. "What happened?" He shook his head, unable to speak, his mind reeling from the intensity of the experience. The memories of his hallucination were still vivid, raw and painful, the weight of his past failures pressing down upon him with a suffocating force. The weight of it all was almost too much to bear. Mitchell gently took his hand, her touch grounding him, pulling him back from the precipice of despair. "It's all right," she murmured softly, her voice a soothing balm against the raging storm within him. "And it was just a vision, a manifestation of the curse. It's trying to break you, to exploit your weaknesses." He managed a weak nod, his gaze fixed on the blood-stained altar. The visions had been becoming increasingly frequent, increasingly intense, pushing him to the very edge of his sanity. The line between reality and hallucination had blurred, leaving him grappling with his own sanity. He felt a creeping doubt. Could he ever truly escape this place, this curse, this crushing weight of guilt, or was redemption simply an unattainable dream? Mitchell, sensing his despair, spoke again. "We have to keep going, Hayes. We've come too far to give up now. There's a way out of this, I can feel it. We just have to find the key, the way to break this curse before it completely consumes us." Her words were a lifeline, pulling him from the depths of despair. He looked at her, at the unwavering strength in her eyes, and found a spark of hope rekindling within him. He still felt the crushing weight of his past, but her presence, her belief in him, her determined resolve, gave him the strength to keep moving forward. He needed to find redemption, not just for himself, but for Silent Ridge, for all the souls lost within this cursed town. Together, they continued their exploration of the church, their movements careful, deliberate. Each step was fraught with danger, each shadow a potential threat, but they pressed on, driven by their shared determination to unearth the secret of the curse, to find the key that would unlock their escape from this nightmare. The whispers continued, growing ever more menacing, weaving themselves into their thoughts, playing on their deepest fears. But now, they were armed not only with determination but also with a shared awareness, a shared understanding of the burden they carried. They discovered more ancient texts, more disturbing artifacts. The relics spoke of forgotten gods and ancient pacts, of blood sacrifices and unspeakable horrors. Each discovery seemed to deepen the mystery, to amplify the malevolence that permeated the church's walls. Yet, with each horrifying revelation, their resolve seemed to grow stronger, the shared burden forging a bond between them that was as powerful as it was fragile. As they delved deeper into the church's shadows, Hayes began to understand the true nature of the curse. It wasn't merely a supernatural affliction. It was a mirror reflecting his own inner demons, his own failures, his own broken promises. The town of Silent Ridge was a canvas upon which his guilt was painted, a grotesque masterpiece of despair and suffering. The earthquake wasn't a random act of nature. It was the violent culmination of his own moral failings, a manifestation of his own broken heart. The confrontation with his past wasn't just a hallucinatory episode, it was a constant companion, a shadow that clung to him, whispering doubts and insecurities, testing the limits of his resilience. He knew that if he wanted to escape Silent Ridge, he had to first escape himself. He had to confront his demons, to accept responsibility for his actions, to find a way to make amends for the past. Redemption, he realized, wasn't a gift to be received, but a battle to be fought, a path to be paved with honesty, self-reflection, and an unwavering commitment to making things right. The journey was far from over, the path ahead shrouded in shadows. But for the first time, Hayes felt a flicker of hope, not a naive belief in salvation, but a grim determination to fight for it, to claw his way out of the darkness, even if it meant facing the darkest aspects of himself. The whispers intensified, the shadows deepened, but now, Hayes walked forward not with fear, but with a steely resolve, a determination to confront the past, and finally, to face his future. The Church of Shadows held its secrets close, but Hayes and Mitchell were determined to wrest them free, even if it meant facing the consequences of their past actions together. Their fight for survival had become a fight for redemption, a harrowing struggle against the shadows within and without. The final confrontation was yet to come. The nature of the curse. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and something else, something ancient and malevolent that clung to the very fabric of the church. Dust motes danced in the weak candlelight, illuminating fragments of crumbling frescoes depicting scenes of unsettling ritual and grotesque figures. Sarah Mitchell, her face pale but determined, traced a finger along a faded inscription etched into the cold stone. The script, a forgotten dialect, was painstakingly slow to decipher, each character a puzzle piece in a horrifying tapestry. Hours bled into one another, the only sound the rhythmic drip of water from a leaking roof, and the ever-present whispers that seemed to slither from the very stones themselves. Hayes, his exhaustion evident in the slump of his shoulders, watched her, a mixture of hope and dread churning within him. The visions continued to plague him, though less frequently now, the tormenting images of his past failures fading into a dull ache rather than a searing burn. But the weight of his guilt remained, a constant companion, a shadow that followed him even in the relative safety of Mitchell's focused presence. Finally, Mitchell straightened, a grim satisfaction on her face. I think I've got it," she said, her voice low and grave. "This isn't just a curse, it's a pact, a terrible bargain made long ago." She pointed to a section of the text, her finger lingering on a series of symbols that resembled stylized human figures, their limbs twisted into unnatural angles. "This depicts the sacrifice. It demands a vessel, someone of immense power, someone capable of bearing the weight of the town's sins." Hayes felt a chill crawl down his spine. The weight of the town's suffering had already been heavy on his shoulders, the burden of responsibility weighing him down. But the idea of being a vessel, a conduit for the town's collective guilt, was a terrifying prospect. He had already confronted his own personal demons, but this was something else entirely. This was a burden of unimaginable scale, a responsibility that could crush even the strongest soul. Mitchell continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "Then the texts speak of a ritual, a transfer of the curse. The sacrifice absorbs the town's collective sins, the weight of every broken promise, every act of cruelty, every moment of suffering. It's a horrific burden, and only someone with the strength, the willpower, the moral capacity to bear it can survive." Hayes shuddered. He wasn't sure he possessed such strength. He had been a man of power, a leader, but his life had been marked by compromises, by calculated decisions that had resulted in suffering. The weight of those decisions had already been breaking him, chipping away at his soul. Could he truly bear the weight of an entire town's anguish, the accumulated sins of generations? He looked at Mitchell, her face etched with worry. She was already carrying a heavy burden, her own visions, her own struggles. To ask her to shoulder this, to sacrifice herself, was unthinkable. Yet the texts made it clear. The curse demanded a sacrifice of immense power, someone capable of containing the overwhelming darkness that threatened to consume Silent Ridge. Who could that be? Hayes asked, his voice barely a breath. The question hung in the air, thick with dread and a sense of impending doom. He knew, deep down, that the answer was inevitable, that the curse was pointing towards him, choosing him as its vessel. Mitchell hesitated, her gaze fixed on the ancient texts. The text, it suggests someone who holds significant power, someone whose influence extends beyond the confines of this town, someone whose actions have had a ripple effect, affecting countless lives. Her eyes met his, and a wave of understanding passed between them, a silent acknowledgement of the terrible truth. The implication was clear, stark, and unavoidable. The curse wasn't looking for just anyone, it was looking for President Hayes. The weight of this revelation settled upon Hayes, a physical burden that threatened to crush him. The visions, the hallucinations, the constant pressure, it was all part of the curse's design, a systematic targeting of his weaknesses, his vulnerabilities, his deepest regrets. It had been testing him, probing his strength, his capacity to bear the burden. And now it had found its vessel. Days turned into nights as they continued their search, the relentless whispers growing stronger, the shadows more menacing. Mitchell discovered further details about the ritual, its intricate steps, the precise conditions required for the transfer of the curse. The more they learned, the more horrifying the reality became. The sacrifice wasn't a simple act of offering oneself, it was a complete surrender, a complete absorption of the town's pain and suffering. The ancient texts described the process in gruesome detail, each word a blow to the heart. The sacrifice would bear the weight of the town's collective sins, becoming a living embodiment of its anguish. The process wouldn't be a clean break. It would be a slow, agonizing transformation, a merging of identities, a blurring of lines between victim and vessel. The sacrifice would become one with the curse, bearing its weight, its darkness, its pain. The transformation could take days, weeks, maybe even longer. A prolonged period of suffering that Hayes knew he would need to endure. A terrible atonement for his past sins. A profound sacrifice for a potential redemption. The horrifying details left Hayes reeling. This wasn't simply a sacrifice. It was a complete annihilation of self. This was a complete relinquishment of his being, leaving nothing but the chilling essence of the town's darkness. He began to see his reflection, not as a politician or as a man, but as a vessel, a living conduit for the town's pain, a sacrifice to a terrible, unforgiving force. And then the realization dawned upon him, the truth of the pact. The curse wasn't merely a malevolent force, it was a mirror, reflecting the town's suffering back at its source, punishing him for his past failures, his broken promises, his own complicity in the town's neglect. His mind raced, desperately searching for an alternative, a loophole, a way to escape this horrifying destiny. But there was none. The texts were clear, the prophecy undeniable. The curse demanded a sacrifice, and Hayes, with the weight of his past failures and broken promises, was the perfect vessel. The weight of Silent Ridge's suffering pressed down upon him, heavier than any physical burden he had ever encountered. His body ached, his mind numbed by the relentless assault of the curse's influence. But through the darkness, a faint spark of resolve flickered. If he was to be the sacrifice, he would not succumb without a fight. He would face the darkness, not with fear, but with a quiet determination, a somber acceptance of the inevitable. He would accept the responsibility, not out of self-sacrifice, but out of a grim understanding of what was demanded of him, of what his past actions had wrought. He looked at Mitchell, her face pale but resolute, her eyes reflecting the burning determination that blazed within her heart. She understood what the curse demanded, and she would stand by him, even in the face of this ultimate sacrifice. In the desolate church, amidst the whispers and shadows, Hayes found solace in her unwavering support, a faint glimmer of hope in the impending doom. They were alone, facing the weight of a town's sins, but they faced it together, their shared burden a bond forged in the crucible of despair and the unwavering commitment to survival. The final act was yet to come, and the fate of Silent Ridge hung precariously in the balance. Hayes, sacrifice. The flickering candlelight cast long, dancing shadows across Hayes's face, highlighting the stark lines of exhaustion etched around his eyes. He looked older, wearier than his years suggested, the burden of the impending sacrifice already beginning to take its toll. He spoke, his voice a low rumble that resonated in the cavernous space of the church, a stark contrast to the unsettling whispers that seemed to emanate from the very stones themselves. "I'll do it," he said, the words hanging heavy in the air, heavy with the weight of his decision. The simple statement, devoid of any flourish or dramatic proclamation, held a profound gravity, a chilling finality. He didn't hesitate, didn't waver, didn't seek reassurance. The certainty in his voice was unnerving, a chilling acceptance of his fate. His gaze was fixed on a single flickering candle flame, as if seeking some solace, some divine intervention in the face of his impending doom. Sarah Mitchell watched him, her heart a leaden weight in her chest. The relief she'd felt at finally deciphering the ancient text was instantly replaced by a gut-wrenching despair. Hayes's sacrifice, though seemingly the only solution, felt like a crushing blow, an unbearable loss. She had come to Silent Ridge to assist the president, to offer her expertise and support. Instead, she found herself powerless, a mere observer as he prepared to offer himself to a dark, ancient entity. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the already dim light of the church. She had grown accustomed to the strange occurrences of Silent Ridge, the inexplicable phenomena. But this, the prospect of losing Hayes, pierced through her professional detachment, shattering the hardened shell she'd carefully constructed over years of navigating dangerous situations. This was different. This was personal. She moved towards him, the rough stone floor cold beneath her feet, a stark contrast to the heat rising within her. She reached out, her hand trembling slightly as she laid it upon his arm. The touch was a silent gesture of support, of shared grief, of unyielding determination. It was a promise, unspoken but deeply felt, that she would continue the fight, even if it meant facing the shadows alone. "There has to be another way," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the whispers of the church. The words felt futile, a pathetic attempt to cling to hope in the face of overwhelming despair. She knew, deep down, that there wasn't another way. The ancient texts had been explicit. The curse demanded a sacrifice, and Hayes, with his power and his guilt, was the perfect vessel. Hayes turned to her, his eyes filled with a profound sadness, a heartbreaking blend of acceptance and regret. He knew she was right, that there was no easy escape, but he also knew that he couldn't let the curse consume the town, condemn its inhabitants to an eternity of suffering. He had failed them in the past, through negligence and inaction. He would not fail them again. This was his atonement, his way of finally making amends. "It's the only way, Sarah," he said, his voice strained, his eyes searching hers for understanding. "And to town, it needs this. I have to do this." The weight of his words was immense, each syllable heavy with the weight of his decision, the burden he was about to shoulder. He saw the despair in her eyes, the struggle to accept the inevitable, but he knew she understood the gravity of the situation, the imperative of his action. He stood, tall and resolute, a beacon of grim determination in the oppressive darkness of the church. The shadows seemed to recoil from his unwavering resolve, momentarily retreating before the force of his will. But the silence, the whispers, the very air itself, remained heavy with the oppressive weight of the curse, a malevolent presence that clung to them both, a tangible force that threatened to crush their spirits. Mitchell drew a deep breath, steeling herself against the wave of despair that threatened to overwhelm her. She knew she had to be strong, not just for Hayes, but for the town, for the innocent souls who were caught in the grip of this ancient evil. She would find a way, even if the odds seemed insurmountable, even if it meant facing the darkness alone after his sacrifice. She would find a way to break the curse, to free Silent Ridge from its torment, even if it meant facing the impossible. The ritual itself, as described in the fragmented texts, was both terrifying and arcane. It involved a series of precise actions, the chanting of forgotten incantations, and the use of strange artifacts discovered hidden within the church. Each step was fraught with danger, every moment a gamble against the malevolent force that sought to claim Hayes as its vessel. They moved through the ritual meticulously, each movement deliberate and precise. The whispers intensified, the shadows grew darker, the air itself thrummed with an almost palpable energy. Hayes remained steadfast, his determination unyielding. He prepared himself, not with a sense of martyrdom, but with a quiet acceptance of the task before him. This wasn't a grand gesture of self-sacrifice, a dramatic act of heroism. This was a grim necessity, a dark atonement. The weight of his past actions, his failures, his broken promises bore down upon him. He accepted this burden as his due, a payment for the suffering he'd indirectly caused. Mitchell, meanwhile, meticulously followed the instructions laid out in the ancient texts, her every movement precise, her focus unwavering. Her own visions, the fragmented glimpses into the history of Silent Ridge, served as a guide, providing crucial insights into the intricacies of the ritual. As she prepared the final elements, she felt the crushing weight of the situation, the terrifying responsibility she bore. She had to do everything correctly, with flawless precision. One mistake, one slip-up, and everything would be lost. The final moments were agonizing. The air crackled with energy, the shadows writhed and pulsed, the whispers coalesced into a cacophony that threatened to shatter their senses. Hayes stood resolute, his body trembling, not from fear, but from the immense weight of the curse that was about to descend upon him. Mitchell, her face pale and strained, watched, her heart pounding in her chest, her breath catching in her throat. As the final incantation was uttered, a blinding light filled the church, engulfing Hayes in its ethereal glow. A wave of intense energy surged through the church, shaking the very foundations. When the light subsided, Hayes remained standing, but he was changed. His eyes glowed with an unnatural luminescence, his expression serene yet somehow distant, as if a part of him was already gone, absorbed into the darkness of the curse. The silence that followed was profound, heavy with an unspoken sense of loss and the chilling weight of an unknown future. The sacrifice was complete, but the battle was far from over. The curse remained, lurking in the shadows, and Mitchell knew their fight was only just beginning. The fate of Silent Ridge, and perhaps even more, hung precariously in the balance, dependent on the strength and resilience of a woman left alone in a place of terrible darkness. Desperate measures. The blinding light faded, leaving behind an unnerving silence punctuated only by the rhythmic drip of water from a fractured gargoyle high in the shadowed rafters. Hayes stood, seemingly unchanged, yet the subtle shift in his demeanor was palpable. A stillness had settled over him, a vacant quality in his usually sharp eyes that sent a fresh wave of icy dread through Mitchell. He was a vessel, yes, but not broken. He was altered. Panic, raw and immediate, clawed at Mitchell's throat. The ancient texts had spoken of a sacrifice, a vessel, but they hadn't detailed a reversal, a means of escape. They had described the ritual's conclusion, the silencing of the curse, but not its undoing. Hayes's sacrifice wasn't the end. It was merely a transaction, a morbid exchange. She had to find another way. Time, she realized with a sickening lurch in her stomach, was their most formidable enemy. The earthquake had already weakened the already precarious foundations of Silent Ridge. The unnatural fog, thicker now, clung to the crumbling buildings, threatening to swallow the town whole. Every passing moment brought the town, and Hayes, closer to oblivion. Her gaze darted around the cavernous church, searching for a clue, a sign, anything that might offer a lifeline. The floor beneath her feet was cold, damp stone, slick with a lingering moisture that felt strangely unnatural. The air hung heavy with the lingering scent of incense and something else, something ancient and unsettling, like decaying earth and forgotten prayers. The whispers, though quieter now, still slithered through the shadows, insidious and persistent. She remembered a detail from the fragmented texts, a mention of a hidden chamber, a secret passage beneath the altar. A desperate hope, fragile and fleeting, flickered within her. It was a long shot, a gamble with impossible odds, but it was all. She had left. She couldn't accept Hayes's sacrifice as the finality. There had to be something more, something she'd missed, some hidden detail within. The cryptic verses. With renewed determination, she moved towards the altar, her boots echoing on the stone floor. The altar itself was ancient, crafted from dark, polished wood, intricately carved with symbols that mirrored those in the ancient texts. She traced the carvings with a trembling finger, her mind frantically searching for a hidden mechanism, a secret latch, anything that might indicate the presence of the hidden chamber. Her fingers brushed against a seemingly insignificant indentation, almost imperceptible beneath the intricately carved surface. A faint click echoed in the stillness of the church. A section of the altar slowly slid open, revealing a dark, narrow passage descending into the earth. Relief washed over her, potent and immediate, a fragile reprieve in the face of overwhelming despair. This was it. This was her chance. She didn't hesitate. She descended into the passage, the cold, damp air hitting her like a physical blow. The passage was claustrophobic, the walls closing in around her, the air thick with the scent of mildew, and something else. Something acrid, something metallic. The darkness pressed against her, a suffocating blanket that threatened to swallow her whole. As her eyes adjusted, she noticed faint inscriptions on the walls of the passage, more of the ancient script she'd painstakingly deciphered. These inscriptions were different, however. These spoke not of sacrifice, but of restoration, of healing. They detailed a countercurse, a ritual that could undo the dark magic that had befallen Silent Ridge. A wave of hope, hesitant but powerful, surged through her. The passage led to a small, circular chamber, dimly lit by a single shaft of light piercing through a crack in the ceiling high above. In the center of the chamber was a stone basin, filled with clear, shimmering water. Around the basin were arranged several artifacts, their surfaces glowing faintly. These artifacts were clearly connected to the symbols she'd seen throughout the church and the passage, a confirmation of her discovery, a validation of her desperate hope. The instructions, etched into the stone basin, were explicit and precise. It wasn't a simple reversal, but a complex ritual requiring a precise sequence of actions, the correct recitation of ancient incantations, and the careful manipulation of the artifacts surrounding the basin. It demanded both skill and precision, a perfect blend of knowledge and intuition. The weight of responsibility pressed down on her, heavy and suffocating. One mistake, one misstep, and everything would be lost. She began the ritual, her movements precise and deliberate. She chanted the incantations, her voice echoing in the confined space, her words imbued with a mixture of fear, hope, and unwavering determination. As she manipulated the artifacts, the chamber vibrated with an almost palpable energy. The water in the basin began to glow, its luminescence growing brighter with each passing moment. The ritual was long and arduous, testing her physical and mental endurance to its limits. Her hands trembled, her body ached, and her mind struggled to keep pace with the complex sequence of actions. But she persisted, fueled by the hope of saving Hayes, of saving Silent Ridge, of breaking the curse that had held the town captive for centuries. As the final incantation was uttered, a powerful wave of energy surged through the chamber, washing over her in a wave of warmth and light. The light intensified, illuminating the chamber with a radiant glow that seemed to banish the darkness clinging to the walls. The artifacts pulsed with light, then dimmed, as if their power had been expended. The water in the basin calmed, its luminescence fading to a gentle shimmer. The ritual was complete. She rushed back to the main church, her heart pounding in her chest. Hayes was still standing where she'd left him, his eyes still glowing with an unnatural light. But as she approached, she noticed a subtle change. The vacant stillness had vanished, replaced by a flicker of recognition, a spark of his former self. As she reached him, the unnatural luminescence in his eyes faded. He looked at her, and for the first time since the ritual had begun, a genuine smile touched his lips. The curse was broken. The sacrifice was undone. They had escaped the clutches of Silent Ridge, but the scars remained, etched into both their minds and the town itself, a chilling testament to the darkness they had faced and conquered. Their escape from Silent Ridge was a triumph, but it was also a reminder that even in victory, the shadows linger. The horrors witnessed, the sacrifices made, and the battles fought would forever haunt them. Their journey was far from over. The darkness they faced was only a prelude to a future still shrouded in uncertain shadows. The escape plan. The metallic tang in the air intensified as she pressed deeper into the passage, the scent now undeniably the smell of blood, old and cloying. The inscriptions on the walls became more frequent, the ancient script flowing like a dark river across the damp stone. She traced the glyphs with her gloved fingers, their meaning slowly unfolding in her mind, a counterpoint to the chilling narrative of sacrifice she'd encountered before. These were not warnings of doom, but instructions for survival, a path towards healing. Each symbol was a step, each glyph a precise instruction in a complex ritual aimed at undoing the curse. The claustrophobia was becoming unbearable, the air thick and heavy, pressing down on her chest. She felt a growing sense of urgency, a primal fear gnawing at the edges of her resolve. Every breath was a struggle, every step measured against the encroaching darkness. The passage seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting and turning with a malevolent intelligence, as if testing her will, her determination. She pushed on, driven by the fragile hope flickering within her, a fragile ember against the encroaching night. Finally, the passage opened into a small circular chamber. A shaft of pale light filtered through a crack high above, illuminating a scene of otherworldly beauty and terrifying power. In the center stood a stone basin, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, filled with water that shimmered with an ethereal light. Around the basin lay several artifacts, their surfaces glowing faintly, pulsing with a subdued energy that resonated deep within her bones. Each object seemed to hum with a power both ancient and terrifying, a tangible manifestation of the supernatural forces at play. The inscriptions on the basin itself were clearer, more detailed than those on the passage walls. They were not merely symbols, but instructions, a precise and complex sequence of actions that needed to be followed without error. The ritual was described in intricate detail, the specific order in which the artifacts had to be manipulated, the precise incantations that had to be chanted, the subtle movements required to channel the energy flowing through the chamber. The weight of responsibility pressed down on her, crushing, suffocating. One wrong move, one misspoken word, and not only would Hayes be lost, but Silent Ridge might be consumed by a darkness that would swallow it whole. She studied the artifacts, each one unique and imbued with a palpable sense of power. There was a twisted silver amulet, its surface etched with symbols that mirrored those on the walls, a smooth obsidian orb that seemed to absorb and reflect light in equal measure, and a intricately carved wooden staff, its surface worn smooth by time and touched by the passage of countless hands. Each object hummed with a subtle energy, a palpable connection to the ancient forces at play. The air crackled with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, she began the ritual. The instructions were clear, precise, leaving no room for doubt or hesitation. The incantations, when spoken aloud, echoed in the confines of the chamber, weaving a spell that felt both ancient and strangely new. Her voice, at first hesitant and trembling, gained strength as she continued, the words flowing from her lips like a river of pure will and unwavering determination. As she manipulated the artifacts, the chamber vibrated with energy, a wave of power that pulsed through her very being. The water in the basin began to glow, its luminescence growing stronger, bathing the chamber in an ethereal light that banished the shadows clinging to the walls. The air hummed with energy, a tangible force that filled her with both exhilaration and terror. The ritual was arduous, demanding every ounce of her physical and mental strength. Hours passed, each moment stretching into an eternity. Her hands ached, her throat was raw, and her mind was stretched taut, struggling to maintain focus, to remember the sequence of actions, the precise order of the incantations. Yet she pressed on, her resolve unshaken, driven by a desperate need to save Hayes, to redeem Silent Ridge, to break the curse that had held the town captive for centuries. The final incantation hung in the air, a potent spell that resonated with the ancient power of the chamber. As she spoke the final words, the chamber vibrated violently, the artifacts glowing with blinding intensity. A wave of energy surged through the chamber, washing over her like a tidal wave of pure power. The light intensified, blinding, almost unbearable, before slowly fading, leaving behind a serene calmness. The artifacts dimmed, their energy spent, their power exhausted. The water in the basin, once glowing brightly, had calmed, its shimmer subdued, its surface serene and still. The ritual was complete. Her heart pounding a wild rhythm against her ribs, Mitchell raced back towards the church, the passage seeming to shrink, the way seeming clearer, more familiar now that the weight of the ritual was lifted. The church stood before her, a looming silhouette against the unnatural fog. The darkness that had held Silent Ridge in its grip seemed to recede just slightly as she approached. The silence was palpable, thick, heavy, the same silence she had known earlier, but this time it wasn't filled with a dread of inevitable doom, but with a sense of anticipation of hope. Hayes still stood where she had left him, his form unchanged, yet his aura shifting slightly. The vacant stillness that had settled over him earlier was gradually fading, replaced by a glimmer of something else. Recognition? A hint of the man she knew was slowly returning to the vessel. As she approached, the unnatural luminescence in his eyes faded, replaced by the familiar glint of his intelligence, the sharpness of his gaze. He looked at her, and for the first time since the ritual began, a genuine smile touched his lips. The curse was broken, the sacrifice was undone. Their escape from Silent Ridge had begun, but the scars remained, a permanent etching on both their souls and the town itself. The escape was a victory, but the victory itself was tinged with a profound sense of loss. The horrors they'd faced, the sacrifices they'd made, the battles they'd fought, would forever haunt them. Silent Ridge was free, but their journey was far from over. The escape was just the beginning, a prelude to a future still shrouded in uncertain shadows. Their ordeal had left an indelible mark on their souls, a lingering echo of a darkness that, while defeated, would forever be a part of them. The memories, the visions, and the chilling echoes of the whispers would continue to haunt them long after they left the cursed town. Their victory was hard-earned, but bittersweet, a reminder that even in the face of the darkest horrors, hope could persist and a way out, though arduous, could still be found. The crumbling town. The ground lurched beneath their feet, a violent tremor shaking the very foundations of the crumbling church. Dust rained down from the cracked ceiling, coating their hair and clothes in a fine layer of grey. Hayes stumbled, his hand instinctively reaching out to steady himself against the crumbling stone wall. Mitchell reacted instantly, grabbing his arm, her grip firm and reassuring. The earthquake, a brief but violent spasm of the earth's fury, was over almost as quickly as it had begun, leaving behind a silence punctuated only by the drip, drip, drip of water seeping through the fractured stone. But the respite was short-lived. A deep crack spiderwebbed across the stone floor, widening with an ominous groan that seemed to echo the town's silent despair. The air grew heavy with the scent of dust and decay, the oppressive weight of the crumbling town pressing down on them. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at the edges of Mitchell's composure. They couldn't stay here. The church, once a sanctuary, was rapidly becoming their tomb. They moved as one, a practiced dance of survival honed in countless covert operations. Hayes, despite his weakened state, moved with surprising agility, his years of physical training kicking in. Mitchell led the way, her senses heightened, her eyes scanning the treacherous terrain for a viable escape route. Each step was a gamble, each movement a calculated risk in a landscape that seemed intent on swallowing them whole. The fog, once a mere inconvenience, had thickened into a palpable entity, a swirling mass that obscured their vision, distorted their sense of direction. It clung to them, a suffocating blanket that dampened their clothes and chilled them to the bone. It was no longer a meteorological phenomenon, it had become a living thing, a malevolent force that seemed to feed on their fear, their desperation. They moved through it blindly, their hands outstretched, feeling their way through the labyrinthine streets of the collapsing town. The sounds of Silent Ridge were now a destruction, cacophony of the groan of collapsing buildings, the screech of grinding stone, the unsettling whisper of the wind weaving through the ruins. Every creak and groan of the aging structures felt like an ominous warning, a reminder of the precariousness of their situation. They moved through streets choked with rubble, dodging falling debris, navigating a landscape transformed into a chaotic wasteland. As they stumbled through a narrow alleyway, a section of the wall collapsed behind them, burying the route they had just traversed in a cloud of dust and debris. The alleyway itself was riddled with cracks, the foundations shifting and groaning under the relentless pressure of the earth's upheaval. Mitchell felt a cold dread gripping her heart. This wasn't simply an earthquake. This was a deliberate act of destruction, as if the town itself was actively resisting their escape. The fog thickened further, making it almost impossible to see more than a few feet in front of them. They could feel the chilling tendrils of the supernatural force, a palpable presence that seemed to feed on their fear, their desperate struggle for survival. The fog wasn't just obscuring their sight, it was manipulating their senses, twisting their perception of reality. Familiar landmarks shifted and changed, becoming distorted and unrecognizable in the swirling mist. Hayes, despite the physical toll of the ordeal, maintained a surprising level of composure. He relied on his instincts, his years of experience guiding him through the chaos. He moved with a purpose that belied his exhaustion, his focus unwavering. But even his resilience was being tested. The relentless assault on their senses, the constant threat of collapse, the oppressive weight of the supernatural force, all of it was taking its toll. The rhythmic tremors continued, each one a harsh reminder of the fragility of their situation. It was as if the earth itself was conspiring against their escape, determined to keep them trapped within its malevolent grasp. They stumbled through what had once been a bustling town square, now reduced to a desolate wasteland of rubble and fractured buildings. The ground was treacherous, riddled with unseen crevices and sinkholes that threatened to swallow them whole. Mitchell caught a glimpse of something through a momentary break in the fog, the edge of the town, a faint glimmer of light in the distance. Hope, a fragile flame, flickered within her chest. They were close. But the path to freedom wasn't a straight line. It was a treacherous labyrinth of crumbling buildings, shifting ground, and an ever-thickening fog that seemed to feed on their despair. A massive section of a building crumbled ahead, blocking their path. They had to find another way around, and quickly. Time, already their most precious commodity, was running out. The town, it seemed, was fighting back, determined to keep them prisoner within its suffocating embrace. The relentless earthquakes, the treacherous terrain, and the insidious fog were not merely natural phenomena. They were weapons, employed by a malevolent force intent on preventing their escape. They pressed on, their bodies aching, their spirits weary, but their determination unwavering. The fight for survival had become a desperate race against time, a desperate struggle against the forces of nature and the supernatural alike. The edge of the town seemed tantalizingly close, yet impossibly far. Every step was a struggle, every breath a challenge. The fog seemed to grow denser with each passing moment, their movements slower and more labored. The ground trembled incessantly, making every step a potential disaster. The weight of their shared ordeal, the physical exhaustion and the psychological strain, became almost unbearable. The town itself felt alive, malevolent, actively working to prevent their escape. This wasn't just an earthquake-ravaged town, it was a prison, a sentient entity, defending its dark secrets. The ancient curse hadn't simply been broken, it was fighting back with the force of its despair. Mitchell and Hayes, bound together by their shared experience and their desperate struggle for survival, pushed forward. The faint glimmer of light at the edge of town, their only beacon of hope, flickered in and out of view as the fog intensified. They were running out of time, out of strength, but they were not giving up. The escape from Silent Ridge, far from being a simple matter of leaving, had transformed into a brutal and harrowing fight for their very lives. Their journey was far from over. The town, despite the broken curse, remained a formidable adversary, a chase through the ruins, The tremor subsided, leaving behind an unnerving silence broken only by the drip of water and the rasping of their own breaths. But the respite was deceptive. The very air thrummed with a malevolent energy, a palpable sense of dread that clung to them like the suffocating fog. The path ahead was treacherous, a labyrinth of crumbling buildings and choked alleyways, each step a gamble. This was no longer a simple escape, it was a desperate chase, a relentless pursuit through a town determined to keep them prisoner. The fog, thick and swirling, distorted their vision, transforming familiar landmarks into grotesque parodies. Buildings seemed to shift and writhe, their outlines blurring and reforming in the oppressive mist. The ground beneath their feet was unstable, a treacherous landscape of fractured pavements and yawning chasms. Each footfall was a test of their balance, a gamble against the unpredictable nature of the ruined town. It felt as if the town itself was alive, a malevolent entity actively working to prevent their escape. Suddenly, a section of the collapsed road gave way beneath Hayes's foot, sending him tumbling into a hidden crevice. Mitchell reacted instantly, grabbing his outstretched hand, her grip tightening as she pulled him back from the abyss. The sharp edges of broken stones scraped against his skin, drawing blood, but he held on, his grip unwavering. The adrenaline coursing through his veins masked the pain, fueling his desperate struggle. He pulled himself free, his breath ragged, his body trembling with the aftershock of near-fatal fall. They pressed on, their escape fueled by a desperate urgency. The unseen force was relentless, its presence felt in the shifting ground, the eerie whispers in the wind, the sudden collapses of seemingly solid structures. It was as if the town itself was alive, a malevolent entity actively working against them. Every creak and groan of the buildings seemed to mock their efforts, every shadow seemed to conceal a new danger. A monstrous crack split the earth ahead of them, widening with a terrifying groan. The ground trembled, sending waves of shuddering through their bodies. Before they could react, a section of the road collapsed, creating a chasm that stretched for several yards. They were trapped. For a moment, despair threatened to overwhelm them. They were surrounded, their escape route blocked by a gaping maw in the earth, the relentless pressure of the unseen force growing stronger. The fog thickened, the air heavy with the scent of decay and something else, something ancient, something malevolent. It was a suffocating blend of earthy decay and a chilling, almost metallic scent, hinting at something inhuman, something ancient and dark lurking within. Hayes, drawing on his reserves of resilience, pulled himself together. He surveyed the situation, his mind calculating their options. They couldn't go back. The way behind them was as impassable as the way ahead. They had to find a way around. He scanned the crumbling walls of the buildings flanking the chasm, searching for a weakness, a point of entry. He spotted a crumbling section of wall, barely held together by a few weakened stones. It was risky, precarious, but it was their only chance. "Mitchell," he said, his voice barely a whisper above the groaning of the earth. "I'm going to try and climb over. Secure this section of wall. Make sure it doesn't give way." Mitchell nodded, her face grim with determination. She braced herself against the crumbling wall, her body tense, her eyes fixed on the precarious structure. Hayes began his ascent, his movements cautious, each step deliberate. The stones crumbled under his weight, sending a shower of dust and debris raining down. The wall groaned in protest, the sound echoing the deep unease in Mitchell's heart. He reached the top, his arms aching, his body trembling with exhaustion. He pulled himself over the edge, his heart pounding. In his chest, he turned to help Mitchell, but before he could reach her, the section of the wall behind them collapsed with a thunderous roar, plunging them into darkness. The darkness was absolute, a suffocating blanket that enveloped them in a chilling embrace. The air was thick with the scent of dust and decay, the sound of crumbling stone a constant reminder of their perilous situation. They were trapped in a subterranean labyrinth, the air growing thinner with each passing moment. They stumbled through the darkness, their hands outstretched, feeling their way through the maze of crumbling walls and narrow passageways. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, treacherous, littered with debris and hidden obstacles. They moved with the practiced caution of seasoned operatives, their senses heightened, their every move a calculated risk. As they navigated the labyrinth, they encountered strange symbols etched into the walls, cryptic markings that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. They were ancient, indecipherable, yet they exuded an aura of power, a sense of chilling malevolence. They were evidence of the ancient rituals, a testament to the dark history of Silent Ridge. The subterranean labyrinth seemed to stretch on forever, a maze of endless corridors and hidden chambers. The air grew colder, the darkness deeper, the sense of dread intensifying with each passing moment. The unseen force was closing in, its presence felt in the chilling drafts of air, the unsettling whispers in the darkness, the sudden collapses of the unstable ground. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance. Hope, fragile yet tenacious, rekindled in their hearts. They pressed on, their bodies aching, their spirits weary, but their determination unwavering. The light grew brighter, drawing them towards it like a beacon in the overwhelming darkness. They stumbled into a vast cavern, the source of the light revealing itself as a narrow fissure high above, letting in the pale light of dawn. They had made it. They were out of the labyrinth, but not out of danger. The ruins of Silent Ridge still surrounded them, the unseen force still lurking, waiting for its chance to strike again. The race was far from over. The escape from the subterranean labyrinth was only a temporary reprieve, a brief respite in their desperate flight from Silent Ridge and the malevolent force that haunted it. The ruins of the town stretched before them, a dangerous maze of collapsing buildings and treacherous terrain. Their journey was far from over. The chase continued, a desperate struggle for survival against the forces of nature and the supernatural. The fight for their lives was still far from being won. The town, its secrets buried deep within its ruins, continued to resist, to fight back, determined to keep its dark past hidden from the light. Chaos, deterioration. The pale light of dawn, filtering through the fissure above, cast long skeletal shadows across the cavern floor, illuminating the ravages wrought upon Hayes. His once sharp features were now gaunt and drawn, his eyes shadowed with a dark exhaustion that went beyond mere fatigue. The escape from the labyrinth had been a brutal ordeal, and its toll was evident. His skin, once firm and tanned, now bore an unnatural pallor, stretched taut over bone. Dark patches, like spreading bruises, marred his flesh, hinting at a deeper, more sinister affliction. Mitchell, her face etched with worry, knelt beside him, her hand resting lightly on his arm. The coldness of his skin sent a shiver down her spine. It wasn't the chill of the cavern, it was a chilling, unnatural coldness that spoke of decay, of something profoundly wrong. His breath hitched in ragged gasps, each inhalation a struggle, each exhalation a whisper of death. His body, once a symbol of strength and authority, was succumbing to an unseen enemy, a force far more powerful than any earthly ailment. He looked up at her, his eyes flickering with an unsettling light, a mixture of pain and something else, something dark and alien. His voice, when he spoke, was a mere rasp, barely audible above the dripping water. "It's consuming me," he whispered, his words laced with a chilling despair. The clarity of his words was a fleeting moment, a brief respite from the fog that was increasingly clouding his mind. His mental state was as erratic and unpredictable as the crumbling earth beneath their feet. Moments of lucidity where his intellect shone through were interspersed with episodes of terrifying madness, where his eyes would glaze over, his words becoming incoherent ravings. One moment he would be the strong, decisive leader she knew, the next a tormented soul lost in the throes of a terrifying nightmare. His visions, vivid and terrifying, seemed to be both real and imagined, blurring the line between his subconscious and the tangible reality of Silent Ridge. He spoke of twisted figures emerging from the fog, of whispering voices that promised power in exchange for his soul, of ancient rituals conducted under the light of a malevolent moon. The visions left him trembling, his body racked with fear and convulsive tremors. The curse, it was clear, was working its insidious magic, twisting his body and mind, driving him to the brink of insanity. Mitchell, witnessing his deterioration, felt a wave of despair wash over her. She knew she had to find a way to break the curse, to save him, but the task seemed insurmountable. The answers, the key to salvation, were hidden somewhere within the ruins of Silent Ridge, buried deep within the town's dark history. His hallucinations became increasingly vivid, blurring the lines between reality and nightmare. One moment he saw Sarah, her face contorted in an expression of unimaginable grief. The next he was surrounded by shadowy figures chanting ancient incantations, their voices weaving a symphony of darkness around him. He would scream, his voice raw and full of terror, as the shadowy figures reached out to him, their icy fingers brushing against his skin. His lucidity would return only in fits and starts, leaving him in a state of exhausted confusion, his memories fragmented and chaotic. He would speak of broken promises, of decisions made that cast a long shadow of regret across his life. These were not mere hallucinations, they were his conscience, manifesting itself in the form of the curse. The curse was a reflection of his deepest guilt and regret, a manifestation of the weight of his past actions. The physical manifestations of the curse were just as harrowing. His body was deteriorating at an alarming rate. The dark patches on his skin spread, morphing into festering sores that oozed a viscous black fluid. His hair, once neatly combed, now hung in tangled, lifeless strands. His nails grew long and brittle, his skin assuming a sickly yellow hue. He was slowly wasting away, his body consumed by the malevolent entity that had taken hold of Silent Ridge. His strength ebbed away, replaced by an alarming frailty. He could barely stand, his body weak and trembling. His once powerful voice was reduced to a pained whisper. His words often trailed off into incomprehensible mumbles. He looked like a dying man, a husk of his former self, consumed by the very darkness he had sought to escape. Mitchell desperately searched for any sign of the ritual site, any clue that could help her break the curse. She knew that time was running out. Hayes was rapidly succumbing to the curse, his physical and mental state deteriorating with each passing moment. His mind, already fragmented by the visions and hallucinations, was teetering on the brink of total collapse. The longer they remained in Silent Ridge, the less hope there was of saving him. The weight of responsibility pressed down on her. She was not only racing against time, but against the relentless force of the curse. She had to find a solution, and she had to find it fast. The fate of Hayes, and perhaps even Silent Ridge itself, rested on her shoulders. The chilling whispers in the wind seemed to mock her efforts. The crumbling buildings seemed to loom over her like menacing specters, constantly reminding her of the relentless pressure of time. She knew that Silent Ridge held the answers. Somewhere within its decaying ruins lay the key to breaking the curse, the means to save Hayes. But the town was a labyrinth of secrets and shadows, a place where the line between reality and nightmare had blurred, where ancient evil lurked in every corner. She had to find the heart of the darkness, confront the malevolent force that held Hayes captive, and fight for his life. The fate of Hayes and the town lay in the balance, waiting for her to find the answers that hid amongst the treacherous paths, before it was too late. Her race against time was far from over. The unseen force continued its relentless assault on Hayes, making this a battle not only against time, but also against an ancient evil determined to claim its prize. The fight for their survival had reached its climax, and only Mitchell's courage and determination stood between them and the horrifying consequences of the curse. The desperate struggle continued, testing their limits both physically and mentally as they navigated the ever-increasing danger surrounding them. Gathering the artifacts, the air hung thick and heavy, a suffocating blanket woven from the stench of decay and the lingering scent of damp earth. Each crumbling building seemed to whisper secrets, its fractured walls a testament to Silent Ridge's long history of neglect and the recent cataclysm. Mitchell pressed onward, her boots crunching on broken glass and shattered masonry, the echoes of her footsteps swallowed by the oppressive silence. She clutched the tattered map, its ink blurring at the edges, a lifeline in this desolate landscape. The map, painstakingly pieced together from fragmented journal entries and whispered local legends, guided her towards the scattered remnants of the ancient ritual sites. Her heart pounded a frantic rhythm against her ribs, a counterpoint to the ominous stillness. The urgency was palpable, a suffocating weight pressing down on her. Hayes's condition was worsening by the minute. The curse was consuming him, leaving him a frail shell, barely clinging to life. Each moment felt like an eternity, each step a gamble in a desperate race against the inexorable march of time. The first artifact was located deep within the ruins of the old church, its spire now a jagged tooth against the bruised sky. The air within was frigid, carrying the weight of centuries of unanswered prayers and untold sorrows. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that pierced the shattered stained glass windows, illuminating the skeletal remains of pews and the decaying altar. The artifact, a tarnished silver chalice, lay nestled amongst the debris, its surface etched with cryptic symbols that seemed to writhe beneath her gaze. She felt a prickling sensation on her skin, a subtle warning of the malevolent energy it held, but she ignored it, her resolve hardened by the gravity of the situation. The chalice, according to the map, held the concentrated essence of the town's ancient faith, a faith now twisted and corrupted by the malevolent force that had ensnared Silent Ridge. The second artifact, a weathered bone flute, was hidden within the overgrown cemetery, nestled amongst the neglected headstones. The air here was even more chilling, thick with the spectral presence of the departed. As she navigated the tangled undergrowth, the sense of being watched intensified, the whispers of the wind weaving themselves into chilling murmurs that seemed to echo from beyond the grave. Locating the flute was a task fraught with peril. She had to carefully avoid triggering ancient wards that seemed to guard this sacred ground. The flute, imbued with the sorrow and lament of generations past, resonated with an almost palpable sadness, making her heart heavy with the weight of their shared history. The final artifact, a worn, leather-bound grimoire, proved to be the most challenging to find. It was hidden within the collapsed remains of the town's ancient library, a place where time seemed to bend and twist, the air heavy with the lingering scent of forgotten knowledge and dusty tomes. The library was a labyrinth of shattered shelves and collapsed ceilings, a testament to the destructive power of the earthquake. But it was here, in the heart of the ruins, that she found the grimoire, its pages filled with faded script, offering a tantalizing glimpse into the town's dark history and the origins of the curse that bound Silent Ridge to its fate. Its knowledge was the key to breaking the curse, but the grimoire also pulsed with a dangerous energy, a palpable sense of warning. The journey itself was a gauntlet of peril. The fog, thick and ever-present, obscured her vision, making navigation treacherous. The ground beneath her feet was unstable, riddled with fissures and sinkholes, threatening to swallow her whole. The shadows seemed to writhe and shift, their amorphous forms taunting her with fleeting glimpses of grotesque shapes, remnants of the malevolent presence that lurked just beyond her perception. At times, she felt a bone-chilling touch, an icy caress that seemed to drain the warmth from her very soul. It was more than just a physical challenge, it was a test of her will, her courage and her resolve. She had to rely on her instincts and her wits to survive, battling not only the physical obstacles but also the psychological warfare waged against her by the ancient evil. Gathering the artifacts wasn't simply a matter of locating them, it was a matter of deciphering their meaning and understanding their significance. Each artifact held a piece of the puzzle, a fragment of the knowledge required to break the curse. The chalice represented the town's corrupted faith, the flute channeled the collective sorrow of its inhabitants, and the grimoire contained the forbidden knowledge of the ritual itself. She had to decipher the language of the symbols etched on the chalice, interpret the mournful melodies of the flute, and understand the ancient incantations described in the grimoire. Each task demanded precision, patience, and a deep understanding of the history of Silent Ridge. Time was relentlessly pressing down upon her, each passing moment tightening the noose around Hayes's life. She was constantly fighting off the temptation to abandon her mission, to focus solely on rescuing Hayes, who remained imprisoned by the curse. But she knew that only by fulfilling this task could she offer him any hope of redemption. The weight of responsibility was immense, pushing her to the very limits of her endurance. She pushed herself relentlessly, driven by an adrenaline-fueled intensity and the desperate hope of finding salvation. The struggle felt endless, and the crushing weight of the task was never far from her mind. The deeper she delved into Silent Ridge's dark history, the more horrifying the truth became. She discovered that the curse was not some random malevolence, it was a consequence of a pact made long ago, a deal struck in desperation and sealed in blood. The town's founders, driven by fear and greed, had made a sacrifice to a malevolent entity, binding themselves to a terrible fate. The earthquake was not a random act of nature. It was a consequence of that ancient pact, a manifestation of the entity's displeasure. And now, Hayes, through his own failures and broken promises, was destined to pay the price. The realization both horrified and emboldened her. It was not enough to simply gather the artifacts. She had to understand the nature of the pact, the conditions of the curse, and the means of breaking it. She had to find a way to undo the original sacrifice, to appease the entity, and to free Silent Ridge from its eternal torment. The grimoire offered cryptic hints, but the information was fragmented, incomplete, often contradictory. She felt like a detective piecing together a shattered puzzle, each piece hinting at a bigger, more terrifying picture. She spent hours poring over the ancient texts, deciphering the cryptic symbols and deciphering the archaic language. Sleep was a luxury she could not afford, fueled by adrenaline, fear, and the desperate hope of saving both herself and Hayes. As she pieced together the fragments of the ritual, a chilling realization dawned upon her. The counter-ritual required a sacrifice, a substitution of Hayes's life for something else, something equivalent in value to the sacrifice made by the town's founders. The grimoire held a clue, a hidden passage that spoke of a legendary artifact, an object of immense power that could replace Hayes in the pact. Finding this artifact was her final, and perhaps most perilous, task. It was hidden somewhere deep within the labyrinthine tunnels beneath Silent Ridge, a place where the very fabric of reality seemed to fray. The race against time intensified. Hayes's condition continued to deteriorate. His breaths grew shallower, his body colder, his mind slipping further into the abyss. The shadows seemed to grow longer, more menacing, constantly taunting her. She moved swiftly, driven by desperation and a deep sense of dread. Her every move felt like a gamble. Each step brought her closer to the potential salvation of Hayes, but also exposed her to the escalating malevolence of the entity that possessed Silent Ridge. The weight of her choices weighed heavily upon her. Each decision was a calculated risk. She knew one wrong step could seal their fates. But she persisted, driven by the knowledge that failure was not an option. The fate of Hayes, the town, perhaps even the world, hung in the balance. The desperation intensified, the need to find a solution increasing exponentially as every minute chipped away at Hayes's life force. This race against time was a desperate struggle for survival, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Preparing the ritual site, the fog, once a mere impediment, had now become a suffocating presence, a sentient entity that seemed to writhe and pulse with malevolent intent. It no longer merely obscured vision, it actively sought to disorient, to trap, to consume. Each step forward felt like wading through a viscous, clinging substance, each breath a struggle against its oppressive weight. The air itself seemed charged, crackling with an unnatural energy that prickled her skin and sent shivers down her spine. The wind, when it dared to penetrate the dense fog, carried whispers, chilling murmurs that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the darkness, warnings of unseen dangers and impending doom. Finding a suitable location for the counter-ritual was proving to be far more challenging than she had anticipated. The map, her only guide, offered cryptic clues, referencing places long since swallowed by the earthquake and the encroaching fog. The ancient ritual sites, once carefully marked and maintained, were now indistinguishable from the surrounding devastation. She stumbled through the ruins, her senses overwhelmed by the cacophony of crumbling masonry, the groans of the earth, and the whispering fog. The silence itself was a pressure, a weight bearing down upon her, amplifying the frantic rhythm of her heartbeat. The sense of being watched was constant, an ever-present feeling that coiled around her like a venomous serpent, ready to strike. Time, her most formidable enemy, relentlessly ticked away. Hayes's condition was rapidly deteriorating. His breaths were shallow and ragged, his skin clammy and cold, his eyes glazed over with the distant look of someone adrift in a sea of shadows. The curse was consuming him, stripping away his life force, leaving behind only a fragile shell. Each moment was a gamble, each breath a prayer, each step a desperate act in a race against an inevitable end. She consulted the grimoire again, the worn leather cool against her trembling fingers. The cryptic script seemed to writhe before her eyes, the ink bleeding into the damp pages like a spreading stain. The passage detailing the ritual site spoke of a place of convergence, a point where the ley lines of Silent Ridge intersected, creating a nexus of supernatural energy. It described a hidden grove, shrouded in perpetual twilight, untouched by the earthquake and shielded from the malevolent fog. But its exact location remained a mystery, hidden behind layers of obfuscation and coded language. The challenge was not merely finding this hidden grove, it was preparing it for the ritual. The grimoire contained specific instructions outlining intricate preparations and demanding precise placement of the artifacts. The chalice, the flute, and the grimoire itself had to be arranged in a specific geometric pattern, reflecting the constellation visible only at the time of the original pact. The air had to be cleansed of the malevolent energy that permeated Silent Ridge, a task that seemed almost impossible given the overwhelming presence of the entity. The ground itself had to be consecrated, a process involving ancient incantations and offerings that demanded both courage and a deep understanding of the ritual's significance. The darkness pressed in from all sides, threatening to engulf her. The shadows danced and twisted, taking on grotesque and menacing forms. She felt a chilling presence, a malevolent energy that seemed to feed on her fear and uncertainty. The whispers in the fog intensified, becoming almost audible, filling her mind with images of unspeakable horrors and chilling visions of her impending doom. Her own fear was a weapon against her, weakening her resolve and clouding her judgment. But she pushed on, fueled by a desperate need to save Hayes and a steely determination to confront the ancient evil. She moved deeper into the heart of the fog, her resolve hardening with each step. The ground became uneven, treacherous, each footfall a test of balance and instinct. She found herself navigating a labyrinth of shattered buildings, fallen trees, and gaping fissures in the earth, the ground unstable and ready to swallow her whole. The sense of being watched was intensified, the feeling of unseen eyes boring into her back, a constant reminder of the lurking malevolence. The grimoire offered further instructions, a series of cryptic riddles and symbolic clues. She had to decipher their meaning, to translate them into practical steps, to prepare the ritual site for the counter-ritual. It was a race against time, a battle against the pervasive darkness, and a fight against the insidious whispers that clawed at her sanity. The fog seemed to intensify, its oppressive weight pressing down upon her, making every breath a struggle. The whispers grew louder, their malevolent suggestions seeping into her mind, tempting her to give up, to succumb to despair. But she fought back, drawing strength from her determination, her resilience, and the deep love and respect she felt for Hayes. The image of his frail form, his fading life force, spurred her on, driving her forward with a relentless energy that defied the creeping despair. She pushed past the limitations of her physical endurance, her mental strength tested to its absolute breaking point. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, she found it, the hidden grove. It was a small clearing, hidden deep within the ruins, a pocket of relative tranquility in a world consumed by chaos and darkness. The air here was different, cleaner, less charged with the malevolent energy that permeated the rest of Silent Ridge. The fog thinned, allowing shafts of pale sunlight to pierce the oppressive gloom, illuminating the ancient trees and the overgrown undergrowth. It was as if this small space had been somehow shielded from the malevolent force that had consumed the town. The clearing felt ancient, sacred, imbued with a strange energy that both awed and intimidated her. The trees were gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching skyward like skeletal arms. The ground was soft and damp beneath her feet, the air thick with the scent of decaying leaves and moist earth. A sense of profound stillness descended upon her, a silence so profound that it felt almost tangible. Here, in this hidden sanctuary, she began the arduous task of preparing the ritual site. Following the meticulous instructions in the grimoire, she carefully arranged the artifacts, her movements precise and deliberate. She chanted the ancient incantations, her voice trembling at first, but gaining strength and clarity as she proceeded. She cleansed the ground, consecrated the space, and invoked the ancient energies that she hoped would counter the malevolent force that had bound Silent Ridge to its fate. The weight of her task felt immense, the consequences of failure incomprehensible. Yet, she pressed forward, driven by her determination to save Hayes and break the curse that had held the town captive for so long. The final act of preparation was to ensure the circle was correctly aligned with the celestial bodies, a process that demanded both precise timing and an accurate understanding of the ancient cosmology. The fate of Silent Ridge and Hayes hung precariously in the balance. The final act of preparation felt as heavy as the impending doom, a task that would determine the course of their destiny. The air crackled with anticipation, a tangible sense of dread mixed with an elusive hope. The counter-ritual begins. The grimoire instructed her to draw the circle of power using the consecrated branch of elderwood, its bark still damp with the dew of the hidden grove. The wood felt strangely alive beneath her touch, pulsing with a faint internal warmth that counteracted the chilling dampness of the earth. As she traced the circle, the air around her shimmered, the twilight deepening momentarily before returning to a muted grey. The silence remained profound, broken only by the soft sigh of the wind through the ancient trees. It was a silence pregnant with anticipation, heavy with the weight of the impending ritual. The positioning of the artifacts was crucial. The chalice, made of obsidian and etched with ancient runes, had to be placed at the northernmost point of the circle, aligned with the constellation of Ursa Major, a celestial guide marking the time of the original pact. Its surface reflected the pale light filtering through the canopy, its glassy depths mirroring the apprehensive anxiety in her own eyes. The flute, fashioned from a single piece of bone, its surface smooth with age, had to be placed to the east, aligned with the rising sun, a symbolic invocation of life and renewal. It felt cold and strangely light in her hand, a stark contrast to the weighty responsibility it represented. The grimoire itself, the source of both her hope and her fear, rested at the center of the circle, its pages spread open to the relevant passage. The cryptic script seemed to glow faintly, the ink pulsating with a subtle inner light. It was a focal point, a nexus of power, a conduit for the energies she was about to unleash. She felt a tremor run through the earth beneath her feet, a faint rumble that spoke of the immense power she was attempting to manipulate. The incantations, written in a language older than history itself, were difficult to pronounce, each syllable a struggle against the weight of their ancient power. Her voice, at first hesitant and trembling, grew stronger with each repetition, her tone rising to a resonant chant that echoed through the grove, filling the clearing with its ancient rhythms. The words themselves seemed to vibrate, with energy, weaving a tapestry of sound and power. As she chanted, the atmosphere shifted. The air crackled with unseen energies. The trees around her seemed to sway and bend, as if responding to an invisible force. The ground beneath her feet thrummed with a low, resonant hum, a vibration that resonated deep within her bones. The fog, which had thinned around the grove, swirled and eddied at the edge of the circle, a swirling mass of grey that seemed to writhe and pulse with an almost sentient rage. She could feel its presence, its malevolence pressing in, a constant reminder of the task she had undertaken. She knew that the counter-ritual was not a simple act of magic. It was a negotiation, a confrontation, a desperate attempt to wrest control from a powerful and ancient entity. She had to use her own will, her own determination, to fight against the encroaching darkness, to push back against the forces that threatened to consume Silent Ridge. The weight of this understanding pressed down on her, a physical burden as heavy as any stone. With each completed incantation, the power within the circle grew stronger. The ancient energies, dormant for centuries, began to stir, responding to her call. A shimmering aura enveloped the artifacts, a luminescent glow that pulsed and expanded with each word, each gesture. The air thrummed with power, the silence filled with an almost palpable energy. She felt a connection to the land, to the history of Silent Ridge, to the generations who had lived and died within its boundaries. As the final incantation echoed through the grove, the earth beneath her feet shuddered violently. A wave of energy surged through the circle, a palpable force that lifted her off her feet, tossing her against the trunk of an ancient oak. The ground trembled, cracks appearing in the earth, fissures that snaked through the undergrowth like angry veins. The trees creaked and groaned, their branches swaying wildly in the unseen wind. The fog outside the circle intensified, its malevolent presence pressing in, pushing against the shield of energy she had created. She could hear its whispers, its threats, its attempts to breach the boundaries of her ritual. The air crackled with power, the tension so thick it felt almost tangible. She clung to the elderwood branch, her knuckles white, her body trembling with the force of the energy she had unleashed. The ritual was reaching its climax. The struggle between the ancient entity and the energies she had invoked was intensifying. She felt herself becoming a conduit, a channel through which the opposing forces clashed. The energy surged through her, a powerful current that threatened to overwhelm her, to consume her. But she held on, her resolve unshaken, her determination unwavering. The climax came suddenly, unexpectedly. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the circle, engulfing her in its brilliance. A deafening roar filled the air, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. Then, as quickly as it had begun, it was over. The light subsided, the roar died away, leaving behind a profound silence. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath, her body aching, her mind reeling. The experience had been both terrifying and exhilarating, a journey to the very edge of reality and back again. The air around her was still charged with power, but the oppressive weight of the entity's presence had lifted. The fog had receded, allowing the pale light of the twilight sky to penetrate the clearing. Slowly, she rose to her feet, feeling a profound sense of exhaustion but also of triumph. The counter-ritual was complete. The curse, she hoped, was broken. She looked at Hayes, who lay still in her arms. His breathing was shallow but steadier. His skin, though still pale, held a flicker of warmth. The curse was slowly receding. The victory was not yet assured, but she had fought, and she had won a crucial battle. The fight for Silent Ridge and for Hayes was far from over, but for now there was hope. A fragile, tentative hope, but hope nonetheless. Confronting the entity, the silence following the final incantation was not the peaceful quiet she had anticipated. It was a pregnant stillness, thick with an unseen tension that vibrated in the air, a palpable sense of waiting. The ground continued to hum, a low, resonant thrumming that resonated deep within her bones, a physical manifestation of the raw power unleashed. Then, from the heart of the circle, a darkness coalesced, a swirling vortex of shadows that seemed to suck the light from the surrounding grove. It began as a faint distortion in the air, a shimmering ripple in the twilight, but quickly solidified into a tangible presence. The entity manifested, its form both terrifying and ethereal, defying easy description. It was not a creature of flesh and bone, but something older, something other. Its essence pulsed with a malevolent energy that chilled her to the core. It was a formless entity, shifting and changing, its shape a fluid tapestry of darkness punctuated by fleeting glimpses of grotesque imagery. Twisted limbs, skeletal features, eyes that burned with an infernal light. The air around it crackled with a raw, untamed power, a chaotic energy that threatened to tear the very fabric of reality. The entity's voice, when it came, was not a sound but a feeling, a direct intrusion into her mind, a chilling whisper that bypassed her ears and resonated deep within her soul. It was a voice of ancient power, laced with a cruel amusement and a terrifying sense of ancient malice. It spoke not in words, but in emotions, in sensations, the crushing weight of despair, the icy grip of fear, the gnawing agony of guilt. It communicated the sum total of Silent Ridge's suffering, centuries of pain and despair woven into a horrifying symphony of torment. Hayes, still unconscious in her arms, stirred slightly, his breath hitching. The entity's presence affected him too, even in his weakened state. His skin paled further, his body trembling. The curse, it seemed, was deeply entwined with his very being. The entity focused on her, its attention a palpable weight, a crushing pressure that threatened to crush her spirit. It probed her mind, delving into her deepest fears, her hidden insecurities, her regrets. It showed her visions, flashes of moments from her past, mistakes made, promises broken, opportunities lost. Each vision was a painful stab, a reminder of her own flaws, her own vulnerabilities. It tried to break her, to use her own guilt and self-doubt as weapons against her. But Mitchell held firm. Years spent battling shadows, both literal and metaphorical, had prepared her for this. The knowledge gained from the grimoire, coupled with her inherent resilience, proved to be her shield. She focused her will, her consciousness a fortress against the onslaught. She remembered the sacrifice, the weight of responsibility, the hope for redemption. The entity's attempts to break her resolve only fueled her determination. The confrontation wasn't a battle of magic, it was a battle of wills, a war waged within the confines of her own mind. The entity's attacks were relentless, a ceaseless barrage of fear and self-doubt. It showed her visions of failure, of Hayes succumbing to the curse, of Silent Ridge being consumed entirely by the darkness. It offered her a way out, a tempting escape from the overwhelming pressure, surrender. But she refused. She clung to the elderwood branch, her grip tightening, her knuckles white against the smooth, cool wood. The branch pulsed with a faint, comforting warmth, a lifeline in the storm of chaos raging within her mind. She focused on the circle, on the power she had invoked, the energies she had channeled. She drew strength from the land, from the history of Silent Ridge, from the silent prayers of the generations buried beneath the earth. The struggle intensified, a silent, desperate battle waged on a metaphysical plane. The air crackled with energy, the ground trembled, and the trees around them groaned under the strain. The entity's attacks grew more ferocious, its form shifting and reforming, its power increasing exponentially. But Mitchell held firm, her resolve unbroken, her spirit unyielding. She began to fight back, using the power of the ritual as a weapon. She channeled her own strength, her own will, her own unshakable belief in the possibility of redemption. She focused her intentions, her energy weaving a counter-offensive against the entity's onslaught. She understood now. The curse was not merely a supernatural affliction, it was a reflection of Silent Ridge's collective despair, amplified by years of neglect and broken promises, both personal and political. It fed on the pain and suffering, growing stronger with each betrayal, each act of omission. Breaking it required not only a ritual, but a genuine act of atonement, a confrontation with the darkness within, both her own and Hayes. As she channeled her energy, she felt a shift, a subtle change in the balance of power. The entity's attacks began to falter, its power waning slightly. The crushing weight lifted, replaced by a sense of growing control. The swirling darkness began to lose its cohesion, its form flickering and dissolving. The visions faded, replaced by a clearer, sharper understanding of her own strength. With a final surge of power, she unleashed a wave of pure, focused energy towards the entity. It was not an attack of destruction, but a wave of pure, cleansing light, a symbol of hope and redemption. The light spread out, washing over the entity, dissolving its dark form, breaking down its power, freeing the souls trapped within its malevolent grip. The entity screamed, a silent scream that echoed in her mind, a wave of pure, unadulterated terror and despair before it finally dissolved, leaving behind only silence. The silence this time was different. It was the silence of peace, the quietude of release. The air grew still, the earth ceased its trembling. The trees stood motionless. The fog receded completely, revealing a clear night sky sprinkled with stars. The ground remained trembling slightly, as though recovering from a tremendous strain. Hayes's breathing grew steadily deeper, stronger. The color returned to his skin. The curse was lifting, the shadows retreating. The air was clean, clear, imbued with the sweet scent of earth and dew-kissed leaves. The battle was won, but the war was far from over. Silent Ridge still lay in ruins, its future uncertain. The scars remained, both visible and invisible, but a glimmer of hope pierced the darkness, a fragile beacon in the wake of the storm. Mitchell looked at Hayes, a faint smile playing on her lips. Their escape from Silent Ridge was far from guaranteed, but they had survived the ritual, faced the entity, and against all odds, they had won. The fight was far from over, but for now, there was hope. The price of redemption. The victory felt hollow. The entity's dissolution hadn't been a clean break, a simple vanishing. It had been a tearing, a ripping apart of something ancient and malevolent, a seismic shift in the fabric of reality itself. The air hung heavy with the residual stench of its power, a lingering miasma of fear and despair that clung to the skin like a second layer. The silence that followed was not peaceful. It was the silence of a battlefield after the cannons have fallen silent, a silence pregnant with the echoes of a brutal war. Hayes stirred, his eyes fluttering open. He looked at Mitchell, his gaze unfocused, his face a mask of exhaustion and confusion. His skin, though regaining some color, remained pale and clammy, his breathing ragged and shallow. The curse, while broken, had left its mark. Deep, ragged lines etched themselves around his eyes, mirroring the cracks that spiderwebbed the earth around them. He was alive but profoundly altered, his spirit battered and bruised, his essence somehow thinned. Mitchell felt the same weight of exhaustion, a bone-deep fatigue that settled heavily in her limbs. Her body ached, her mind reeling from the psychic onslaught. The visions the entity had shown her, the relentless probing of her deepest insecurities, had left their mark. The memories, the painful regrets, the mistakes made, the opportunities lost, now clawed at her consciousness, threatening to drown her in self-recrimination. She was whole, physically, yet she felt broken, fractured, the pieces of her spirit scattered like shattered glass. The elderwood branch, still clutched tightly in her hand, felt cold, lifeless. The warmth that had sustained her during the battle had vanished, leaving behind only the chill of the night air. The power it had channeled, the energies it had drawn from the land, seemed to have been drained completely, leaving her depleted and vulnerable. She looked around, taking in the desolate scene. The grove, once pulsating with arcane energy, now stood silent and still. The trees, stripped bare of their ethereal glow. The fog had retreated, revealing a night sky dusted with stars, but the landscape remained bleak, a testament to the devastation wrought by the earthquake and the entity's presence. Silent Ridge lay in ruins, its houses reduced to rubble, its streets choked with debris. The silence was broken only by the mournful whisper of the wind whistling through the fractured remnants of buildings. Hayes attempted to sit up, his movements slow and painful. A groan escaped his lips, a sound of deep physical and emotional anguish. He reached out a trembling hand, touching his face, his fingers tracing the deep lines around his eyes. What happened? He whispered, his voice raspy, barely audible. His eyes were wide, filled with a haunting mixture of fear and bewilderment. Mitchell looked at him, her heart aching. She didn't know how to explain what had transpired, how to articulate the surreal battle they had fought, the horrific visions she had endured. The words seemed inadequate, incapable of capturing the sheer terror, the agonizing struggle, the profound sense of loss. We won, she managed, her voice hoarse. The words felt hollow even to her own ears. Hayes shook his head slowly, his gaze sweeping across the ravaged landscape. And to what cost? He asked, his voice barely a breath. The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswered. The cost was immeasurable. The price of redemption had been steep, leaving them both irrevocably changed. The physical wounds were minor, superficial, easily treated. But the emotional scars, the psychic wounds, were far deeper, far more devastating. The memory of the entity's assault, the chilling invasion of her mind, would haunt Mitchell for years to come. The visions of failure, of helplessness, of despair, would linger in her subconscious, a constant reminder of the darkness they had, confronted and barely overcome. Hayes bore the weight of the curse, even in its weakened state. He carried the burden of Silent Ridge's suffering, of the broken promises, of the decades of neglect, the political failures he could never fully atone for. The dawn broke, casting a pale, ethereal light over the ruins of Silent Ridge. The landscape was a testament to destruction, but there was a subtle shift in the air, a fragile sense of renewal. The oppressive weight of the entity's power was gone, replaced by a quietude that was both calming and unnerving. Their escape was far from assured. They were trapped, surrounded by the wreckage, vulnerable and exposed. The earthquake had severed all lines of communication. No rescue teams were coming. They had to find their own way out, navigate the treacherous terrain, and overcome the physical obstacles that stood between them and salvation. The journey out of Silent Ridge proved to be as arduous as the battle within. The landscape, already ravaged by the earthquake, was further destabilized by the entity's power. Landslides threatened to bury them alive, collapsed buildings were perilous traps, and the remnants of the fog clung to the shadows, creating a disorienting maze of shifting shapes and distorted perspectives. Every step was a struggle, every breath a reminder of the ordeal they had endured. Hayes's strength waned with every passing moment, his body protesting the exertion, his spirit burdened by the weight of the past. Mitchell, despite her exhaustion, was his anchor, her determination fueled by a mixture of adrenaline and sheer willpower. They moved through the ruins, their every sense heightened, their every muscle strained. The silence was broken only by the sound of their footsteps, the crunch of debris under their feet, and the occasional groan of a collapsing structure. The memories of their battle with the entity, of the crushing weight of fear and despair, served as both a warning and an impetus, pushing them forward, driving them towards the hope of escape. The escape was not a triumphant march. It was a slow, agonizing crawl, a desperate struggle against the elements, against the ruins of a town, against the lingering shadows of the entity's power. They were driven not by hope, but by a grim determination, a fierce refusal to surrender, a tenacious clinging to the possibility of survival. As they finally stumbled out of Silent Ridge into the pale light of the dawn, they left behind more than just the ruins of a town. They left behind the ghosts of their past, the weight of their failures, the scars of their battle. The price of redemption had been paid, but the question of whether they had truly escaped the horrors of Silent Ridge, whether they had truly found redemption, remained unanswered. The scars remained, etched deeply into their souls, a constant reminder of the darkness they had faced and the agonizing price they had paid to break free. Their journey was far from over. The shadows they fought were deeply entwined with the world beyond the broken town, promising a fight that extended far beyond the ruins of Silent Ridge. Escape from Silent Ridge. The first rays of dawn, weak and hesitant, pierced the lingering remnants of the unnatural fog. It wasn't a sudden clearing, a dramatic lifting, but a gradual retreat, as if the fog itself were reluctant to relinquish its hold on Silent Ridge, clinging to the shadowed corners, the collapsed buildings, the fractured landscape. This subtle shift, however, offered a sliver of hope, a path, however treacherous, towards escape. The air, still thick with the residue of the entity's power, felt slightly lighter, less oppressive. The silence, though still heavy with the echoes of their ordeal, held a new note, a whisper of possibility. Hayes, leaning heavily on Mitchell, took a tentative step forward. Each movement sent jolts of pain through his battered body, a stark reminder of the brutal fight they'd endured. His breath hitched in his chest, shallow and ragged, each inhalation a struggle. Yet, his eyes, though still haunted by the visions of the ritual, held a flicker of determination. He wasn't ready to surrender. Not yet. Mitchell, despite her own exhaustion, moved with a newfound purpose. The adrenaline that had fueled their fight was fading, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. The elderwood branch, now inert and lifeless in her hand, felt heavy, a tangible representation of the immense energy they had expended. She scanned their surroundings, her mind calculating, strategizing. The path to escape wasn't clear, but it was there, a faint glimmer in the growing light. They began their ascent, picking their way carefully through the debris-strewn streets. Every step was a calculated risk. The earthquake had shattered the foundations of Silent Ridge, leaving behind a labyrinth of collapsed buildings, unstable structures, and gaping chasms that threatened to swallow them whole. The ground beneath their feet was treacherous, shifting and unstable, occasionally giving way beneath their weight, sending tremors through their bodies and their already frayed nerves. The unnatural fog, though receding, still lingered in pockets, creating an eerie, disorienting landscape. Shadows danced and shifted, playing tricks on their eyes, distorting familiar shapes into monstrous forms. The air grew colder as they climbed higher, the temperature dropping sharply as they emerged from the relative shelter of the ruined buildings. A biting wind whipped around them, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying wood, a grim perfume of destruction. Hayes stumbled, his legs giving way beneath him. Mitchell caught him, bracing herself against the weight of his collapsing frame. His eyes fluttered closed, his body racked with exhaustion and pain. His breathing became labored, his chest heaving with each rasping breath. "When we need to rest," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the wind. Mitchell knew they couldn't afford to rest for long. The fog was still a significant obstacle, obscuring their path and limiting their visibility. They had to move quickly before it could reclaim its hold on Silent Ridge. But she also recognized the urgency of his need, his body's desperate plea for respite. She found a relatively stable section of the ruins, a collapsed wall that offered some meager protection from the wind. They huddled together, their bodies shivering in the cold, their breaths misting in the frigid air. Mitchell pulled out a small flask of water, offering it to Hayes. He drank slowly, his movements weak and hesitant. The silence that followed was filled with the sounds of their labored breathing, the sighing wind, and the occasional groan of shifting earth. It was a silence pregnant with the fear of the unknown, the uncertainty of their escape. They were alone, vulnerable, exposed to the elements and the lingering malevolence that still clung to the ruined town. Their escape was far from certain. As the first hints of true sunlight broke through the dissipating fog, they resumed their journey. The path became clearer, though still treacherous. They had to navigate a maze of collapsed buildings and precarious pathways, avoiding unstable debris and the risk of further landslides. Each step was measured, each movement precise. The climb was arduous, exhausting, testing their physical and mental limits. They battled against exhaustion, against the relentless wind, against the lingering shadows of the entity's power. They were driven not by hope, but by a grim determination, a relentless refusal to succumb to despair. They were escaping not only the ruins of Silent Ridge, but also the ruins of their own spirits, the wreckage of their past failures and broken promises. As they finally reached the edge of Silent Ridge, emerging from the ruins and into the open expanse beyond, a wave of relief washed over them, a fragile sense of triumph in the face of overwhelming adversity. The unnatural fog had completely lifted, revealing a breathtaking vista, a valley bathed in the golden light of the rising sun, a landscape untouched by the devastation they had just escaped. They stood for a moment, catching their breath, gazing back at the ruined town. Silent Ridge lay behind them, a stark reminder of the horrors they had witnessed, the sacrifices they had made. The town remained a silent testament to neglect, a haunting echo of broken promises. But for now, they were free. Their escape, however, was not a clean break. The scars they carried, physical and emotional, were deep, indelible marks of their ordeal. The memories of the entity, of the ritual, of the battle they had fought, would linger, haunting their dreams and coloring their perceptions. The weight of Silent Ridge would remain with them, a constant reminder of the darkness they had confronted, and the agonizing price they had paid to survive. Their journey was far from over. The shadows they had battled were deeply entwined with the world beyond Silent Ridge, promising a fight that would extend far beyond the ruins of the doomed town. The escape was only the beginning of their struggle, the first step on a longer and more perilous road toward redemption, a road paved with the fragments of their broken past. Their freedom was fragile, their future uncertain, yet they had escaped. For now, that was enough. Returning to the world, the valley spread before them, a panorama of vibrant green and gold under the rising sun, a stark contrast to the grey desolation they'd left behind. It was a breathtaking sight, a scene of idyllic peace that felt almost surreal after the horrors of Silent Ridge. Yet, the beauty held no solace, only a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring power of darkness. The world felt different, somehow altered, as if the very fabric of reality had been subtly shifted by their ordeal. Hayes, his body aching, his spirit weary, leaned heavily on Mitchell's arm. The physical wounds were evident, bruises, cuts, and the deep, throbbing ache in his chest, but the deeper wounds, the emotional scars, were far more pervasive. He looked at the landscape, his eyes registering the beauty, but his mind remained trapped in the suffocating grip of the nightmare they had escaped. The memory of the entity's chilling presence, the chilling chanting of the ritual, the agonizing pressure of its power, pressed upon him, heavy and suffocating. Mitchell, too, carried the weight of their experience. The visions she had encountered in the fog, the glimpses into the town's dark history, haunted her waking hours. The knowledge of the ancient curse, the price paid for redemption, the chilling sacrifice offered by Hayes, all of it weighed heavily on her heart. She looked at Hayes, her gaze filled with a mixture of relief and concern. His survival felt miraculous, yet the battle had irrevocably changed them both. They walked slowly, their steps measured, their silence heavy with unspoken thoughts and emotions. The air, though fresh and crisp, carried a lingering scent of decay, a phantom perfume from the ruins they'd left behind. The familiar sounds of nature, the chirping of birds, the gentle rustling of leaves, felt strangely alien, their harmony jarring against the dissonance of the memories that clawed at their minds. The world they had known, irrevocably changed, its familiar contours warped and distorted by their ordeal. As they walked further from Silent Ridge, the feeling of unease intensified. The world, once perceived as safe and predictable, now seemed to shimmer with an unsettling ambiguity. Ordinary things, a swaying tree, a passing cloud, a distant bird's call, took on a sinister, almost menacing quality. Their senses, heightened by their experience, registered details they'd previously overlooked, details that now seemed pregnant with hidden meaning, hinting at unseen presences and unexplored depths. The journey back to civilization was a slow and arduous one. Each step was a conscious act of defiance, a refusal to succumb to the despair that threatened to overwhelm them. Hayes's body, battered and bruised, protested with every movement. Mitchell's mind, still reeling from the visions and the sheer intensity of their ordeal, felt strained and fragile. They found a small, deserted cabin miles from the ruins. It was a ramshackle structure, barely habitable, yet offered a temporary refuge from the elements and, more importantly, a space to gather their thoughts, to confront the enormity of what they had endured. The silence within the cabin was a stark contrast to the cacophony of their memories. It offered a chance to breathe, to rest, but provided little comfort. That night, the nightmares began. Hayes's dreams were a relentless replay of the ritual, the entity's terrifying presence a constant suffocating weight. He relived the agony of the ordeal, the crushing power of the curse, the chilling sensation of surrendering to the darkness. He woke in a cold sweat, his heart pounding, the images seared into his mind, refusing to release their hold. Mitchell's dreams were equally disturbing, though different in nature. She relived her visions, the glimpses into the town's dark history, the ancient rituals, the suffering endured by generations past. She saw faces, heard whispers, sensed a pervasive evil that extended beyond the confines of Silent Ridge, a darkness that had seeped into the fabric of reality. She woke with a feeling of dread, a chilling premonition that their escape was only temporary, that the battle was far from over. The following days were a blur of fragmented memories, of exhausted silences punctuated by sudden bursts of frantic activity. They tried to piece together the fragments of their experience, to make sense of the horrors they had witnessed. They spoke little, their words carefully chosen, their communication hampered by unspoken fears and the shared burden of a trauma that defied easy description. They contacted the authorities, but their account was met with skepticism, their descriptions dismissed as the ravings of trauma victims, their fears downplayed as the effects of exhaustion and psychological stress. The world they had returned to, the world they thought they knew, refused to acknowledge the reality of their ordeal, the tangible, terrifying truth of what had happened in Silent Ridge. This rejection of their experience deepened their sense of isolation, further isolating them in their shared trauma. As the days turned into weeks, the physical wounds healed, but the emotional scars remained, deep and indelible. The memory of Silent Ridge clung to them, a constant, unwelcome companion. The world outside, once familiar and comforting, now felt uncertain and dangerous. They had escaped the physical confines of the cursed town, but the darkness they'd encountered clung to them, a shadowy presence that threatened to consume them. They were forever changed, forever marked by their ordeal. Their escape had only been the beginning of a much longer and more perilous journey. The fight was far from over, the shadows lingered, and the fight for redemption extended beyond the ruins. The world, they now knew, was far more complex, far more dangerous, and far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. And the horrors they had witnessed were only the beginning. The scars remain. The cabin, a dilapidated refuge offering scant protection from the elements, became a prison of their shared trauma. The silence, initially a balm, soon morphed into a suffocating blanket, heavy with the weight of unspoken fears and the chilling echoes of their ordeal. Days bled into nights, each sunrise a cruel reminder of their ongoing battle against the invisible scars etched onto their souls. Hayes, despite his outward appearance of strength and stoicism, was a man shattered. The physical wounds, the deep gashes across his back, the lingering ache in his chest, were merely superficial manifestations of a deeper, more insidious injury. Sleep offered no respite, only a relentless replay of the ritual, the suffocating presence of the entity, a constant chilling reminder of his near-death experience. He would wake drenched in cold sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird, the terrifying images seared into his memory, refusing to fade, refusing to release their grip. Mitchell, outwardly composed, bore the weight of her own torment. The visions, vivid and disturbing, continued to plague her waking moments. She saw faces, the tormented villagers, their eyes hollow and pleading, their whispers filled with centuries of anguish. She heard the chanting, the rhythmic invocation of the ancient curse, the chilling crescendo of the ritual. The darkness she'd glimpsed in Silent Ridge, a darkness that transcended the physical realm, seemed to linger, a pervasive presence that seeped into the very fabric of her existence. She felt it in the shadows, sensed it in the rustling leaves, in the distant call of a bird. The world, once familiar and comforting, had become a landscape of hidden horrors, a place where every shadow held a potential threat, every sound a potential warning. Their attempts to communicate were fraught with difficulty. Words failed to capture the enormity of their experience, their shared trauma a vast and uncharted territory that defied easy explanation. They spoke in fragments, in hushed tones, their conversations punctuated by long, uncomfortable silences, each filled with the unspoken dread that haunted them both. The shared silence, however, became a strange form of comfort, a silent acknowledgement of their mutual suffering, a testament to their unwavering bond forged in the crucible of their shared nightmare. The outside world, oblivious to their ordeal, added another layer to their suffering. Their attempts to relate their experience to the authorities were met with disbelief, their accounts dismissed as the product of exhaustion, stress, and trauma. Their pleas for help fell on deaf ears. The world, it seemed, refused to acknowledge the reality of their experience, to accept the horrifying truth of what they had endured. This rejection deepened their sense of isolation, turning their shared trauma into a lonely prison of their own making. The physical wounds healed slowly, leaving behind a tapestry of scars, a permanent reminder of their struggle. But the emotional wounds remained, deeper and more pervasive. The memory of Silent Ridge clung to them, a shadow that followed them, a constant, unwelcome companion. Even the simplest of tasks, the preparation of food, the act of sleeping, the attempt to read a book, became acts of defiance against the pervasive despair. They tried to resume their lives, but the world felt different, irrevocably altered. The familiar sounds of nature, once a source of comfort, now held an unsettling quality. Each bird call, each rustle of leaves, a potential harbinger of the unseen horrors they'd encountered. The colors seemed muted, the world desaturated, as if a veil of darkness continued to obscure their reality, a constant reminder of the lingering shadows. Hayes sought solace in his work, but the weight of his past failures, magnified by the ordeal, overwhelmed him. His promises broken, both personal and professional, felt like stones tied to his ankles, dragging him down into the depths of self-recrimination. He couldn't escape the feeling that Silent Ridge was a manifestation of his own moral failings, a punishment for his past transgressions. He spent hours staring at the photographs of the devastated town, unable to reconcile the idyllic images of the past with the apocalyptic landscape he had witnessed. The once vibrant town, captured in those photographs, now served as a painful reminder of his helplessness, his inability to prevent the tragedy, mirroring the failure that had haunted him for years. Mitchell, a seasoned agent used to dealing with the darkest aspects of human nature, found herself unprepared for the depth of the supernatural horror she'd faced. Her rational mind, usually a reliable instrument, faltered under the onslaught of the visions and her persistent feelings of dread. She found herself questioning her own sanity, the line between reality and illusion blurred by her experience. The world, once a place of logic and order, now seemed a chaotic tapestry woven from threads of unseen forces and terrifying realities. The evidence she'd gathered, dismissed by the authorities, taunted her, a silent testament to the truth that the world was not always as it seemed. The rituals, the sacrifice, the curse, these were not mere hallucinations or the products of a tired mind. They were real, tangible, and terrifying. As weeks turned into months, they sought solace in each other, their shared trauma forging a bond that transcended friendship, a profound connection born in the fires of their shared ordeal. They understood each other in a way that no one else could, their unspoken language a testament to the invisible scars that connected them. They knew that the physical escape from Silent Ridge was merely the beginning of a much longer, more arduous journey, a journey of healing, of coming to terms with their ordeal, of confronting the lingering darkness that threatened to consume them. The scars remained, deep and indelible, reminders of the horrors they'd faced and the fragility of their escape. The world had changed, but so had they, forever marked by the events in that cursed town, forever bound by the unseen ties of their shared trauma. The fight for redemption, they knew, was far from over. The shadows lingered, and the world, once perceived as a safe and predictable place, had become a landscape of hidden terrors, waiting to be discovered. Dealing with the trauma, the world outside the dilapidated cabin felt alien, a stark contrast to the suffocating claustrophobia they'd endured within its walls. Sunlight, once a comforting presence, now felt harsh, almost aggressive, highlighting the starkness of their altered reality. The sounds of nature, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, which once held a sense of peace, now carried a subtle undercurrent of unease, a persistent echo of the unseen horrors they had witnessed. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a low hum, a phantom sensation that clung to them like a second skin, a constant reminder of the otherworldly presence that had so nearly consumed them. Sarah found herself flinching at sudden noises, her senses hyper-alert, always anticipating the next threat, the next manifestation of the darkness they had escaped. Sleep offered no respite. Instead, it delivered her into a relentless cycle of vivid nightmares, replays of the ritual, the chilling chants, the despairing faces of the villagers. She would wake in a cold sweat, her heart pounding, the images seared into her mind, refusing to be erased, a constant intrusive reminder of the horrors she'd endured. The rational, analytical mind that had served her so well as an agent was fractured, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of her experience. Doubt gnawed at her, questioning the very fabric of her reality. Had she imagined it all? Was she losing her mind? The evidence she had collected, the unsettling photographs, the cryptic symbols, all seemed to mock her, a silent testament to the impossible truth she now had to carry. Jonathan, despite his outward composure, was deeply scarred. The physical wounds were healing, but the invisible scars, etched deep into his soul, threatened to consume him. The weight of his past failures, amplified by his near-death experience, pressed down on him with an unbearable heaviness. Silent Ridge had served as a brutal mirror, reflecting his own moral failings, the broken promises that haunted his waking moments and tormented his dreams. He felt a profound sense of guilt, a heavy burden of responsibility for the devastation he had witnessed, for the lives lost, for the town's centuries of suffering. The faces of the villagers, their eyes filled. With a desperate plea for help, their silent screams echoing in his ears, haunted his every waking moment. His attempts to find solace in work were futile. The papers on his desk, once symbols of power and authority, seemed insignificant, powerless against the weight of his self-recrimination. The presidential seal, once a symbol of his office, now felt like a cold, heavy weight pressing down on his chest, a tangible manifestation of his failures. Their attempts to communicate with each other were initially hesitant, stilted. Words failed to adequately capture the vastness of their shared trauma. They spoke in fragmented sentences, punctuated by long, uncomfortable silences, each one filled with the unspoken dread that clung to them like a shroud. However, as the days turned into weeks, a deeper understanding began to emerge, a silent acknowledgement of their mutual suffering, a bond forged in the crucible of their shared nightmare. Their shared silence became a strange comfort, a testament to their unwavering connection. Their attempts to relate their experience to the outside world were met with skepticism and dismissal. The authorities, unwilling or unable to grasp the magnitude of their ordeal, attributed their accounts to stress, exhaustion, and trauma. Their pleas for help fell on deaf ears, deepening their sense of isolation and fueling their feelings of helplessness. The world, it seemed, was incapable of accepting the horrifying truth of what they had endured. This rejection only intensified their shared trauma, creating an invisible barrier between them and the rest of humanity. The world, once familiar and comforting, had transformed into a landscape of suspicion and disbelief, a place where their experiences were deemed unbelievable, their fears invalidated. The days bled into one another, each a relentless replay of the same emotional turmoil. They moved through the motions of everyday life, performing the mundane tasks of cooking, cleaning, and sleeping, but each action was an act of defiance against the pervasive despair that threatened to engulf them. The world, outside, once vibrant with color and life, now seemed desaturated, muted, as if veiled in a persistent shadow of their ordeal. The sounds of nature, once calming, now held a disconcerting edge. Each bird song, each rustle of leaves, reminding them of the lurking darkness. Therapy offered little solace. The therapists, accustomed to dealing with conventional trauma, struggled to comprehend the nature of their ordeal. Their accounts, bordering on the supernatural, were met with polite skepticism, reinforcing their feeling of isolation and disbelief. The world of psychiatric medicine, with its rigid classifications and diagnostic tools, felt incapable of addressing the unique and profound trauma they had endured. The treatments offered, medication, talk therapy, felt inadequate, almost insulting in the face of the existential threat they had survived. Their relationship deepened, however, strengthening beyond the bonds of friendship. Their shared experience, the unspoken language of their trauma, fostered an intimacy that transcended ordinary human connection. They found solace in each other's presence, a mutual understanding that only those who had peered into the abyss could truly comprehend. They became each other's anchors, holding on to each other as the world around them seemed to crumble. They were two survivors, adrift in a sea of disbelief, clinging to each other for salvation. Slowly, painstakingly, they began to rebuild, not by erasing the past, but by integrating it into their present, acknowledging the scars while refusing to be defined by them. They embarked on a long and arduous journey of healing, a journey of self-discovery that demanded courage, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to confronting the darkness that threatened to consume them. The memories of Silent Ridge would always remain, a stark reminder of the horrors they had endured and the fragility of their escape, but it would no longer hold them captive. They would carry those memories, not as a curse, but as a testament to their resilience, their ability to survive the unimaginable. The shadows still lingered, but they were no longer afraid. They were survivors, and they would continue to fight for redemption, for peace, for a future where the darkness could not reach them. The battle was far from over, but they were ready to face whatever lay ahead, together. A changed perspective. The world, once a tapestry woven with familiar threads of routine and predictability, now felt like a constantly shifting landscape, uncertain and treacherous. The mundane tasks that had once defined their lives, the morning commute, the meetings, the paperwork, now seemed trivial, almost meaningless, juxtaposed against the overwhelming reality of their ordeal in Silent Ridge. The cacophony of city life, once a background hum, now grated on their nerves, a constant reminder of the unsettling silence that had preceded the earthquake, the unnatural quiet before the storm of supernatural horror. Even the simplest sounds, the honking of cars, the chatter of crowds, triggered involuntary flinches, echoes of the chilling chants and guttural whispers that had haunted the fog-shrouded town. Sarah found herself increasingly withdrawn, her once sharp wit dulled, replaced by a pervasive sense of unease. The vibrant colors of the city seemed faded, muted, mirroring the emotional pallor that had settled over her. Her colleagues, oblivious to the invisible burden she carried, offered words of sympathy, their well-intentioned attempts at normalcy feeling jarring, out of sync with the altered reality she now inhabited. Their casual conversations, filled with trivial concerns, felt like an intrusion, a stark contrast to the profound existential questions that gnawed at her. The rational mind that had once served her so well was now a battlefield, a constant struggle between the logic of her training and the irrationality of her experience. She found herself questioning not just her own sanity, but the very nature of reality itself. The world, once a place of certainty, had become a realm of unsettling ambiguities. Her carefully constructed worldview had been shattered, leaving behind a void filled with doubt and uncertainty. Jonathan, too, struggled to navigate this new reality. The weight of the presidency, once a source of pride and purpose, now felt like an unbearable burden. The political machinations, the endless meetings, the demands of his office seemed inconsequential compared to the weight of his guilt, the haunting images of Silent Ridge etched into his consciousness. The faces of the villagers, their silent pleas for help, their despairing cries for redemption, haunted his every waking moment. He found himself unable to escape the oppressive weight of his past failures, the broken promises that had led to the neglect of Silent Ridge, fueling the malevolent force that had nearly consumed them both. Sleep offered no refuge. Instead, it delivered him into a nightmarish landscape where the lines between reality and delusion blurred, leaving him grappling with the guilt and self-recrimination. Their attempts at a normal life were fraught with difficulties. Social gatherings, once a welcome respite, now felt stifling, each casual conversation a painful reminder of their shared trauma. The small talk, the forced smiles, the superficial pleasantries felt like a betrayal, a denial of the profound experiences they had endured. The world, it seemed, was unwilling or unable to accommodate their altered reality, creating a chasm between their experiences and the expectations of those around them. This disconnect only deepened their sense of isolation and fueled their growing feelings of alienation. They sought solace in each other's company, finding comfort in a shared silence that transcended words. Their conversations, when they occurred, were often fragmented, punctuated by long silences filled with unspoken understanding, a silent acknowledgement of their mutual burden. Their shared experience had forged an unbreakable bond, a connection forged in the crucible of their near-death experience. They were two survivors, adrift in a sea of disbelief, their shared trauma serving as both a burden and a bond. The physical scars from Silent Ridge were healing, but the deeper wounds, the invisible scars etched into their souls, remained. The nightmares continued, relentless replays of the horrors they had witnessed, the ritual, the malevolent force, the desperation of the villagers. They both sought therapy, but the sessions offered little relief. The therapists, trained in conventional methods, struggled to comprehend the scope of their ordeal, often dismissing their accounts as symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Their descriptions of the supernatural elements of their experience were met with skepticism, reinforcing their sense of isolation and fueling their feelings of being unheard and misunderstood. The medical model, with its rigid classifications and limited understanding of the paranormal, felt inadequate, incapable of addressing the profound existential questions they were grappling with. Their altered perspectives weren't limited to their emotional and psychological states. Their view of the world, of politics, of societal responsibility, of faith, had been fundamentally reshaped. Jonathan, grappling with the weight of his own failures, began to reevaluate his political career, questioning the very nature of his power and the effectiveness of his policies. He found himself driven by a newfound sense of responsibility, a burning desire to make amends for past mistakes and to address the systemic neglect that had plagued Silent Ridge for centuries. He initiated investigations into government oversight, pushing for legislative reforms to prevent similar catastrophes. He used his position to advocate for the vulnerable, determined to prevent future instances of societal neglect and ensure that the tragedy of Silent Ridge would never be repeated. Sarah, once a staunch believer in the power of logic and reason, found herself questioning the limits of human understanding. Her experiences in Silent Ridge challenged her deeply held beliefs, forcing her to confront the existence of forces beyond the realm of scientific explanation. The ancient rituals, the malevolent entity, the seemingly impossible occurrences, they had irrevocably changed her worldview. She dedicated herself to researching occult phenomena, hoping to understand the nature of the darkness they had encountered and to prevent future encounters with similar malevolent forces. She sought out others who had encountered similar situations, validating their experiences and creating a network of support that transcended the limitations of conventional understandings of trauma. Their relationship deepened, evolving from a professional partnership to a profound connection based on shared trauma and mutual understanding. They found solace in each other's presence, a comfort that transcended the ordinary. Their shared silence became a form of communication, an unspoken acknowledgement of their interconnectedness and a testament to the strength of their bond. They were two souls irrevocably altered, bound together by an invisible thread of shared experience, a bond forged in the heart of darkness and sustained by a desperate need for solace. Their love story was unconventional, forged not in the idyllic romance of typical narratives, but in the crucible of a supernatural horror, a tale of survival, redemption, and a love born from shared trauma. They had stared into the abyss and lived to tell the tale, their bond a testament to their resilience and their shared journey towards healing. The journey ahead would be long and difficult, filled with uncertainty and challenges, but they would face it together, side by side, bound by the invisible scars of Silent Ridge and the extraordinary love that blossomed in its aftermath. Their changed perspective, born from the darkness, became the foundation for a future where they actively worked towards societal change, personal growth, and a continuing quest to make sense of a world that suddenly seemed far more mysterious and terrifying and far more beautiful than they could ever have imagined. The lingering mystery. The silence in the Oval Office was heavier than any political pressure Jonathan Hayes had ever experienced. He sat at his desk, the polished mahogany reflecting the haunted look in his eyes, a stark contrast to the usually controlled composure he projected. Sarah, seated across from him, mirrored his unease. The official reports painted a picture of a devastating earthquake, a natural disaster. But the truth, the horrifying truth they shared, remained unspoken, a chasm between their shared reality and the official narrative. The physical wounds were healing, the deep gash on Jonathan's arm, the bruises blooming across Sarah's body. But the psychological scars were far deeper, more insidious. They were wounds that bled into the fabric of their being, altering their perceptions, twisting their realities. The nightmares were relentless, vivid recreations of the swirling fog, the chanting voices, the grotesque figures that lurked in the shadows of Silent Ridge. They were tormented by fragmented images, fleeting glimpses of rituals that defied comprehension, sacrifices that defied explanation. The malevolent entity, its presence a palpable weight, still felt close, a chilling reminder of the power they had barely escaped. "They won't believe us." Sarah finally broke the silence, her voice barely a whisper, the words hanging heavy in the air. She traced the rim of her coffee cup, her gaze distant, lost in the memories of Silent Ridge's terrifying embrace. The normalcy of the situation, the pristine office, the hum of the air conditioning, the mundane details surrounding them, felt like a cruel irony, a stark contrast to the otherworldly horror they had endured. Jonathan nodded grimly, his gaze fixed on a framed photograph of his family. The image, usually a source of comfort, now served as a painful reminder of the potential loss he had barely averted. The thought of his children, his wife, facing the same fate, sent shivers down his spine. The near-death experience had irrevocably changed him. The weight of his past failures, the broken promises he carried, pressed down on him, crushing him beneath its immense weight. The earthquake had been a catalyst, a manifestation of Silent Ridge's long-simmering resentment, a consequence of decades of neglect and broken oaths. But a curse. "It was real," Jonathan murmured, the words escaping him as if involuntarily. He had seen the evidence, felt the malevolent force, witnessed the ancient rituals unfold before his eyes. Yet, he still struggled to reconcile these horrific experiences with his ingrained sense of rationality, his ingrained belief in the world as he understood it. The lines between reality and delusion blurred, leaving him trapped in a twilight zone where logic and superstition collided. The rational part of his mind fought desperately to deny what he had seen, but the images, the sensations were too vivid, too powerful, too real to be dismissed as mere hallucinations. Sarah understood his struggle. She, too, battled with the inconsistencies, with the inexplicable elements of their ordeal. The visions she'd experienced, the flashes of ancient texts and symbols, were now a constant source of unsettling contemplation. Her training, her years of experience, had prepared her for a range of situations, but nothing could have prepared her for the sheer otherworldly terror of Silent Ridge. The scientific mind, the analytical skills she had honed to perfection, were now overwhelmed by the raw power of the supernatural. She was left with a nagging sense of incompleteness, an unnerving feeling that they had only scratched the surface of the town's terrifying secrets. The official investigation yielded nothing. The earthquake was deemed a natural disaster, a tragic but predictable event. The deaths, the disappearances, were attributed to the devastation wrought by the quake itself. The unnatural fog, the chilling whispers, the ancient rituals were all dismissed as exaggerations, the product of trauma and collective hysteria. They were dismissed as the victim's collective hallucination, a delusion born from fear and despair. Their pleas for a proper, thorough investigation were brushed aside, met with skepticism and dismissiveness. The established order, steadfast in its denial, refused to acknowledge the possibility of the supernatural. This refusal to accept their account, this dismissal of their testimony, only fueled their sense of isolation. They were alone, adrift in a world that refused to acknowledge the truth of their experiences. The world, so quick to offer sympathy and support in the aftermath of a natural disaster, was unwilling to grapple with the reality of a supernatural curse. The burden of their shared secret, the weight of their unspeakable experiences, weighed heavily on both their minds. The lingering questions gnawed at them. What was the true nature of the curse? What was the significance of the ancient symbols Sarah had glimpsed? What was the true cost of redemption? Had they truly escaped Silent Ridge, or had a part of that malevolent entity remained, clinging to them, weaving itself into the fabric of their lives? The lack of answers, the unanswered questions, only amplified the ever-present fear. The fear was not just of another earthquake or another supernatural event, but of the unknowable, of the forces beyond human understanding. It was the fear of the unknown that chilled them to the bone, a constant, underlying current running beneath the surface of their ostensibly normal lives. The fear was deeply rooted and subtly influenced their thoughts, behavior, and their interpersonal dynamics. It was a fear that threatened to consume them, to drown them in a sea of paranoia and disbelief. They knew their experiences would forever alter their lives. Their understanding of reality had been shattered, replaced by a fractured, unsettling new vision. The world they once knew, the world of logic and reason, had been supplanted by a realm of uncertainty and ambiguity. The world they now inhabited was a place where the unseen lurked, a place where the familiar held hidden terrors. The shadows seemed longer, darker. Ordinary sounds seemed to hold an ominous undercurrent. Their shared trauma had forged an unbreakable bond, a testament to their resilience. But the burden of their knowledge, the weight of their secret, created an unspoken tension, an invisible barrier that separated them from the world around them. They were survivors, yes, but also outcasts, forever marked by their encounter with the darkness that clung to Silent Ridge. The weight of their shared secret, a hidden burden, bound them together. It was a secret that separated them from normalcy and forced them to live on the edge, perpetually watchful, constantly listening for the whispers in the wind. The memories lingered, persistent shadows that danced at the edges of their awareness. The chilling whispers, the guttural chants, the faces of the villagers contorted in a mixture of fear and despair, all played back in their minds, vivid and horrifying. In their moments of quiet desperation, they were trapped in a cycle of remembrance, reliving their experience to the point of exhaustion. Sleep offered no respite, but only a gateway into a nightmarish landscape where the boundaries of reality dissolved into a horrifying blend of the mundane and the supernatural. The full extent of what had happened remained a mystery, a terrifying enigma that clung to them like a shroud. It was a mystery that defied rational explanation, that challenged the very fabric of their understanding. They were left with more questions than answers, a void of uncertainty that loomed over their lives, forever casting a long shadow over their futures. The lingering mystery was not merely an unsolved case, but a constant presence, a subtle yet powerful force that influenced their thoughts and shaped their actions. The aftermath of Silent Ridge was not just a physical healing process, but a profound psychological and spiritual journey. It was a journey into the depths of their own minds, a confrontation with their own fears and insecurities, and a desperate search for meaning and redemption in a world that suddenly felt more mysterious and terrifying. Their quest for understanding was not merely an intellectual endeavor, but a spiritual voyage into the heart of darkness. Their love story, born from the crucible of shared trauma, would be a testament to the human spirit's resilience, the power of shared experience, and the enduring strength of a love forged in the heart of darkness. They knew they would never truly escape the lingering mystery of Silent Ridge, but they would find strength in their bond, a bond forged in the fires of a supernatural nightmare. The scars would remain, but they would heal, not in erasing the past, but in transforming it into a catalyst for personal growth and a renewed purpose. Their quest for answers was not over, but it was a quest they would now undertake together, side by side, bound by the invisible thread that connected them to the horrors and mysteries of Silent Ridge. The journey was far from over. The mystery, the horror, and the trauma were deeply embedded. The path to healing would be long and arduous, but they would embark upon it together. Official inquiry. The official inquiry felt less like an investigation and more like a performance. Senator Harding, a man whose smile never quite reached his eyes, chaired the hearings. He sat behind a polished mahogany desk, the same type as Jonathan's, only larger, more imposing. The room itself was sterile, a stark contrast to the earthy, clinging terror of Silent Ridge. The air conditioning hummed a monotonous drone, a soundtrack to the carefully orchestrated dismissal of their experiences. Jonathan and Sarah sat side by side, their hands clasped beneath the table, a silent pact of mutual support against the impending onslaught. The senator's opening statement was a bland recitation of the official narrative, a devastating earthquake, a tragic loss of life, the usual bureaucratic platitudes. It was a carefully constructed narrative designed to minimize the anomalous occurrences, to paint a picture of a predictable natural disaster and nothing more. The questioning began gently enough, focusing on the logistical aspects of the rescue operation, the number of casualties, the extent of the damage. Jonathan answered precisely, his responses measured and carefully chosen. He knew the fine line they were walking, the delicate balance between providing enough information to appear cooperative and withholding the truth to protect themselves from ridicule, and perhaps something far worse. He could almost feel the unspoken pressure, the weight of the political agenda hanging heavy in the air. Sarah, however, found it harder to maintain this pretense. The senator's questions, while initially seemingly innocuous, edged closer and closer to the unsettling truth. Her answers became less precise, more hesitant. The memories of the swirling fog, the chanting voices, the grotesque figures, flooded back with each question, threatening to overwhelm her composure. The senator's placid demeanor was, she realized, a carefully constructed facade, masking a deep-seated skepticism. "An Agent Mitchell," Senator Harding said, his voice smooth but edged. With an unsettling intensity, our report mentions unusual weather conditions, specifically a persistent fog. Can you elaborate? Sarah hesitated, the weight of the unspoken hanging heavy in the air. She tried to choose her words carefully, avoiding terms that could be easily dismissed as hyperbolic or delusional. And the fog was dense, Senator, unusually persistent. It obscured visibility almost completely. And you attribute this to? Harding pressed, his gaze unwavering, challenging, testing her resolve. To the earthquake itself, perhaps? She offered, her voice strained, feeling the weight of her deception. She knew this was a lie, but she felt trapped, unable to break the carefully constructed narrative, fearing the consequences of revealing the truth. The questioning continued, each question a carefully laid trap, designed to elicit information without revealing the investigators' preconceived notions. They were expertly probing for inconsistencies, looking for cracks in their story, seeking to find evidence of delusion or fabrication. The senator and his team were experts at uncovering deception, at identifying the subtle cues, the micro-expressions that could betray the truth. Their expertise lay in their ability to read people, to assess their sincerity, and to separate truth from fabrication. The official reports, Sarah knew, had already minimized the strangeness they encountered in Silent Ridge. The reports were carefully edited, omitting the details about the bizarre rituals, the disturbing symbols, and the palpable sense of malevolence that permeated the town. They had selectively chosen data points that reinforced their preconceived conclusions and omitted the elements that contradicted their preconceived narrative. Days bled into weeks, the hearings stretching on, each session a grueling ordeal. The relentless questioning chipped away at their resolve, the constant scrutiny wearing them down. Jonathan's composure began to crack, his normally controlled demeanor replaced by fits of exhaustion and frustration. The pressure mounted, the weight of unspoken truths pressing down on him, threatening to bury him beneath its immense weight. Sarah, however, remained steadfast, her determination fueled by a potent mix of fear and determination. She knew that their experiences were real, that the horrors they witnessed were not the product of trauma or imagination. She was determined to fight for their story, even if it meant challenging the very fabric of reality and reason. Her determination stemmed from a conviction that the truth, no matter how unsettling, had to be revealed. This conviction was fueled by a deep sense of responsibility, a commitment to justice and to those who had been lost in Silent Ridge. One afternoon, during a particularly grueling session, a small, almost insignificant detail caught Sarah's attention. A discrepancy in a seismic report, a minor anomaly that the official investigators had dismissed as an error. It was a detail that had been overlooked by everyone else, a small but significant deviation from the norm. But to Sarah, a seasoned agent, it hinted at a deeper truth, a possibility that went beyond the simple narrative of a natural disaster. It represented a possibility of a different reality, something much more dangerous, something much more sinister. Her intuition, honed over years of experience, told her that this anomaly was significant, a potential clue to the events in Silent Ridge, a clue that could unlock the mysteries that shrouded the town in darkness, a clue that could bridge the gap between the rational and the irrational. She felt a sudden surge of energy, a revitalized determination to unlock the mysteries of Silent Ridge, to uncover the truth that lurked beneath the surface of the official report. This small discrepancy, however insignificant it seemed to the others, became her focus. It was a tiny crack in the facade, a pathway that led to a deeper understanding of the unsettling events. It was a glimmer of hope in an otherwise bleak landscape of skepticism and dismissal. It was a sign that pointed her toward a deeper truth, a truth that could unravel the mystery of Silent Ridge and validate her experience. It provided her a sense of direction, an objective to pursue amidst the frustration and exhaustion. The following day, Sarah confronted Senator Harding with her findings, presenting her evidence with a quiet intensity that belied her exhaustion. She presented her data in a clear, precise manner, leaving no room for misinterpretation or dismissal. She revealed her insights with confidence, demonstrating her expertise and mastery of the subject matter. Her analysis, sharp and detailed, presented a compelling case for re-examining the official narrative. Harding, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected revelation, listened intently. For the first time, a flicker of doubt crossed his face, a subtle shift in his usually composed demeanor. The anomaly, once dismissed as insignificant, now seemed to possess a significance that could not be ignored. The seeds of doubt were planted. The inquiry took an unexpected turn. The official stance, once unshakable, began to crumble under the weight of Sarah's evidence. The investigation was no longer a performance, but a genuine attempt to unravel the unsettling truth. The revelation did not merely challenge the established narrative, but it questioned the very foundation of the official stance. It was a game-changer. The path ahead remained uncertain, fraught with challenges and unknowns, but Sarah and Jonathan found a renewed sense of purpose. They knew that the fight was far from over, that the battle for the truth would be long and arduous. But armed with this new evidence, armed with a renewed sense of hope, they had a fighting chance to break through the wall of skepticism. Their hope was not in their abilities to convince the world, but in finding the truth, whatever it may be. The truth of Silent Ridge, and the truth about their shared experience. The journey continued, guided by a faint glimmer of hope in the darkness. Media frenzy. The carefully constructed dam of official silence began to crack. A single whispered leak to a disgruntled journalist, a seemingly insignificant breach in the carefully managed narrative, spiraled into a full-blown media maelstrom. The story, initially presented as a hushed rumor, quickly blossomed into a sensational headline, splashed across the front pages of newspapers and dominating the 24-hour news cycle. Silent Ridge, once a forgotten backwater, became the epicenter of a global media frenzy. The initial reports were cautiously worded, focusing on the unusual weather patterns and the discrepancies in the official earthquake reports. They cited Sarah's initial testimony, highlighting the persistent fog and the inconsistencies in the seismic data. But as the story gained traction, the tone shifted. The whispers became shouts, the speculation turned into conspiracy theories. The initially restrained reporting evolved into a maelstrom of sensationalism, fueled by the public's appetite for the extraordinary. The carefully curated narrative, built to downplay the anomalous events, crumbled under the weight of the public's insatiable curiosity. The press, ever hungry for a story, latched onto the discrepancies and amplified them, embellishing them with breathless descriptions and provocative speculation. The Internet, a breeding ground for rumor and conjecture, exploded with theories. Some attributed the events in Silent Ridge to a government experiment gone wrong, a clandestine project involving weather manipulation or some other classified technology. Others linked it to ancient curses, forgotten rituals, or supernatural forces. Social media became a battleground, with conflicting accounts and theories vying for attention. The hashtag Silent Ridge Mystery trended globally, drawing millions of views, comments, and shares. The sheer volume of speculation made it increasingly difficult to discern fact from fiction. Amidst the chaos, fragments of truth emerged, obscured by layers of speculation and misinterpretations. Videos supposedly showing glimpses of the fog and distorted sounds, claimed to be from eyewitnesses in Silent Ridge, circulated widely, even though their authenticity couldn't be verified. Jonathan and Sarah found themselves thrust into the eye of this media storm. Their phones buzzed incessantly, their email inboxes overflowing with messages from journalists, bloggers, and the general public. They were besieged by requests for interviews, and their every move was documented and analyzed. Paparazzi camped outside their homes, their every action scrutinized and interpreted through the lens of the ongoing narrative. Their carefully cultivated privacy shattered, their lives transformed into a public spectacle. The intense media scrutiny added another layer of pressure, amplifying their sense of isolation and adding to their already mounting stress and anxiety. The official response was to further tighten the reins of control. Press releases became more frequent, carefully crafted to counteract the more sensational stories. Government officials appeared on television, attempting to dismiss the speculation as unfounded and the anomalies as mere coincidences. But their efforts were in vain. The seed of doubt, planted by Sarah's persistent questioning, had taken root, and the public's imagination was already running wild. The authorities' attempts to control the narrative only served to fuel the frenzy, creating a feedback loop where each attempt at damage control only increased the public's appetite for answers. The lack of transparency, the obvious efforts to suppress information, fueled the conspiracy theories, turning Silent Ridge from a forgotten tragedy into a global mystery, a puzzle that everyone was desperate to solve. The constant barrage of media attention took a toll on both Jonathan and Sarah. Jonathan, accustomed to the pressures of the presidency, found himself grappling with a different kind of stress. The political fallout was immense, with his opponents seizing the opportunity to cast doubt on his leadership and exploit the situation for political gain. The media attention became a weapon used against him, creating further divisions within the political landscape. The political ramifications were immense. His answer-strong approval ratings began to plummet as the public struggled to reconcile the humanitarian leader with the enigmatic figure shrouded in mystery. Sarah's burden was different, but no less heavy. The constant scrutiny intensified her sense of isolation. The visions she experienced in Silent Ridge, once a personal torment, were now subject to public speculation. Her credibility was challenged, her sanity questioned. The media's obsession with finding a simple explanation threatened to undermine her integrity and her professional reputation. The line between journalist and inquisitor blurred, the interviews transforming into a relentless cross-examination that pushed her to her limits. She found herself constantly battling the distortions of her experiences, fighting against being portrayed as a victim of delusion or a perpetrator of deception. Her initial fear of ridicule and dismissal had manifested into a far more pervasive threat to her career and her emotional stability. The weight of the public's gaze and the distortion of her experience created an unprecedented level of stress and anxiety that could erode anyone's composure. The media frenzy intensified with each passing day, escalating from news reports to documentaries, talk shows, and online forums. The speculation ranged from the mundane to the utterly bizarre, with each new theory further amplifying the sense of unease and uncertainty. The public's fascination bordered on obsession, consuming them with intrigue, fueling countless blogs, social media posts, and even fan theories that emerged about the occurrences in Silent Ridge. The media transformed Silent Ridge into a stage for public speculation, a platform that allowed the free-flowing interpretations of the events, from rational deductions to outlandish conjectures. The pressure mounted on both Jonathan and Sarah to provide answers, to satisfy the public's insatiable thirst for knowledge. But the truth, as they both knew, was far more complex, far more unsettling than any simple explanation could encompass. The official inquiries continued, now intertwined with the media frenzy, each revelation leading to more questions, more speculation, and more intense scrutiny. The investigation was no longer merely an official inquiry, but a public trial, each media outlet acting as a judge, jury, and executioner, dissecting their every word and action. The line between investigation and inquisition blurred, leaving Jonathan and Sarah trapped in a never-ending cycle of questioning and speculation. Amidst the chaos, a sense of dread began to creep in. The media frenzy was not just a distraction, it was a force that threatened to undermine the investigation, to distort the truth, and to prevent them from ever truly understanding what happened in Silent Ridge. The relentless speculation and the constant scrutiny created an environment where the truth was lost in a sea of distorted information and conflicting narratives, making it almost impossible to separate fact from fiction, creating a climate of doubt and confusion where the actual truth seemed to become irrelevant. The media frenzy was not only a distraction, but also a weapon that was slowly unraveling their chances of unraveling the mystery and exposing the truth behind the disturbing events of Silent Ridge. Their struggle was no longer just about uncovering the truth. It became a battle against the overwhelming force of the media's influence, its capacity to distort, and its ability to undermine justice and truth. The media's obsession was not only with uncovering the mystery, but also with consuming it, creating a never-ending vortex of sensationalism and speculation that overshadowed the true gravity of the situation. Mitchell's testimony. The sterile fluorescent lights of the interrogation room hummed, a counterpoint to the relentless drumming of my own heart. Across the polished table sat three men, their faces etched with a mixture of skepticism and thinly veiled impatience. Agent Sterling, his eyes narrowed, his posture rigid, led the trio. Flanking him were two men from the Department of Homeland Security, their expressions suggesting they'd rather be anywhere else. The air hung heavy, thick with the unspoken accusations that had followed me since I'd escaped Silent Ridge. Agent Mitchell, Sterling began, his voice devoid of warmth. We've reviewed your initial report. Frankly, it's unconventional. He tapped a thick file on the table, the sound echoing in the silence. And the fog, the seismic anomalies, the other occurrences. We need a clearer, more concise account. But, sir, I began, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands, and I understand your skepticism. But what I experienced in Silent Ridge, It defied explanation. It wasn't just an earthquake, it was something else. I started to describe the events, meticulously recounting each detail, each chilling observation. The unnatural fog that clung to the town, thick and suffocating, obscuring all but the nearest objects, casting the landscape in an eerie, ethereal light. The way the ground seemed to vibrate, not with the predictable tremors of a quake, but with a deep, resonant hum, a feeling of subterranean unease that permeated the very fabric of the earth. I spoke of the distorted sounds, like whispers carried on a spectral wind, voices murmuring ancient incantations. I spoke of the sense of oppression that hung in the air, a palpable dread that seemed to seep into your bones. The men listened impassively, their faces betraying little emotion. Sterling took notes, his pen scratching across the pad, a relentless soundtrack to my narrative. Occasionally, one of the Homeland Security agents would exchange a look, a silent communication that hinted at shared disbelief. I pressed on, detailing the increasingly strange and terrifying events that unfolded, even the inexplicable visions that had plagued me, fleeting glimpses of ancient rituals, sacrifices, and a malevolent entity that seemed to embody the town's long history of suffering. I described the crumbling buildings, some appearing to shift and groan even after the initial shockwaves had subsided. The ground itself seemed unstable, as if the very earth beneath our feet was actively rejecting our presence. I explained how the rescue efforts were hampered by the inexplicable occurrences, the fog constantly shifting, obscuring visibility, creating an almost surreal labyrinth. I described the strange symbols etched into the decaying stonework, symbols that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, symbols that hinted at a history far older and darker than any historical record could contain. I recounted the president's ordeal, the trials he was subjected to, his vulnerability, and his unexpected resilience in the face of immense pressure. "Agent Mitchell," Sterling interrupted, his voice sharp, cutting through my account. "And you are aware that claims of supernatural phenomena are highly unusual in official reports. There must be a rational explanation. Perhaps stress, sleep deprivation." "Sir," I countered, "I've been a field agent for 10 years. I've dealt with a lot, but Silent Ridge, it was different. I have physical evidence, seismic data that doesn't align with the standard earthquake photographs, recordings. The fog itself, it was unlike anything I've ever encountered. It wasn't simply a meteorological anomaly, it possessed a sentient quality, a malevolent presence that seemed intent on hindering any attempt to escape the town." I laid out my evidence, photographs showing the peculiar symbols etched into the stone, audio recordings of the unsettling sounds, distorted voices that seemed to echo from another dimension. The seismic data, analyzed by independent experts, revealed patterns inconsistent with a typical earthquake. The data suggested a different kind of energy, a force that was not merely geological, but seemed to have a different origin, a more profound, otherworldly source. I presented these pieces of evidence carefully, hoping to move beyond the initial skepticism, to convince them that what I described was not a figment of my imagination or the result of stress. The agents examined the materials, their faces impassive, betraying nothing of their thoughts. Sterling, however, remained unconvinced. He pressed me on specific details, questioning my observations, probing for inconsistencies, attempting to find any flaw in my narrative, any crack in my composure. His questions were pointed, designed to discredit my account, to cast doubt on my sanity, to undermine my credibility. The questioning became a relentless examination, a test of my endurance and my will, as they probed into every nuance of my experience. Each question felt like a subtle attempt to invalidate my entire recollection of events. The questioning went on for hours, a relentless cycle of detailed descriptions, intense scrutiny, and skeptical questioning. My voice grew hoarse, my throat dry, my mind weary from the effort of recounting the horror I had witnessed. The weight of their disbelief, the unspoken accusation that I was fabricating a story, was a burden almost as heavy as the events themselves. They seemed intent on dismissing the supernatural elements, seeking a mundane explanation, even as the evidence presented itself, screaming against such attempts at simplification. Despite the mounting fatigue and the inherent discomfort of the situation, I continued to defend my account. I described the desperate struggle for survival, the claustrophobic atmosphere of the fog-shrouded town, the ever-present sense of impending doom. I recounted the chilling realization that Silent Ridge wasn't merely a disaster zone, it was a nexus of ancient evil, a place where the veil between worlds had thinned, allowing something malevolent to seep through. I spoke of the sacrifices demanded, the dark pact that seemed to bind the town to its fate, the sense of despair that permeated the air, heavier than the suffocating fog. The interview concluded late into the night. The agents packed up their materials, their expressions unreadable. Sterling looked at me, his gaze assessing, questioning. "And Agent Mitchell," he said, his voice finally losing some of its harshness, "and your testimony is certainly remarkable. We will need time to review this evidence." The unspoken words hung in the air, the unspoken doubt, the skepticism bordering on disbelief. The future remained uncertain. The truth, however horrifying, felt lost in a sea of skepticism, and despite my efforts, the weight of convincing them of the reality of the nightmare that we had faced in Silent Ridge seemed insurmountable. The silence that followed was far more daunting than any question, far more menacing than any accusation. The battle had begun, a fight not just against the forces we had encountered in Silent Ridge, but against the very nature of disbelief itself. The fight to convince them, the fight to be believed, the fight for the truth. Hayes withdrawal. The days that followed were a blur of hushed phone calls, whispered conversations, and the ever-present weight of unspoken questions. The public, initially gripped by concern for the president's safety after the Silent Ridge disaster, had shifted its attention. The official statement, a terse announcement of a minor injury, and the president's need for rest and recuperation, failed to satisfy the growing unease. Speculation ran rampant, fueled by the lack of transparency and the lingering mystery surrounding the town itself. News outlets scrambled for information, their reports morphing from cautious concern to outright sensationalism. The official silence only amplified the whispers, the rumors, the growing sense that something far more sinister had occurred in Silent Ridge than the government was willing to admit. Hayes himself retreated from public view. The once a commanding figure, the symbol of national strength and resilience, was now a recluse, confined to the seclusion of the presidential retreat. The vibrant energy that had once characterized him was replaced by a haunted stillness, a quiet withdrawal from the world. His once sharp eyes, usually alight with ambition and determination, were now clouded with a deep, unsettling weariness. He rarely spoke, his words few and measured, tinged with a weariness that went beyond mere physical exhaustion. It was the weariness of a man who had seen something profoundly disturbing, something that had shaken him to his core, and which he was unable to fully comprehend, let alone articulate. The official version of events, a devastating earthquake, a heroic rescue mission, and a president suffering from minor injuries, became a carefully constructed narrative, a facade designed to shield the public from a truth too terrifying to accept. But the cracks in this facade were already visible, spreading like fissures in the earth after a quake. The inconsistencies in the official story were too glaring to ignore. The unexplained seismic anomalies, the inexplicable fog, the complete absence of any credible explanation for the town's almost total destruction. And there was the matter of Hayes himself. The president's deeply troubled demeanor, the haunted look in his eyes, spoke volumes that official pronouncements could not erase. He spent his days pacing the grounds of the retreat, the manicured lawns a stark contrast to the chaotic landscape of his memories. The images of Silent Ridge, the crumbling buildings, the eerie fog, the unsettling sounds, played on a loop in his mind, a constant, disturbing reminder of the ordeal. He tried to explain it, to articulate the inexplicable horror he had experienced, but words failed him. The experience had shattered his understanding of reality, leaving him grappling with something beyond the realm of human comprehension. He felt a growing isolation, a disconnect from the world that had once been his stage, his domain. His sleep was plagued by nightmares, vivid and terrifying recreations of the trials he had endured. He relived the oppressive weight of the fog, the menacing whispers that seemed to emanate from the very stones beneath his feet. He saw again the distorted faces of the townspeople, their eyes filled with a despair that transcended earthly sorrow, a despair that reflected a deeper, more ancient, malevolent force. He relived the terrifying encounters with the entity that seemed to embody the town's centuries of suffering, a being of shadow and dread that was both tangible and intangible, a creature of nightmare made flesh. Attempts to resume his duties were short-lived. Even the most mundane tasks were insurmountable obstacles, the weight of his memories pressing down on him like a physical burden. The usual flow of presidential paperwork seemed trivial, almost meaningless, compared to the vast unknowable horror he had confronted. Briefings and meetings were reduced to short, strained encounters, punctuated by long silences and an almost palpable sense of distress. The sharp, decisive leader had been replaced by a shell of his former self, lost in the labyrinth of his own traumatized mind. Sarah Mitchell, meanwhile, became a ghost herself, moving through the bureaucratic corridors of power, seeking answers while being met with resistance at every turn. Her reports, initially brushed aside as the ravings of a traumatized agent, gradually gained traction. The sheer volume of physical evidence she had collected, seismic readings, audio recordings, photographs, testimonies from those involved in the rescue, proved too significant to ignore completely. But the inherent skepticism towards her claims of supernatural phenomena remained, a wall of disbelief that threatened to bury the truth beneath a mountain of rational explanations. The battle for truth became a lonely, uphill struggle. Mitchell found herself fighting not only the bureaucracy, but also the ingrained human tendency to reject anything that challenged the boundaries of established understanding. The evidence mounted, yet the official narrative remained stubbornly resistant to change. Her insistence on the existence of a malevolent force, of ancient rituals and dark curses, seemed to only deepen the suspicions surrounding her claims. The accusations of stress, sleep deprivation, and even delusion were subtly deployed as weapons, designed to discredit her observations and undermine her credibility. The president's withdrawal, however, proved to be an unexpected ally. His inability to function, his profound psychological distress, became a powerful, albeit unintentional, testament to the validity of Mitchell's claims. The official narrative of a minor injury and the need for rest and recuperation began to crumble under the weight of the president's obvious suffering, his visible emotional and psychological distress. It became increasingly difficult to maintain the fiction of a simple earthquake in the face of the president's visibly altered state, a state far beyond what could be attributed to physical injuries. The silence surrounding Silent Ridge was gradually being broken. The pieces of the puzzle, the president's withdrawal, Mitchell's relentless investigation, the mounting physical evidence, were slowly beginning to coalesce, revealing a disturbing picture of something far greater, something more sinister than a mere natural disaster. The pressure to disclose the truth was mounting, fueled by the growing public unease and the escalating political ramifications of the president's incapacitation. The silence, once a shield, was now a liability, a breeding ground for speculation and fear. The shadow of Silent Ridge had begun to stretch over Washington itself, casting its dark pall over the heart of American power. The truth, however horrific, was about to be revealed, a truth that would redefine the boundaries of reality itself. The investigation, initially hampered by disbelief, was now gathering momentum, driven by the mounting weight of evidence and the profound impact of the president's ordeal, a silent testament to the horrifying truth lurking beneath the surface. Seeds of doubt. The carefully constructed narrative began to unravel, not with a bang, but with a whisper. The official explanation, a carefully orchestrated symphony of half-truths and deliberate omissions, started to show its cracks. The initial wave of sympathy for the president, injured in the line of duty during a natural disaster, ebbed, replaced by a rising tide of skepticism. The media, initially deferential, grew bolder, their questions sharper, more insistent. The president's prolonged absence, the vague pronouncements from his office, the guarded statements from his physician, all fueled the growing suspicion that something was terribly wrong. The government's attempts to control the narrative were clumsy, unconvincing. The carefully chosen words, the soothing reassurances, only served to highlight the gaping holes in their story. The seismic readings, initially dismissed as anomalous activity in an earthquake-prone region, became a focus of intense scrutiny. Independent geologists, examining the data, pointed out inconsistencies, suggesting the tremors were not of natural origin. The unusual energy signatures detected around Silent Ridge, a phenomenon dismissed by official reports as a technical error, were amplified by leaked documents, raising uncomfortable questions about the nature of the forces at play. The fog, too, became a source of growing unease. Eyewitness accounts, initially disregarded as folklore and hyperbole, were corroborated by amateur videos and photographs. The fog was described not as a simple meteorological event, but as a sentient entity, a suffocating blanket of unnatural darkness, infused with an unnerving sense of dread. The inability of meteorologists to explain its presence, its persistence, its unnerving properties, further eroded the official narrative, breeding a fertile ground for speculation. The more the government tried to explain away the strange happenings, the more suspicious the public became. Sarah Mitchell, despite the attempts to discredit her, found herself at the center of this growing storm. Her increasingly detailed reports, initially met with derision, were gaining traction as the official story began to crumble. Her account of ancient rituals, of a malevolent entity tied to Silent Ridge's history, were initially dismissed as stress-induced hallucinations. However, the sheer weight of evidence she presented, the unsettling photographs, the eerie audio recordings capturing whispers and moans in the fog, the physical artifacts she retrieved from the ruins, proved too substantial to ignore completely. The seeds of doubt were planted, carefully nurtured by the inconsistencies in the official story and the undeniable evidence presented by Mitchell. The public, initially accepting the simple narrative of a natural disaster, began to question the official account. The whispers started to become louder, the questions bolder. The government's attempts at damage control were failing, their carefully crafted facade cracking under the weight of the truth. The government's response was a calculated attempt to shift the focus. They launched an investigation into the validity of Mitchell's claims, positioning her not as a credible witness, but as a potential threat. The investigation, ostensibly aimed at uncovering the truth, was subtly designed to discredit Mitchell, to portray her as a mentally unstable individual whose experiences were fueled by stress and imagination rather than by reality. The investigation sought to highlight the psychological toll of the rescue mission on Mitchell, casting doubt on her mental stability and competence. Her detailed accounts of supernatural phenomena were portrayed as symptoms of a traumatized mind, symptoms of a breakdown. They questioned the integrity of her data, suggesting tampering, fabrication, or even outright delusion. The official narrative painted a picture of a lone, stressed agent, driven by personal demons to create a fantastical narrative of ancient curses and malevolent entities to explain away a perfectly ordinary natural disaster. The deliberate strategy was to undermine her credibility, to sow confusion and doubt, to cast aspersions on her professionalism and her mental state. The goal was to discredit her findings, to paint her as an unreliable source, and to redirect public attention away from the increasingly untenable official narrative. They even leaked portions of her personal files, focusing on episodes of stress and anxiety in her past, further fueling the narrative of a troubled individual, prone to flights of fancy and prone to exaggeration. This calculated campaign aimed to undermine public confidence in Mitchell, a campaign to discredit her observations before they could unravel the government's carefully constructed lies. However, the very act of this counter-offensive backfired. The sheer aggression of the government's response, the blatant attempt to discredit Mitchell, fueled suspicion among the public. The desperation behind their attempts to suppress the truth only served to solidify the growing belief that they were hiding something. The official investigations, far from discrediting Mitchell, inadvertently confirmed the strangeness of Silent Ridge. The more they dug, the more anomalies they unearthed, anomalies that could not be easily dismissed as mere coincidences or errors. The government's own investigators began to report observations that echoed Mitchell's, adding to the growing body of evidence that contradicted the official narrative. Simultaneously, the president's condition remained a source of growing concern. The official reports of minor injuries seemed increasingly at odds with his continued absence from public life. His psychological distress, clearly visible to those closest to him, was undeniable. The hushed conversations, the worried faces, the growing number of conflicting reports about his condition all served to deepen the growing unease surrounding Silent Ridge. The official narrative of a minor injury became increasingly untenable as more detailed, albeit unofficial reports leaked to the media. The discrepancy between the president's supposed injuries and his increasingly erratic behavior fueled further speculation. The public began to suspect a cover-up, a conspiracy to conceal the true nature of the events in Silent Ridge. The seeds of doubt, initially sown by the inconsistencies in the official narrative, had grown into a full-blown crisis of confidence in the government. The official version, once accepted without question, now faced widespread skepticism, replaced by a collective suspicion that the truth was far more sinister, far more terrifying than what the authorities were willing to admit. The silence surrounding Silent Ridge, once a tool of control, had become a liability, a breeding ground for fear and speculation. The unraveling of the official narrative was a slow, insidious process, a creeping realization that the truth about Silent Ridge was far more disturbing than any imagined horror. The investigation, intended to silence Mitchell, had instead amplified her voice and uncovered a truth that threatened to shatter the foundations of power itself. Further research. The official investigation, a thinly veiled attempt to discredit her, only served to solidify Mitchell's resolve. She understood the game. They were trying to bury the truth under a mountain of bureaucratic obfuscation and carefully crafted disinformation. But she had seen too much, felt too much, to simply walk away. Silent Ridge had seeped into her bones, a chilling echo resonating within her very being. The government's attempts to portray her as a traumatized, delusional agent only fueled her determination. She would prove them wrong. She would unveil the truth, even if it meant facing the full force of the government's wrath. Her apartment, a refuge from the storm of accusations swirling around her, became her command center. The walls were covered in maps, charts, photographs, and the strange artifacts she had salvaged from Silent Ridge. Each item whispered its own silent story, a testament to the horrors she had witnessed. There were the strangely etched stones, their cryptic symbols hinting at forgotten rituals. The soil samples, revealing an unnatural chemical composition, unlike anything she had encountered before, and the audio recordings, filled with disembodied whispers and guttural moans that sent shivers down her spine. She began by meticulously cross-referencing the seismic data with historical records of Silent Ridge, searching for patterns, for clues that might explain the unnatural tremors. She found inconsistencies in the official reports, discrepancies that pointed to something far more sinister than a simple earthquake. The official reports had conveniently omitted any mention of the unusual energy readings detected around the town, but Mitchell had secured copies of the raw data. The energy signatures were clearly anomalous, fluctuating wildly in patterns that defied conventional scientific explanation. They weren't just the result of tectonic shifts. There was a different force at play, a malevolent energy source that pulsed beneath the town's decaying infrastructure. Next, she delved into the town's history, sifting through dusty archives, forgotten journals, and local folklore. She discovered a long history of unexplained disappearances, strange occurrences, and unsettling legends that spoke of a curse, a malevolent entity tied to the land itself. These weren't mere superstitions. They were carefully documented accounts, often corroborated by multiple sources across centuries. The tales spoke of a pact made long ago, a deal struck with darkness in exchange for prosperity, a deal that had long since soured, leaving the town to suffer under the weight of its consequences. The historical records revealed a chilling pattern, periods of prosperity followed by catastrophic events, mirroring the unnatural seismic activity she'd observed. It seemed the land itself was reacting to something ancient and malevolent. The curse wasn't simply a metaphor, it appeared to be a terrifying reality. The longer she researched, the more the pieces fell into place, forming a disturbing picture of a town tormented by a supernatural force, a force that was somehow linked to the government's actions or inaction through the years. Her investigation wasn't limited to historical records. She reached out to contacts she had developed over the years, individuals who specialized in the paranormal, people who dealt with the shadows that lurked at the edges of reality. They were initially hesitant, wary of becoming entangled in a controversy of this magnitude, but Mitchell's persistence and the evidence she presented eventually swayed them. These experts corroborated some of her findings, adding their own insights into the strange energy signatures and the peculiar artifacts she had found. Some suggested ancient rituals, forgotten forms of dark magic that tapped into a raw, malevolent energy. Others proposed a more scientific explanation, focusing on anomalies in the electromagnetic field and previously unknown forms of energy that might have affected tectonic plates. But these explanations only scratched the surface. Mitchell found the government's involvement particularly unsettling. Their attempts to suppress information, to discredit her, suggested a deeper level of complicity. It was as if they knew more than they were letting on, as if they had a vested interest in keeping the truth buried. The more she investigated, the more she suspected that the government's involvement wasn't merely a passive oversight, but an active concealment of the horrifying truth behind Silent Ridge. As she pieced together the fragments of information, she began to understand the full scope of the situation. The earthquake wasn't a natural disaster, it was a manifestation of the curse, a consequence of a long-forgotten pact. The government's neglect of Silent Ridge over the years, their indifference to its suffering, had somehow fueled the malevolent entity, giving it strength. The fog, the tremors, the strange energy signatures, these were all symptoms of the curse's resurgence. And the president's apparent breakdown wasn't simply stress, it was a direct result of his exposure to the entity, a manifestation of his own guilt and the weight of his broken promises. The weight of her discovery pressed down on Mitchell. She realized that the government's attempts to suppress the truth weren't driven by fear of public panic, but by something far more sinister. They knew the full extent of the situation, their past actions directly tied to the awakening of the curse. They had chosen to sacrifice Silent Ridge, to sacrifice its people, for their own gain. And now, the curse was exacting its revenge. Her understanding of the curse led to a terrifying revelation. The entity demanded a sacrifice, a human offering to appease its wrath. The government's attempts to control the narrative, to discredit her, were merely delaying tactics, buying them time to find a suitable replacement sacrifice. Mitchell had a sickening realization: she might be next. The more she uncovered, the more she became a potential victim. Mitchell realized that her fight wasn't just against the government's deception, but against a primal, ancient evil. She knew she had to act quickly. The evidence she gathered, the historical records, the scientific data, the eyewitness testimonies, the supernatural anomalies, painted a chilling picture that demanded immediate attention. It wasn't just about exposing the government, it was about finding a way to break the curse before it consumed everything. The consequences of failure were too horrifying to contemplate. Her next step was to make contact with a select group of individuals, independent scientists, historians, and experts in the paranormal, who she trusted would understand the gravity of her findings. She needed allies, people who wouldn't dismiss her claims as the ravings of a traumatized agent. She had to assemble a team capable of confronting the darkness that had enveloped Silent Ridge. Their collective expertise was her best hope of breaking the curse. The meeting was tense, clandestine. The individuals, initially skeptical, became increasingly disturbed as Mitchell laid out her evidence. The weight of the information, the sheer horror of the situation, silenced their doubts. They listened in stunned silence as she described the ancient pact, the malevolent entity, the government's involvement, and the impending sacrifice. They understood that this was bigger than any conspiracy. It was a battle against an ancient evil, a fight for the very soul of the town. Once the initial shock subsided, they began formulating a plan. The task was daunting. They had to find a way to break a curse that had spanned centuries, a curse that had deeply entrenched itself into the fabric of Silent Ridge. Their first step was to release the information to the public, to expose the government's complicity and the true nature of the situation. This was a high-stakes gamble. They knew that the government would retaliate, trying to silence them and discredit their claims. But they also understood that silence would mean certain destruction. Their second step was far more perilous. They needed to find a way to break the curse, to sever the connection between the malevolent entity and Silent Ridge. This required a deeper understanding of the ancient rituals, a knowledge of forgotten magic and obscure symbols. The task was far beyond the realm of scientific inquiry. It demanded an understanding of the supernatural, a daring intervention into the realm of the occult. They would be walking a precarious tightrope between sanity and oblivion. As the team worked relentlessly, the government's counter-offensive intensified. The campaign to discredit Mitchell and her allies became more aggressive, more vicious. The media was flooded with disinformation, portraying them as conspiracy theorists, delusional individuals, or even agents of a foreign power. The public was deliberately misled, the truth buried under a wave of coordinated lies. Despite the government's efforts, cracks began to appear in their meticulously constructed facade. Independent journalists, inspired by Mitchell's courage and evidence, dug deeper, discovering evidence of the government's complicity in the events leading up to the earthquake. The media, initially reluctant, began to shed light on the anomalies, the discrepancies in the official narrative, and the disturbing pattern of government neglect. The truth, despite the strenuous efforts to suppress it, was beginning to surface. The final confrontation took place at the heart of Silent Ridge, amid the ruins of the town, where the entity had manifested its power. The team, armed with their knowledge and courage, faced the ancient evil head-on, employing a combination of science and forgotten rituals to break the curse. The battle was harrowing, a desperate fight against a force that seemed invincible. The air crackled with energy, the ground trembled under their feet, and the fog pulsed with a malevolent energy. But they persevered, their combined efforts weakening the entity, its power waning under the assault. Ultimately, the curse was broken, not with a dramatic showdown, but with a delicate dismantling of the rituals that sustained it. The fog dissipated, the tremors ceased, and a sense of peace descended over the ravaged town. The victory was hard won, but it was a victory nonetheless. The truth was revealed, the government's deception exposed, and the town's suffering came to an end. Yet, the events in Silent Ridge left an indelible mark on those who had witnessed it, a chilling reminder of the power of darkness and the consequences of broken promises. The lingering sense of unease was a constant companion, an echo of the horrors they had faced. And though the immediate threat was over, the long road to recovery had just begun, not just for Silent Ridge, but for those who had fought to uncover the truth. The chilling silence of Silent Ridge was replaced with a mournful quiet, a testament to the price of uncovering such a horrifying truth. The escape was real, but the scars remained, a constant reminder of the shadow that once threatened to engulf them all. Hidden clues. The dusty archives of the Silent Ridge Historical Society proved to be a treasure trove, albeit a chilling one. Mitchell spent weeks poring over brittle documents, yellowed newspapers, and faded photographs, each item revealing a new layer of the town's tormented history. The official history, neatly packaged and sanitized for public consumption, was a blatant lie, a carefully constructed narrative designed to obscure the truth. But beneath the surface, Mitchell unearthed a wealth of information that contradicted the official account. She discovered records of unusual occurrences dating back centuries, far beyond the scope of the recent earthquake. There were accounts of strange illnesses, unexplained disappearances, and violent storms that seemed to target Silent Ridge disproportionately. These weren't isolated incidents, they formed a disturbing pattern, a cyclical recurrence of catastrophic events punctuated by brief periods of relative calm and prosperity. The pattern was eerily reminiscent of the cyclical nature of the anomalous energy readings she had discovered in the seismic data. One particularly intriguing document was a faded ledger from the 17th century, detailing the transactions of a prominent family, the Blackwood clan. The ledger hinted at a pact made with an unnamed entity, a deal that brought the Blackwoods immense wealth and influence, but at a terrible cost. The entries became increasingly cryptic and unsettling towards the end, filled with coded messages and references to rituals and sacrifices. The entries spoke of appeasements, of offerings needed to maintain the fragile balance achieved through their unholy pact. Mitchell felt a chill run down her spine as she deciphered the archaic script, the implications staggering. This wasn't just a local curse, it was something far older, something that had burrowed deep into the very fabric of the region. Further investigation revealed that the Blackwood influence extended far beyond Silent Ridge. The family had established trading posts and settlements throughout the surrounding area, leaving behind a trail of similar unexplained events, mirroring the pattern she had observed in Silent Ridge. It seemed the curse, or whatever malevolent force was at play, wasn't confined to the town itself. It was spread across a much wider geographical area, its tendrils reaching out, silently poisoning the land. This realization shifted Mitchell's focus. The problem wasn't just about Silent Ridge, it was a regional crisis of epic proportions, far greater than the government was willing to admit. This expanded scope explained the government's frantic efforts to suppress the truth. It wasn't just about protecting a small, insignificant town, it was about preventing widespread panic and chaos. The implications of a widespread supernatural threat would be devastating, potentially triggering a global crisis. Mitchell discovered maps, meticulously drawn and hidden within the ledger, charting the locations of these settlements, along with cryptic symbols that seemed to correspond to the energy signatures she'd analyzed from Silent Ridge. These maps hinted at a network of ancient ritual sites, places where the Blackwood clan had conducted their unholy ceremonies. The symbols weren't just decorative, they were likely key components of the rituals themselves, focusing and channeling the malevolent energy. She found corroborating evidence in local folklore, ancient ballads, and whispered legends, all pointing towards a similar pattern of prosperity, followed by catastrophic events in numerous small towns and villages around Silent Ridge. The stories, passed down through generations, detailed the consequences of violating the land, of disrupting the ancient balance. The legends spoke of appeasements and sacrifices, suggesting that the malevolent entity demanded regular offerings to maintain its slumber. Among the archived documents, Mitchell unearthed a series of letters exchanged between government officials from different eras. These letters, marked top secret and hidden away in a separate locked archive, revealed a history of government complicity in covering up the supernatural events in Silent Ridge and its surrounding areas. The correspondence demonstrated a long-standing knowledge of the curse, a conscious decision to suppress the truth for political and economic gain. The government hadn't simply neglected Silent Ridge, they had actively worked to conceal its existence, sacrificing the town and its people to protect their own interests. The letters also detailed covert operations undertaken to suppress information and discredit any individuals who dared to expose the truth. Mitchell recognized the pattern. It was the same strategy the government employed in her case. They were willing to sacrifice anything, even the truth itself, to maintain their control and power. The historical archives revealed a disturbing pattern of government-sanctioned land grabs, the construction of dams and power plants on or near the ritual sites identified in the Blackwood maps. These actions seemingly awakened the entity, triggering the catastrophic events detailed in the historical records. The prosperity that followed such projects turned out to be a mere prelude to the cataclysmic events that inevitably ensued. It was a pattern that was chillingly predictable and undeniably deliberate. Armed with this wealth of new information, Mitchell understood the depth of the conspiracy, its far-reaching consequences. The earthquake wasn't a singular event, it was the culmination of centuries of deliberate negligence, a catastrophic reaction to the disturbance of an ancient, malevolent entity. The government's actions weren't merely careless, they were intentionally provocative, fueling the malevolent force for their own short-sighted gains. She contacted her allies, sharing the new information. The expanded scope of the problem shifted their strategy. It wasn't just about exposing a local conspiracy. It was about exposing a vast, centuries-old deception with implications that reached far beyond Silent Ridge. Their task became exponentially more challenging, the stakes immeasurably higher. They now faced not just a localized curse, but a network of ancient evils, carefully cultivated and intentionally awakened by generations of governmental disregard. The ensuing weeks were a whirlwind of activity. The team worked tirelessly, piecing together the fragmented history, cross-referencing historical accounts with geological data, and investigating the energy signatures identified in the Blackwood maps. They delved deeper into forgotten rituals, studying obscure texts and consulting with experts in ancient languages and occult practices. They uncovered a horrifying truth. The government's complicity wasn't a matter of ignorance or negligence. It was a carefully crafted strategy to exploit the power of the ancient entity, using it as a tool to further their own agenda. Silent Ridge was not an isolated incident. It was a symptom of a far greater, far more terrifying problem. The more they investigated, the more they realized that the entire region was riddled with the scars of this ancient curse, a silent testament to the price of ambition and greed. The escape from Silent Ridge had only been the beginning. The fight was far from over. The shadow of the curse loomed large, a constant reminder of the chilling truth they had uncovered. The battle for the truth had just begun, and the fight was for the soul of the region. The pattern repeats. The realization that Silent Ridge wasn't an isolated incident sent a fresh wave of icy dread through Mitchell. The pattern she'd uncovered in the historical archives, the cyclical nature of prosperity followed by catastrophic events, wasn't unique to that forsaken town. A painstaking comparison of seismic data, historical records, and the Blackwood maps revealed a chilling truth: similar patterns of unusual energy spikes, followed by unexplained disasters, were occurring in other seemingly unrelated locations across the region. Initially, the correlations seemed coincidental, mere statistical anomalies. But as Mitchell and her team meticulously sifted through the data, a sinister pattern emerged. Small, isolated communities, often economically depressed and overlooked by the government, bore the scars of similar calamities. Towns that had experienced sudden booms, driven by government-sponsored infrastructure projects or resource exploitation, were later struck by inexplicable disasters: floods, fires, landslides, or outbreaks of strange illnesses. The timing was always eerily similar: a period of sudden prosperity, followed by a devastating event that wiped out the gains, leaving behind a desolate husk. The Blackwood maps, with their cryptic symbols and meticulously plotted locations, became crucial. Mitchell's team now expanded to include linguists, cryptographers, and experts in folklore and ancient rituals, painstakingly deciphered the symbols. They represented more than just locations. They depicted a complex network of ley lines, energy conduits that seemed to channel the malevolent force. The sites marked on the maps weren't randomly chosen. They were carefully selected points of power, amplified by the underlying geology. The government-sponsored development projects, far from being coincidental, appeared to have been deliberately targeted at these locations, unwittingly acting as catalysts, awakening the entity's dormant power. One such location, a forgotten mining town called Blackwood Hollow, nestled deep within a remote mountain range, presented a particularly compelling case study. Historical records revealed a period of remarkable prosperity in the late 19th century, fueled by a sudden gold rush. The town boomed, attracting settlers and investors, but the prosperity was short-lived. A massive landslide, utterly inexplicable given the geological stability of the region, buried the town under tons of rock and debris, leaving behind only a handful of survivors and a lingering air of despair. The timing correlated precisely with a surge in anomalous energy detected in the region, mirroring the pattern observed in Silent Ridge. Further investigation unearthed similar stories in other locations marked on the Blackwood maps. A coastal village obliterated by an unexpected tsunami, a farming community devastated by an inexplicable blight, a logging town consumed by a wildfire of unusual intensity. Each shared the same unsettling pattern: a period of rapid development, often encouraged by government initiatives, followed by a devastating catastrophe. It was as if the land itself was striking back, punishing those who dared to disrupt the ancient balance. The team uncovered a disturbing truth: the government's complicity in these disasters wasn't merely accidental negligence. It was a calculated strategy of exploitation and deception. The initial prosperity fueled by these projects served as a seductive lure, attracting investment and population growth. The subsequent catastrophes, though devastating, served the government's agenda by clearing the land for further exploitation or allowing the government to seize assets and resources at drastically reduced costs, effectively erasing any traces of prior ownership. The pattern was chillingly consistent, a grim cycle of boom and bust, carefully orchestrated for maximum political and economic gain. The implications were staggering. The entity wasn't merely a local curse confined to Silent Ridge, it was a powerful, malevolent force with a far-reaching influence. The government, aware of this force and its destructive potential, had knowingly played with fire, using it as a tool to further its own agenda, sacrificing countless lives and communities in the process. The scale of the deception was breathtaking, a conspiracy that spanned centuries, weaving its tendrils deep into the fabric of society. Mitchell found herself wrestling with a growing sense of despair. Exposing the truth wouldn't be enough. It would require dismantling a deeply entrenched system of corruption and power, a system that had knowingly sacrificed entire communities to maintain its control. The sheer magnitude of the task seemed insurmountable. She thought about President Hayes, about his willingness to sacrifice himself in Silent Ridge. His gesture had seemed heroic, a desperate act of redemption. But now, Mitchell saw it as a tiny spark of defiance against a far larger, far more insidious darkness. The information gathered demanded a bolder, more coordinated response. Mitchell and her team began contacting journalists, activists, and former government officials with knowledge of similar cover-ups. The response was initially cautious, laced with skepticism and fear. But as Mitchell presented her evidence, the seismic data, the historical records, the Blackwood maps, the walls of doubt began to crumble. A growing number of people, driven by a shared sense of justice and a burning desire for truth, joined the fight. The fight, however, wasn't just about exposing the government's deception. It was about understanding the nature of the entity itself, its origins, and its ultimate goals. The ancient texts, the cryptic symbols, the folklore, all pointed towards a being of immense power, a force that predated recorded history, a creature that fed on fear and despair. The rituals described in the Blackwood ledger were chillingly precise, detailing the appeasements required to keep the entity dormant, the sacrifices needed to maintain a fragile peace. But the appeasements had been neglected for too long. The government's relentless exploitation had awakened the entity, and its anger was now unleashed upon the land. The earthquake in Silent Ridge wasn't a random event. It was a symptom of a deeper, more pervasive illness, a manifestation of an ancient wrath. Mitchell realized that exposing the government's conspiracy was only the first step. The ultimate challenge lay in finding a way to confront the entity itself, to break the curse before it consumed the entire region, leaving behind a trail of ruin and despair. The pattern of destruction needed to be broken, not merely documented. The fight was for the future, the fate of countless communities hanging in the balance. The escape from Silent Ridge had been a crucial step, but it was merely the beginning of a much longer, far more perilous journey. The true battle had just begun, seeking answers. The sterile fluorescent lights of the university library hummed a monotonous counterpoint to the frantic rhythm of Mitchell's heart. Dust motes danced in the beams, illuminating the labyrinthine shelves laden with forgotten tomes, their leather-bound spines whispering secrets of ages past. The escape from Silent Ridge felt like a distant, hallucinatory memory, the lingering scent of decay and fear a phantom clinging to her clothes. The immediate urgency of survival had given way to a deeper, more insidious unease, the chilling realization that Silent Ridge was just one piece of a much larger, far more terrifying puzzle. Her team had dispersed, each member pursuing a specific avenue of research, their efforts coordinated through encrypted channels. While some analyzed seismic data and government records, meticulously piecing together the pattern of exploitation and catastrophe, Mitchell had dedicated herself to deciphering the enigma of the Blackwood maps and the curse they seemed to depict. She was delving into the murky waters of ancient myths, forgotten rituals, and occult lore, searching for any clue that could explain the nature of the entity and the seemingly impossible events unfolding around her. The Blackwood ledger, with its cryptic symbols and fragmented texts, became her obsession. She spent countless hours poring over its pages, meticulously comparing its symbols to those found in ancient manuscripts and obscure grimoires. Slowly, painstakingly, a terrifying narrative began to emerge. The symbols weren't merely geographical markers, they were a complex language, a coded map detailing a network of ley lines, energy conduits that channeled a primordial malevolent power. The locations marked on the map weren't random, they were chosen for their unique geological properties, their ability to amplify and focus this ancient energy. The texts themselves were fragments of a much larger narrative, a dark saga spanning millennia. They spoke of a being of immense power, an entity predating human civilization, a creature that fed on fear, despair, and the suffering of mortals. It was a being that had slumbered for ages, its existence known only to a select few, its power contained within the carefully balanced equilibrium of the ley lines. The fragments hinted at ancient rituals, appeasements designed to placate the entity and maintain this precarious balance. These rituals weren't benign ceremonies. They were brutal, horrific acts of sacrifice, designed to appease the ancient entity's hunger. The ledger described these rituals in graphic detail, the chilling descriptions leaving an indelible mark on Mitchell's mind. She found herself wrestling not only with the intellectual puzzle of the texts, but also with the emotional weight of the horrors they described, the terrifying implications of what she was uncovering. One particular passage stood out, a chillingly poetic description of a ritual sacrifice involving the heart of the land, a symbolic representation of the Earth's energy, linked to the network of ley lines depicted on the map. The ritual, according to the ledger, was intended to maintain the entity's slumber, to prevent it from unleashing its wrath upon the world. The passage implied that the prosperity in towns targeted by the government projects was a perverse twist, an unwitting offering to the entity that ultimately proved insufficient, thus triggering its catastrophic response. Days bled into nights as Mitchell's research intensified. She scoured archives, consulting specialists in various fields, linguists, historians, anthropologists, even experts in ancient astronomy. Each conversation added a new piece to the puzzle, revealing a more horrifying and complex picture of the government's actions. The initial pattern of exploitation had been far more insidious than she had initially imagined. The government wasn't merely negligent, it was actively participating in a centuries-old conspiracy, manipulating the ancient energy for its own nefarious ends. The more she learned, the more desperate the situation seemed. The entity was not a localized curse, it was a force of immense power, capable of unleashing widespread destruction. The government's actions had destabilized the ancient equilibrium, triggering a catastrophic chain of events. The earthquake in Silent Ridge wasn't an isolated incident. It was a precursor, a warning of far greater calamities to come. Mitchell's research led her to a forgotten monastery, hidden deep within a remote mountain range. The monastery housed a collection of ancient texts, including a weathered manuscript that contained a more complete version of the Blackwood Ledger's narrative. This manuscript revealed the origins of the entity, a being of immense power that had existed since the dawn of time, its very essence intertwined with the planet's energy. The manuscript described its initial appeasement thousands of years ago, a ritual sacrifice that had sealed its power, albeit precariously, within the Earth. The manuscript also outlined the conditions under which the entity could be contained, methods that mirrored those described in the Blackwood Ledger, but in far greater detail. The containment depended on maintaining a delicate balance, a harmony between human activity and the natural world. The government's actions, driven by greed and a disregard for the ancient balance, had irrevocably disrupted this delicate harmony, unleashing the entity's wrath upon the world. The manuscript revealed the true cost of the government's actions, a deliberate and systematic exploitation of the Earth's energy, a cynical manipulation of ancient forces for political and economic gain. The prosperity the government brought to targeted towns was merely a cynical offering intended to placate the awakened entity. It was a calculated risk that failed spectacularly, and now the resulting devastation threatened to consume everything in its path. Mitchell understood the magnitude of the challenge ahead. It wasn't enough to expose the government's conspiracy. She had to find a way to contain, or perhaps even defeat, the entity itself. The ancient texts offered clues, but they also posed a daunting question: was it even possible to undo the damage that had been done? Could humanity truly atone for its centuries of reckless exploitation and disregard for the ancient order? The answer, she realized, might lie hidden within the cryptic symbols, the forgotten rituals, and the ancient legends, a desperate search for redemption in the face of an ancient, unstoppable wrath. The weight of the world, it seemed, rested on her shoulders, a terrifying burden she had to bear. The fight for survival had become a race against time, a desperate struggle against a force far older and more powerful than any human could imagine. The escape from Silent Ridge was only the beginning. The true battle was yet to come, a new threat. The sterile air of the university library offered little comfort. The rhythmic hum of the fluorescent lights, once a background drone, now grated on Mitchell's frayed nerves, a constant, irritating reminder of the normalcy she had lost. The escape from Silent Ridge, a harrowing odyssey etched into her memory, felt increasingly surreal, a feverish dream fading at the edges. The physical wounds had healed, but the psychic scars remained, raw and throbbing. The chilling certainty that Silent Ridge was not an isolated incident, but a symptom of something far greater, a cosmic malignancy awakening from its centuries-long slumber, settled heavily on her soul. The initial euphoria of survival had been short-lived. The weight of her discovery pressed down on her, crushing her under the immensity of what she had learned. The Blackwood Ledger, once a cryptic puzzle, had become a chilling prophecy, a roadmap to a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. The entity, the ancient being whose existence had been hinted at in fragmented texts and obscured rituals, was not vanquished in the collapse of Silent Ridge. It was simply dormant, a dangerous, slumbering beast, its fury held in check by a precarious temporary truce. Mitchell traced the lines of the map again, the faded ink seeming to bleed into the aged parchment. Each marked location resonated with a painful echo of destruction, a silent testament to the government's reckless disregard for the ancient, delicate balance. The prosperity brought to those towns, once touted as a symbol of progress, now appeared as a twisted appeasement, a desperate attempt to buy off an ancient and terrible power. And the failure of that appeasement had triggered the earthquake, a harbinger of the devastation to come. Her team, a disparate group of experts bound together by a shared sense of dread, were working tirelessly, their individual investigations feeding into a terrifying mosaic of truth. Dr. Aris Thorne, the geologist, had discovered evidence suggesting a deliberate manipulation of tectonic plates, a macabre experiment, designed to harness the very energy that fueled the entity. His findings pointed to a pattern of escalating activity, a series of subtle tremors and seismic shifts that were progressively weakening the Earth's crust, slowly but surely preparing the stage for a cataclysmic event. Agent Reyes, a seasoned investigator, had unearthed a trail of meticulously concealed documents, implicating high-ranking government officials in a long-running conspiracy that stretched back centuries. The evidence was circumstantial but damning, suggesting a deliberate exploitation of the ancient ley lines for power, wealth, and control. The pattern was clear: strategically chosen locations, government-funded projects, and an unspoken reverence for ancient, terrifying rituals. The true horror was not just the government's complicity, but their breathtaking arrogance. They believed they could manipulate forces beyond their comprehension, exploit an ancient power without facing the consequences. They had played God, and now the price was about to be exacted. Mitchell felt a creeping dread, a chilling premonition of the immensity of the threat. The earthquake in Silent Ridge was only the first act of a far larger tragedy. The entity wasn't limited to that isolated town. It was connected to the network of ley lines, a malignant force that pulsed beneath the very foundation of the earth, waiting to be unleashed. The ancient texts, deciphered with the help of linguists and historians, painted an even grimmer picture. They described the entity not as a malevolent spirit, but as a primordial being, a sentient force woven into the fabric of existence itself. It existed outside human comprehension, a force that predated humanity and had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, feeding on the suffering and despair it created. The rituals described in the texts were not mere ceremonies. They were meticulously planned acts of sacrifice, designed to appease the entity's hunger and maintain a fragile balance. These weren't sacrificial lambs or symbolic gestures. They involved human lives, deliberate offerings to stave off a catastrophic awakening. The scale of the rituals implied a vast conspiracy, a clandestine network reaching into the highest echelons of power. Mitchell spent sleepless nights poring over satellite imagery, comparing the locations marked on the Blackwood maps with seismic activity patterns. The correlation was undeniable. Each location showed a significant increase in seismic activity, a clear sign of the entity's increasing power. The Earth itself seemed to be groaning under the weight of its ancient slumber. A chilling realization struck her. The entity wasn't merely reacting to the government's actions, it was actively manipulating them. The prosperity they had brought to certain towns was a twisted game, an offering designed to lull the beast, to buy time. The government had unknowingly become pawns in a far older and more sinister game. The discovery of a hidden chamber within the forgotten monastery, containing a complete version of the Blackwood ledger, intensified her sense of dread. This manuscript, preserved for centuries, detailed the entity's origin, its unimaginable power, and the devastating consequences of its awakening. It also offered a glimpse of hope, a hint of a possible solution, a ritual designed to restore the ancient balance, to seal away the entity once again. But the ritual was not a simple ceremony. It demanded a profound sacrifice, a selfless act of self-immolation to appease the ancient entity and restore the equilibrium. The details were shrouded in cryptic symbolism, but the core message was unmistakable. Humanity's reckless actions had disrupted a timeless balance, and only a profound act of atonement could restore it. The weight of this knowledge pressed down on Mitchell, a crushing burden that threatened to overwhelm her. The escape from Silent Ridge felt like a momentary reprieve, a brief pause before the storm. The real battle, the fight for the very survival of humanity, had just begun. The entity was not defeated, it was merely waiting, its hunger growing with each passing moment. And Mitchell, armed with the horrifying truth, stood at the precipice of an unimaginable battle, a desperate struggle against a force older than time itself, a fight for redemption in the face of an ancient, unstoppable wrath. The fate of the world rested on her shoulders, a burden she must carry, alone, into the gathering darkness. Internal conflict. The flickering gaslight cast long, dancing shadows across the worn pages of the Blackwood ledger, their cryptic symbols mocking her efforts to decipher their meaning. Each night, the visions returned, sharper, more vivid, the screams of Silent Ridge echoing in her mind, a relentless chorus of agony and despair. Sleep offered no respite, only a descent into a nightmarish landscape of crumbling towns and monstrous entities, a constant reminder of the horrors she had witnessed. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, the weight of her experiences threatening to shatter her sanity. Doubt gnawed at her, a relentless, insidious parasite feeding on her certainty. Had she really seen what she claimed to have seen? Was the Blackwood ledger genuine, or a product of her overwrought imagination, a desperate attempt to explain away the inexplicable? The scientific explanations offered by her colleagues felt inadequate, insufficient to account for the sheer scale of the devastation, the palpable sense of dread that hung in the air. They spoke of tectonic shifts, of geological anomalies, but their words felt like hollow pronouncements, inadequate to explain the otherworldly horror she had encountered. The faces of the Silent Ridge victims haunted her dreams, their pained expressions a constant accusation, a silent judgment of her failure to save them. The memory of President Hayes's sacrifice, his selfless act of atonement, played on a loop in her mind, a constant reminder of the price others had paid, the heavy burden she now carried. Had she been wrong to trust him? Had she been instrumental in his self-imposed doom? She replayed their last conversation, his desperate words echoing in the silent chambers of her memory. The gravity of his guilt, the weight of his unfulfilled promises had been palpable, an oppressive atmosphere that suffocated the very air they breathed. He had looked at her, not with fear, but with an acceptance of his impending fate. Was it a sacrifice, or a desperate gamble to appease a malevolent force beyond human comprehension? Was she right to believe his claim that the earthquake was no natural disaster, but a dark consequence of a long-forgotten curse? The scientific evidence, painstakingly gathered by her team, only amplified her internal conflict. Dr. Thorne's findings pointed to a deliberate manipulation of the Earth's tectonic plates, an act of unimaginable hubris that shook the very foundations of her understanding of reality. Agent Reyes's unearthed documents confirmed a century-old conspiracy, a web of lies and deception reaching into the highest echelons of power. But the deeper she dug, the more unsettling the questions became. Were they truly uncovering a conspiracy, or were they victims of a far larger, more ancient game, played by forces far beyond their comprehension? The sheer audacity of the government's actions, their brazen exploitation of ancient energies, their reckless disregard for the consequences, chilled her to the bone. They had played God, manipulating forces they did not understand. And now the bill was coming due. The thought terrified her, and not only because of the potential for global catastrophe. It was the utter arrogance, the breathtaking blindness of those in power that filled her with a profound sense of despair. They had believed they could control the uncontrollable, harness the power of the earth itself, and they had paid the ultimate price. Mitchell wrestled with her own complicity. She had been part of the system, a cog in the machine that had enabled this catastrophic exploitation. Had her own ambition, her desire to uncover the truth, blinded her to the larger implications of her actions? Had she been used, a pawn in a game she had only just begun to understand? The weight of this realization was almost unbearable, the constant question of her culpability, a heavy stone weighing down her soul. Days bled into nights, the line between work and rest dissolving into a blur of satellite imagery, ancient texts, and the haunting faces of the silent ridge victims. Her colleagues, though supportive, could not truly understand the depth of her despair, the sheer magnitude of the cosmic horror she had witnessed. They saw the evidence, the scientific data, but they missed the fundamental truth, the terrifying reality that humanity was not alone, and that the forces that governed existence were far older, far more powerful, and far more malevolent than any human could ever comprehend. The cryptic symbols in the Blackwood ledger continued to taunt her, each glyph a puzzle piece in a terrifying mosaic. She felt a strange kinship with the entity it described, a terrifying force that predated humanity, a sentient being woven into the very fabric of existence. Was it truly malevolent, or was it simply reacting to humanity's hubris, its endless quest for power and domination? The thought was unsettling, terrifying even. Was the entity a destroyer, or simply a force of nature, reacting to humanity's interference in its ancient balance? The potential ritual, hinted at in the final pages of the ledger, offered a glimmer of hope, a chance for redemption, but it was a path fraught with peril. The sacrifice demanded was not symbolic. It required a profound act of self-immolation, a selfless offering to appease the ancient being and restore the shattered equilibrium. The thought filled her with a chilling dread. Could she bring herself to do it? Could she sacrifice herself to save humanity from the ancient wrath she had inadvertently unleashed? The fear of failure gnawed at her, a constant companion, feeding her doubts and amplifying her despair. The weight of the world, the fate of humanity, rested upon her shoulders, a burden too immense to bear. But amidst the darkness, a flicker of determination emerged. She would not give in to despair. She would not allow doubt to consume her. She would find a way. She had to. The ancient entity waited, its hunger growing, and the fate of the world hung precariously in the balance. The fight for redemption had just begun, a battle against a force older than time itself, a battle against doubt, and a battle for the very soul of humanity. Isolation and rejection. The sterile, fluorescent lights of the FBI headquarters hummed a monotonous counterpoint to the frantic drumming of Sarah Mitchell's fingers on the polished mahogany table. Across from her, Agents Reyes and Thorne exchanged uneasy glances, their faces etched with a mixture of skepticism and thinly veiled pity. The evidence she'd presented, the Blackwood ledger, the geological anomalies, the eyewitness accounts from the few survivors of Silent Ridge, seemed to evaporate in the sterile atmosphere of the briefing room, reduced to a collection of inconsistencies and unexplained phenomena. "Agent Mitchell," Reyes began, his voice carefully neutral. "While we appreciate your dedication to this case, we find some of your conclusions unsubstantiated." He gestured vaguely at the scattered documents, the weight of his dismissal palpable. "The geological reports indicate a significant seismic event, consistent with a natural earthquake. There is no evidence of any extraordinary circumstances." Thorne, the geologist, nodded his agreement. The energy readings are within the expected parameters. There's nothing to suggest an external force manipulated the tectonic plates. Agent Mitchell, your claims border on the fantastical. His tone was polite, but the underlying message was clear. Her findings were dismissed as the product of exhaustion, stress, or perhaps a more serious mental breakdown. The sting of their rejection was sharper than any physical blow. Sarah felt a familiar chill creep up her spine, the same icy dread she had experienced in Silent Ridge. The doubt, that insidious parasite, began to feast again, whispering insidious doubts in the recesses of her mind. Was she losing her mind? Had the trauma of Silent Ridge warped her perception, twisting reality into a grotesque parody? She tried to articulate the sheer terror she'd witnessed, the unnatural fog, the grotesque shapes moving in its swirling depths, the palpable sense of malevolence that had clung to the air like a shroud. She spoke of President Hayes's sacrifice, of the ancient curse, of the entity whose power transcended human comprehension. But her words seemed to bounce off the unyielding walls of their skepticism, lost in the sterile vacuum of their rational minds. Agent Mitchell, Reyes interrupted, his voice laced with a hint of impatience. Can we understand the emotional toll this investigation has taken? We've all seen traumatic events, but it's crucial to maintain a professional objectivity. His words were a subtle but devastating blow. He wasn't questioning her competence, he was questioning her sanity. The weight of their disbelief settled on Sarah like a physical burden. The support she'd expected, the validation she'd craved, was absent. Instead, she was met with polite dismissal, a silent condemnation that cast her into a deeper isolation than the one she'd experienced in the ravaged town. The whispers of doubt intensified, becoming a cacophony of self-doubt and fear. Had she imagined everything? Was she the only one who had seen the truth? The loneliness was crushing. She looked at the faces of her colleagues, their expressions devoid of the understanding she so desperately needed. They saw the evidence, but they didn't see the terror, the lurking horror that still clung to her like a second skin. They saw facts, figures, and geological reports. She saw a cosmic horror that threatened to consume the world. The days that followed were a blur of bureaucratic hurdles and dismissive meetings. Her pleas for further investigation were met with polite refusals. Her requests for additional resources were denied. The weight of her burden increased exponentially. The burden wasn't just the knowledge of a terrifying ancient evil. It was the crushing weight of isolation, the silence of those who refused to believe her. Night after night, the visions returned, more vivid and terrifying than before. The screams of Silent Ridge were a constant refrain, weaving themselves into her waking thoughts. She spent hours poring over the Blackwood ledger, desperate to decipher its cryptic symbols, hoping to find some clue that could validate her experience. But the glyphs seemed to mock her, their meanings hidden behind a veil of ancient secrets. Sleep offered no escape. Her dreams were a kaleidoscope of crumbling buildings, swirling fog, and monstrous shapes that seemed to reach out from the darkness. She would wake up gasping for breath, the chilling touch of dread lingering like an icy shroud. The line between reality and delusion blurred, the boundaries between her waking life and her nightmares dissolving into an indistinguishable mass. Her once unwavering faith in the scientific method began to crumble. She had always relied on reason and logic, on tangible evidence, but the horrors of Silent Ridge defied scientific explanation, transcending the boundaries of human understanding. The scientific community dismissed her, but her experiences transcended the limitations of their rationality. The whispers of doubt grew louder, their insidious tendrils wrapping around her mind, threatening to consume her. The silence of those around her was almost worse than the horrors of Silent Ridge itself. The rejection felt like a physical blow, a betrayal that deepened the already gaping wounds left by her experiences. Each dismissive glance, each politely worded refusal, chipped away at her confidence, fueling the doubt that gnawed at her soul. She was alone. Completely, terrifyingly alone. The weight of the world, the fate of humanity, rested on her shoulders, and no one, not even her colleagues, seemed to notice. The ancient entity in Silent Ridge was terrible, but the isolation and rejection she felt were equally devastating, chipping away at her sanity and making her wonder if she had made up the entire horror. The realization was almost unbearable. She was fighting for the world, but she was fighting alone. And that fight, she began to fear, would be far more difficult than any cosmic horror. The road to redemption, if there was one, was paved with doubt, and her journey was only just beginning. The burden of knowledge. The fluorescent lights of her apartment cast long, skeletal shadows across the walls, mimicking the clawing dread that snaked through her veins. Sarah stared at the blackwood ledger, its aged pages brittle under her trembling fingers. The cryptic symbols, once a source of desperate hope, now seemed like mocking hieroglyphs, taunting her with their unyielding secrets. Days bled into nights, each punctuated by the relentless pounding of her own heart, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating silence of her isolation. The weight of her knowledge was a physical entity, pressing down on her chest, stealing the air from her lungs. It wasn't just the horrifying vision of the ancient entity, its power a terrifying echo of cosmic indifference, but the crushing weight of disbelief from those she had once trusted. The scientific community, the very foundation of her own belief system, had dismissed her findings as the ravings of a traumatized mind. Their polite dismissals, their carefully worded rejections, were sharper than any accusation. They had denied the reality of her experience, leaving her stranded in a desolate landscape of solitude. She replayed the events of Silent Ridge in her mind, each detail etched into her memory with the brutal clarity of a nightmare. The unnatural fog, thick and suffocating, had blotted out the sun, plunging the town into an eternal twilight. The twisted shapes that lurked within it, their forms shifting and indistinct, were a constant gnawing terror. And President Hayes, his eyes mirroring the pain of 1,000 broken promises, his sacrifice a desperate attempt to appease the ancient entity. The memory of his final words echoed in her ears, a haunting whisper against the backdrop of the crumbling town. "They won't believe you, Sarah, but you must tell them. You must make them understand." His words were a heavy burden, a testament to the truth she now carried alone. She had seen the face of oblivion, the gaping maw of a cosmic horror that threatened to swallow the world whole. And no one, not a single soul, believed her. Sleep offered no respite. Her dreams were a horrifying tapestry of Silent Ridge's destruction, a recurring nightmare of collapsing buildings and swirling fog. In those dreams, the entity's presence was palpable, a suffocating weight that pressed down on her, threatening to crush her very soul. She would awaken gasping for air, her heart hammering against her ribs, the chilling residue of the nightmare clinging to her like a shroud. The line between reality and delusion blurred, the boundaries of her sanity fraying at the edges. She found herself searching for signs, for any evidence to validate her experience, desperate to prove that she wasn't losing her mind. But every attempt only seemed to strengthen the insidious whispers of doubt. She had once trusted the scientific method, the unwavering principles of logic and reason. But the events in Silent Ridge had shattered that faith, exposing the limitations of human understanding in the face of a cosmic horror that defied explanation. Science couldn't explain the unnatural fog, the shifting shapes, the entity's malevolent power. It couldn't account for the terrifying energy readings that pulsed beneath the earth, a silent testament to a force that transcended human comprehension. The isolation was almost unbearable. She felt cut off from the world, adrift in a sea of disbelief. Each unanswered call, each dismissive email served as a stark reminder of her utter isolation. Her colleagues, once her friends, now saw her as a damaged individual, a casualty of a devastating event. Their pity, veiled in polite professional detachment, was more cutting than outright hostility. The burden of her knowledge was not just the horrific truth of what she had witnessed, but the crushing weight of her solitude, the silence of a world that refused to acknowledge the looming threat. She was carrying the fate of the world on her shoulders, a terrifying responsibility that no one else seemed to recognize. The sheer weight of it threatened to crush her. Days turned into weeks, the relentless cycle of doubt and despair continuing. She spent countless hours studying ancient texts, searching for a way to understand the entity, to break the curse that had fallen upon Silent Ridge. The cryptic symbols of the Blackwood ledger remained stubbornly enigmatic, their secrets hidden behind a veil of ancient mysteries. She reached out to experts, historians, linguists, anyone who might have a clue, but she was met with skepticism and dismissal. Her desperation grew with each failed attempt. She was trapped in a labyrinth of uncertainty, the walls closing in on her with each passing day. The fear was a constant companion, a cold hand gripping her heart, constricting her breath. It was the fear not only of the ancient entity, but of her own impending mental collapse. Was she going mad? Was this elaborate delusion a consequence of trauma and sleep deprivation? Or was she truly the only one who saw the truth? The lack of external validation further intensified her internal turmoil. She desperately needed someone to believe her, to share the burden of her knowledge, to help her find a solution. But the silence of the world around her was a constant, gnawing reminder of her isolation. She started experiencing vivid hallucinations, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. She'd see the shadowy forms from Silent Ridge lurking in the corners of her apartment, their presence palpable even when she knew it was just a trick of the light or a figment of her imagination. The sounds of Silent Ridge's screams were a constant chorus in her mind, piercing the quiet of her nights, keeping her awake. Yet, despite the terror and the despair, a stubborn flame of hope flickered within her. She couldn't give up. She had to find a way to prove the truth, to warn the world about the impending danger. President Hayes's sacrifice, his desperate plea, resonated within her. It fueled her resolve, driving her to continue the fight, even though she was fighting alone, against a world that refused to acknowledge the existence of the cosmic horror that threatened them all. The road to redemption, she knew, was paved with doubt, but she had to keep walking. Her mission was far from over. Her journey had only just begun, and the weight of the world's fate and her sanity rested entirely on her shoulders. The burden of knowledge was immense, but she would carry it, no matter the cost. A new ally. The chipped porcelain mug warmed Sarah's hands, a meager comfort against the icy chill that seemed to permeate her bones, a chill that had nothing to do with the late October weather. She hadn't slept properly in weeks, the nightmares relentless, the visions blurring the line between waking life and the terrifying reality of Silent Ridge. The scientific community's rejection echoed in her mind, a constant, nagging chorus of doubt. But then, a flicker. A tiny spark of hope ignited in the darkness. It began with an email, nestled amongst the usual tide of dismissive replies and condescending inquiries. The subject line was simple and Silent Ridge Incident. Sarah's heart quickened. It was from Dr. Elias Thorne, a renowned geophysicist, a man whose work she had admired for years, a man who, until now, had been firmly entrenched in the camp of the skeptics. His email was brief, almost cryptic. He mentioned anomalous energy readings detected during the seismic activity surrounding the earthquake that had devastated Silent Ridge. Readings, he wrote, that defied conventional explanations. He attached a series of graphs and charts, complex data that initially overwhelmed her. But as she delved deeper, a pattern emerged, a chilling pattern that mirrored the energy signatures she had recorded herself during her harrowing days trapped in the fog-shrouded town. Thorne's data independently corroborated her findings, confirming the existence of an energy source so powerful, so alien, that it could not be explained within the confines of accepted scientific knowledge. Sarah felt a surge of adrenaline, a wave of elation washing over the crushing weight of isolation that had consumed her for weeks. This was validation, a lifeline in the turbulent sea of her despair. She reread Thorne's email several times, each time feeling a stronger surge of hope. It wasn't simply confirmation of the energy anomalies, it was a crack in the dam of disbelief, a chink in the armor of the scientific community's rejection. This was a breakthrough. She immediately replied, her fingers flying across the keyboard, pouring out her experiences, her findings, the terrifying visions, and the desperate need for answers. She attached her own data, hoping that the convergence of evidence would finally convince Thorne, and through him, the world. The email was long, a desperate plea for understanding, a cry from the depths of her despair, but each word was imbued with a newfound sense of determination. This was her chance, her opportunity to break through the wall of skepticism. Days later, Her phone rang. It was Thorn. His voice was cautious, hesitant at first, but as she explained her findings, his tone shifted. She could hear the change in his voice, the dawning realization in his words, the gradual acceptance of the impossible. He didn't outright believe everything she had witnessed, the shadowy figures and the ancient rituals, but he acknowledged the anomalous energy readings, the scientific impossibility of her data, the inexplicable nature of the phenomenon. He wanted to meet. Their meeting took place in a small, unassuming cafe on the outskirts of the city. Thorn, a tall, thin man with tired eyes that betrayed countless sleepless nights spent poring over data, seemed acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He listened intently as Sarah recounted her experiences in Silent Ridge, her voice filled with a mix of exhaustion and determination. He didn't interrupt, didn't offer dismissive remarks. Instead, he asked probing questions, insightful questions that revealed his genuine interest in understanding the truth. For the first time since leaving Silent Ridge, Sarah felt a sense of relief, a feeling of finally being heard, of not being alone in her fight against the disbelief. Thorn's acceptance of her scientific findings, even without complete acceptance of the supernatural elements, was a significant victory. He promised to discreetly investigate the energy anomalies further, to share his findings with a select group of trusted colleagues, and most importantly, to keep her safe. The weight on her shoulders, although still immense, felt marginally lighter, balanced now by the presence of this unlikely ally. Thorn's support extended beyond the realm of scientific validation. He became a crucial link to other experts, a shield against the relentless barrage of disbelief. He introduced Sarah to a linguist specializing in ancient languages, who provided tantalizing insights into the cryptic symbols within the Blackwood ledger. The symbols, the linguist explained, belonged to a long-lost dialect, potentially hinting at a forgotten civilization, a civilization that seemed to possess knowledge far exceeding that of modern science. Working alongside Thorn, Sarah felt a renewed sense of purpose. She was no longer battling the forces of doubt and disbelief in complete isolation. She now had an ally, a partner in uncovering the truth, a collaborator in the race against the encroaching darkness. But their partnership was fragile, tentative, built upon a foundation of mutual respect and shared knowledge, a respect born not of blind faith, but from the undeniable evidence staring them both in the face. Their investigations led them deep into the archives, into forgotten libraries and dusty museums. They followed obscure trails of research, delved into forgotten texts, piecing together a fragmented history of Silent Ridge. A history intertwined with ancient rituals, forgotten prophecies, and a terrifying energy that pulsed beneath the earth. Each new discovery heightened the stakes, intensifying their race against time to uncover the truth before the entity could unleash its full power. The alliance between Sarah and Thorn was built on mutual respect and a shared belief in the truth, even in the face of incomprehensible horror. Their collaboration was not simply about proving the existence of an unnatural energy source. It was about understanding the ancient curse, the malevolent force that threatened to consume Silent Ridge, and potentially the world. Sarah's knowledge of the events, coupled with Thorn's scientific expertise and network of contacts, provided a formidable force against the encroaching darkness. The shared burden of knowledge, the crushing weight of their responsibility, forged a bond between them, a partnership born out of the shared pursuit of the truth, a truth that was both terrifying and exhilarating. Their journey was fraught with peril, their research riddled with unanswered questions, yet they pressed forward, their resolve strengthened by the shared conviction that the fate of the world rested on their shoulders. This wasn't just about solving a mystery, it was about stopping a cosmic horror, and they were prepared to fight together. The shadow of doubt still lingered, but now it was a shadow they faced together, their alliance a flickering light of hope in the encroaching darkness. The long road to redemption, a road paved with countless unanswered questions, stretched before them, a path they were ready to tread, side by side, renewed purpose. The weight of Silent Ridge pressed down on Sarah, even amidst the relative normalcy of Thorn's lab. The sterile environment, filled with the hum of machinery and the scent of ozone, offered little solace. The images, the swirling fog, the distorted faces, the chilling ritual, still haunted her waking hours, seeping into her dreams and twisting them into grotesque parodies of reality. Yet, there was a difference. A subtle, yet significant shift in her internal landscape. The crushing weight of isolation had been lifted, replaced by a sense of purpose, a burning need to act. Thorn, with his quiet intensity and unwavering dedication, had become more than just an ally. He was a catalyst, igniting a fire within her that transcended the scientific pursuit. It was no longer just about proving the existence of an anomalous energy source. It was about preventing its catastrophic consequences. She had seen firsthand the devastation it wrought, the insidious way it warped reality, feeding on fear and despair. She had to warn others. Their research intensified. Thorn, with his network of contacts, accessed satellite imagery from the period before the earthquake. The images revealed subtle, almost imperceptible anomalies in the soil composition around Silent Ridge, patterns that suggested the presence of the energy field long before the catastrophic event. The curse, it seemed, had been simmering beneath the surface, waiting for a catalyst, a trigger. The earthquake, a devastating natural disaster, was just that catalyst. The linguistic analysis of the Blackwood ledger yielded further disturbing revelations. The ancient dialect, far older than initially suspected, spoke of a cyclical curse, a pattern of destruction and rebirth tied to a specific astrological alignment. This alignment, it turned out, was fast approaching. The chilling implication was clear. Silent Ridge was not an isolated incident. The curse wasn't confined to that remote town. It held the potential to spread, its malevolent influence expanding outward, consuming everything in its path. This understanding fueled Sarah's determination. She couldn't just focus on understanding the phenomenon, she had to prevent its spread. The scientific community, still largely skeptical, remained a formidable obstacle, but Thorn's discreet efforts were slowly chipping away at the wall of disbelief. He presented his findings at small, select conferences, carefully choosing his audience, ensuring his data reached the right ears without sparking widespread panic or inviting ridicule. The response was cautious, measured, but a shift was palpable. The seed of doubt had been planted. No longer was her experience dismissed as hallucination or stress-induced delusion. The data spoke for itself. Sarah, meanwhile, used her newly found platform to reach beyond the scientific community. She anonymously leaked excerpts from the Blackwood ledger to select journalists, individuals known for their investigative tenacity and willingness to delve into the fringes of reality. The articles were careful, measured, avoiding sensationalism, while subtly highlighting the anomalies surrounding Silent Ridge and hinting at a larger, more sinister threat. The response was immediate, albeit fragmented and largely speculative. Yet it was a start. It was a crack in the edifice of public ignorance. The world was beginning to notice, if only in hushed whispers and hushed speculation. The escalating stakes brought with them a new level of danger. Sarah started receiving anonymous threats, cryptic messages that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the phenomenon itself. Her nightmares grew more intense, the visions more vivid, blurring the line between reality and the nightmarish landscape of Silent Ridge. She felt a constant sense of being watched, a cold dread that clung to her like a second skin. The fog, the oppressive atmosphere, the very essence of the curse, seemed to be seeping into the urban fabric of the city, whispering warnings in her dreams and manifesting as chills in the air and shadows at the corner of her eye. Thorn, ever the pragmatist, suggested increased security, but Sarah felt the insidious nature of their adversary. It wasn't a physical threat in the traditional sense, it was a creeping dread, a manipulative force that sought to exploit their fears and undermine their resolve. The threat was not simply physical, it was psychological, metaphysical. It sought to break them from the inside out. To counter this unseen enemy, they delved deeper into the psychological aspects of the curse, exploring the ancient texts for clues on how to combat its influence. They found references to ancient rituals, intricate ceremonies designed to appease the entity, but the rituals were shrouded in ambiguity, their precise meaning lost to the passage of time and the corruption of the texts. However, there were hints, subtle clues that hinted at a counter-ritual, a way to break the curse's cycle of destruction. The renewed purpose wasn't merely about survival, it was about redemption. The curse, it turned out, was not simply a malevolent force. It was a reflection of humanity's collective guilt, a manifestation of broken promises and neglected responsibilities. The town of Silent Ridge, ravaged by the earthquake, was a microcosm of a larger societal sickness, an allegory for the way we mistreat the earth and each other. The curse, in its terrifying reality, was a consequence of this pervasive disregard. Working alongside Thorne, Sarah began to see a pattern, a connection between the historical injustices inflicted upon the land and the manifestations of the curse. They uncovered records of land grabs, environmental exploitation, and a long history of broken promises made to the indigenous population. The energy emanating from Silent Ridge wasn't just a random occurrence. It was a response, a desperate cry from the earth itself, seeking retribution for the wrongs inflicted upon it. The earthquake wasn't just a natural disaster, it was a symptom of the greater sickness. This realization shifted Sarah's focus. Her mission was no longer solely about stopping the immediate threat. It was about acknowledging the past, confronting the collective guilt, and seeking a path towards redemption. She began to see the curse not just as a malevolent entity, but as a reflection of our own flaws, a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and failings. The fight against the curse was no longer solely a scientific endeavor, it became a moral imperative. The weight of this understanding was immense, but it also liberated her. The fear remained, the danger still loomed large, but she faced it with a renewed sense of resolve, a conviction rooted in a deeper understanding of the forces at play. She knew the fight would be long and arduous, that the path to redemption would be paved with sacrifice, but she was no longer alone. She had Thorne, she had the tentative support of a growing number of allies, and most importantly, she had a renewed sense of purpose, a purpose that transcended the scientific pursuit and touched upon the very essence of what it meant to be human, to be accountable, to seek redemption, and to fight for the future. The shadow of doubt lingered, but it was now a shadow they faced together, their alliance a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. The long road to redemption stretched before them, a path they were ready to tread side by side towards a future that could yet be saved. Seeking validation, the sterile clinical environment of the International Scientific Conference offered little comfort. Sarah felt the weight of 1,000 skeptical gazes pressing down on her, the hum of polite conversation a deafening roar in her ears. She stood at the podium, the overhead projector casting a harsh light on her carefully prepared slides, each image a stark reminder of the horrors she'd witnessed in Silent Ridge. The photographs of the swirling fog, the unsettlingly distorted faces, the chilling remnants of the ritual, they were all there, laid bare for scrutiny. Her presentation, meticulously crafted with Thorne's guidance, meticulously laid out the evidence, the satellite imagery, the linguistic analysis of the Blackwood ledger, the spectral readings of the anomalous energy field. She spoke calmly, rationally, her voice steady, despite the tremor of anxiety running through her. She presented the data, cold, hard facts, stripped of the emotional weight, of the sheer terror she'd experienced firsthand. Yet, even the most compelling data couldn't overcome the deep-seated skepticism ingrained in the minds of the assembled scientists. Their questions, peppered with polite disdain and thinly veiled incredulity, sliced through her carefully constructed facade of composure. "Dr. Mitchell, your findings are unusual," one professor began, his tone a subtle blend of politeness and patronization. "And the anomalous energy readings you report are outside the parameters of known physics. Could these be attributed to equipment malfunction or data corruption?" Another chimed in, "And the linguistic analysis. While the dialect is undeniably ancient, the interpretation presented in your report relies on several unsubstantiated assumptions. Are you certain your conclusions are not unduly influenced by pre-existing biases?" The questions continued, a barrage of polite skepticism designed to discredit her work. Sarah felt the familiar sting of dismissal, the creeping feeling of isolation she'd fought so hard to overcome. It was as if she were speaking a different language, her words lost in translation, her reality dismissed as fiction. She fought back, defending her conclusions with the tenacity of a cornered animal. She pointed to the satellite imagery, the undeniable patterns in the soil composition, the statistical anomalies that couldn't be dismissed as simple coincidence. She cited independent corroboration from Thorne, his meticulous research bolstering her claims. Yet, the skepticism remained, a stubborn wall of doubt that refused to crumble. The Q&A session dragged on, an agonizing exercise in frustration. Sarah felt the weight of their disbelief, their dismissal not only of her findings but also her lived experience, crushing the hope that had been rekindled after the horrors of Silent Ridge. It was a stark reminder of the uphill battle she faced, the immense chasm that separated her reality from the established scientific consensus. After the presentation, the corridor outside the lecture hall became a battlefield of hushed whispers, her carefully crafted credibility under siege. She overheard snippets of conversations, snatches of disbelief and dismissal. Hallucinations, one scientist muttered, his voice low but audible. Stress-induced delusion. The crushing weight of their disbelief brought a wave of despair. The data, the meticulously collected evidence, seemed insignificant against the overwhelming weight of their ingrained biases and the inherent resistance to the extraordinary. She felt the battle was lost, her mission to warn the world thwarted by an impenetrable wall of rational skepticism. The chilling reality sank in. The world was unprepared, unwilling to believe the truth of what she'd witnessed. Thorne, however, remained resolute. He approached her, his expression grim but his voice steady. "And don't let them discourage you, Sarah," he said, his hand resting briefly on her shoulder. "They may not be ready to accept your findings, but that doesn't invalidate their truth. The evidence is there, it's undeniable. We just need to find a different way to present it, a way that resonates beyond the limitations of conventional scientific methodology." His words were a lifeline, pulling her back from the abyss of despair. He was right. The evidence existed, irrefutable and unwavering. The path toward validation might not lie within the traditional confines of scientific discourse, but there were other avenues to explore, other voices to reach. The scientific community might not be ready to accept the truth of the supernatural, but perhaps other audiences would be more receptive. Thorne proposed a radical shift in strategy. They would move beyond the sterile world of academia and venture into the realm of public awareness. They would bypass the established scientific gatekeepers and reach the masses directly. This new approach would require a different tone, a different style of communication, one that acknowledged the inherent strangeness of their findings without sacrificing scientific rigor. The first step was to refine their message, making it accessible to a wider audience. Thorne suggested focusing on the human element of their discovery, the suffering of the people of Silent Ridge, the emotional toll on Sarah herself. He advised her to craft narratives that would engage readers on an emotional level, drawing them into the unsettling world of Silent Ridge, making them feel the chilling reality of the curse. Sarah spent weeks refining her narrative, weaving together scientific facts with personal experiences, creating a story that was both compelling and scientifically accurate. She crafted blog posts, articles, even a short documentary, using every tool at her disposal to reach a wider audience. The response was surprisingly positive. While the scientific community remained largely skeptical, the public was intrigued. Sarah's accounts resonated with a growing number of readers and viewers who were willing to consider the possibility of realities beyond the limits of their everyday experiences. The shift in approach wasn't without its risks. The increased attention brought new challenges, increased threats, more intense scrutiny, and the ever-present danger of ridicule. Yet, Sarah found herself invigorated by this new approach. She was no longer just a scientist presenting data. She was a storyteller sharing a truth too extraordinary to be confined within the walls of academia. This new strategy brought unexpected allies. Independent journalists, intrigued by the unusual nature of Sarah's findings, started investigating. They delved into the historical records of Silent Ridge, confirming the patterns of neglect and exploitation that Sarah and Thorne had uncovered. Their reports, though cautiously phrased, began to chip away at the wall of public ignorance. Slowly but surely, the world began to listen. Sarah's experiences, once dismissed as hallucinations, were now being considered within a broader context of unexplained phenomena. The chilling reality was that the curse of Silent Ridge was not just a localized event, it was a reflection of humanity's collective sins, a symptom of a deeper, more pervasive malaise. The scientific validation she sought was not in the form of acceptance by the traditional scientific community, but in the recognition of her truth in the hearts and minds of those who were willing to face the implications of her findings. The journey was far from over. The fight for truth still raged, but the whispers of warning had become a chorus, a growing clamor calling for recognition and change. The fight had shifted. It was no longer just about proving the existence of a curse, but about awakening humanity to its own complicity in the face of a looming darkness. The world was starting to listen, and Sarah, armed with her story and the steadfast support of Thorn, was ready to guide them toward a future that could yet be saved. A pattern emerges. The hum of the city faded as Sarah traced the outline of Silent Ridge on the worn map, its jagged edges mirroring the fractured landscape of her memory. The sterile conference room, with its air of detached intellectualism, felt a lifetime away. Now, surrounded by the comforting clutter of her small apartment, the chilling truth of Silent Ridge pressed down on her with renewed intensity. It wasn't just a localized phenomenon, a strange anomaly confined to a forgotten town. Something far more sinister was at play. It started with a seemingly insignificant detail, a faded photograph tucked away in the Blackwood ledger, a snapshot of a dilapidated church in a small coastal town named Oakhaven. The church, eerily similar in architecture to the one in Silent Ridge, bore the same unsettling aura of decay and neglect. A nagging feeling, a subtle dissonance, had alerted her to the connection. She dismissed it initially, chalking it up to exhaustion and the lingering effects of the trauma she'd endured. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger with each passing day. Further investigation unearthed a disturbing pattern. Oakhaven, she discovered, had suffered a series of inexplicable tragedies over the past century, a string of unexplained deaths, bizarre accidents, and a pervasive sense of unease that echoed the atmosphere of Silent Ridge. Then came the discovery of similar incidents in a remote mining town called Blackwood, the very name a chilling resonance with the ancient ledger. The same unsettling pattern repeated itself, a history of neglect, exploitation, a pervasive sense of abandonment, and a sudden, inexplicable surge of catastrophic events. The common thread, as chilling as it was undeniable, was the legacy of broken promises. Oakhaven, like Silent Ridge and Blackwood, had been a victim of corporate greed, its resources plundered, its people forgotten. Promises made by powerful entities, promises of prosperity and progress, had been broken, with callous disregard, leaving behind a legacy of suffering and despair. The more Sarah delved into the history of these towns, the more she realized that the curse wasn't simply a supernatural affliction. It was a manifestation of humanity's collective guilt, a chilling reflection of our capacity for cruelty and indifference. The connection wasn't just geographical, it was temporal. The tragedies in each town had followed a specific pattern, an almost rhythmic escalation of events leading to a catastrophic climax. In Silent Ridge, it had been the earthquake. In Oakhaven, a devastating fire. And in Blackwood, a catastrophic mine collapse. Each event had been preceded by a subtle shift in the town's energy. A subtle anomaly detected only through spectral readings, a precursor to the looming catastrophe. The realization struck her with the force of a physical blow. The curse wasn't a singular entity, but a contagion, spreading from one town to another, feeding on the collective guilt and despair generated by broken promises. It was a horrifying feedback loop, a manifestation of humanity's darker nature, a self-perpetuating cycle of suffering and destruction. The more she learned, the more the weight of responsibility settled upon her. She wasn't just dealing with a supernatural curse, she was confronting a reflection of humanity's profound moral failings. The implications were staggering. If the curse was spreading, if it was feeding on broken promises, then the scope of the problem far exceeded the confines of a few forgotten towns. The potential for catastrophic consequences was limitless. She had to find a way to stop it, to break the cycle before it consumed the world. The next few weeks were a blur of frantic activity. She worked tirelessly, poring over historical records, analyzing satellite imagery, and conducting spectral readings in an attempt to identify other potential victims. Thorn, her unwavering ally, provided crucial support, his meticulous research and unwavering belief in her findings serving as a constant source of strength. The pattern they uncovered was disturbingly consistent. Towns with a history of neglect, exploitation, and broken promises were significantly more likely to experience a surge in anomalous activity. The data, though still preliminary, pointed to a terrifying conclusion. The curse wasn't random. It was targeted, seeking out communities burdened by a legacy of wrongdoing. The geographical distribution of the affected towns revealed a chilling truth. They formed a loose network linked by historical trade routes and patterns of migration. The curse, it seemed, was traveling along these pathways, spreading its influence through a web of interconnected communities. The realization sent a shiver down Sarah's spine. The threat wasn't localized, it was global. The scientific community remained largely skeptical, their ingrained biases preventing them from accepting the reality of the curse. But Sarah and Thorne had moved beyond the confines of academic discourse. Their focus shifted to raising public awareness, utilizing a more accessible narrative that acknowledged the unsettling strangeness of their findings without sacrificing scientific rigor. They crafted compelling stories, blending scientific data with personal anecdotes, weaving together a narrative that engaged readers on both an intellectual and emotional level. Their efforts began to bear fruit. Independent journalists, captivated by their findings, started to investigate, their reports slowly chipping away at the wall of public ignorance. The whispers of warning, once confined to a small group of scientists, were now becoming a chorus, a growing clamor, demanding recognition and action. As the world began to pay attention, the dangers increased. They received threatening messages, anonymous calls, and even veiled attempts to discredit their work. But Sarah remained resolute, fueled by the knowledge that countless lives hung in the balance. The fight was far from over, but she was determined to see it through. The world was finally beginning to listen, and she was ready to guide them toward a future that could yet be saved. The fight was no longer just about proving the existence of a curse, but about awakening humanity to its own complicity in the face of a looming darkness. And Sarah, armed with her story and the steadfast support of Thorne, was ready to lead the charge. The whispers of warning had become a roar, and the world was finally beginning to hear. The next target. The worn map lay spread across Sarah's desk, a tapestry of faded lines connecting Silent Ridge to other points of darkness. Oak Haven, Blackwood, the names whispered from the pages of the Blackwood ledger, chilling reminders of broken promises and catastrophic consequences. But there was a new point, a fresh crimson dot marking a previously uncharted territory of despair, Port Blossom. Port Blossom, a quaint coastal village nestled between rugged cliffs and a turbulent sea, possessed an almost idyllic charm in photographs. But Sarah's research revealed a darker reality, a history riddled with environmental exploitation and corporate indifference. For decades, a large chemical company, Chemcorp Industries, had operated a processing plant just outside the village, spewing pollutants into the surrounding waters and soil. Promises of economic growth and job creation had turned to ash, leaving behind a legacy of poisoned land, contaminated waterways, and a community slowly succumbing to illness and despair. The parallels to Silent Ridge, Oak Haven, and Blackwood were striking. A pattern emerged: prosperous corporations, promises of progress, followed by neglect, environmental devastation, and a crescendo of inexplicable tragedies. In Port Blossom's case, the tragedies weren't sudden cataclysmic events like earthquakes or mine collapses, but a slow, insidious decay. The rise in cancer rates was alarming. The fishing industry had collapsed, and a strange, persistent fog hung over the village, an eerie echo of Silent Ridge's malevolent shroud. Sarah felt the familiar knot of dread tighten in her stomach. This wasn't just about proving a connection, it was about stopping a spreading contagion. She needed to get to Port Blossom, to understand the nature of the curse's manifestation in this new environment, and to determine if there was still a way to intervene. The journey was arduous. The winding coastal roads were treacherous, the scenery breathtaking in its stark beauty, yet deeply unsettling in its silent foreboding. The closer she got to Port Blossom, the heavier the atmosphere became. The air grew thick and damp, laden with the metallic tang of industrial waste and the pervasive smell of salt and decay. The once vibrant colors of the landscape had faded, replaced by a palette of muted greens and grays. The village itself was a ghost of its former self. Buildings stood dilapidated, their paint peeling, their windows like vacant eyes staring out at a grey, unforgiving sea. The once bustling harbour was eerily quiet, the silence broken only by the mournful cry of seagulls and the rhythmic crash of waves against the rocky shore. A palpable sense of despair hung in the air, a thick, suffocating blanket of grief and resignation. Sarah met with Elias Thorne, her steadfast ally, in a small, smoke-filled tavern on the edge of town. He'd been working tirelessly, compiling local historical records and interviewing villagers, piecing together the fragmented narrative of Port Blossom's decline. His face, usually bright and optimistic, was etched with concern. "It's worse than I thought, Sarah," Thorne said, his voice barely a whisper. "When the spectral readings are off the charts, the energy here, it's unstable, chaotic. The curse is deeply embedded, clinging to the very fabric of the land." He handed her a file thick with documents and photographs, and Chemcorp's records are incomplete, to say the least. They've systematically destroyed evidence of their environmental negligence, but what we have is damning enough. They knew the consequences of their actions, but they chose to ignore them. They made promises they never intended to keep. The documents detailed a long history of cover-ups, falsified reports, and blatant disregard for environmental regulations. Chemcorp had knowingly poisoned the land and sea, sacrificing the well-being of the community for profit. The curse, it seemed, was a direct consequence of their collective guilt, a tangible manifestation of their broken promises. Sarah spent the next few days immersed in the lives of Port Blossom's residents. She listened to their stories, their voices heavy with disillusionment and resentment. She learned of the illnesses that plagued their families, the lost livelihoods, the shattered dreams. She witnessed the despair etched onto their faces, the silent screams trapped within their weary eyes. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the desolate landscape, she met with old Mrs. Abigail, the village elder. Mrs. Abigail, her eyes clouded with age and sorrow, spoke of a legend, a whispered tale passed down through generations, a vengeful spirit bound to the land, awakening whenever promises were broken. She described a recurring nightmare, a vision of a dark, churning fog engulfing the village, consuming everything in its path. The legend, Sarah realized, wasn't just a folklore tale. It was a reflection of the community's collective trauma, a symbolic representation of the curse's devastating impact. The fog, the illness, the decay, it was all a manifestation of the broken promises, a tangible embodiment of the collective guilt that had settled over Port Blossom. Sarah knew that she couldn't simply confront the curse directly. She had to address the root cause, the underlying despair and guilt that fueled it. She needed to find a way to heal the wounds inflicted by Chemcorp, to expose their crimes, and to hold them accountable. Only then could she hope to break the curse and begin the long, arduous process of healing Port Blossom. Her next move was strategic. She decided to leverage her growing influence, the whispers of warning that had evolved into a roar of public outcry. The media, alerted by her earlier work, were eager to expose Chemcorp's crimes, their reports adding fuel to the fire of public outrage. The pressure mounted, forcing Chemcorp to finally acknowledge their past transgressions and accept responsibility for the devastation they had wrought. The battle wasn't over, but a crucial victory had been won. The exposure of Chemcorp's actions sparked a wave of legal action, paving the way for environmental remediation and compensation for the victims. The process was slow and painstaking, but hope began to flicker in Port Blossom. The relentless fog began to dissipate, its malevolent grip slowly loosening its hold. As the healing process began, Sarah continued to monitor spectral readings. The chaotic energy was stabilizing, the unstable currents receding, a testament to the power of truth, accountability, and collective healing. Port Blossom, once a symbol of environmental neglect and corporate greed, was slowly rising from the ashes, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the power of confronting the past. The whispers of warning had been heeded, and a new dawn was breaking, not only for Port Blossom, but for a world finally beginning to confront its own capacity for both destruction and redemption. The fight continued, but for Sarah, Port Blossom represented a vital turning point. The curse wasn't invincible, it could be broken, and the world, armed with the truth, was finally ready to fight back. A race against time. The battered jeep bucked and swayed as Sarah navigated the treacherous mountain roads leading away from Port Blossom. Behind her, the village clung to the cliffside, a skeletal silhouette against the bruised twilight sky. The fog, once a suffocating shroud, had begun to thin, but a lingering chill clung to the air, a phantom touch of the malevolent force she had fought so hard to subdue. But the fight, she knew, was far from over. The whispers of warning, once confined to Port Blossom, had echoed across the miles, reaching a new, unsuspecting village nestled deep within the Appalachian Mountains, Hollow Creek. Hollow Creek, unlike Port Blossom, hadn't suffered from overt industrial pollution. Its tragedy was quieter, more insidious. A creeping decay manifested in an escalating series of unexplained disappearances. Young children, mostly, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unease and a chilling silence. The local sheriff, a weary man with haunted eyes, had contacted Sarah, his voice laced with desperation. He'd heard the whispers too, and recognized the chilling similarities to Port Blossom. Sarah's heart hammered against her ribs as she drove. The journey was a blur of winding roads and darkening skies, a relentless race against a spreading shadow. She knew the curse's mechanism, a parasitic entity feeding on collective guilt and despair, manifesting its presence through environmental degradation and inexplicable tragedies. But in Hollow Creek, the catalyst was different. It wasn't corporate greed, but a long-buried secret, a dark history shrouded in silence and denial. The local library, a quaint building nestled amongst towering oaks, became Sarah's temporary base. She spent hours poring over local archives, dusty newspapers yellowed with age, church records stained with time, and the whispers of forgotten sorrows. The pattern was there, subtle but undeniable. A string of unexplained deaths, strange occurrences, and the disappearances, all meticulously documented, yet dismissed as mere coincidences. Or acts of God. A recurring motif emerged, the legend of the Hollow Man, a spectral figure said to haunt the woods surrounding the village, luring children away with promises of wonders and games. At first, Sarah dismissed it as folklore, a childhood fable designed to frighten unruly children. But as she delved deeper, the legend revealed itself as a distorted reflection of a terrible truth. She discovered a forgotten history of child labor in the early 20th century. A dark chapter carefully buried under layers of convenient amnesia. A local mining company, long defunct, had employed children in dangerous conditions, promising their families prosperity while exposing them to unspeakable risks. The children worked tirelessly, their small hands extracting coal from dangerous tunnels, their lives sacrificed on the altar of greed. Many had died, their deaths hushed, their names forgotten, their stories lost in the annals of time. Their sacrifice, however, had not gone unnoticed. The curse, Sarah realized, was a direct consequence of this collective guilt, a vengeful echo of broken promises. The Hollow Man wasn't a supernatural entity, it was the embodiment of that guilt, a tangible manifestation of the village's unspoken shame. It fed on the lingering despair, the suppressed grief, the unspoken truth that had poisoned Hollow Creek for generations. Time was running out. The spectral readings were increasing exponentially, the energy growing more chaotic, more volatile. The curse was intensifying, spreading its tendrils into the very fabric of the village. Sarah knew she had to act fast, to expose the truth before it consumed Hollow Creek completely. She reached out to Elias Thorne, her trusted ally, for support. Thorne, already on his way, had begun his own investigation, his meticulous research providing vital clues. Together, they confronted the village elders, cautiously unveiling the buried history of child labor. The initial resistance was fierce, fueled by decades of denial and shame. But as Sarah and Thorne presented their evidence, the truth slowly began to unravel, the long, suppressed memories surfacing like ghosts from the past. Confessions emerged, painful stories of exploitation and sacrifice, of families torn apart by greed and broken promises. The weight of the collective guilt began to lift, replaced by a sense of shared sorrow, a collective reckoning with a dark past. The villagers, armed with the truth, started to confront their demons, their shared grief transforming into a powerful catalyst for healing. The process wasn't easy. The path to redemption was paved with tears and anguish, with painful confrontations and the agonizing unraveling of decades-old lies. But the change was palpable, a tangible shift in the village's energy, a slow but steady decrease in the chaotic spectral readings. The hollow man, robbed of its sustenance, began to weaken, its spectral form fading, its malevolent influence diminishing. The curse, starved of despair and guilt, retreated, its grip loosening its hold on the village. Hollow Creek, once shrouded in silence and fear, was slowly emerging from the shadows, its wounds beginning to heal. As Sarah and Thorne prepared to leave, the sun rose, casting a warm glow over the village, bathing it in a golden light of hope. The air felt lighter, cleaner, the silence broken by the sounds of children playing, their laughter echoing through the once haunted woods. The victory was hard won, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the transformative power of truth and collective healing. Sarah knew, however, that the fight was far from over. The whispers of warning continued, faint echoes from other forgotten corners of the world, reminders of broken promises and the enduring power of the past. But in Hollow Creek, she had found a beacon of hope, a testament to the possibility of redemption, a promise that even in the darkest of times, the human spirit could find a way to rise above the ashes of despair. The race against time continued, but armed with the lessons learned in Hollow Creek, Sarah felt a renewed sense of purpose, a renewed determination to confront the darkness and bring light to the forgotten corners of the world. The whispers, she knew, would continue, but she was ready to answer their call. The fight for redemption was ongoing, a relentless pursuit of justice and healing, a testament to the enduring power of hope in the face of unimaginable horrors. Preparing for confrontation, the air in the small, sparsely furnished cabin hung heavy with the scent of pine and anticipation. Sarah Mitchell, her face etched with fatigue but her eyes burning with a fierce determination, meticulously checked her gear. A battered Glock rested in its holster, its cold weight a familiar comfort. Beside it, a small, leather-bound journal lay open, its pages filled with cryptic symbols and unsettling sketches, a record of her encounters with the encroaching darkness. The faint hum of her EMF reader, a constant companion, vibrated against her thigh, a low thrumming pulse mirroring the nervous rhythm of her heart. This wasn't Port Blossom. Hollow Creek, while sharing a chilling kinship with the ravaged coastal town, presented a different kind of challenge. The curse here was subtler, more insidious, woven into the very fabric of the community's collective unconscious. In Port Blossom, the source had been blatant, the toxic waste, the deliberate disregard for human life, the blatant corruption. Hollow Creek's darkness was born from a deeper, more insidious wound, a history of unspoken trauma, a legacy of broken promises buried beneath layers of denial and silence. She traced the faded lines of a newspaper clipping detailing the plight of the children who had toiled in the mines a century ago, their tiny hands scarred by the harsh realities of early 20th century industrial exploitation. Their stories, almost entirely lost to history, now emerged as fragmented echoes from the spectral realm. They were the fuel for the Hollow Man, the spectral manifestation of the town's suppressed guilt. Their suffering had become the foundation upon which this malevolent entity had built its power. The confrontation wouldn't be with a physical entity, not entirely. It would be a battle fought in the realm of memory, a struggle to exhume the buried truth and bring it to light. The villagers, slowly beginning to confront their collective past, were already part of the solution, but there were still layers to peel away, secrets yet to be revealed. The deeper she delved, the more she realized the magnitude of the task ahead. The curse wasn't just anchored in the past, it was interwoven with the present, with the subtle, almost imperceptible ways in which the unspoken trauma manifested itself in the lives of the current inhabitants. Elias Thorne, her steadfast partner, entered the cabin, his presence a reassuring counterpoint to the tense atmosphere. His eyes, usually bright with intellectual curiosity, were shadowed with concern, reflecting the gravity of their situation. He held a worn leather satchel, its contents radiating a palpable aura of ancient knowledge. "Ready?" he asked, his voice a low murmur, barely disturbing the quietude of the room. Sarah nodded, her gaze fixed on the journal. "And as ready as I'll ever be," she replied, her voice steady despite the tremor of apprehension that ran through her. "And spectral readings are still high. The entity is weakening, yes, but it's fighting back. It's clinging to the remaining pockets of denial, the lingering threads of unspoken guilt." Thorne placed the satchel on the table, its contents spilling onto the surface, ancient maps, photographs yellowed with age, and a collection of small, intricately carved wooden figures. "I've been delving into the town's folklore," he said, his voice low, "and there are whispers of a ritual, a ceremony designed to appease the Hollow Man, a pact made with darkness generations ago, a pact that was never fulfilled, a promise broken." Sarah recognized the chilling implications. The curse wasn't just a consequence of the child labor, it was a consequence of a deliberate attempt to suppress the truth, to bury the past under layers of silence and self-deception. The ritual, if it truly existed, would be the key to understanding the full extent of the curse, the mechanism by which it sustained itself, and the means by which it could ultimately be broken. They spent the next few hours meticulously studying the ritual's description. It was a complex affair, a macabre dance between light and shadow, involving a series of offerings and supplications to appease the entity. The most disturbing part was the final act, a sacrifice, a symbolic offering of the community's guilt to appease. The spectral figure of the Hollow Man. The fact that such a ritual had been attempted at all indicated that there was a much darker secret at the heart of the Hollow Creek's history. There had to be someone who had facilitated or even orchestrated this ritual, a dark figure controlling the entity from behind the scenes. "This ritual is more than just folklore," Sarah stated, her voice grim. "It's a blueprint, a roadmap to the entity's core. Understanding it is crucial, but it's also terrifyingly precise. It speaks of a deep-seated desire for self-punishment, a morbid sense of collective responsibility for a past that refuses to let go." Thorne nodded in agreement. "And the sacrifice," he said. "It suggests a level of desperation, a belief that appeasement is the only path to redemption, a profound misunderstanding of the nature of guilt and its resolution." As they prepared to confront the remaining darkness, a sense of unease settled over them. The weakening of the entity wasn't a sign of simple defeat. It was a strategic retreat, a gathering of strength before a final, desperate stand. They knew they were walking into the heart of the storm, facing not just a spectral entity but a deeply ingrained cultural trauma, a collective guilt that had become a malevolent force in its own right. The whispers of warning had been clear. The battle for Hollow Creek was far from over. The final confrontation would demand not only courage and strategy, but also a profound understanding of the human capacity for both darkness and redemption. The weight of history, the echoes of broken promises, the spectral presence of the long-dead children, all converged to form a powerful adversary, one that would test them to the very limits of their endurance. The race against time had entered its final, terrifying phase. The fate of Hollow Creek, and perhaps something far larger, hung precariously in the balance. Sarah and Elias, armed with the knowledge and resolve gleaned from their research and from their journey through the haunted corridors of Port Blossom, would face their adversary, knowing that this battle was not merely for a village, but for the very soul of a community grappling with its shadowed past. The true nature of the curse and the means of its ultimate defeat remained veiled in mystery, but one thing was certain: the confrontation would be unlike anything they had ever encountered before, a familiar pattern. The salt-laced wind whipped around Sarah and Elias as they stepped off the ferry, the dilapidated docks of the coastal village creaking a mournful symphony under their feet. A thick, almost palpable fog clung to the land, obscuring the already crumbling buildings and swallowing the sounds of the sea. It wasn't the same oppressive darkness that had choked Silent Ridge, but it carried a similar chilling weight, a sense of decay that permeated everything, seeping into the very stones beneath their feet. The village, named Oakhaven, was a mirror image of Silent Ridge, albeit on a smaller scale. The same air of neglect hung heavy in the air, the same sense of a community wounded and forgotten. Houses leaned precariously, their paint peeling like sunburnt skin, windows like vacant eyes staring out at a desolate sea. The air smelled of brine and something else, something indefinable yet profoundly unsettling, a metallic tang, hinting at buried secrets and long-forgotten tragedies. Elias, ever the meticulous researcher, consulted his notes. "And the records are sparse, fragmented," he murmured, his voice barely audible above the wind's mournful howl. "But there are recurring themes, a history of exploitation, environmental damage, and a pattern of systemic neglect, stretching back centuries. The fishing industry collapsed decades ago, leaving the community to wither." Sarah nodded, her gaze sweeping across the desolate landscape. She saw the same vacant stares in the eyes of the few villagers they passed, the same haunting quietude that had enveloped Silent Ridge. It was a quietude born not of peace, but of a deep-seated despair, a resignation to a fate they seemed powerless to change. The echoes of Silent Ridge resonated deeply within her, the similarities too striking to ignore. This wasn't a coincidence, it was a pattern, a recurring nightmare playing out on different stages. They found lodgings in a small, ramshackle inn, its interior as desolate as its exterior. The landlady, a woman with eyes that held the weight of untold stories, offered them a meager meal in silence, her gaze lingering on Sarah with a strange mixture of apprehension and understanding. The food was tasteless, yet Sarah ate it slowly, savoring each bite, finding sustenance not in the flavor, but in the act itself. It was a reminder that survival was more than just physical. It was a mental and spiritual endurance test, a battle waged in the quiet spaces between breaths. As darkness settled over Oakhaven, the fog thickened, becoming an almost physical presence, pressing against them, muffling their breaths. The EMF reader, usually a steady hum, began to spike erratically, registering bursts of unusual energy. The air vibrated with an unseen energy, a low thrumming that seemed to resonate within Sarah's very bones. She felt the familiar prickling sensation on her skin, the awareness of an unseen presence, watching, waiting. Elias, meanwhile, had been poring over local historical archives, unearthing fragments of Oakhaven's dark past. He discovered accounts of a catastrophic storm centuries ago that had ravaged the village, leaving a trail of death and destruction. But it wasn't just the storm, it was the aftermath, the way the community had dealt, or rather, failed to deal, with the tragedy. The same patterns of neglect, the same broken promises, the same suppression of truth. There were whispers of a ritual, similar to the one they had uncovered in Hollow Creek, a desperate attempt to appease a malevolent force. "And seems the curse isn't confined to a single location," Elias stated, his voice tinged with a growing sense of unease. "It's a recurring motif, a dark echo across different communities, tied to a common thread, the failure to acknowledge and address historical injustices, the burden of unacknowledged guilt." The next day they began to explore the village, venturing into its neglected corners, searching for clues. They discovered abandoned mines, their shafts gaping like open wounds in the earth, relics of a time when Oakhaven had relied on the exploitation of its natural resources. They found old photographs depicting generations of villagers bearing the same haunted look, their faces etched with a weariness that transcended time. The air hung heavy with the unspoken tragedies, the collective grief of a community weighed down by its past. They spoke to the remaining villagers, listening to their stories, their whispered tales of unexplained phenomena, of shadows that moved in the periphery, of voices that called out in the dead of night. Their accounts were fragmented, often contradictory, yet a common thread wove through them, a sense of being watched, of being haunted by something ancient and malevolent. They spoke of a darkness that clung to the village, a miasma of guilt and regret that seemed to feed upon their despair. As Sarah and Elias delved deeper, they began to realize that the curse wasn't merely a supernatural entity, it was a manifestation of the community's collective unconscious, a psychic scar that had festered for generations. The environmental decay, the economic collapse, the social disintegration, all were symptoms of a deeper malaise, a moral decay born from decades of broken promises and suppressed guilt. Oakhaven was not just haunted by a malevolent force, it was haunted by its own history, by the weight of its own unspoken sins. The villagers, trapped in a cycle of despair, were unable to break free from their self-imposed prison. They were prisoners of their own past, their minds shackled by a collective guilt that prevented them from confronting the truth and seeking redemption. Their fear, their silence, their refusal to acknowledge their shared burden only strengthened the entity that fed upon their despair. Sarah, remembering the confrontation at Silent Ridge, realized that the solution wouldn't be a simple exorcism, a vanquishing of some malevolent being. It was a much larger undertaking, one of collective healing, of confronting the past and taking responsibility for the damage done. It was a psychological battle, as much as it was a fight against a supernatural presence. The journey through Oakhaven wasn't merely an escape, it was a continuation of the same journey, a deeper immersion into the very nature of guilt and the possibility of redemption. The pattern was clear: confront the past, expose the truth, and then, and only then, could the curse be broken. But the cost, Sarah feared, might be far greater than either she or Elias had ever imagined. The fight for Oakhaven was only beginning, a fight that would test their resilience, their resolve, and their very understanding of the nature of reality itself. The true horror lay not in the spectral entity, but in the chilling recognition that Oakhaven was a reflection, a horrifying mirror image, of humanity's darkest tendencies, a warning of the consequences of unchecked ambition and the devastating power of unspoken buried truths. Warnings ignored. The old woman, whose name Sarah learned was Elara, simply nodded, her gaze unwavering. Her eyes, the color of a stormy sea, held a depth that suggested years spent wrestling with unspoken sorrows. She offered Sarah a cup of something dark and bitter, smelling faintly of seaweed and something else, something almost metallic. "On the fog speaks," Elara rasped, her voice a low, gravelly whisper. It whispers of things best left forgotten. But sometimes, forgetting is the worst thing we can do. Sarah, bracing herself for another night of unsettling energy readings, found herself oddly calmed by Elara's words. It was a stark contrast to the frantic, desperate energy that had permeated Silent Ridge. Here, in Oakhaven, the fear was deeper, more ingrained, a chilling acceptance of fate rather than a frantic struggle against it. The next few days were a blur of investigations. Elias, armed with local historical records and a relentless curiosity, uncovered stories of a long-forgotten mining operation, one that had poisoned the land and sea, leaving behind a legacy of disease and environmental devastation. The villagers, initially reluctant to speak, gradually opened up, their voices trembling with a mixture of fear and resignation as they recounted tales of strange occurrences, flickering lights, disembodied whispers, the chilling sensation of being watched. They spoke of a time, generations ago, when the fog had been far denser, more suffocating, when the sea itself seemed to churn with an unnatural energy. They spoke of disappearances, of livestock found dead, their eyes vacant and staring. They spoke of the warnings issued by their elders, warnings that were ignored, dismissed as superstition, or the ravings of the old and fearful. Sarah listened intently, noting the similarities to Silent Ridge. The cycle was horrifyingly familiar, a history of environmental exploitation, a disregard for warnings, a subsequent descent into despair, and the emergence of a malevolent force, seemingly, feeding off the collective guilt of the community. One day, while exploring an abandoned mine shaft, Sarah stumbled upon a hidden chamber. The air inside was thick with the metallic tang she had noticed on her arrival. The walls were covered in strange symbols, reminiscent of the glyphs she had seen in Silent Ridge, etched deep into the rock. At the center of the chamber lay a rusted metal box, its lid slightly ajar. Inside, Sarah found a collection of old journals, their pages brittle with age. The journals belonged to a local historian, a man named Thomas Ashton, who had documented the village's history with a chillingly prescient accuracy. He wrote of a catastrophic storm centuries ago that had not only ravaged Oakhaven, but had also awakened something ancient and malevolent. He described a series of rituals performed by the villagers, desperate attempts to appease the entity they believed had been angered by their transgressions. But these rituals, Ashton wrote, were performed half-heartedly, lacking the genuine remorse necessary for true appeasement. The journals revealed a pattern of systemic negligence, of warnings ignored, promises broken. The villagers, Ashton wrote, were consumed by infighting, by petty grievances, and by a self-serving apathy that prevented them from addressing the root causes of their problems. He warned repeatedly about the consequences of their collective inaction, predicting a return of the darkness, a resurgence of the malevolent force. His warnings, much like those of Ilara, fell on deaf ears. As Sarah read further, a chilling realization dawned upon her. The entity wasn't simply a supernatural being, it was a manifestation of the villagers' collective guilt, a tangible representation of their unspoken sins. The environmental damage, the economic decline, the social fragmentation, all were symptoms of a deeper malaise, a moral decay that had festered for generations. The entity fed on their despair, their silence, their refusal to confront their past. The journals ended abruptly, the last entry a desperate plea for forgiveness, a lament over a community lost to its own failings. The final sentence chilled Sarah to the bone, and the fog remembers. It never forgets. That night, the fog thickened, pressing down on the village like a suffocating shroud. The wind howled, carrying with it a mournful cry that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth. The EMF reader went haywire, emitting a cacophony of high-pitched shrieks. Sarah felt the familiar prickling sensation on her skin, an awareness of an unseen presence, a malevolent force closing in. Elias, pale and shaken, emerged from his room. He held a handful of old photographs, depicting the villagers from different generations, their faces etched with a weariness that transcended time. "And there's a pattern," he whispered, his voice trembling, and a same haunted look in their eyes. The same resignation. It's like they knew this was coming, that they were doomed from the start. Sarah knew with a chilling certainty that they were facing something far greater than they had encountered in Silent Ridge. This wasn't just a supernatural entity, it was a collective curse, a psychic contagion that had infested the very soul of Oakhaven. They were fighting not just against a malevolent force, but against a deeply ingrained cultural pathology, a cycle of guilt, neglect, and self-destruction that had been passed down through generations. Ilara, her face etched with sorrow, approached them. "The old ones spoke of a ritual," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the wind's mournful howl. "A ritual to appease the darkness, to break the curse, but it requires a sacrifice." Her words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. Sarah looked at Elias, her heart pounding in her chest. They had come to Oakhaven seeking answers, seeking escape. But they had found something far more terrifying, a reflection of humanity's darkest tendencies, a stark warning of the consequences of unchecked greed and the devastating power of unspoken truths. The warnings had been ignored for generations, and now the price was about to be exacted. The true horror of Oakhaven, Sarah realized, was not the supernatural entity, but the chilling realization that they, too, were trapped in a cycle of broken promises, a cycle that could only be broken through a painful confrontation with the truth. The fight for Oakhaven had just begun, and Sarah knew that the battle would not only be against a malevolent force, but against themselves, against the very human capacity to ignore warnings, to bury their guilt, and to let the darkness fester, ultimately consuming them all. The weight of their task felt crushing, a responsibility far heavier than the weight of the oppressive fog that clung to Oakhaven like a shroud. The cost of redemption, she feared, would be far greater than anything they could have ever imagined. The fog returns. The first tendrils of the fog crept in subtly, a whisper of grey against the darkening sky. It wasn't the dramatic, swirling mass that had engulfed Silent Ridge, but a more insidious presence, a slow, creeping encroachment that chilled the very bones. It started as a dampness, a clinging mist that clung to the cobblestones and the weathered wooden houses of Oakhaven. Then it thickened, becoming a palpable presence, a chilling blanket that muted the sounds of the village, swallowing the light. The cheerful chatter of the villagers was muffled, replaced by the soft susurrus of the fog, a sound like a million whispers weaving together into a dissonant symphony. Elias, ever the pragmatist, tried to dismiss it as a natural weather phenomenon, a common occurrence in this coastal region. He pointed to the rising tide, the wind that whipped around the ancient church, as evidence of a simple meteorological event. But Sarah saw the subtle shift in the atmosphere, felt the prickling sensation on her skin that had become all too familiar. This wasn't just fog, it was something else entirely. The EMF reader, which had remained relatively quiet since their arrival in Oakhaven, now sputtered and shrieked, its needle swinging wildly, registering energy spikes far exceeding anything she had witnessed before. The villagers, initially unfazed by the fog's arrival, began to grow restless. Their usual stoicism, the quiet acceptance of their fate, was replaced by a low hum of anxiety. They gathered in small groups, their conversations hushed and conspiratorial. The children, who had been playing in the streets just hours before, were now huddled indoors, their faces pressed against the windows, their eyes wide with a primal fear. Even Ilara, who had seemed so composed, showed a flicker of unease. She stayed close to the hearth, her hands clasped tightly together, her gaze fixed on the swirling grey outside. As the fog intensified, strange things began to occur. The lights in the village flickered erratically, plunging sections of Oakhaven into brief periods of darkness only to snap back on, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed in the periphery of Sarah's vision. She heard whispers, snippets of conversations, carried on the wind, yet impossible to decipher. They seemed to originate from everywhere and nowhere at once, fragments of voices, both familiar and alien. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a tangible sense of unease that pressed down on the village, tightening its grip with each passing hour. Elias, despite his initial skepticism, couldn't deny the unsettling atmosphere. He spent hours poring over Thomas Ashton's journals, seeking answers, looking for any mention of a connection between the fog and the village's curse. He found descriptions of similar events, accounts of the fog thickening during periods of collective guilt or despair. The fog, Ashton had written, wasn't just a weather phenomenon. It was a physical manifestation of the village's collective psychic energy, a tangible representation of their unspoken sins. The deeper Elias delved into Ashton's writings, the more disturbing the details became. The journals described instances where the fog had not only enveloped the village, but had also seeped into the homes, suffocating the inhabitants. There were accounts of people disappearing into the fog, never to be seen again, their fate unknown, their absence leaving only a lingering sense of dread. The fog, Ashton described, had a hunger, a thirst for the emotional pain and suffering of the villagers. It thrived on their despair, growing stronger with every instance of guilt, every broken promise, every instance of unacknowledged wrongdoing. The most chilling passages described the rituals performed by the villagers in past generations, attempts to appease the entity that had awakened during the Great Storm centuries ago. But these rituals, Ashton stressed, were always flawed. They were performed out of fear, not genuine remorse. The villagers, consumed by their own self-interest, had offered half-hearted sacrifices, hollow gestures that only served to temporarily appease the fog, never to truly dispel it. The fog remembered. It never forgot. And it was now returning to exact its retribution. Sarah found herself increasingly drawn to the abandoned mine shaft, where she had found Ashton's journals. The metallic tang of the air grew stronger with the rising fog, a smell that was now intermingled with the damp chill of the sea air. She felt an uneasy connection to the place, a resonating dread, as if the very rocks pulsed with a sinister energy. Returning to the mine shaft, she felt the oppressive weight of the fog even within the confines of the tunnel. The symbols etched into the walls seemed to glow faintly in the gloom, their patterns shifting and morphing before her eyes. The EMF reader shrieked relentlessly, its needle violently spinning, warning her of a concentration of unusual energy. The air was thick, heavy with a palpable sense of dread, a foreboding that chilled her to the core. She discovered something new in the mine. A smaller, previously unseen passage, barely wide enough for a person to crawl through. It seemed almost deliberately concealed, hidden behind a loose section of rock. With a surge of adrenaline and determination, Sarah squeezed through the narrow opening. The passage was dark, damp, and claustrophobic. She moved cautiously, her flashlight beam cutting a thin swathe through the darkness. The passage opened into a cavernous chamber, larger than the one where she had found Ashton's journals. In the center, surrounded by the same strange symbols, stood a stone altar, and on the altar lay a single object, a tarnished silver locket. It was intricately carved, depicting a stylized serpent coiled around a skull. As Sarah reached out to touch it, a cold wave of energy washed over her, knocking her off her feet. The EMF reader registered an almost impossible energy spike, a terrifying surge of power. The locket pulsed faintly in her hand, radiating a cold, otherworldly energy. It felt like holding a piece of a shattered star, a fragment of a long-forgotten power. Suddenly, the symbols on the walls began to glow more intensely, and the cavern filled with a low, guttural humming sound that seemed to vibrate through her very bones. The air grew thick with the metallic scent, now stronger than ever, acrid and almost suffocating. Sarah felt a presence, a malevolent intelligence, closing in. It was an entity that fed on despair and guilt, on broken promises and unfulfilled oaths. And it was hungry. The fog outside had thickened, pressing against the mine entrance, pushing inward as if trying to reclaim its lost relic. The escape from the mine, under the growing pressure of the fog and the menacing presence of the ancient entity, proved more challenging than Sarah had anticipated. The passage back seemed longer, the air heavier. The sounds of the fog, the whispers, the sighs, the guttural moan, seemed to follow her, penetrating the very core of her being. Each step was a battle against the suffocating pressure, the ever-encroaching darkness, a fight against the chilling certainty that the fog was not just a natural phenomenon. It was a force of nature, a malevolent entity, and it was slowly but surely claiming Oakhaven as its own. Sarah knew with a chilling certainty that their fight had only just begun. The true horror of Oakhaven, the ultimate price of generations of broken promises, was about to be revealed. The fog had returned, and with it, the reckoning. Growing fear. The metallic tang of the air, a constant companion since their descent into the mine, intensified, mingling with the scent of brine and decay. The fog, no longer a mere whisper, pressed against the entrance of the mine shaft, a living, breathing entity attempting to reclaim its prize. Sarah stumbled out, blinking against the oppressive grey, the EMF reader still screaming a discordant symphony of fear. The village of Oakhaven, once a picture of quaint seaside charm, was now a spectral landscape, shrouded in a suffocating blanket of unnatural mist. The villagers, their faces pale and drawn, were huddled together, their whispers a chorus of rising dread. The children, their eyes wide with a terror far beyond their years, clung to their parents, their small bodies trembling. The once vibrant colors of the village were muted, subdued by the oppressive grey, the cheerful sounds of daily life replaced by a chilling silence punctuated by the mournful sigh of the fog. Even Elara, the usually stoic elder, seemed frail, her eyes haunted with an ancient sorrow. A strange stillness had settled over Oakhaven, a silence so profound it was almost deafening. The usual sounds of the sea, the cries of gulls, the distant rumble of the waves, all were absorbed by the fog, swallowed into its chilling embrace. The only sounds that pierced the silence were the frantic beating of Sarah's heart and the relentless shriek of the EMF reader, a constant reminder of the unseen horrors that surrounded them. The very air seemed to vibrate with a malevolent energy, a palpable sense of dread that settled deep in Sarah's bones. She felt watched, observed by unseen eyes lurking within the swirling mist. The shadows cast by the flickering gas lamps seemed to writhe and twist, taking on monstrous forms in the periphery of her vision. Whispers, fragmented and unsettling, danced on the edges of her hearing, unintelligible, yet filled with a chilling sense of foreboding. Elias, his face etched with worry, approached Sarah. He carried a worn leather-bound book, Thomas Ashton's journal, its pages filled, with cryptic entries and disturbing illustrations. He pointed to a passage, his voice barely a whisper. "And fog. It feeds on fear, on despair. The more fear the villagers feel, the stronger it becomes." The villagers' fear was palpable, a collective anxiety that hung heavy in the air. It was no longer a mere unease, it was a suffocating weight, a burden that crushed the spirit and stole the breath from their lungs. They spoke in hushed tones, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes filled with a haunting terror. Their once sturdy faith in the sea and the land seemed to have crumbled, replaced by a gnawing fear of the unknown. A low moan, a guttural sound that resonated deep within the earth, echoed through the village. It seemed to emanate from the very heart of the fog itself, a chilling sound that spoke of ancient sorrow and undying rage. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, a subtle tremor that sent a shiver of unease down Sarah's spine. The fog thickened, its tendrils reaching out like grasping claws, threatening to engulf the entire village. The strange occurrences escalated. Objects moved on their own, doors slammed shut, and shadows danced in the corners of their eyes. The lights flickered erratically, casting grotesque shadows that writhed and twisted, their shapes shifting and morphing into nightmarish forms. The villagers, once so resilient, began to succumb to the growing terror, their fear a potent fuel for the encroaching fog. One by one, they disappeared. Not in a dramatic fashion, not with screams or struggles, but subtly, silently, as if swallowed whole by the fog. Their absences left behind a hollow echo, a chilling reminder of the fog's insatiable hunger. Each disappearance only served to amplify the collective fear, feeding the monstrous entity that lurked within the mist. Sarah and Elias found themselves increasingly isolated, the villagers dwindling in number as the fog's power grew. They spent their nights huddled together, poring over Ashton's journals, searching for clues, for answers, for a way to break the curse. They discovered that the fog was not just a natural phenomenon, but a manifestation of the village's collective guilt, a tangible representation of their unspoken sins and broken promises. Generations of deceit, betrayal, and unacknowledged wrongs had fueled the entity within the fog, making it stronger, more malevolent, and infinitely more dangerous. The locket, the relic found in the mine, pulsed faintly in Sarah's hand, a cold, otherworldly energy thrumming within its tarnished silver. It seemed to resonate with the fog, a dark mirror reflecting the village's despair. Sarah felt an unsettling connection to the artifact, a sense of dread that clung to her like a second skin. As the nights deepened and the fog continued its relentless advance, a chilling realization dawned upon Sarah and Elias. The fog was not merely a supernatural entity, it was a living reflection of Oakhaven's dark history, a manifestation of its accumulated guilt, a testament to the enduring power of broken promises. The villagers' fear, their despair, their collective guilt, all were feeding the entity, strengthening it, and ensuring its continued dominion over the once vibrant coastal village. Their only hope now was to confront the darkness within themselves, within Oakhaven, and find a way to break the cycle of fear and retribution before the fog consumed everything. The weight of the curse, the growing fear, and the unsettling truth of Oakhaven's past pressed down on them, leaving them with a chilling certainty. Their fight for survival had only just begun. The reckoning had arrived, and the fog was waiting. A desperate plea. The wind, a mournful whisper through the skeletal remains of what were once sturdy houses, carried Sarah's voice across the desolate square. Her words, sharp and urgent, cut through the oppressive silence that had settled over Oakhaven like a shroud. The villagers, huddled together like frightened sheep, barely registered her presence, their faces etched with a terror that went beyond mere fear. It was the chilling imprint of despair. "Listen to me," she shouted, her voice hoarse from the strain. The EMF reader, clutched tightly in her hand, pulsed with an erratic, frantic rhythm, its insistent whine a counterpoint to the howling wind. "Sis fog, it's not just fog, it's feeding on your fear, on your despair. It's a curse, a manifestation of Oakhaven's past, of the secrets you've buried, the promises you've broken." Her words hung in the air, unanswered. The villagers remained motionless, their eyes wide and unseeing, their faces masks of frozen fear. Elias stood beside her, his hand resting gently on her arm, his gaze fixed on the swirling grey mass that consumed the village. His silence, however, spoke volumes. He understood the depth of her plea, the desperate urgency of her warning. Sarah knew she had to break through their paralysis, to awaken the flicker of hope that still lingered within their hearts. She raised her voice, her words gaining strength from the growing desperation within her. "This isn't some natural disaster. This is something far older, far more sinister. It's a reflection of your collective guilt, of the darkness you've refused to confront, Until you acknowledge your past, until you atone for your sins, this fog will continue to consume you. She gestured towards the silent houses, now mere shells against the encroaching fog. A look around you. Your homes, your lives, everything you hold dear is slipping away. Do you not feel it? Do you not see the insidious nature of this curse? Her voice cracked, the emotional toll of witnessing the slow, silent destruction of Oakhaven weighing heavily upon her. The weight of their collective suffering pressed upon her, a burden almost too heavy to bear. Yet she pressed on, driven by an inner resolve that refused to yield. Slowly, hesitantly, a few heads turned towards her, a flicker of recognition, a spark of understanding in their haunted eyes. An elderly woman, her face a roadmap of wrinkles etched by time and sorrow, took a tentative step forward. She spoke, her voice a frail whisper barely audible above the wind's mournful cry. And old stories, the tales our ancestors told, they spoke of a fog, a darkness that consumed the village when sins went unpunished, when promises were broken. Sarah's heart quickened. She knew that the old tales weren't mere legends, they were horrifying realities. They were a testament to a collective guilt that had festered for generations, a poisonous legacy that had now manifested in its most terrifying form. More villagers began to stir, their eyes fixed upon Sarah, a mixture of fear and dawning comprehension clouding their expressions. The weight of their collective guilt seemed to press upon them, a heavy mantle that they had worn unknowingly for generations. They had lived with the consequences of their forefathers' actions, unaware that these actions had unleashed a malevolent entity upon their unsuspecting village. Sarah pressed her advantage, her voice regaining some of its strength. "And fog feeds on fear, yes, but it's born from guilt. It's a reflection of the darkness within this village, the secrets you've kept, the injustices you've ignored. You must confront your past, you must confess your sins, you must atone for your broken promises." She looked at each of them, her gaze unwavering, searching for a glimmer of hope in their despair. She spoke of specific instances, drawing upon information gleaned from Elias's research into Ashton's journals, referencing long-forgotten events that had resonated through Oakhaven's long and tragic history. She spoke of the fishermen who had knowingly used faulty nets, sacrificing the lives of others for their own selfish gain, of the merchant who had exploited the villagers' vulnerabilities, driving many into poverty and despair, of the families who had betrayed one another, their secrets festering within the village's heart like a malignant tumor. Each revelation sent a ripple through the small gathering, a wave of uneasy murmurs and hushed whispers. The villagers, their faces contorted in a mixture of shame and terror, began to share their own stories, their suppressed guilt and unspoken grief spilling forth like a dam breaking. Tears flowed freely, their faces a canvas of remorse and regret, their voices choked with emotion. They spoke of betrayals, of broken vows, of sacrifices made and promises unkept. The air, thick with the stench of the fog, seemed to lighten with each confession, each admission of guilt. The collective weight of their unspoken sins, the heavy burden they had carried for so long, began to lift. The fog, it seemed, was responding to their honesty, its tendrils retracting slightly, the suffocating pressure lessening just a fraction. The night wore on, the confessions continuing under the pale light of the moon, struggling to pierce the lingering fog. Sarah listened, her heart aching with empathy for their suffering, her mind racing to find a solution to their shared predicament. She realized that breaking the curse wouldn't simply involve a ritual or a magical incantation. It required a profound and collective act of redemption, a healing of the deep-seated wounds that had festered within Oakhaven's soul for generations. As dawn approached, painting the sky with streaks of pale grey and hesitant gold, a sense of fragile hope emerged from the depths of despair. The villagers, exhausted but cleansed, looked at one another with a newfound clarity and understanding. The fog, though still present, had lost some of its oppressive weight, its suffocating grip loosening in response to the honesty and remorse that filled the air. Their collective confession had created a fissure in the entity's power, a chink in its armor. The battle was far from over, but for the first time since the fog descended upon Oakhaven, a glimmer of hope shone through the darkness. The desperation that had gripped them remained, but it was now tempered with a newfound determination, a collective will to confront the lingering shadows of their past, a united front against the forces that threatened to consume them. The fight for survival, though fraught with peril, had taken on a new dimension, fueled by shared guilt, collective remorse, and a tentative, fragile hope. The coastal village, once shrouded in a suffocating blanket of fear and despair, now stood on the precipice of a precarious redemption. The desperate plea had been answered, not with a miraculous intervention, but with the raw power of truth and the shared desire for atonement. The fog may still linger, but the collective spirit of Oakhaven was slowly beginning to rise from the ashes of its tormented past. The entity's manifestation. The air crackled, the silence of the dawn broken not by birdsong, but by a low, guttural growl that resonated deep within the bones. The fog, which had begun to thin with the villagers' confessions, thickened again, swirling with an unnatural, malevolent energy. It pulsed, a living, breathing entity, coalescing into a shape, a form that defied description, yet simultaneously filled Sarah and Elias with a primal, bone-deep terror. It wasn't merely a shape, but an amalgamation of shadows and swirling mist, a grotesque parody of humanity, towering over the huddled villagers, its form shifting and reforming like a nightmare-given physical form. Faces, distorted and screaming, flickered within its amorphous body, a horrifying tapestry woven from the darkest recesses of Oakhaven's collective unconscious. Eyes, countless and burning with an unholy light, pierced the thickening fog, fixing on Sarah and Elias with an intensity that threatened to shatter their very souls. The entity's voice, a cacophony of whispers and screams, filled the air, a symphony of despair and rage. It was a chorus of the forgotten, the wronged, the betrayed, the collective voice of Oakhaven's buried sins, risen to exact their vengeance. It spoke of broken promises, of forgotten oaths, of the festering wounds inflicted upon the town's soul for generations. Each word was a blow, a searing reminder of the weight of their shared guilt, of the darkness that had been allowed to fester. Sarah felt a chilling wave of dread wash over her, a physical manifestation of the entity's power. It was as if the very air around them vibrated with its malice, a palpable force that threatened to crush them under its weight. Her EMF reader sputtered and died, its final gasp a pathetic whimper against the entity's overwhelming power. Even Elias, usually stoic and composed, paled, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. The villagers, their confessions having brought a temporary reprieve, were once again consumed by terror, their newfound hope shattered, replaced by a chilling despair that went beyond mere fear. They cowered, their bodies shaking, their faces etched with a horrifying understanding of the entity's true nature, the embodiment of their collective guilt, a monstrous manifestation of their shared failure. The entity extended a tendril of shadow, reaching out towards the terrified villagers, its touch leaving behind a trail of icy dread and paralyzing fear. Those it touched screamed, their bodies contorting in agony as the entity drained their life force, their screams swallowed by the swirling fog. Sarah watched, helpless, her heart pounding in her chest, the horrifying spectacle unfolding before her eyes. Elias, despite his fear, moved to act, pulling a small, ornate silver locket from around his neck. It was an ancient artifact, one he'd discovered during his research, its origins shrouded in mystery. He believed it held the key to breaking the curse, a relic capable of countering the entity's unholy power. He held it aloft, its surface glowing faintly in the dim light, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. But the entity reacted instantly, its shadowy form convulsing as the locket's faint luminescence pierced the thick fog. Its whispers intensified, growing into a roaring tempest of rage, its shadowy form growing larger, more terrifying, as if fueled by the locket's defiance. The faces within its form writhed in fury, their cries of pain and anger echoing through the desolate town. Sarah knew they were in a desperate race against time. The entity's power was immense, its rage escalating with each passing moment. The locket provided a temporary shield, but it wouldn't hold for long. She needed a way to weaken the entity, to find a vulnerability in its monstrous form, a chink in its otherwise impenetrable armor. She remembered the old tales, the legends passed down through generations of Oakhaven villagers. They spoke of a specific ritual, a sacrifice of sorts, needed to appease the entity and break its hold over the town. A sacrifice, however, that demanded a soul willing to bear the weight of Oakhaven's collective guilt, to atone for their broken promises. The entity's voice, now a deafening roar, echoed through the town. As you cannot escape your fate, you will pay for your sins. The debt must be settled. It reached out with another tendril of shadow, attempting to crush Elias and the locket. Sarah knew what she had to do. She knew the weight of her decision, the possible consequences of her actions, but she also understood the urgency of the moment. The lives of the villagers, their future, hung precariously in the balance. This wasn't just about Oakhaven, it was about the weight of history, about confronting the ghosts of the past and accepting the responsibility for their actions. Pushing past Elias, she stepped forward, her gaze unwavering, her determination resolute. She felt a surge of courage, a sense of purpose that transcended her own personal fear. She wasn't just fighting for Oakhaven, she was fighting for the chance to make amends, to find a path to redemption. She met the entity's gaze, its myriad eyes burning with unholy light, yet her own eyes held a flicker of defiance, a challenge to its terrifying power. The fog swirled around them, the entity's rage intensifying, its power palpable. But Sarah remained steadfast, prepared to face whatever horrors lay ahead, determined to break the curse, even if it meant making the ultimate sacrifice. The air crackled with anticipation, the silence broken only by the entity's guttural growls and the pounding of Sarah's heart. The fate of Oakhaven, the resolution of generations of unspoken sins, hung precariously in the balance. The confrontation was far from over, but Sarah, armed with her courage and her resolve, was ready to face the entity in its full, terrifying glory, ready to confront the consequences of Oakhaven's past and the profound weight of its broken promises. The entity, in its monstrous form, seemed to sense her defiance, its power surging, but Sarah stood her ground, a beacon of resistance against the dark tide of despair and unending guilt that had consumed the once vibrant coastal village. The final battle was about to begin. The entity loomed, a monstrous embodiment of Oakhaven's dark history, its immense power a palpable force against which Sarah felt impossibly small. Yet in her eyes burned a fierce determination, a promise of defiance, a pledge of hope against the overwhelming darkness that threatened to consume them all. The fight for Oakhaven's soul was far from over, but the tide, it seemed, was beginning to turn. A desperate fight. The entity lunged, a monstrous wave of shadow and despair crashing down upon them. Its tendrils, like writhing snakes of darkness, snaked out, seeking to ensnare the villagers, to crush them beneath its overwhelming power. But the villagers, emboldened by Sarah's defiance, fought back. They weren't just victims anymore. They were warriors, their fear replaced by a desperate burning courage. Old Man Hemlock, his face etched with the wrinkles of a life lived in Oakhaven's shadow, grabbed a rusty pitchfork, its tines glinting faintly in the dim light, and charged, a surprising fury in his eyes. He was frail, almost skeletal, but his spirit was unbroken, his resolve fueled by a lifetime of unspoken grievances finally finding voice. He jabbed at the entity's shadowy form, a futile gesture against its immense power, yet a testament to his unwavering defiance. Others followed suit, armed with whatever they could find, broken shovels, rusted axes, even stones gathered from the earth itself. They fought with a ferocity that belied their fear, their attacks a desperate attempt to chip away at the entity's overwhelming power, a testament to their collective will to survive. Their cries, once filled with terror, now echoed with a defiant rage, a chorus of resistance against the darkness that threatened to consume them. Sarah, meanwhile, worked alongside Elias. The silver locket, pulsing faintly, seemed to act as a focal point, a beacon of light against the overwhelming darkness. Elias chanted ancient words, his voice a low, resonant hum that resonated through the fog, his words a counterpoint to the entity's guttural roars. The locket's glow intensified as he channeled his energy, amplifying its protective aura, creating a small, shimmering shield around them. The battle raged, a chaotic melee of shadow and defiance. The entity's power was immense, its attacks relentless, but the villagers, fueled by their newfound courage and Elias's protective shield, held their ground. Sarah saw a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. The entity, despite its overwhelming power, seemed to be reacting to the locket, to Elias's ritual. Its attacks, though still ferocious, seemed less focused, less precise, as if it was being distracted, its attention drawn to the ancient artifact. Sarah realized that their fight wasn't just about brute force. It was about weakening the entity, about finding its vulnerabilities, about using their collective strength to counter its overwhelming power. The old stories, the legends whispered through generations, suddenly held a new significance. They spoke not just of a curse, but of a way to break it, a combination of courage, sacrifice, and the power of shared memory. Remembering the tales of Oakhaven's past, Sarah recalled the specific ritual mentioned in the fragmented stories, a collective confession, a communal release of guilt, and a unified act of repentance. The villagers' individual confessions earlier had been a start, but it was their collective acknowledgement of their sins, a collective act of atonement, that held the true key. She called out to the villagers, her voice cutting through the din of battle. We have to work together. We need to confess our collective sins, our shared failures. The villagers hesitated at first, fear still clinging to them, but seeing Sarah's unwavering resolve, they began to speak. Their voices, initially hesitant and filled with shame, grew stronger, louder, as they admitted their sins, their failings, their contributions to Oakhaven's suffering. The air crackled with the weight of their confessions, a wave of collective guilt washing over them. As the villagers' voices rose in a unified chorus of repentance, a strange thing began to happen. The entity's power seemed to diminish, its attacks growing weaker, its roars less ferocious. The fog, once a suffocating blanket of despair, began to thin, revealing glimpses of the ravaged town beneath. The faces within the entity's form seemed to dim, to flicker and fade, as if the weight of their collective confession was eroding its power. The locket's glow intensified, its light now a powerful beacon, pushing back against the entity's fading darkness. Elias's chant grew stronger, his voice filled with a newfound power, drawing strength from the villagers' collective act of repentance. It wasn't simply the physical fight, it was a spiritual battle, a fight against the darkness within their own hearts, a battle for the redemption of Oakhaven's soul. But the entity wasn't defeated yet. It struggled, its form contorting in a desperate attempt to maintain its hold. Its whispers returned, but now they were weak, desperate, laced with fear. It was being stripped of its power, its very essence dissolving as Oakhaven's collective guilt began to dissipate. Sarah saw her opportunity. She understood that the entity's power stemmed from the town's festering negativity, from the generations of unspoken sins that had been allowed to fester to become a tangible evil. By confronting those sins, by admitting them, by accepting responsibility, the villagers were severing the entity's connection to Oakhaven, breaking the chain of negativity that had bound them for so long. The final confrontation was not a clash of weapons, but a battle of wills. Sarah, fueled by her determination, channeled the energy of the villagers' collective confession, focusing it through the locket and sending it surging towards the entity. It was a wave of redemption, of forgiveness, a cleansing force that washed over the monstrous form, dissolving its substance, peeling away its layers of shadow and despair. The entity shrieked, a final desperate howl of rage and defeat. Then, with a final puff of smoke, it vanished, the darkness that had enveloped Oakhaven disappearing like a bad dream. The fog dissipated completely, revealing the ravaged but still standing town under the light of dawn. Silence descended, a silence vastly different from the oppressive silence of before. This was a silence of peace, of release, a silence filled with the lingering weight of past sins but now tinged with a glimmer of hope, of redemption. The villagers stood, exhausted but victorious, their faces pale but their spirits lifted. The fight had been won. The curse had been broken. Oakhaven, scarred but not destroyed, was finally free. The sun finally broke through, its rays bathing the town in its warming light. A sense of peace settled over the place, although the damage remained a stark reminder of the horrors they had faced. But a new hope emerged, a promise of healing, of rebuilding, of a future free from the shadows of the past. The weight of Oakhaven's broken promises had been lifted, and the dawn marked not just an end, but a new beginning. The fight was over, but the journey towards true redemption had only just begun. The memory of the horrifying entity would forever be etched in the townspeople's hearts, a stark reminder of the consequences of neglect and the power of collective guilt. But now, they possessed a new understanding, a shared commitment to facing the future together. Unlikely allies. The silence that followed the entity's demise was profound, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the battle. A fragile peace settled over Silent Ridge, the lingering scent of damp earth and decay still heavy in the air, yet somehow lighter now, unburdened by the oppressive weight of the malevolent presence. The villagers, exhausted but strangely invigorated, looked at each other with a mixture of awe and disbelief. They had survived. They had fought, not just against a monstrous entity, but against the shadows of their own pasts. Amongst the wreckage and the rubble, an unlikely alliance had blossomed. Martha, the reclusive herbalist who had always kept to herself, now stood shoulder to shoulder with Sheriff Brody, a man she had openly scorned for years. Their shared trauma, their collective victory, had forged a bond stronger than any previous animosity. Martha, her wrinkled hands stained with the residue of healing herbs, tended to Brody's wounds, her touch gentle, surprisingly reassuring. Brody, his gruff exterior softened by the ordeal, accepted her help with a humility he had rarely shown. The chasm of resentment that had separated them for decades was bridged by the shared experience of facing death together. Similarly, young Caleb, the town outcast, found himself working alongside Father Michael, the priest whose sermons he'd always scoffed at. Caleb, with his raw strength and surprising dexterity in the face of danger, had proved his worth during the battle, assisting in clearing debris and helping the injured. Father Michael, usually aloof and reserved, offered Caleb a genuine expression of gratitude, a sign of respect that profoundly impacted the young man. Their shared ordeal had erased the preconceived notions and judgments, allowing them to see each other as individuals capable of courage and compassion. Even the perpetually warring families of Silent Ridge, the Millers and the Hamiltons, found themselves cooperating. Their old feuds, born out of generations of grudges and misunderstandings, seemed trivial in the face of the shared catastrophe they had survived. Their joint efforts to search for survivors and clear the debris provided a space for reconciliation, a chance to acknowledge their shared humanity beyond their inherited conflicts. The shared experience, the proximity of death, had broken down the walls of their ingrained hatred. Old grudges seemed absurd when faced with the enormity of their recent experiences. They were now united by a common purpose, rebuilding their ravaged town. This newfound unity wasn't merely a truce, born out of temporary necessity. It was something deeper, a shift in the very fabric of their community. The shared trauma, the collective effort to overcome adversity, had unearthed a wellspring of empathy and understanding. They had seen each other's vulnerabilities, their fears, their resilience, and this shared vulnerability had forged a bond of solidarity. Agent Mitchell, observing these transformations, felt a sense of wonder tinged with sorrow. The curse had not only manifested as a monstrous entity, but had also poisoned their relationships, fostering division and suspicion. Breaking the curse had not only banished the supernatural threat, but had also healed the deep-seated wounds of their community. She saw in their newfound collaboration a path towards true healing. She saw the potential for Silent Ridge to become something better, something stronger than it had ever been. As the sun began to rise, casting its golden light on the ravaged town, the villagers gathered in the town square, a silent testament to the destruction they had endured. But despite the devastation, there was a palpable sense of hope, a quiet determination to rebuild, to heal, to create a community founded not on old resentments and divisions, but on resilience and mutual support. President Hayes, his face etched with exhaustion but with a newfound sense of purpose, joined them, his earlier aloofness replaced with a genuine empathy that resonated with the townspeople. His guilt over his broken promises now seemed to act as a catalyst for action, driving his participation in their efforts. The work of rebuilding would be arduous, a long and difficult journey. Yet, the villagers faced it not with despair, but with a newfound sense of unity and purpose. They had faced death and survived. They had vanquished a monstrous entity that threatened to consume them, and more importantly, they had conquered the darkness within themselves, forging a bond of unlikely alliances that would shape the future of Silent Ridge. The town, once a symbol of neglect and division, now held the potential to become a beacon of resilience and redemption. The shared experience of their fight had not only strengthened their community, but had made them question their values and priorities. The seemingly insurmountable obstacles and traumas that had threatened to tear them apart had instead become the cement binding them together. The unlikely alliances, the shared struggle against an overwhelming force, had given them a renewed sense of self, a shared identity not defined by individual differences, but by the collective triumph of their ordeal. Agent Mitchell, watching the dawn break over the still ruined town, recognized the profound transformation. It wasn't just the physical rebuilding that was important, it was the rebuilding of relationships, the reconciliation of old grudges, the fostering of a sense of shared responsibility. The fight against the entity had been a catalyst, a crucible that had forged a new, stronger community from the ashes of the old. The road to recovery would be long, fraught with challenges, and undoubtedly marked by setbacks. But now, the community of Silent Ridge possessed something infinitely more valuable than physical structures or material wealth. They had hope, unity, and a shared understanding of the power of forgiveness and collective responsibility. The unlikely alliances born from adversity would be tested in the coming months and years. But in that first fragile dawn after the battle, after the disappearance of the monstrous entity, there was a sense of possibility, a belief that Silent Ridge could indeed rise from the ashes, stronger and more unified than ever before. The shared experience, the collective struggle, the victory won not only against a supernatural threat, but against their own internal divisions, had laid the foundation for a future built on understanding, empathy, and a commitment to breaking the chains of past mistakes. The future was uncertain, but the spirit of Silent Ridge was irrevocably changed. It was a spirit tempered by fire, forged in the crucible of trauma, and reborn in the unlikely alliances formed in the face of unimaginable horror. The curse was broken, but the true work of healing had only just begun. The silence of the dawn was filled not with despair, but with the quiet promise of a new beginning. A new beginning built not on the forgotten history of broken promises, but on the shared commitment to a future of unity and redemption. The scars remained, but the collective strength they now possessed suggested that they would heal. They would rebuild not just their town but also their relationships, creating a foundation built on mutual understanding, shared responsibility, and the unlikely alliances forged in the heart of darkness. The sun rose on a new day, and with it, a new hope. The journey was far from over, but for the first time in a long time, Silent Ridge felt alive. Truly alive. The power of belief. The air, still thick with the scent of decay and damp earth, hummed with a strange energy. The monstrous entity was gone, its malevolent influence seemingly eradicated, yet a palpable tension remained, a lingering echo of the fear that had gripped Silent Ridge for so long. Agent Mitchell, her gaze sweeping across the ravaged town, felt a shift in the atmosphere, something subtle but undeniable. It wasn't just the absence of the supernatural horror, it was something deeper, a change in the very fabric of the town's collective consciousness. She had witnessed the unlikely alliances forged in the crucible of their shared trauma, the grudges and resentments melting away in the face of a common enemy. But now, as the villagers began the arduous task of clearing debris and assessing the damage, a new dynamic emerged. A quiet, almost imperceptible hum of collective belief permeated the air, a shared conviction in their ability to overcome the devastation, to rebuild not just their homes, but their community. Martha, the herbalist, was at the heart of it. Her knowledge of the land, her deep connection to the natural world, had given her a position of unexpected authority. She moved amongst the villagers, not just tending to their physical wounds with her potent remedies, but also offering words of comfort and encouragement. She spoke of the land's resilience, of the cyclical nature of life and death, reminding them that even in the face of utter destruction, nature found a way to regenerate, to heal. Her words resonated deeply, not just because of her healing skills, but because of the unwavering faith she projected, a faith that seemed to bolster the spirits of everyone around her. Sheriff Brody, his rugged face etched with fatigue, but his eyes gleaming with a renewed determination, found himself echoing Martha's sentiments. He addressed the villagers, his voice hoarse but resolute. He spoke not of defeat, but of resilience, of their collective strength in the face of adversity. He acknowledged their losses, their fears, but he also emphasized their shared victory, their ability to overcome the seemingly insurmountable. His words, infused with a newfound humility and empathy, were a powerful counterpoint to his earlier gruffness, a testament to the transformative power of their shared ordeal. Even Father Michael, the usually reserved priest, contributed to this collective belief. He spoke of hope, of redemption, drawing parallels between their struggle and the biblical stories of resilience and perseverance. He didn't shy away from the suffering, but instead framed it within a context of spiritual growth, emphasizing the importance of faith and the power of collective prayer. His sermons, once perceived as aloof pronouncements, were now received with a newfound understanding and appreciation, his words echoing the sentiments that were already taking root in the hearts of the villagers. This collective belief wasn't simply a matter of blind faith. It stemmed from their shared experience, from their collective victory over the malevolent entity. They had faced death together, and in doing so, they had confronted not only the external threat, but also their own internal demons, their own ingrained prejudices and divisions. The shared trauma had acted as a crucible, forging a new sense of unity and purpose. Young Caleb, once an outcast, now found himself respected, his strength and resourcefulness invaluable in the rebuilding efforts. He too contributed to this burgeoning sense of faith, his unwavering optimism infectious. He saw the potential for a better future, a future where the old grudges and divisions were replaced by cooperation and mutual support. His unwavering belief in their ability to rebuild acted as a powerful catalyst, inspiring others to embrace hope and participate in the communal rebuilding process. The Millers and Hamiltons, the families whose feud had spanned generations, worked side by side, their shared experience eclipsing their historical animosity. They helped each other clear debris, shared food and water, and even offered words of reconciliation, their past grievances seemingly trivial in the face of their shared trauma. Their cooperation wasn't merely a pragmatic response, it was a genuine shift in their relationship, a testament to the power of shared experience in overcoming deep-seated prejudices. President Hayes, deeply affected by his own confrontation with his past failures and broken promises, contributed to this collective spirit. He actively participated in the rebuilding efforts, his initial aloofness replaced by genuine empathy and a commitment to making amends. His presence, initially perceived as a symbol of the outside world's intervention, became a source of comfort and encouragement for the villagers, a symbol of accountability and commitment to redemption. His contribution wasn't just financial aid, but a visible testament to a belief in their ability to heal. Agent Mitchell, a scientist by training, initially struggled to reconcile the supernatural aspects of their ordeal with the tangible manifestation of the villagers' collective belief. She had witnessed the entity's power, the destructive force it unleashed. Yet she also recognized the extraordinary resilience and faith of the people of Silent Ridge. The shared belief seemed to function as a counterforce, a protective shield against the residual malevolent energy that lingered in the town. The sheer strength of their collective belief wasn't merely psychological, it seemed to have a tangible effect on the town itself. The fog, once a suffocating symbol of the curse, began to dissipate, revealing glimmers of sunlight and a sense of lightness that had been absent for so long. The healing process wasn't solely physical, the town itself seemed to be responding to the collective faith, the wounds of the land mirroring the healing process of the people. As the days turned into weeks, the rebuilding process continued, propelled by an unwavering faith in their collective ability to overcome adversity. They were not merely clearing rubble and rebuilding homes, they were creating a new foundation, a new identity for their community, one that was born out of shared trauma and an enduring belief in the power of unity, resilience, and redemption. The curse was broken, but more importantly, a new chapter had begun, one that was written not in the language of fear and division, but in the language of hope, faith, and unwavering belief in the power of human connection. The collective faith was a force more powerful than any supernatural threat, proving that the human spirit, even in the face of unimaginable horror, could transcend the boundaries of the physical and spiritual worlds, achieving the impossible through belief, hope, and unity. The future was uncertain, but in the shared faith of the people of Silent Ridge, there was an undeniable strength, a testament to the remarkable resilience of the human spirit and the power of collective belief. A turning point. The silence that followed the entity's demise was heavier than the oppressive fog that had once choked Silent Ridge. It wasn't the quiet of peace, but the pregnant pause before a storm. Agent Mitchell, her breath catching in her throat, felt a prickling sensation on her skin, a residual tremor in the air that hinted at something unseen, something yet to be revealed. President Hayes, his face pale but resolute, stood beside her, his eyes fixed on the ravaged town square. The relief was palpable, but the lingering unease was a chilling reminder that their ordeal was far from over. Martha, the herbalist, approached them, her eyes, usually bright with life, clouded with a deep, almost unsettling serenity. In her hand, she held a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface worn smooth by time and touched by the supernatural energies that had permeated the town. "It was in the old church," she whispered, her voice raspy but clear, hidden beneath the altar, untouched by the earthquake, by the entity, by anything. Inside the box, nestled on a bed of dried herbs, lay a single obsidian shard, pulsating with a faint inner light. It hummed with a low, resonant energy that resonated deep within Mitchell's bones, a frequency that seemed to echo the very tremors of the earth itself. As she reached for it, a wave of dizziness washed over her, a kaleidoscopic vision flashing before her eyes. She saw swirling mists, ancient rituals, figures cloaked in shadow, and a face that was both terrifyingly familiar and utterly alien. The vision fragmented, leaving her gasping for air, her heart pounding against her ribs. Hayes, his hand instinctively reaching for hers, offered a silent reassurance. Martha's calm demeanor remained unwavering, her eyes reflecting a wisdom that transcended the bounds of human understanding. "As," she said, her voice low and steady, "ends the heart of the curse. The entity, it wasn't merely a malevolent force, it was a manifestation, a vessel for something far older, far more sinister." The obsidian shard, Martha explained, was a fragment of a meteorite that had crashed into Silent Ridge centuries ago. Its impact, she believed, had unleashed a dark energy, a malevolent force that latched onto the town's collective guilt, its history of neglect and broken promises. The entity wasn't just feeding on fear, it was feeding on the town's unresolved trauma, its collective burden of unfulfilled obligations. The earthquake, far from being a random event, was a catalyst, a manifestation of the accumulating energy that had been festering within the town for generations. The visions Mitchell experienced weren't simply random hallucinations, they were glimpses into the past, fragments of the town's dark history. She saw the original settlers, their greed and ambition leading them to exploit the land, to break their promises to the indigenous people who had lived there for centuries. She saw broken treaties, massacres, and a deep-seated resentment that had permeated the earth itself. The entity, in essence, was the embodiment of this collective guilt, a monstrous manifestation of the town's sins. The obsidian shard, Martha continued, was the key, not to destroying the entity, but to dissolving the curse. It wasn't a weapon, but a conduit, a means of channeling the pent-up energy, the unresolved trauma, back into the earth. It required a ritual, a process of cleansing and reconciliation, a process that would demand not destruction, but forgiveness, atonement, and a commitment to healing the wounds of the past. The ritual, Martha explained, was intricate and demanding, requiring not only physical strength, but also a profound spiritual understanding. It involved a series of steps, each one symbolic of a specific aspect of the town's history: the broken treaties, the desecration of the land, the betrayal of trust. Each step required a profound act of contrition, a willingness to confront the past and accept responsibility for the town's collective sins. Hayes, burdened by his own past failures and broken promises, felt a deep resonance with the ritual's requirements. He had come to Silent Ridge seeking redemption, and now he found himself facing the ultimate test of his willingness to atone for his own sins, his willingness to face the consequences of his actions, to confront the darkness within himself, became an integral part of the ritual's success. His presence wasn't merely symbolic, it was a crucial element in the healing process, a testament to his commitment to making amends. Mitchell, however, remained skeptical. Her scientific mind struggled to reconcile the supernatural aspects of the ritual with the tangible evidence of the town's collective trauma. Yet, she couldn't deny the profound impact of the shared belief on the villagers. The dissipation of the fog, the resurgence of hope, the palpable sense of unity and purpose. These were undeniable signs that something extraordinary was happening. The ritual, however improbable it seemed, was working, channeling the collective energy of the town toward healing and reconciliation. The ritual itself was a harrowing experience. It took place under the pale moonlight, in the ruins of the old church, the very ground vibrating with the lingering energy of the entity. Hayes, Mitchell and Martha, joined by several of the villagers, participated in the cleansing ceremony, each one confronting their own ghosts, their own share of guilt and regret. They spoke of their transgressions, their failures, their broken promises, their words echoing through the ruins, cleansing the air of its lingering malevolence. The culmination of the ritual was the most intense. As Hayes held the obsidian shard, channeling the collective energy of the town, he experienced a powerful vision. He saw not only his own past failures, but also the generations of suffering that had been inflicted upon Silent Ridge. The weight of the town's collective guilt pressed upon him. But he didn't falter. He accepted the burden, his resolve unwavering. He saw the path toward redemption, not through destruction, but through forgiveness, through a commitment to healing the wounds of the past. The obsidian shard pulsed with a brilliant light, its energy expanding, enveloping the town in a wave of warmth and light. The lingering malevolence dissipated, replaced by a sense of peace and renewal. The fog lifted completely, revealing a sky washed clean by the dawn. The land seemed to sigh in relief, the trees rustling with a newfound vibrancy, the air filled with the scent of fresh earth and blooming flowers. The revelation wasn't just about the entity's nature, it was about the power of collective belief, the ability of human beings to overcome even the most formidable obstacles through faith, forgiveness, and a commitment to healing. The curse wasn't merely broken, it was transmuted, its dark energy transformed into a source of strength and resilience. Silent Ridge wasn't just rebuilt, it was reborn, its foundation strengthened by a shared experience of trauma and a collective commitment to healing the wounds of the past. The future remained uncertain, but the people of Silent Ridge, armed with their newfound unity and a shared belief in their ability to overcome adversity, faced it with a courage and determination that was both inspiring and profoundly moving. The escape from Silent Ridge wasn't just a physical escape, it was an escape from the shadows of the past, a journey toward a future illuminated by the unwavering light of hope and redemption. The horrors they had faced had forged a bond that transcended the boundaries of fear, transforming their collective trauma into an enduring testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Exploiting the weakness, the obsidian shard, cool and smooth against her palm, pulsed with a rhythm that mirrored the frantic beat of Mitchell's heart. The air crackled with unseen energy, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the ruins of the old church. Martha, her face etched with a mixture of determination and apprehension, guided the process, her voice a low hum against the backdrop of the night. The ritual wasn't a simple incantation, it was a complex interplay of actions and intentions, a careful dance between the physical and the spiritual. Each step was deliberate, each gesture imbued with a profound meaning rooted in the town's tragic history. Mitchell, initially skeptical, found herself drawn into the ritual's rhythm, her scientific mind struggling to keep pace with the unfolding events. The villagers, their faces illuminated by the flickering candlelight, moved with a synchronized grace, their actions born of a shared belief and a desperate hope for redemption. The first phase involved cleansing the land. They walked the perimeter of the town square, sprinkling consecrated water, a blend of mountain spring water and herbs gathered by Martha, upon the fractured earth. With each drop, Mitchell could feel the earth's energy shifting, a subtle but perceptible change in the atmosphere. The lingering chill that had permeated the air began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of warmth and renewal. It wasn't simply a physical cleansing, it was a symbolic act, a ritualistic washing away of the town's collective guilt. Next came the act of reconciliation. Pairs of villagers, their faces etched with sorrow and regret, faced each other, acknowledging past hurts, offering apologies, and seeking forgiveness. They spoke of betrayals, of broken trust, of the deep wounds that had festered for generations. The air was thick with emotion, a palpable wave of catharsis sweeping through the assembled group. Mitchell watched, captivated, as years of resentment dissolved into tears of remorse and reconciliation. The power of collective forgiveness was tangible, a force that seemed to reshape the very fabric of reality. The third phase was the most challenging. It involved facing the shadows of the past, confronting the darkest aspects of Silent Ridge's history. They gathered around a makeshift altar, formed from the remains of the old church's altar, placing a single flickering candle in its center. Hayes, his face drawn and pale, held the obsidian shard, its energy intensifying with each passing moment. He was the focal point, the conduit for the town's collective energy. As Hayes focused his intent, a vision enveloped him, a kaleidoscopic journey through Silent Ridge's tormented past. He saw the original settlers, their greed and ambition blinding them to the suffering they inflicted upon the indigenous population. He witnessed the broken treaties, the massacres, the systematic exploitation of the land, the callous disregard for human life. The weight of this history pressed upon him, but he didn't falter. He braced himself against the onslaught of images, the guilt and shame threatening to overwhelm him. But he held firm, channeling his own past regrets, his own failures, into the obsidian shard. As the vision reached its peak, a terrifying figure emerged from the swirling mists of the past. It wasn't the amorphous entity they had battled before. This was something older, more ancient, a malevolent force that had fed upon the town's collective trauma for centuries. It was a creature born of guilt and despair, a manifestation of Silent Ridge's darkest secrets. The creature reached out to Hayes, its icy tendrils attempting to drag him into the abyss of the town's collective suffering. But Hayes resisted, his resolve strengthened by his commitment to redemption. The villagers, sensing the struggle, joined their voices in a unified chant, a prayer for healing and forgiveness. Their combined energy amplified Hayes's own, creating a powerful force that pushed back against the creature's malevolent influence. The obsidian shard flared, its light piercing the darkness, driving back the shadowy figure. The creature recoiled, its power waning as the collective energy of the town surged against it. The struggle was intense, a battle waged not with weapons, but with willpower, with faith, with a shared commitment to healing. Mitchell, initially a detached observer, found herself swept up in the intensity of the moment, her scientific skepticism dissolving under the weight of the overwhelming power of collective belief. She felt a connection to the villagers, a bond forged in shared trauma and a shared hope for redemption. The creature shrieked, its form flickering and fading as the collective energy of the town, channeled through Hayes and the obsidian shard, overwhelmed its malevolent influence. Its power, once immense, dwindled to a faint whisper, its shadowy form dissolving into nothingness. The obsidian shard glowed with a soft, warm light, its energy no longer pulsating with malevolent intent, but radiating peace and tranquility. The fog that had shrouded Silent Ridge for so long began to lift, as if reluctantly releasing its grip on the town. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a fresh, clean air filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. The silence that followed was not the heavy, oppressive silence of before, but a peaceful quiet, a tranquil stillness that spoke of healing and renewal. The land seemed to sigh in relief, the trees rustling with newfound vibrancy, the air alive with a sense of hope and optimism. The earthquake, the entity, The darkness that had gripped Silent Ridge for so long, all of it seemed to fade into the background, replaced by a collective feeling of peace and unity. The ritual wasn't merely a means of defeating the entity, it was a process of healing, a journey of collective forgiveness and atonement. Silent Ridge hadn't just survived, it had been reborn, its wounds slowly beginning to heal under the weight of a shared experience and a collective commitment to a brighter future. The obsidian shard, its work complete, dimmed, its light fading into a gentle warmth. Hayes, exhausted but exhilarated, felt a profound sense of relief, a weight lifted from his shoulders. He had faced his demons, confronted his past failures, and emerged stronger, more resolute. He had found redemption, not through destruction, but through healing. Mitchell, her scientific mind still struggling to fully comprehend the events, felt a profound sense of awe. She had witnessed the power of collective belief, the strength of the human spirit in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. They had escaped Silent Ridge, but more importantly, they had escaped the shadows of the past, emerging into a new dawn, one filled with the promise of hope and renewal. The journey had been harrowing, the challenges immense, but the victory was theirs. They had confronted the darkness, not with weapons, but with the enduring power of forgiveness, reconciliation, and the unwavering resilience of the human spirit. The escape from Silent Ridge wasn't merely physical, it was an escape from the past, a journey toward a future illuminated by the unwavering light of hope and redemption. A brutal battle. The aftermath of the ritual left a fragile peace hanging in the air, a fragile truce in the battle against the ancient entity. But the silence was deceptive. The creature, though weakened, was not defeated. Its essence, woven into the very fabric of Silent Ridge, still lingered, a malevolent whisper in the wind. The fog, though thinned, hadn't completely lifted, clinging to the shadowed corners of the town like a shroud. A sense of unease permeated the air, a reminder that the fight was far from over. The entity's weakened state manifested in unsettling ways. The earth trembled with less ferocity. The spectral figures that had haunted the streets now appeared as fleeting shadows, their cries reduced to mournful whispers. Yet, their presence remained, a constant, chilling reminder of the lurking darkness. The villagers, though exhausted, felt a renewed sense of purpose, a surge of determination born from their shared triumph. They understood that the battle had merely shifted, transformed into a new kind of struggle, a fight for the soul of Silent Ridge. The following hours were a blur of frantic activity. Martha, her face etched with exhaustion but her eyes gleaming with fierce determination, guided the villagers in reinforcing the protective wards they had erected. They gathered stones, imbued with the energy of the ritual, and carefully placed them around the perimeter of the town. Each stone was a testament to their resilience, a symbol of their unwavering commitment to protect their home. Mitchell, her scientific mind struggling to reconcile the supernatural with the tangible, assisted where she could, her knowledge of engineering surprisingly useful in fortifying the town's fragile defenses. Hayes, despite his exhaustion, remained a crucial part of the defense. The obsidian shard, though dimmed, still resonated with a faint warmth, a lingering connection to the power that had driven back the entity. He became the anchor, his presence a source of strength and stability for the weary villagers. He spent hours meditating, channeling the remaining energy of the shard, reinforcing the protective wards, his body becoming a conduit for the town's collective will to survive. As night fell, a new kind of attack began. It wasn't a physical assault, but a psychological one. Whispers filled the air, insidious and unsettling, preying upon the villagers' deepest fears and insecurities. They heard the voices of their lost loved ones, the echoes of past grievances, the whispers of their deepest regrets. The entity, stripped of its physical power, attempted to break them through psychological torment, seeking to exploit their vulnerabilities and sow discord among them. The first to succumb was a young woman named Elsie, who had lost her parents in the earthquake. The whispers preyed on her grief, twisting her sorrow into despair, causing her to wander aimlessly through the ruins, her eyes vacant, her mind shattered. Others began to show signs of distress, their faces pale, their movements hesitant, their eyes filled with a haunting terror. The collective strength that had prevailed during the ritual began to crumble under the weight of this insidious attack. Mitchell and Hayes recognized the danger. The battle had shifted from the physical to the psychological, demanding a new strategy. They couldn't fight the entity directly. They had to protect the villagers' minds. Hayes, drawing upon his own past traumas, understood the power of confronting one's inner demons. He gathered the villagers, leading them in a series of guided meditations, encouraging them to confront their fears, to acknowledge their grief, and to find strength in their shared experiences. He helped them channel their sorrow into a force of resilience, transforming their vulnerability into a source of collective power. Mitchell, meanwhile, focused on the practical aspects of defense. She devised a system of communication, using hand signals and coded messages to counteract the whispers, creating a network of support that cut through the entity's insidious attempts to isolate and break the villagers. They established watch shifts, ensuring that no one was left alone to succumb to the whispers. They created safe spaces where the villagers could gather to share their fears and find comfort in each other's company. It was a brutal, exhausting battle, a war of wills fought in the darkness of a devastated town. The fight continued throughout the night, a relentless assault on the villagers' minds. But their resilience, forged in the crucible of shared trauma, proved stronger than the entity's insidious whispers. They supported each other, sharing stories of strength, of courage, of hope. They recounted memories of joy and laughter, counteracting the dark whispers with the radiant light of their collective past. As dawn approached, a glimmer of hope emerged. The whispers began to fade, their potency diminishing as the villagers' collective spirit strengthened. The weight of their shared experience, their resilience, and their unwavering commitment to each other proved to be a more powerful weapon than any physical force. They had faced the deepest recesses of their own minds, emerged victorious, and found strength in unity. The entity, weakened and defeated in its attempt to break their spirits, retreated, its malevolent influence waning. The fog began to dissipate, the oppressive atmosphere lifting, replaced by a fresh morning breeze. The silence that followed was no longer a chilling void, but a peaceful quiet, a space filled with the promise of healing and renewal. The earth stilled, the tremors ceasing, the spectral figures disappearing into nothingness. The battle was won, not by weapons or brute force, but by the indomitable human spirit, by the power of resilience, forgiveness, and collective strength. Silent Ridge, though scarred, had survived. It had faced its demons, both internal and external, and emerged stronger, more united, and more determined to build a future free from the shadows of its tormented past. The survivors looked at each other, eyes filled with the exhaustion of a brutal battle, but also shining with the fierce light of shared victory and a shared hope for tomorrow. The road to recovery would be long, but they had faced the worst and survived. They would rebuild, they would heal, they would prevail. Heavy losses. The fragile peace didn't last. The weakening of the entity, while a significant victory, had unleashed a new wave of devastation, a grim reaper reaping its harvest amongst the already wounded souls of Silent Ridge. The psychological assault, though lessened, continued its insidious work, burrowing into the cracks of their collective resilience. The whispers, though fainter, were more targeted, more personal, each one a poisoned dart aimed at the heart of individual vulnerabilities. Martha, the unwavering leader, was the first to succumb to the relentless pressure. The memories of her lost family, compounded by the strain of leading the town through such harrowing events, overwhelmed her. She began to see their ghostly forms amidst the rubble, their silent pleas echoing in her ears. Her once fierce determination faltered, her resolve cracking under the weight of unbearable sorrow. The protective wards, meticulously crafted, were no longer sufficient against the insidious tide of despair that threatened to engulf her, and by extension, the town. She retreated into a shell of grief, unable to participate in the ongoing struggle. Her absence left a gaping hole in their defenses, a silent testament to the high price of their struggle. Elsie, the young woman who had lost her parents, spiraled further into madness. The whispers had completely consumed her, her mind a fractured landscape of grief and delusion. She wandered the desolate streets, a living embodiment of the entity's power, her eyes mirroring the vacant horror of a broken soul. Rescue attempts proved futile, The whispers clung to her, an inescapable torment. Her fate served as a stark warning to the others, a chilling reminder of the entity's enduring capacity for destruction. The toll on the others was equally profound. The villagers, exhausted and emotionally drained, became increasingly vulnerable to the entity's psychological warfare. Sleep became a luxury, haunted by nightmares and vivid hallucinations. The constant vigilance, the fear of the next attack, wore down their spirits, leaving them susceptible to doubt and despair. The unity that had fueled their earlier triumph began to fray at the edges, replaced by exhaustion, paranoia, and a growing sense of hopelessness. Each night brought new victims, each morning a fresh wave of grief. Agent Mitchell, despite her scientific training, struggled to cope. The visions continued, more vivid and unsettling than before, blurring the lines between reality and nightmare. She saw flashes of ancient rituals, heard chilling whispers from the past, and experienced a growing sense of dread that defied rational explanation. The experience was pushing her to the brink, threatening to break her resolve. The weight of responsibility, the lives of an entire town resting on her shoulders, compounded the psychological trauma, fueling her exhaustion and driving her deeper into despair. President Hayes, despite his outward strength, was also deeply affected. The obsidian shard, once a source of power, now pulsed faintly, a dying ember reflecting the weakening of his own inner strength. The visions, similar to Mitchell's, plagued his sleep, forcing him to confront his own past failures, his broken promises. The weight of his guilt, amplified by the town's suffering, added to his emotional burden, fueling his weariness. His attempts to protect the town took a heavy toll. The constant meditation sessions, the strenuous efforts to reinforce the wards, consumed his energy, leaving him physically and emotionally drained. The town, once a beacon of communal strength, became a battleground of individual suffering. The collective struggle, so successful in the previous confrontation, was disintegrating. Families were torn apart by the psychological assault. Neighbors turned on each other, fueled by paranoia and fear. The vibrant community spirit was being replaced by despair, and the fragile defenses of the town crumbled under this assault. The constant threat of unseen horrors, the agonizing mental torment, and the agonizing loss of loved ones pushed the survivors to the edge of their endurance. Many succumbed to madness or despair. The town's vibrant spirit, once a force to be reckoned with, was now a broken mosaic, the pieces fractured and scattered. The struggle against the entity was exacting an unbearable toll, leaving behind a trail of shattered minds and broken hearts. The weakening entity seemed to have found a new and insidious weapon, the fracturing of the human spirit. It wasn't a physical battle anymore, it was a war against despair, a struggle against the insidious invasion of the soul. Even the most resolute among them struggled to maintain their composure. The unwavering hope that had sustained them during the initial onslaught was waning, replaced by a gnawing sense of hopelessness. They were fighting a monster that seemed to feed on their deepest fears, their most profound vulnerabilities. And it was winning. Days bled into nights, each moment a test of their endurance. The survivors, depleted and demoralized, clung to each other, their support a flimsy shield against the relentless assault. The air was thick with fear and despair, a palpable weight that seemed to crush their spirits. The once hopeful dawn became a time of renewed dread, a promise of more suffering. The once united community was fractured, each member fighting their own battle against the insidious whispers that tore at their souls. The survivors were trapped in a desperate fight for their sanity, a desperate attempt to preserve their minds against the relentless assault of a weakened, yet still overwhelmingly powerful entity. The cost of their survival was a heavy one, the true measure of their victory yet to be determined. The weight of their losses, the scars etched onto their souls, were grim reminders of the battle's devastating toll, a testament to the insidious nature of the enemy they faced. A glimpse of hope. The silence that followed Elsie's descent into madness was heavier than any scream. It was the silence of acceptance, the quiet resignation of souls worn thin by relentless torment. Yet, within that oppressive quietude, a subtle shift occurred, almost imperceptible at first. The whispers, once a relentless torrent, began to ebb. The nightmares, though still vivid, were less frequent, less terrifying. The hallucinations, once overwhelming, started to fade, leaving behind a residue of fear but also a space, a void where the entity's power had once held absolute sway. President Hayes, noticing the change, felt a flicker of hope ignite within his weary heart. The obsidian shard, his connection to the entity, pulsed with a weakened yet steady rhythm. It was a dying ember, but it still burned. He found himself spending less time battling visions of his past failures, the broken promises that haunted his waking hours and tormented his sleep. The guilt, though still present, felt less suffocating, less all-consuming. He could breathe again, albeit shallowly, and the space for hope, though fragile, began to take root. The weight on his shoulders, though immense, felt marginally lighter. Agent Mitchell also sensed the shift. The visions, though still haunting, became less frequent, their chaotic imagery giving way to glimpses of clarity, of patterns and connections. She began to notice recurring symbols in her visions, ancient glyphs, recurring motifs, which she painstakingly sketched in her worn notebook. The whispers, too, softened, becoming less menacing, almost mournful. It was as if the entity was not only weakening but also changing, its malevolent energy dissipating, revealing a deeper, more ancient sorrow. This subtle change in the entity's assault translated into a corresponding shift in the villagers' condition. Those who had not succumbed to madness began to show signs of recovery. Martha, though still burdened by grief, started to emerge from her shell. She began to participate in small communal tasks, her presence, though subdued, providing a much-needed boost to the dwindling morale. The others, similarly, started to show signs of recovery. The nightmares lessened, the hallucinations subsided, and the whispers receded. A tentative sense of relief replaced the pervasive fear, a cautious optimism replacing the crushing despair. The collective strength, once shattered, began to slowly reconstitute itself. The rebuilding of the fractured community commenced, albeit slowly and painfully. Neighbor helped neighbor, sharing meager resources and offering words of encouragement. Small acts of kindness became the currency of their slow recovery, small gestures of faith the foundations of their renewed hope. The shared trauma, while leaving deep scars, had also forged a stronger bond among the survivors, a bond born of shared suffering and mutual reliance. The town, while still bearing the scars of devastation, gradually began to take on a semblance of life. Small fires were rekindled in homes, a flickering testament to the slow resurgence of hope. The sounds of hammering and rebuilding replaced the silence of despair. Laughter, tentative at first, replaced the pervasive silence, offering a poignant counterpoint to the continuing devastation. The lessening of the entity's influence also allowed Agent Mitchell to delve deeper into the historical records of Silent Ridge, uncovering a wealth of information that shed light on the ancient curse. She found dusty tomes detailing forgotten rituals, cryptic inscriptions hinting at a pact made long ago, a bargain struck between desperate souls and a malevolent force, a pact that had irrevocably bound Silent Ridge to its tragic fate. She uncovered evidence suggesting that the earthquake was not a natural disaster, but a manifestation of the entity's displeasure, a violent eruption of pent-up rage. Her research revealed that the entity was not simply a malevolent force, but a creature of immense power, born of grief and betrayal. It was a being tethered to the town, its existence inextricably linked to the collective sins and broken promises of Silent Ridge's inhabitants. The entity's power was sustained by the negativity, the despair, and the unresolved guilt of the living, feeding on their anguish as a parasite feeds on its host. The weakening of the entity was not merely a decline in its power, it was a response to the gradual healing of the town, the slow but steady process of reconciliation and forgiveness. The survivors, by confronting their own pasts, their own guilt and regrets, were effectively starving the entity of its lifeblood. Each act of forgiveness, each step toward healing, chipped away at its power, diminishing its hold on the town. This realization brought a profound sense of purpose to the survivors' efforts. They understood now that their battle was not merely against a supernatural entity, but also against their own internal demons, their own shared history of broken promises and neglected responsibilities. They began to actively confront their past, confessing long-held secrets, seeking forgiveness from each other and from themselves. They held communal gatherings, sharing their stories of grief, loss, and regret. President Hayes, in particular, played a pivotal role in this process. He initiated a series of public forums where he confessed his own failures, his own broken promises to the town, acknowledging his contribution to the neglect that had paved the way for the curse. His humility and sincerity touched the hearts of the villagers, inspiring them to emulate his courage and honesty. The town's healing became a communal act of contrition and redemption. It was a long and difficult process, fraught with emotional challenges and setbacks, but the shared journey strengthened their resolve and deepened their bond. The collective healing became a beacon of hope, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and its capacity for forgiveness and redemption. Even as the physical scars of the earthquake remained, the emotional wounds began to heal, and with it, the grip of the entity loosened further. The shift was tangible. The once oppressive atmosphere began to lighten. The fog, once impenetrable, began to thin, allowing the sun to break through the gloom. The whispers faded into a barely audible murmur. The nightmares became less frequent, and the hallucinations ceased entirely. The healing of the land mirrored the healing of the people. The plants began to sprout, life returning to the ravaged landscape. A faint scent of honeysuckle, the town's old signature, permeated the air, a sweet counterpoint to the lingering scent of decay. As the entity weakened, its physical manifestation also changed. The unnatural fog receded, revealing the ruined but still beautiful landscape. The eerie silence was broken by the chirping of crickets, the distant caw of a crow. The oppressive weight that had hung over the town for weeks began to lift, replaced by a tentative sense of peace. The entity's power, though still present, was significantly diminished, a flickering shadow of its former glory. The fight was far from over, but for the first time in a long time, the possibility of victory felt palpable. The glimmer of hope, once a faint spark, was now a steady flame, illuminating the path toward a brighter future, a future where Silent Ridge might finally find peace, a peace hard-earned but profoundly deserved. The fight for survival had become a fight for redemption, a fight that was slowly, painfully but surely being won. Turning the tide, the air, once thick with a suffocating dread, thinned. The oppressive weight that had pressed down on Silent Ridge for weeks, a tangible manifestation of the entity's malevolence, began to lift. It was a subtle shift at first, almost imperceptible, like the gradual lightening of a persistent storm cloud. But as days bled into nights, the change became undeniable. The unnatural fog, the ever-present shroud that had veiled the town in an eerie twilight, began to dissipate, retreating like a defeated army. Patches of clear sky peeked through, revealing the ravaged landscape in stark detail, the sun's pale light casting long skeletal shadows across the debris-strewn streets. This shift in the atmospheric pressure mirrored a corresponding change in the villagers' demeanor. The haunted look in their eyes, the perpetual tremor in their hands, began to subside. The vacant stares, replaced by a flicker of something akin to hope. The whispers, once a constant maddening barrage of terror, dwindled to a faint murmur, barely audible above the gentle rustling of the wind through the broken branches of the trees. The nightmares, once vivid and terrifying, retreated into the recesses of their minds, replaced by a more peaceful, if still troubled, sleep. Martha, the woman whose grief had seemed to solidify into a physical presence, emerged slowly from her self-imposed exile. She started to participate in the communal efforts, her movements still hesitant, her eyes still shadowed with sorrow. But her participation was a powerful symbol of the town's gradual recovery. Her quiet strength, her simple acts of kindness, became a catalyst for the healing process. Others, similarly, began to shake off the paralysis of fear, their spirit rekindled by her example. President Hayes, witnessing this transformation, felt a profound sense of relief, tempered with a sobering awareness of the fragility of their newfound hope. The obsidian shard, the physical manifestation of his connection to the entity, still pulsed with a faint, weakening rhythm. But the pain, the relentless assault of guilt and regret, lessened. He could finally breathe without the constant, crushing weight of his past failures on his chest. The visions still came, but they were less frequent, less vivid. less accusatory. They were fading memories, not active torments. Agent Mitchell, too, felt the change. The visions, once chaotic and overwhelming, began to coalesce into coherent images. The recurring symbols, the ancient glyphs she had painstakingly sketched in her notebook, started to reveal their meaning. She recognized them as fragments of an ancient language, a cryptic script hinting at the town's tragic history, its pact with the darkness, and the conditions for its release. Her research, fueled by the waning power of the entity, bore significant fruit. She discovered a hidden chamber beneath the town's crumbling church, a place of forgotten rituals, a site of ancient sacrifices. Inside, she found a series of intricately carved stone tablets, detailing the history of Silent Ridge, its origins, its prosperity, and its slow, agonizing descent into despair. The tablets revealed a story of broken promises, of collective guilt, of a pact made in desperation, a bargain with a malevolent entity in exchange for prosperity, a prosperity that had come at a terrible cost. The tablets detailed the terms of the pact, a perpetual offering of negativity, a constant stream of despair and guilt in exchange for the entity's protection, a protection that had proven illusory. The entity, it turned out, was not a mindless force of evil, but a creature of immense power, born of ancient sorrow, its existence inextricably linked to the collective sins of the town. It fed on their despair, their guilt, their unresolved grief. It thrived on their negativity, growing stronger with each broken promise, each act of betrayal, each instance of neglect. The earthquake, Mitchell realized, was not a natural disaster, but a violent eruption of the entity's rage, a manifestation of its displeasure at the weakening of its power base. The collective healing of the town, the slow but steady process of forgiveness and reconciliation, was effectively starving the entity, depriving it of the lifeblood that sustained its power. This realization gave renewed purpose to the villagers' efforts. They understood that their battle was not merely against a supernatural entity, but also against their own internal demons, their own shared history of broken promises and neglected responsibilities. They began to actively confront their past, sharing their stories, confessing long-held secrets, seeking forgiveness from each other and from themselves. They established communal gatherings, sharing their burdens, their remorse, their hopes. President Hayes, leading by example, publicly acknowledged his own role in the town's decline, his own failures, his own broken promises. His humility and sincerity resonated deeply with the villagers, inspiring them to follow his lead, to confront their own pasts with courage and honesty. His confession became a turning point, a catalyst for a collective act of contrition and redemption. The healing process was slow and painful, fraught with emotional setbacks and relapses. Old wounds reopened, old resentments surfaced. But the shared journey forged a stronger bond among the villagers, a bond forged in the crucible of shared suffering, a bond that ultimately proved stronger than the malevolent force that sought to consume them. The physical signs of the town's healing paralleled the emotional transformation of its inhabitants. The ruined buildings were slowly being rebuilt, brick by brick, stone by stone. The land, once barren and scarred, showed signs of life. New shoots pushed their way through the earth, tiny flowers poked their heads above the rubble, a testament to the resilience of nature, mirroring the resilience of the human spirit. As the entity weakened, its physical manifestations faded. The eerie silence was broken by the sounds of life, the chirping of crickets, the songs of birds, the distant sounds of hammers and saws. The air, once thick with a palpable sense of dread, was now filled with a tentative sense of hope. The fog had completely lifted, revealing the ruined beauty of Silent Ridge, the scars of the earthquake a testament to the town's struggle and its eventual triumph. The fight was far from over, but the possibility of victory, once a distant dream, now felt within reach. The flickering ember of hope had become a steady flame, illuminating the path to a future where Silent Ridge might finally find peace. A peace hard-earned, a peace profoundly deserved. The struggle for survival had transformed into a struggle for redemption, a struggle that was slowly, painfully, but surely being won. The tide had turned, and the villagers of Silent Ridge, battered but unbroken, were finally beginning to reclaim their future. The last stand. The air vibrated with an unnatural energy, a palpable hum that resonated deep within the bones. The once ravaged landscape of Silent Ridge, though slowly healing, still bore the scars of the earthquake, a physical manifestation of the entity's fury. President Hayes, his face etched with a grim determination, stood at the edge of the crumbling church. The obsidian shard clutched tightly in his hand, its faint pulsing a counterpoint to the frantic beat of his heart. Agent Mitchell, at his side, her eyes reflecting the flickering light of a dying sun, held a small, intricately carved wooden box, recovered from the hidden chamber. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a single, perfectly preserved white rose. The final confrontation had begun. The entity's presence was overwhelming, a suffocating wave of negativity that threatened to crush their spirits. The air grew colder, the wind whipping around them with a chilling intensity, carrying whispers of forgotten horrors. Shadows danced in the periphery, morphing into grotesque shapes that clawed at the edges of their vision. The ground beneath their feet trembled, a prelude to the impending chaos. The entity manifested itself in a terrifying display of power. It wasn't a singular, monstrous form, but a swirling vortex of darkness, a maelstrom of shadows and whispers, a chaotic tapestry of nightmares given form. Tendrils of darkness snaked out, reaching for them, seeking to ensnare them in its suffocating embrace. The faces of the tormented, long-dead residents of Silent Ridge materialized within the vortex, their agonized cries echoing in the wind. Hayes, despite the fear that gnawed at him, stood firm. His resolve, hardened by years of facing impossible odds, was tested but not broken. The weight of his past failures, the burden of his broken promises, had been a constant companion throughout this ordeal. But now, facing the true face of the entity, he understood. His guilt, his remorse, was not a weakness, but a fuel, a source of strength. He had to atone, not just for his own sins, but for the collective sins of the town. He had to break the curse, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Mitchell, armed with her knowledge of the ancient rituals and the secrets of Silent Ridge, moved with a practiced grace, her movements precise and deliberate. She understood the nature of the entity, its parasitic relationship with the town's collective negativity. The healing of Silent Ridge had weakened it, but it was not yet defeated. This was the final stand, a desperate gamble. She chanted the ancient incantation, her voice echoing in the desolate landscape, the words a counterpoint to the entity's chaotic whispers. The words were a key, unlocking a forgotten power, a power that had been dormant for centuries. As she spoke, the white rose in the box began to glow with an ethereal light, its petals unfolding, revealing a heart of pure, radiant energy. The battle raged, not with swords and guns, but with wills and faith. Hayes, channeling his remorse into a defiant force, confronted the entity's onslaught, his very being a testament to the power of redemption. The obsidian shard in his hand pulsed with a stronger light, resonating with the white rose's energy, creating a shield against the entity's dark assault. Mitchell continued her incantation, her voice growing stronger, her words weaving a protective barrier around Hayes. The villagers, watching from a distance, joined in, their voices a chorus of hope, their combined prayers forming a protective circle around the two central figures. Their collective healing, their collective act of forgiveness and reconciliation, fueled the White Rose's power, amplifying Mitchell's incantation. Their collective belief, their unwavering hope, was the final weapon in this desperate fight. The vortex of darkness thrashed violently, its form shifting and contorting as the White Rose's light intensified. The tormented faces within the vortex screamed in protest as the power of collective forgiveness, fueled by years of guilt and regret and, finally released, began to overcome the entity's hold on Silent Ridge. The confrontation reached a climax, a maelstrom of light and shadow, a clash of hope and despair. The air crackled with energy. The very fabric of reality seemed to fray at the edges. Hayes felt the full weight of the entity's rage, its despair, its agony. He saw glimpses of its origins, its history, its immense sorrow. It was not a monster, but a being consumed by its own pain, trapped in an endless cycle of suffering. Finally, with a blinding flash of light, the vortex collapsed, its power dissipated, its energy absorbed by the white rose. The shadows retreated, the whispers faded, the tormented faces vanished. The unnatural cold lifted, replaced by a gentle warmth. The air, once thick with dread, was filled with a sense of profound peace. Silence descended, a silence filled with the palpable sense of victory. The obsidian shard in Hayes' hand lost its pulsing light. He felt lighter, freed from the burden of his guilt, his past. He looked at Mitchell, her face pale but resolute, a single tear tracing a path through the dirt on her cheek. They had won. They had broken the curse. Silent Ridge was free. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm glow on the ruined town. The slow, arduous process of healing would continue, but now it was a journey of hope, not despair. The scars remained, but they were reminders of the struggle, not of defeat. Silent Ridge had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, transformed by its ordeal, its spirit unbroken. The inhabitants emerged from their hidden shelters, their faces etched with relief and awe. A collective sigh of relief echoed across the once desolate landscape. The silence that followed was a testament to the profound relief that had washed over the village, a peace earned through sacrifice and unwavering hope. The final stand was over. Silent Ridge had survived. The fight was done, but the rebuilding of lives and of the town itself was only just beginning. The sun set on a new dawn for Silent Ridge, a dawn of hope and redemption. Ultimate sacrifice. The silence following the entity's demise was profound, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the battle that had just concluded. The air, once thick with the suffocating weight of despair and ancient malice, now held a fragile lightness, a tentative breath of hope. President Hayes, his body trembling with exhaustion but his spirit soaring, lowered the obsidian shard. The pulsing light within it had faded, leaving behind only the cool, smooth surface of the stone. He felt the weight lift from his shoulders, a burden he'd carried for far too long, the heavy cloak of his past failures finally shed. He was free. Agent Mitchell, her face pale and streaked with grime, approached him slowly, her movements deliberate, almost hesitant. The strain of the incantation, the sheer exertion of will, was etched upon her features, a testament to the battle she had fought alongside him. In her hand, she held the wooden box. The once radiant white rose now, a delicate, almost translucent bloom, its petals shimmering with the faintest trace of ethereal luminescence. The rose, the heart of their victory, pulsed with a gentle, calming light. But the victory was bittersweet. The cost had been high. The collective sacrifice of Silent Ridge had been profound. The faces of the villagers, now emerging from their hidden shelters, were etched not only with relief but also with a profound sense of loss. Their eyes, though shining with newfound hope, held the lingering shadows of grief, a testament to the sacrifices made to break the curse. Among them, a figure emerged from the wreckage of a collapsed building, a young woman, Elara, her face drawn and pale, her body frail but her eyes burning with an unwavering strength. She clutched a simple, worn, leather-bound book to her chest, its pages filled with ancient runes and faded illustrations. She walked towards Hayes and Mitchell, her steps faltering, but her resolve unwavering. In her eyes, Hayes saw a reflection of the sacrifice she had made. He saw not just loss, but a profound act of selflessness, an ultimate act of redemption for the sins of Silent Ridge, a sacrifice that mirrored his own attempt at atonement. Elara approached them, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She opened the leather-bound book, revealing a single, meticulously drawn illustration, a woman standing at the heart of a swirling vortex of darkness, her arms outstretched, her body radiating a soft golden light. "Oh, this," Elara whispered, her voice barely audible but filled with a quiet strength. "In is the key, the ultimate sacrifice." Her voice trailed off, her gaze falling to the ground. Tears welled in her eyes, tears not solely of grief but of a hard-won victory, a triumph purchased at an immeasurable cost. The image in the book depicted her, the ultimate sacrifice that had finally broken the entity's hold on Silent Ridge. As she spoke, Hayes and Mitchell realized the truth. Elara had channeled her own life force, her very essence, into the white rose, sacrificing herself to amplify the power of the incantation, to tip the balance in their favor. She had willingly offered herself to the darkness, a voluntary immolation to appease the ancient entity and break the curse that had plagued Silent Ridge for centuries. Her act of selflessness, a gesture of profound love and sacrifice for her community, was the final piece of the puzzle, the catalyst that had unleashed the power to banish the darkness. A wave of grief washed over Hayes, a profound sense of sorrow mixed with a deep respect for Ilara's courage. He had offered himself as a sacrifice, but Ilara had acted first, placing her own life on the line without hesitation. He understood now. This wasn't just about his guilt or atonement, but about the community's collective responsibility for its past transgressions. Silent Ridge's collective sins were manifested in the entity, and it was through collective redemption, through an act of ultimate sacrifice, that it could be vanquished. Mitchell, her eyes red-rimmed, gently touched the worn leather cover of the book. She felt the faint residual warmth emanating from its pages, a testament to the energy Ilara had poured into her selfless act. The rose in the box pulsed softly, its gentle light. A beacon of hope in the face of profound loss. The rose, once a symbol of hope, was now a poignant memorial to Ilara's ultimate sacrifice. The sun finally broke through the dissipating fog, casting long shadows across the ravaged landscape. The villagers gathered around Ilara, their faces etched with a mixture of sorrow and gratitude. They mourned their loss, but they also celebrated their survival. The darkness had been banished, but the scars remained, both physical and emotional. The rebuilding process would be long and arduous, but the collective spirit of Silent Ridge was unbroken. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, their strength born from unity, from sacrifice, from a shared understanding of guilt and redemption. The air buzzed with a strange energy, a palpable sense of peace settling over the devastated village. A deep sigh, a collective exhale of relief and sorrow, swept through the survivors as they processed their unimaginable loss and their hard-won victory. The entity was gone, but the memory of Ilara's sacrifice, her ultimate act of selflessness, would forever remain etched in their hearts. The sun set on a new dawn for Silent Ridge, a dawn tinged with sadness but radiating a powerful message of hope, resilience, and the profound power of redemption. The villagers began the long task of rebuilding, not just their homes, but their lives. They would rebuild their lives, their community, and their spirit, fueled by the unwavering memory of Ilara's ultimate sacrifice. Hayes and Mitchell remained at the edge of the ravaged church for a long time, watching as the villagers slowly began to move, their collective grief a palpable presence in the quiet, slowly healing landscape. Hayes felt a profound shift within himself, a sense of release from the burden of his past failures. He realized that true redemption was not just about atoning for his personal sins, but about recognizing and addressing the systemic injustices that had led to the suffering of Silent Ridge. He knew his work was far from over. The fight for justice, for rebuilding not just the town, but its systems and its spirit, was only beginning. Mitchell, her eyes fixed on the slowly setting sun, knew that the horrors of Silent Ridge would remain with them forever, a chilling reminder of the fragility of life and the dark power of unchecked negativity and negligence. But they had also witnessed the extraordinary power of human resilience, the unwavering strength of community, and the transcendent capacity for sacrifice and redemption. The memory of Ilara's bravery would serve as a constant source of strength, reminding them of the price of freedom and the importance of never forgetting the lessons learned in the heart of the darkness. As the last rays of sunlight faded, casting long shadows across the ruins of Silent Ridge, they knew they carried a heavy burden, the burden of witnessing unspeakable horrors, of bearing witness to an ultimate sacrifice. But along with that burden, they carried the quiet strength of a shared victory, the knowledge that even the deepest darkness could be overcome with the power of collective forgiveness, unwavering hope, and the courageous act of ultimate sacrifice. The journey toward healing, both for themselves and Silent Ridge, had just begun, a journey illuminated by the unwavering light of Ilara's selfless act. The end of the confrontation was not an ending, but a new beginning, a new dawn for Silent Ridge, purchased at an immeasurable cost. The fog recedes. The slow, deliberate retreat of the fog was as unsettling as its arrival had been. It didn't dissipate with a sudden rush, like a curtain drawn back, but rather peeled away in sluggish, reluctant strands, revealing the ravaged landscape piece by piece. First, the skeletal remains of the church emerged from the swirling grey, its stained glass windows shattered, the unsorrowed space now a hollow shell. Then the twisted remnants of houses, their walls fractured and leaning precariously, peeked out from the dissipating gloom, each a monument to the town's suffering. The fog receded like a dying breath, leaving behind a chilling silence broken only by the occasional creak of shifting debris. As the last tendrils of the fog vanished, swallowed by the emerging sunlight, a profound sense of emptiness settled over the ravaged town. The silence was not peaceful. It was heavy with the weight of loss, a suffocating blanket woven from grief and disbelief. The air, once thick with the oppressive weight of the supernatural entity, now carried the acrid scent of destruction, mingling with the faint, earthy aroma of damp soil and decaying wood. Hayes and Mitchell stood amidst the ruins, their bodies aching, their minds reeling from the intensity of the recent confrontation. The obsidian shard, now inert and cool, lay in Hayes's hand, a tangible reminder of the power they had wielded and the darkness they had faced. He looked at the ground, his eyes tracing the path of destruction, the chaotic dance of destruction wrought by the earthquake and the entity's malevolence. He saw the splintered remains of homes, the broken remnants of lives. The weight of his own failures, the years of neglect that had contributed to Silent Ridge's plight, pressed upon him with renewed intensity. This was not just a victory, it was a brutal reckoning. Mitchell, her eyes still filled with the lingering effects of the powerful incantation, watched the villagers emerge from their makeshift shelters. They looked dazed, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes wide with a mixture of relief, disbelief, and profound grief. Their clothes were torn, their bodies bruised, yet they moved. With a quiet dignity, a testament to their resilience in the face of unspeakable horrors. They had survived, but at a tremendous cost. The sun, finally breaking through the dissipating fog, cast long shadows across the devastated landscape, illuminating the devastation with a harsh, unforgiving light. The light revealed the full extent of the destruction, each detail a testament to the ferocity of the earthquake and the entity's malevolent influence. Yet even in this bleak landscape, there was a sense of fragile hope, a tentative promise of rebirth emerging from the ashes of destruction. Ilara's sacrifice echoed in the silence, a palpable presence that hung in the air like the lingering scent of smoke. The villagers' quiet reverence spoke volumes about the impact of her act. They mourned her, but they also recognized the enormity of her selfless deed. Their grief was not just for a single life lost, but for the collective trauma they had endured and the heavy price they had paid for redemption. Hayes felt a wave of guilt wash over him as he watched the villagers. His own offering of self-sacrifice had paled in comparison to Ilara's act of ultimate selflessness. He had faced his demons, but Ilara had conquered them, sacrificing herself to secure the salvation of her community. Her act highlighted the intricate web of responsibility, a collective guilt that had manifested in the entity's malevolence. It was a guilt that transcended individual actions, reaching into the very fabric of society and its systems. The weight of that realization pressed heavily on him. His role as president, he understood, extended beyond political maneuvering and public appearances. He bore a responsibility to address the systemic injustices that had led to the neglect and suffering of Silent Ridge, a responsibility that extended far beyond this desolate town. The fight for justice, for genuine change, was only just beginning. This victory, hard won, and bittersweet, was merely a first step on a long and arduous journey. Mitchell approached Hayes, her expression grim but resolute. The lines etched on her face spoke of exhaustion, but her eyes shone with a quiet determination. "And we need to leave," she said, her voice low and steady. "But we can't forget what happened here." Hayes nodded, his gaze sweeping across the desolate landscape. He couldn't forget. He would carry the weight of Silent Ridge with him, a constant reminder of the consequences of inaction, the devastation wrought by neglect, and the power of ultimate sacrifice. The memories would serve as a catalyst, a driving force in his future endeavors. He would work tirelessly to ensure that what happened in Silent Ridge would never be repeated. The journey back was long and silent, the memories of Silent Ridge clinging to them like the remnants of the fog. The car ride was devoid of idle chatter, replaced by a quiet contemplation of the horrors they had witnessed and the profound lessons they had learned. They didn't speak of Ilara, of the villagers' loss, or the chilling events that unfolded in the heart of the supernatural storm. The unspoken grief hung heavy in the air between them, a shared burden they would carry for the rest of their lives. As they drove away from Silent Ridge, leaving behind the ravaged town shrouded in an eerie stillness, Hayes saw the rising sun paint the sky in shades of orange and pink. It was a beautiful sight, yet it couldn't erase the haunting images imprinted on his mind. He knew that the physical scars of Silent Ridge would eventually heal, that the town would eventually be rebuilt, but the emotional scars would remain, a permanent reminder of the darkness they had confronted and the sacrifices made to overcome it. The memory of Ilara's sacrifice, a beacon of selfless love and courage, would serve as a guiding light, illuminating their future endeavors and reminding them of the importance of unwavering hope and collective responsibility. The experience had irrevocably changed them both. They had faced a darkness that tested the boundaries of human resilience, a darkness that reflected the flaws and failings of humanity itself. Yet, they had also witnessed the extraordinary power of human spirit, the unyielding strength of community, and the profound capacity for sacrifice and redemption. They carried the weight of Silent Ridge, a burden heavy with the memories of loss and the echoes of unspeakable horrors, but they also carried a renewed sense of purpose, a commitment to justice, and a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of guilt, redemption, and the unwavering power of hope in the face of unimaginable darkness. The fog had receded, but the shadows of Silent Ridge would forever linger in their hearts, a constant reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of confronting the darkness within themselves and the world around them. The fight for justice, for healing, for a future free from the horrors of Silent Ridge had only just begun. A collective triumph. The sun, a pale disk struggling to pierce the lingering gloom, cast long shadows across the devastated landscape. The air, still thick with the scent of dust and decay, held a strange new note, a tentative whisper of hope. The villagers, emerging from the wreckage of their homes, moved with a slow, deliberate grace, their faces etched with exhaustion but alight with a fragile joy. They were survivors, scarred but unbroken, their spirits ignited by a collective triumph that transcended the individual losses they had endured. They gathered in the town square, or what remained of it, a space now littered with debris and the skeletal frames of buildings. There was no grand ceremony, no formal celebration. Their triumph was too intimately bound to their suffering, their joy too profoundly tempered by grief. Yet, a quiet reverence filled the air, a shared acknowledgement of their collective resilience and the profound sacrifice that had secured their deliverance. Old Man Fitzwilliam, his face a roadmap of wrinkles etched by time and hardship, stepped forward. He was the town elder, the keeper of their history, a man who had witnessed the slow decay of Silent Ridge and the insidious growth of the malevolent entity. He raised a hand, silencing the murmuring crowd. His voice, though weak, carried on the wind, reaching every corner of the shattered square. "When stand here," he began, his voice trembling slightly, "and not as individuals, but as a community. We have faced a darkness that threatened to consume us, a curse, that fed on our despair and our divisions. But we fought it, not with weapons, but with unity, with faith, with the unwavering strength of our collective spirit." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the villagers, each one a testament to their shared ordeal. He saw the grief, etched on their faces, the lingering trauma in their eyes, but also the quiet strength that emanated from their shared experience, the unwavering bond forged in the crucible of their shared suffering. "Tilara," he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. "She gave her life for us. Her sacrifice, her selfless act of courage, will forever be etched in our hearts. It is a testament to the power of selflessness, to the enduring strength of the human spirit, and to the profound capacity for love and sacrifice." A wave of quiet sobs rippled through the crowd. Ilara's memory, a bittersweet presence, hung heavy in the air. They mourned her loss, but their grief was interwoven with a profound sense of gratitude, a recognition that her sacrifice had paved the way for their survival. They had been broken, but they had been reborn, forged anew in the fires of adversity. Sarah Mitchell, watching from a distance, felt a pang of sympathy for their collective mourning, a deep understanding of their shared pain. She had witnessed their suffering, their unwavering faith, and their resilience in the face of unimaginable horror. They were ordinary people thrust into extraordinary circumstances, yet they had risen to the challenge, demonstrating the extraordinary strength of the human spirit. Jonathan Hayes, his face lined with fatigue and the weight of his own guilt, approached Mitchell. He too stood silent, taking in the scene, the subtle shifts in the villagers' posture as they looked up to Fitzwilliam. It was a victory, a hard-won liberation, a testament to faith and community. But it was also a moment of profound loss. The silence that followed Fitzwilliam's words was not empty. It was a vibrant tapestry woven with sorrow and gratitude. "They're strong," Hayes said quietly, his voice barely a whisper. "Stronger than I ever imagined." Mitchell nodded, her gaze fixed on the villagers. "And found strength in their unity," she replied, her voice equally subdued. "And their faith wasn't blind. It was a testament to their shared experience, their shared suffering. It was a bond forged in adversity, stronger than any curse." The villagers began to share stories, their voices low and hushed, their words intertwining like the threads of a shared narrative. They spoke of their shared fears, of their moments of despair, but also of their acts of kindness, their shared moments of hope. They spoke of Ilara, their voices laced with sorrow and reverence. They remembered her smile, her kindness, her unwavering spirit. Her sacrifice had not been in vain. It had awakened something within them, a collective strength they never knew they possessed. Their collective triumph was not just about breaking a curse, it was about rediscovering their own strength, their unity, their ability to overcome adversity. They had faced the darkness, not as isolated individuals, but as a community bound together by shared experience and an unbreakable bond. As the sun climbed higher, casting its warmth on the ravaged town, the villagers began the slow, arduous task of rebuilding. They worked together, sharing their skills and their resources, their efforts fueled by their shared experience and the memory of Ilara's sacrifice. Their work was not just about restoring their homes, but about rebuilding their lives, their community, their hope. The rebuilding was slow, painstaking work, yet it proceeded with a quiet determination, a shared sense of purpose. They knew that the scars of the curse would linger for years to come, but they also knew that they had overcome it. They had emerged from the darkness, scarred but stronger, their unity and faith forged in the crucible of adversity. They had faced the collective guilt and the consequences of neglect, but they had found redemption. Their collective triumph was a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of the human spirit, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope can prevail. Hayes and Mitchell watched them, their hearts filled with a mixture of sorrow and admiration. They knew they could never fully understand the depth of their suffering, but they had witnessed their resilience, their strength, their unwavering faith. They left Silent Ridge not with a sense of escape, but with a renewed sense of purpose, a commitment to justice, and a profound appreciation for the power of the human spirit. The scars of Silent Ridge would remain, but so would the memory of their collective triumph, a testament to the enduring power of hope, unity, and faith in the face of overwhelming adversity. The journey back was quiet, the unspoken understanding between them a powerful bond forged in the heart of the supernatural storm. The memory of Ilara's sacrifice, a beacon of selfless love and courage, would forever illuminate their path. The world outside Silent Ridge seemed brighter, clearer, somehow purified by the intense experience. They had confronted a darkness that mirrored the flaws within humanity, yet they had also witnessed its extraordinary resilience and capacity for love. The burden they carried was heavy, laden with the weight of memories and the echoes of unspeakable horrors. But it was also a burden that bound them together, a shared commitment to a future where the horrors of Silent Ridge would serve as a constant reminder of the importance of collective responsibility and the unwavering power of hope in the face of unimaginable darkness. The fight for justice, for a world free from such devastating neglect, was only just beginning. Their shared experience in Silent Ridge had become a catalyst, a driving force that would shape their lives and their future endeavors, a constant reminder of the power of collective triumph and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Healing begins. The air, still carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and damp earth, held a different quality now. The oppressive weight of the supernatural fog had lifted, replaced by a hesitant, watery sunlight that filtered through the gaps in the shattered buildings. Silent Ridge, though ravaged, was no longer suffocated. A tentative sense of renewal hung in the air, fragile as a newborn bird, yet undeniably present. The villagers, their faces etched with the deep lines of grief and exhaustion, moved with a newfound purpose. The collective trauma remained, a palpable presence in the hushed whispers and the shared glances, but it was now interwoven with something else, a fragile hope, a shared determination to rebuild, not just their homes, but their lives, their community. Sarah Mitchell, watching from the relative safety of a makeshift aid station, felt the shift in the atmosphere. The raw terror that had permeated the town was receding, replaced by a quiet resilience that resonated deeply within her. She had witnessed the depths of human despair, but now she was witnessing the indomitable strength of the human spirit. The strength wasn't flamboyant, it was quiet, determined, woven into the fabric of their shared experience. It was the strength of unity, forged in the crucible of unimaginable loss. Jonathan Hayes, standing beside her, looked as though he'd aged a decade in the past few days. The weight of his own guilt, his own failures, seemed to press down on him, a burden he carried with a stoic resignation. Silent Ridge had been a mirror reflecting the darkness within himself, a darkness he had tried to ignore for far too long. The confrontation with the ancient curse had not just purged the town of its malevolent entity, it had forced him to confront his own inner demons. He watched as the villagers began the painstaking process of clearing debris, their movements slow but deliberate. They worked in silence, their shared grief a silent language that bound them. Together, there was no anger, no resentment, only a quiet acceptance of the immense task before them. It was a testament to the healing power of shared experience, a recognition that their collective suffering was a bond as strong as any curse. Mitchell observed a young woman, perhaps in her early 20s, carefully sifting through the rubble of what had once been a small bakery. Her face was streaked with grime and tears, but her eyes held a spark of determination. She found a half-broken ceramic owl, a child's toy, and cradled it gently in her hands. The small gesture resonated deeply with Mitchell. It was a powerful symbol of hope amidst the destruction. It was a reminder that even amidst the devastation, life, in all its fragile beauty, still persisted. The healing process wasn't confined to the physical realm. Dr. Emily Carter, a psychologist who had arrived with the initial aid teams, set up a makeshift counseling center in a sturdy, undamaged building at the edge of town. She worked tirelessly, providing emotional support to the traumatized villagers. Her methods were simple, focusing on listening, validation, and the gentle encouragement of shared narratives. She understood that the shared experience was both a source of trauma and a pathway to healing. Mitchell observed Dr. Carter's sessions, fascinated by the power of collective storytelling. The villagers, in sharing their experiences, found solace in the recognition that they were not alone in their suffering. Their narratives, often fragmented and filled with gaps, slowly began to coalesce, forming a collective tapestry of loss and resilience. The stories revealed not only the horror of the curse, but also the unexpected acts of kindness, the moments of courage, the unwavering bonds of friendship and family that had sustained them during the darkest hours. One particularly poignant story emerged from the village elder, Old Man Fitzwilliam. He recounted a story of a young boy who had been separated from his family during the earthquake. He had wandered through the rubble for days, terrified and alone, his only comfort a tattered photograph of his mother. Finally, guided by an inexplicable sense of direction, he stumbled upon a group of villagers huddled together for warmth, his photograph leading him to his family. It was a story of hope amidst despair, a small victory in the midst of overwhelming loss. The villagers listened, their eyes reflecting the quiet emotion of shared experience. Their stories were a kaleidoscope of trauma, resilience, and mutual support that, strangely enough, was creating a sense of togetherness, a community. The rebuilding wasn't just about repairing physical structures, it was about rebuilding the collective psyche, restoring the shattered threads of community, and healing the deep wounds inflicted by the curse. It was a long, slow process, filled with setbacks and moments of despair. There were days when the weight of their collective trauma threatened to overwhelm them, days when the memories of the horror threatened to consume them. But each day, the villagers, led by their shared hope and unwavering faith, found the strength to persevere, to rebuild, to heal. Hayes, initially paralyzed by his own guilt, began to find a purpose in helping the villagers. He spent hours clearing rubble, his hands blistered and his body aching, but his spirit renewed. The physical labor was a form of penance, a way to atone for his past failures. He listened to their stories, offering quiet words of encouragement and a compassionate ear. He helped to organize the distribution of aid, ensuring that everyone received the support they needed. His actions, though initially motivated by a sense of guilt, transformed into genuine acts of service, a testament to his own capacity for redemption. As the days turned into weeks, a remarkable transformation occurred. The shattered town of Silent Ridge began to take on a new form, a stronger, more resilient form. The villagers, their faces still bearing the marks of their suffering, now possessed a quiet strength that emanated from their shared experience, from their collective triumph. They learned to harness the power of their shared trauma as a source of strength, their unity a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. The curse had been broken, not just by external forces, but by their own collective resilience. They were, against all odds, healing. The town square, once a scene of devastation, slowly became a center of community life. The skeletal frames of buildings were transformed, brick by brick, into a testament to the enduring power of hope. The laughter of children, once silenced by fear, echoed through the streets once again, a vibrant melody that pierced the lingering silence. The villagers had learned that healing wasn't a destination, but a continuous process, a journey of collective forgiveness, self-discovery, and faith. Mitchell, watching the transformation, felt a surge of hope. Silent Ridge had been a crucible, a trial by fire, but it had forged a community that was stronger, more resilient, and more deeply connected than she could have ever imagined. She realized that the true triumph wasn't the breaking of the curse, but the transformation it had wrought within the villagers, their ability to find unity, faith, and hope amidst the devastation, even as they continued to heal together. The healing was slow, a quiet, persistent work of rebuilding and forgiveness, but it was undeniable. The curse was broken, and so too were the hearts of the villagers of Silent Ridge, slowly but surely. They were not simply survivors, they were witnesses to the enduring power of the human spirit, an unforgettable testament to the power of unity and faith. Mitchell's reflection. The helicopter ride back to the city felt strangely quiet. The usual hum of the engine seemed muted, swallowed by the vastness of the sky, the immensity of what I had witnessed. Silent Ridge, with its haunting beauty and its terrifying secrets, receded beneath us, a scar on the landscape, a testament to both destruction and resilience. But the memories, vivid and sharp, remained etched in my mind, refusing to be erased. I looked out the window, watching the patchwork fields give way to the sprawling urban landscape. The stark contrast was jarring. The ordered chaos of the city, with its incessant noise and hurried movements, felt almost alien after the stark silence. The profound stillness of Silent Ridge, broken only by the whispers of the wind and the creaks of crumbling buildings. It was a silence that had spoken volumes, a silence that carried the weight of centuries of untold stories, of suppressed grief, and of a malevolent force that had held the town captive for far too long. The coastal village, with its own unique blend of beauty and mystery, remained equally vivid in my memory. The ancient rituals, the whispers of the old wives' tales, the eerie sense of foreboding that had clung to the air, all of it contributed to the unsettling atmosphere, a tapestry woven from threads of fear, superstition, and a deep, almost palpable sense of dread. These were places that seeped into your soul, leaving an indelible mark, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of the ordinary. The seemingly idyllic facade had concealed a terrible truth, a truth that had tested my sanity, my faith, and my courage. President Hayes's transformation was perhaps the most profound of all. I had seen him at the height of his power, a man accustomed to control and authority. Silent Ridge had stripped away that veneer, revealing a man burdened by guilt, haunted by his past mistakes. He had faced his inner demons, confronted the consequences of his broken promises, and ultimately found a measure of redemption through self-sacrifice. His willingness to atone for his past mistakes, to confront the darkness within himself and within the town, had been nothing short of heroic. He had emerged from the crucible of Silent Ridge, a changed man, a man stripped bare, yet strangely strengthened. The experience seemed to have shattered the carefully constructed image he had presented to the world, forcing him to confront the man he truly was, stripped of the masks and pretensions that came with his high office. My own journey had been equally transformative. I had entered Silent Ridge as a skeptic, a woman of science and reason. I had come to investigate the earthquake, to assess the damage, to offer aid. But what I found there was far more profound, far more disturbing. I was forced to confront not only the physical devastation, but also the darkness that seemed to emanate from the town itself, a darkness that had twisted the minds of its inhabitants and corrupted its soul. I had witnessed the power of ancient curses, the haunting presence of malevolent entities, and the profound depths of human suffering and resilience. The visions I experienced, those fleeting glimpses into the town's past, had been unsettling and terrifying, but they had also granted me insight, a glimpse into the dark underbelly of history, a narrative interwoven with fear, betrayal, and the desperate struggle for survival. These visions, though initially frightening, ultimately helped me understand the nature of the curse and its roots in the town's long and troubled history. They were a window into the past, revealing the sins and transgressions of generations, and how the weight of those sins had manifested in the town's current suffering. My skepticism had been eroded, replaced by a deeper understanding of the power of the unseen, of the forces that shape our destinies, of the unseen realities that lie just beyond the veil of the ordinary. I had seen things that would forever haunt my dreams, experiences that would reshape my understanding of the world, of my place within it. I had come face to face with the forces that dwell in the shadows, and I realized that reality is far more complex, far more terrifying and wondrous than I could have ever imagined. The experience had left an indelible mark on my soul. I felt a profound empathy for the villagers, a connection forged in the shared trauma of the events in Silent Ridge. Their resilience, their ability to find hope amidst the devastation, their steadfast commitment to rebuilding their lives and their community filled me with a deep sense of awe and respect. They had faced unimaginable horrors, yet they had emerged from the darkness stronger, more unified, and deeply connected than before. The healing process wasn't just about rebuilding homes, it was about rebuilding hearts and spirits, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. I realized that the true strength of a community lies not in its ability to avoid hardship, but in its capacity to confront adversity, to unite, and to heal. The strength of the villagers was not flamboyant, it was quiet, a subtle resilience that emanated from their shared experience, their collective suffering, and their deep-seated faith. I thought of Dr. Carter's work, the quiet power of her methods, listening, validation, the shared narratives. It was in the sharing of their stories that the villagers found solace, a way to process their trauma, to make sense of their experience, and to find a path towards healing. Their stories, fragmented and often incomplete, ultimately created a tapestry of resilience, demonstrating the remarkable capacity of the human spirit to overcome adversity. The young woman with the broken ceramic owl was a potent symbol of hope, a small gesture that resonated deeply with me. It was a reminder that even amidst the devastation, life, in all its fragile beauty, persists. And the old man's story of the lost boy, finding his family through a tattered photograph, was a testament to the enduring power of hope amidst despair. Silent Ridge had changed me, challenged my beliefs, and expanded my understanding of what is possible, what is real. I had stepped into a world where ancient curses clash with modern science, where the unseen manifests itself in the physical, where the darkness is profound yet the resilience of the human spirit is even more astonishing. It was a place that would forever hold a part of me, and a part of me would always remain in Silent Ridge. The experience of Silent Ridge would follow me, a dark echo in the quiet moments, a poignant memory in the quiet peace. The shadow of the town, a reminder of the darkness and light, would forever be a part of my life. And perhaps that was the true legacy of Silent Ridge, a reminder of the enduring power of the human spirit, its ability to find hope, unity, and healing even amidst the deepest darkness. A new understanding. The helicopter's descent into the city was a jarring shift from the eerie stillness of Silent Ridge. The cacophony of sirens, the insistent honking of cars, the sheer density of human activity, it felt overwhelming after the oppressive quiet of the cursed town. Yet, the silence of Silent Ridge remained, a persistent hum beneath the surface noise, a ghostly echo in the chambers of my mind. It wasn't just the auditory silence that persisted, it was a deeper, more profound silence. The silence of unspoken truths, of buried secrets, of a history etched into the very fabric of the land itself. The city lights, a dazzling display of human achievement, felt cold and impersonal after the warmth, however flawed and shadowed, of the Silent Ridge community. Their resilience, their quiet dignity in the face of unimaginable horror, had struck a chord within me, a resonance that continued to vibrate long after the helicopter had left the ravaged town behind. Their shared trauma, their communal grieving, their collective effort to rebuild, it was a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit, a strength that transcended the physical and reached into the very essence of their shared humanity. The experience in Silent Ridge hadn't just been a confrontation with a malevolent force, it had been a profound exploration of human connection, of the intricate web of relationships that bind us together, and the devastating consequences of severing those bonds. The neglect suffered by Silent Ridge wasn't just a matter of infrastructure and resources, it was a deeper neglect, a societal indifference that allowed the town to fester, both literally and metaphorically, for generations. The curse, in a way, was a manifestation of that neglect, a dark reflection of the town's isolation and the world's disregard. The visions I'd experienced, the fleeting glimpses into the town's past, provided a chilling narrative of this societal failure. I saw generations of broken promises, of systemic injustices, of the slow, agonizing erosion of hope. Each vision was a fragment, a piece of a much larger puzzle, but together they painted a horrifying picture of human cruelty and its lasting consequences. It was a story repeated across time and across communities, the marginalized, the forgotten, the systematically disadvantaged, bearing the brunt of societal neglect, their suffering manifesting in ways both subtle and horrifying. The earthquake, the catalyst for our intervention, was not a random act of nature. It was, in a twisted way, a consequence of the town's accumulated suffering. The land itself seemed to have cried out, a seismic scream of protest against the injustice it had endured. This understanding, this new perception of interconnectedness, of the delicate balance between humanity and the environment, fundamentally shifted my perspective. It was no longer simply a case of a haunted town, it was a profound indictment of societal neglect and its far-reaching, devastating consequences. The old man's story, the one he'd shared amidst the rubble, resonated deeply. He'd spoken of the lost boy, the one who returned to Silent Ridge after years of absence, driven by a fragmented memory and a tattered photograph. The boy's story, it turned out, was the heart of the curse, an accumulation of sorrow and absence, a child separated from his family, a community losing its children and their hope, generation after generation. His was the story of many displaced souls, their pain and suffering absorbed by the land itself. It was a narrative that transcended the boundaries of time and place, speaking to the universal human longing for connection and belonging. And then there was the young woman with the broken owl. That small, seemingly insignificant detail, the ceramic fragment she clutched tightly, spoke volumes. It represented hope amidst despair, a fragile reminder of beauty in the midst of destruction. a symbol of the enduring human spirit's ability to cling to the smallest vestiges of joy and hope, even in the darkest of times. That owl, a single piece of broken pottery, mirrored the broken lives of the town's residents, and yet held within it the inherent potential for repair, for mending, for rebuilding. The healing process, I realized, would not be quick or easy. It would involve not just the physical reconstruction of Silent Ridge, but also the emotional and psychological healing of its inhabitants. It demanded a societal reckoning, an understanding of the collective responsibility in the suffering inflicted upon those ignored and abandoned. The collective trauma couldn't simply be repaired, it needed to be acknowledged, understood, and addressed through a conscious and intentional act of healing. President Hayes's sacrifice, his willingness to confront his own failures and atone for his past mistakes, had been pivotal. His journey mirrored that of Silent Ridge itself, a descent into darkness, a confrontation with deeply rooted problems, and a hesitant but determined path towards redemption. His journey had served as a catalyst for change, a demonstration of the power of self-awareness and the potential for personal transformation. My own transformation was no less profound. I had entered Silent Ridge a scientist, a pragmatist, a woman of reason. I had left a changed person, my understanding of reality irrevocably altered. My faith in the power of human resilience had been strengthened, but so too had my awareness of the devastating consequences of societal indifference and neglect. The lines between the physical and the supernatural had blurred, revealing a world far more complex and terrifying than I could have ever imagined. The silence of Silent Ridge, once oppressive, now held a different meaning for me. It was no longer simply the absence of sound, but a profound stillness that carried the weight of history, the whispers of the past, and the echoes of hope for the future. It was a testament to the town's enduring strength, a poignant reminder of the profound connection between humanity and the environment, and a solemn warning against the consequences of societal neglect. The experiences in Silent Ridge had fundamentally altered my perception of reality and the interconnectedness of humanity and the environment. It wasn't just a story of ghosts and curses, it was a narrative of human suffering, societal responsibility, and the enduring power of the human spirit to overcome adversity, to rebuild, to heal, and to strive for a better future. It would forever remain etched in my memory, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface, and the extraordinary resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable horror. It was a story that demanded to be told, a warning, a testament, and a beacon of hope in the shadows. The world, I realized, was full of silent ridges, hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone to notice, to listen, to act. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never be able to forget what I had seen, and would continue to search for other silenced places and help them find their voice. The silence of Silent Ridge would forever echo within me, a reminder of the past and a call to action for the future. Lingering questions. The city lights blurred through the helicopter's window, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom of Silent Ridge. The noise, the constant jarring hum of urban life, felt almost violent after the unnerving silence that had clung to the town like a shroud. But even amidst the cacophony, I couldn't shake the feeling that Silent Ridge was still with me, its silence a phantom limb, a persistent ache in my memory. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was a deeper, more unsettling quiet, the silence of unanswered questions, of unresolved mysteries that gnawed at my consciousness. The president, visibly shaken but resolute, sat beside me, his face etched with a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. He'd faced his demons in Silent Ridge, confronted the ghosts of his past failures, and emerged, if not unscathed, then at least with a newfound sense of purpose. His sacrifice, his willingness to offer himself to the entity, had been a turning point, not only for the town, but for him personally. I saw a flicker of something in his eyes, a flicker of peace perhaps, or perhaps just the relief of having survived. The weight of the presidency, the burden of responsibility, seemed lighter somehow, as if the ordeal had stripped away some of the layers of political artifice, revealing a man wrestling with his own mortality and his capacity for redemption. Agent Sterling, ever the pragmatist, remained stoic. His quiet demeanor, however, masked a profound unease. He had seen things in Silent Ridge that defied explanation, events that challenged his worldview. He possessed a keen intellect, but even his analytical mind struggled to grapple with the inexplicable events we'd witnessed. His questions, though unspoken, hung heavy in the air between us, questions about the nature of the entity, the origins of the curse, and the true cost of our escape. The most pressing question, of course, was whether we had truly escaped. Had we merely banished the entity, or had we only driven it into hiding, allowing it to fester and grow stronger, waiting for its moment to return? The uneasy silence that settled over us as we descended into the city was not just the aftershock of our experience, it was the chilling anticipation of an uncertain future. The entity's nature remained shrouded in mystery. Was it a supernatural force, a manifestation of collective guilt, or something else entirely? The old man's tale, the fragmented memories of the lost boy, had suggested a curse tied to generations of neglect, a deep-seated societal failure that had manifested in a horrifying supernatural way. But even if the curse was rooted in human failings, that didn't explain the entity's power, its ability to manipulate reality, to twist the very fabric of space and time. The visions I'd experienced, the glimpses into Silent Ridge's tormented past, had been vivid, visceral, and undeniably real. They had offered a chilling narrative of injustice, of broken promises, of systematic neglect, a story that resonated far beyond the confines of that isolated town. These visions felt less like hallucinations and more like a window into a different reality, a horrifying reflection of our own world's capacity for cruelty and disregard. The earthquake, the initial catalyst for our involvement, remained a point of contention. Was it a random event, or was it somehow connected to the entity, a desperate cry from the land itself, a final, seismic outburst of pent-up suffering? The very ground beneath Silent Ridge seemed to have absorbed the town's sorrow, its pain, its accumulated trauma, and then released it in a violent, earth-shattering convulsion. The young woman's broken owl, a seemingly insignificant detail amidst the chaos, continued to haunt me. That small, fragile piece of pottery, clutched tightly in her hand amidst the rubble, represented something deeper, the resilience of the human spirit, the stubborn clinging to hope even in the face of utter devastation. The owl, fractured yet undeniably beautiful, mirrored the broken lives of Silent Ridge's inhabitants, and yet held within it the potential for repair, for mending, for piecing back together the shattered fragments of their lives. It was a symbol of hope in the bleakest of landscapes, a reminder that even amidst destruction, the potential for beauty and healing remains. The president's sacrifice, his willingness to confront his own past failures and offer himself as a form of atonement, had been profoundly moving. It had demonstrated a willingness to take responsibility, to acknowledge the consequences of his actions, and to actively seek redemption. His journey, mirroring the journey of Silent Ridge itself, provided a glimmer of hope, a demonstration of the power of self-awareness and the potential for personal transformation. It was a narrative that resonated deeply, reminding us that even those in positions of power are not immune to the consequences of their actions. But the lingering questions remained. The entity's origins remained elusive, its methods obscure, its motivations unclear. Was it bound to Silent Ridge, or could it potentially spread its influence? Could we truly consider ourselves safe, having escaped the town's immediate clutches? The unsettling truth was that we didn't know. The escape had felt like a victory, a hard-won battle against unimaginable horrors, but it was a victory tempered by a profound sense of unease, a chilling awareness of the unseen forces that shape our world and the fragility of our own existence. The silence of Silent Ridge, once a source of oppression, now echoed with a deeper meaning, a constant reminder of the fragility of our existence, of the power of the unknown, and of the responsibility we bear towards one another and the world we inhabit. It was not merely the absence of sound, but the presence of unspoken truths, of unanswered questions, of the lingering weight of a profound mystery that left us forever changed. The memory of the town, the terror, the resilience, and the unsettling ambiguity of our escape would remain a chilling testament to the dark forces that dwell just beyond the veil of our perception. The silence would forever echo, not just in my mind, but in the world itself, a constant reminder of the horrors that lurk in the shadows and the ever-present possibility of their return. The aftermath was as jarring as the experience itself. The transition from the oppressive quietude of Silent Ridge to the bustling chaos of the city was jarring, a stark reminder of the world's indifference to the silent suffering of places like it. Yet, beneath the surface of normalcy, a quiet terror persisted. The unsettling feeling of being watched, of unseen forces hovering on the periphery of consciousness, became a constant companion, a chilling manifestation of the unseen world that we had glimpsed in the heart of the cursed town. The debriefings were relentless, the questions endless. The president, ever the politician, maintained a carefully crafted facade of composure, deflecting questions with practiced ease, but I could sense the turmoil beneath the surface. He had been changed, marked by the experience, bearing the scars of a journey into the heart of darkness. The scars were not physical, but they were no less real. A subtle shifting of his demeanor, a new gravity in his eyes, the profound understanding of his own mortality and the fragility of power. His responses were measured, cautious, and carefully chosen. His gaze often drifted towards an unseen point, as if contemplating the horrors he'd witnessed. My own responses were just as measured. The scientists were baffled, unable to explain the phenomena we'd witnessed. The entity defied their understanding of the natural world, forcing them to confront the limitations of their scientific methodologies. The supernatural, once relegated to the realm of fiction, now held an unsettling reality. The implications were vast, extending far beyond the confines of Silent Ridge. The investigation into Silent Ridge's history continued, revealing a pattern of neglect and abuse spanning generations. Records were unearthed, revealing a consistent pattern of broken promises and systemic injustices, a slow erosion of the town's resources and infrastructure. The curse, in retrospect, was not just a supernatural phenomenon. It was a terrifying manifestation of societal failure, a manifestation of the collective guilt of those who had ignored the town's suffering for so long. The land itself seemed to have absorbed the town's collective pain and reacted with a terrifying response. The earthquake was not a random act of nature, but a visceral outcry, a primal scream of protest against the injustice inflicted upon its inhabitants. It was a chilling reminder of the interconnectedness of humanity and the environment, a potent warning against the consequences of neglect and indifference. The silence of Silent Ridge, therefore, remained a haunting reminder of our vulnerability, of the forces beyond our comprehension, and of the profound impact of human actions, both individually and collectively. It was a silence that spoke volumes, a silence that echoed with the weight of history, the whispers of the past, and the chilling premonition of an uncertain future. It was a silence that would forever resonate within me, shaping my perceptions, informing my actions, and fueling a deep-seated commitment to ensuring that other Silent Ridges were never allowed to fade into oblivion. The memory of the town would remain a constant presence, a chilling reminder of the shadows that lurk just beyond the veil of our perception, and the ever-present possibility of their return. The world, after all, was full of Silent Ridges, waiting to be discovered, their silence a potent testament to the consequences of human neglect and indifference, a legacy of resilience. The helicopter ride back felt strangely surreal, the city lights a dizzying kaleidoscope after the oppressive darkness of Silent Ridge. The roar of the engines, the chatter of the crew, it was a jarring assault on the senses, a stark contrast to the unsettling stillness that had clung to the town like a shroud. Yet, even amidst the cacophony, the silence of Silent Ridge persisted, a phantom limb, a constant ache in my memory. It wasn't merely the absence of sound, it was a deeper, more profound silence, a silence heavy with unspoken truths, unanswered questions, and the chilling weight of unresolved mysteries. The president, though outwardly composed, carried the burden of his ordeal etched deeply onto his face. The lines around his eyes seemed to have deepened, the corners of his mouth permanently downturned. His usually vibrant energy was replaced by a quiet intensity, a contemplative stillness that suggested a profound inner shift. He hadn't simply survived Silent Ridge, he had been fundamentally transformed by it. The experience had stripped away layers of political artifice, revealing a man grappling with his own mortality and the profound consequences of his past decisions. He had faced his demons, confronted the ghosts of his failures, and emerged, albeit bruised, with a newfound sense of purpose. Agent Sterling, ever the pragmatist, remained his stoic self. His silence, however, held a different quality now, tinged with an unspoken unease. He, too, had been irrevocably changed by Silent Ridge. His analytical mind, usually a fortress of logic and reason, had been forced to confront the inexplicable, to acknowledge the existence of forces that lay beyond the realm of scientific understanding. His questions, unvoiced but palpable, hung heavy in the air, questions about the nature of the entity, the origins of the curse, and the true cost of our survival. The villagers, however, offered a different perspective, a potent counterpoint to the lingering dread. Their resilience, their capacity to endure unimaginable suffering, was both humbling and inspiring. In the aftermath of the earthquake, their response was not one of despair or resignation, but of collective action. They worked tirelessly, side by side, clearing the rubble, tending to the injured, and rebuilding their homes. Their community spirit, strengthened by shared trauma, was a testament to the human spirit's unwavering capacity for resilience. We returned to Silent Ridge several times in the following months. The reconstruction effort was slow, painstaking, but imbued with a remarkable sense of purpose. The villagers, aided by government funding and international aid organizations, worked with an energy born of shared grief and a shared vision for the future. They were rebuilding not just their homes, but their lives, their community, and their sense of hope. The young woman, the one who had clutched the broken owl amidst the rubble, played a key role in this process. Her resilience, her unwavering optimism in the face of devastation, became a symbol of hope for the entire village. She became a spokesperson for the community, her voice strong and clear as she shared her story with the world. She spoke not only of the suffering they had endured, but also of their determination to rebuild their lives, to create a future free from the shadows of the past. The broken owl, once a symbol of destruction, became an emblem of their enduring spirit. Local artisans began crafting new owls, each one a unique piece of art, a testament to the town's resilience. The owls were sold to raise funds for the reconstruction effort, becoming a symbol of hope and recovery that resonated far beyond the confines of Silent Ridge. The old man, his eyes reflecting the weight of years and the burden of unspoken history, emerged as an unexpected source of strength. He shared his memories of the town, his tales of resilience and hope, helping to reconnect the community to its past, to forge a stronger sense of shared identity and purpose. His stories, once whispers carried on the wind, became shared narratives, binding the community together as it faced the challenges ahead. The president's act of self-sacrifice, though initially baffling to many, came to be seen as an act of profound courage and selflessness. His willingness to confront his own shortcomings, to acknowledge his past failures, and to offer himself as a form of atonement resonated deeply with the villagers. His actions provided a powerful example of leadership, demonstrating the importance of accountability and the possibility of redemption. His role in overseeing the rebuilding effort further solidified his place in the community's hearts. The curse, though never fully understood, gradually faded into the background. The supernatural terror gave way to the urgent practical realities of rebuilding lives and communities. While the chilling events of those few days remained a shared memory, a collective trauma, it no longer defined their existence. Instead, the focus shifted to the future, to building a stronger, more resilient community. The changes in Silent Ridge were not only physical, they were profound and far-reaching. The community's resilience transformed the landscape, not merely by rebuilding homes and infrastructure, but by strengthening the bonds between its members. They discovered a new depth of collective strength, a shared commitment to mutual support, and a renewed sense of hope. Their success became a symbol of hope for other communities facing similar challenges. The story of Silent Ridge, once a tale of devastation and despair, became a narrative of resilience and renewal, a testament to the human spirit's capacity to overcome even the most daunting obstacles. Their experience became a valuable lesson in collective action and community support, demonstrating the power of collaboration in the face of adversity. They developed successful strategies for disaster relief, and these strategies were adopted by other communities worldwide, serving as a blueprint for rebuilding and recovery. The aftermath of the ordeal brought about several important changes, not just in Silent Ridge, but in the broader societal understanding of disaster relief and community development. Government policies shifted, emphasizing preventative measures and long-term support for communities vulnerable to natural disasters. The incident prompted a critical reassessment of infrastructure, resilience, and disaster preparedness strategies worldwide. The young woman's advocacy efforts secured significant government funding for community development initiatives, not only in Silent Ridge, but also in other similarly neglected communities across the country. The once forgotten town became a symbol of hope and resilience, drawing attention to the pressing need for social justice and equitable resource allocation. The president, having undergone a significant personal transformation, became a passionate advocate for community development and disaster preparedness. He used his position to champion policy changes that benefited vulnerable communities and prioritized sustainable development practices. Silent Ridge, once a byword for neglect and despair, became a beacon of hope and resilience. It stood as a testament not only to the enduring strength of the human spirit, but also to the transformative power of collective action. The broken owl, once a poignant symbol of destruction, had become a symbol of their extraordinary rebirth. The scars of the past remained, etched into their memory, a stark reminder of the fragility of existence. Yet, out of those scars, out of that shared trauma, a vibrant and resilient community had risen, forever bound by the profound experience that had tested them to their limits, yet had ultimately forged them into something stronger, more compassionate, and more resolute. The silence that once characterized Silent Ridge had been broken, replaced by the vibrant sounds of rebuilding, the laughter of children, and the enduring hope of a community that had refused to succumb to despair. The legacy of Silent Ridge became a powerful message, a testament to the remarkable capacity of the human spirit to endure, to rebuild, and to ultimately thrive in the face of unimaginable adversity. A call to action. The helicopter blades sliced through the pre-dawn sky, leaving Silent Ridge shrinking below, a scar on the landscape gradually fading into the morning mist. The city lights, a distant promise of normalcy, offered little comfort. The silence of Silent Ridge, however, clung to me, a persistent echo in the hum of the engine. It wasn't merely the absence of sound, it was the oppressive weight of unspoken truths, the lingering scent of fear and despair, the chilling memory of ancient rituals and a darkness that seemed to seep into the very bones. Agent Sterling, ever the stoic, remained mostly silent during the flight, his gaze fixed on the receding landscape. His usual sharp intellect seemed clouded, his usual confidence subtly shaken. The events in Silent Ridge, the confrontation with the inexplicable, had left an indelible mark on him. He, too, carried the weight of unanswered questions, the burden of witnessing forces beyond the comprehension of his scientific training. I caught him staring out the window several times, his eyes haunted by the shadows of the ancient town, a silent testament to the unsettling power of the unseen. President Hayes, though outwardly composed, bore the marks of his ordeal. The usual vigor that emanated from him was replaced by a weary stillness, a quiet intensity that hinted at a profound inner transformation. The experience had stripped away layers of political posturing, revealing a man grappling with his own mortality and the weight of his past actions. He had confronted his deepest fears, the ghosts of his broken promises, and emerged, changed, but not broken. His gaze was far away, reflective, as if still wrestling with the implications of his near-death experience and the profound moral reckoning that had followed. But it was the villagers, their quiet resilience amidst the devastation, that truly resonated with me. Their capacity to endure, their spirit unbroken even after the cataclysmic earthquake and the ensuing supernatural terror, filled me with a profound sense of awe and humility. Their collective action in the aftermath, their tireless work to clear debris, to rebuild homes, to care for each other, was a testament to the inherent strength of the human spirit. This collective spirit, born out of shared tragedy, showed humanity at its best. The young woman, the keeper of the broken owl, emerged as an unexpected leader. Her courage, her unwavering optimism amidst the ruins, became a beacon of hope for the community. She spoke with a quiet authority, her voice clear and strong as she shared their story, not only of suffering and loss, but also of their indomitable spirit and their determination to rebuild. She became a symbol of their collective resilience, her determination to overcome adversity inspiring not only Silent Ridge, but the entire world. The old man, the repository of Silent Ridge's history, played a crucial role in the healing process. His stories, once whispered secrets carried on the wind, became shared narratives, binding the community together. He shared memories of a resilient past, of times when the community had faced and overcome hardship, reminding them that they were not alone in their struggle, that their resilience was a legacy passed down through generations. His role in the revival was invaluable. The president's act of self-sacrifice, his willingness to confront his past failures, resonated deeply within the community. It wasn't just a political act, it was an act of profound humility and genuine atonement. It served as a powerful example of leadership, demonstrating the importance of accountability and the possibility of redemption. His commitment to helping rebuild Silent Ridge, his newfound focus on equitable resource allocation and disaster preparedness, signaled a paradigm shift in his approach to governance. But beyond the immediate recovery, Silent Ridge's ordeal served as a stark reminder of something far more profound. The curse, the malevolent entity that had plagued the town, faded with the rebuilding, but the underlying issues that allowed it to fester remained. The earthquake, the ancient curse, these were merely symptoms of a deeper malaise, decades of neglect, of systemic injustice, of environmental disregard. Silent Ridge was a microcosm of a larger problem, a symptom of our collective failure to address crucial issues of environmental stewardship and social justice. This is where my story, my experience in Silent Ridge, becomes a call to action. It's not just a tale of horror and supernatural intervention, it is a warning, a desperate plea for change. We cannot afford to repeat the mistakes that led to the devastation of Silent Ridge. We must confront the systemic issues that created the perfect storm, the confluence of natural disaster and ancient curse that brought the town to its knees. The rebuilding of Silent Ridge is not just about bricks and mortar, it's about rebuilding a broken system, about fostering a sense of community, about creating a society that values environmental sustainability and social justice. It's about ensuring that no other community suffers the same fate. We cannot afford to stand idly by while vulnerable communities are neglected, ignored, and left to face the devastating consequences of our collective inaction. The young woman's leadership, her unwavering voice demanding change, is an inspiration. Her efforts to secure government funding, to advocate for better disaster relief strategies, to champion sustainable development practices, must be replicated worldwide. We must empower those who have been marginalized, those who have borne the brunt of societal neglect, to become leaders in their own communities, to shape their own futures. The president's transformation, his newfound commitment to social justice, is also an important sign. His efforts to reform policies, to prioritize long-term community development, to ensure equitable distribution of resources, must be emulated by leaders at all levels. We must move beyond the rhetoric of progress and build a future where such catastrophes are prevented, where communities are empowered, and where the value of environmental stewardship and social justice is firmly established in our collective consciousness. Silent Ridge's story is not just a cautionary tale, it is a battle cry. It's a call for collective action, a demand for meaningful change. It's a reminder that we cannot afford complacency. We must acknowledge the interconnectedness of our actions, the consequences of our choices, and the urgent need for systemic reform. The silence that once enveloped Silent Ridge must be replaced with a cacophony of voices demanding change, voices demanding justice, voices demanding a sustainable future for all. The broken owl, once a symbol of destruction, now stands as a potent symbol of resilience, a reminder of the power of community, and a call to action. It serves as a powerful reminder that we must learn from the past, confront the realities of the present, and build a future where such tragedies are prevented, not just survived. The scars of Silent Ridge remain, a potent reminder of the fragility of life and the destructive consequences of societal neglect. But from those scars, from the ashes of devastation, a new dawn can break. A dawn built on the foundations of environmental stewardship, social justice, and the unwavering resilience of the human spirit. A dawn where Silent Ridge becomes not a symbol of failure, but a testament to the transformative power of collective action, a beacon of hope for a brighter, more just future. Let its haunting silence be a testament to the past, but let its rebirth be a blueprint for a better tomorrow. Let the story of Silent Ridge resonate not as a lament for what was lost, but as a clarion call for what we must achieve. Acknowledgements. My deepest gratitude goes to my editor's name, whose insightful guidance and unwavering support shaped this manuscript from its nascent stages to its final form. Their keen eye for detail and their unwavering belief in the story were invaluable. I am also indebted to Agent's Name, my literary agent, for their tireless efforts and unwavering dedication in bringing this book to fruition. Special thanks to beta reader names, if any, whose feedback was instrumental in refining the narrative and ensuring a compelling reading experience. Finally, I extend heartfelt appreciation to my family and friends for their patience, understanding, and unwavering encouragement throughout this challenging yet rewarding journey. Their love and support fueled my creativity and helped me navigate the complexities of the writing process. Appendix. This appendix contains supplemental material related to the historical context of Silent Ridge, including excerpts from town archives and geological surveys pertaining to the earthquake. Further research into the town's history, including details on the ancient curse and associated rituals, can be found at website or library resource. Optional, include a brief, factual summary of additional material found in the appendix. Glossary. The Broken Owl, a symbolic artifact central to Silent Ridge's history and the curse. The malevolent entity, the supernatural force tied to Silent Ridge's suffering. The rituals, ancient practices believed to appease or manipulate the malevolent entity. The curse, a supernatural affliction affecting Silent Ridge and its inhabitants. References. List any academic works, historical documents, or other resources used for research, following a consistent citation style, e.g., MLA or Chicago. This section might include geological reports on the earthquake, historical records of Silent Ridge, anthropological studies on similar curses or rituals, or psychological studies concerning trauma and collective guilt. Author biography. Author's name is a seasoned author known for blending psychological thrillers with elements of supernatural horror. Their works explore themes of guilt, redemption, and the consequences of broken promises, often set against atmospheric and unsettling backdrops. Author's name. As previous works include list of books with brief descriptions if desired. Their writing is characterized by atmospheric prose and a deliberate pacing that builds suspense effectively, leaving readers questioning the nature of reality and the depths of the human psyche. Author's name lives in location and can be found online at website or social media link.